Chen, do you dare to gamble one more time? Chen Yi hefted a heavy burlap sack on his shoulder and stood at the edge of the dock, gazing at the endlessly surging waters of the Qing River. He wanted to jump into the river. Chen chuckled. Yai Zhong and the others said there are man-eating monsters downstream. At least the Blackstone gang feeds us. We may not get enough, but still. Chen Yi sighed and cast a glance at his chubby friend whose two eyes seemed to stand guard far apart on his round face. He also wished he could be as carefree as Chen, even if it meant being forcibly conscripted by a gang signing away his freedom and toiling at the dock as unpaid muscle. However, I am a transmigrator and I even have a system. Am I really destined to be trapped at this wretched dock for the rest of my life? Before his eyes a prompt only Chen Yi could see flickered in and out of existence. Time remaining until next entry draw 01003. With a single thought, the system panel surfaced before him. Name Chen Yi. Realm none. Cultivation method none. Equipped entries 3-3 developed deltoids white, iron stomach white, bestial pain tolerance white. Obtained entries 1-7 pointed head, white food hoarder, white loves eggs white. Current probability for each entry grade. White common 99, green rare 0. 9 a purple epic 0. 0, 89, gold legendary 0. 01 a prismatic mythic 0. 001. This was Chen Yi's entry draw system. This golden finger had two small problems. First, he could only draw once a year. If the hit rate were high, a low number of draws would still be acceptable. But the second problem was that the hit rate was abysmal. The lowest white entries accounted for a whopping 99, utterly polluting the pool. Over the past 17 years, Chen had drawn 17 times, and every single one was white. There was in theory a way to increase the probability of high-quality entries and equip more of them, cultivate martial arts, and raise his realm. However, Chen Yi lacked spiritual roots and could not cultivate martial arts at all, so there was simply no solution. White entries were not entirely useless though. For example, the 3 he currently had equipped. Developed deltoids slightly increased the strength in his shoulders, making it easier to carry cargo. Iron stomach reduced the discomfort of going hungry. Bestial pain tolerance dulled his sense of pain so that being beaten hurt far less. A supervisor noticed Chen Yi spacing out by the river and lashed a whip toward him. What are you gawking at? Looking for a beating. He was beaten yet again. Chen Yi pulled a pained expression, but in truth, he barely felt a thing though his body still suffered the injury. While he worked, Chen Yi kept one eye on the countdown. Time remaining until next entry draw 00301. System, do your best this time. I know the odds for good entries are low, but have you heard of Murphy's Law? Can't you let me be lucky just once? You don't want to watch your host waste his entire life like this, do you? He thought back over the past 18 years. Chen Yi had been born into a farming family in Luoding village of Baiyun County. They were not wealthy, but they did not lack food or clothing in a feudal society that counted as a decent life. That was until 3 months ago when a group of mysterious people stormed into the village. Luoding village suffered a massacre. Not even chickens or dogs were spared. Chen Yi lost all his kin overnight. He survived only thanks to the village's guardian, Chen, whose wits were about as sharp as a rock, dragging him into the Qing River that flowed past the village. The two of them were swept under by the raging current and lost consciousness. When they woke, they had drifted to the neighboring Qinghe County city, where the Blackstone gang fished them out. The Blackstone gang saved you. To repay this life-saving grace, you two have decided to work as laborers for us with 1 meal a day as payment, yes. Oh my, how could we possibly accept such a generous offer? They had never clearly seen what was written on the indenture contract. Their handprints were pressed down by force. The sacks were thrown onto their shoulders on the spot. And so Chen Yi and Chen had spent 3 months at the dock in Qinghe County City hauling sandbags. Having grown up as a farmer, Chen Yi did not fear hardship or exhaustion. But getting no wages, never eating his fill, and being beaten regularly was beyond what he could endure. He had no idea how long this bitter life would drag on. At last, the countdown for the entry draw reached 0. A cluster of light visible only to Chen Yi floated before his eyes. It was composed of countless tiny points of light, like a compact galaxy. All the points of light were darting about at high speed in chaotic patterns. Overall, the light cluster was predominantly white. If one looked closely, one could spot green and gold specks, and even the faintest trace of prismatic radiance. These light points were the entries. Whichever one Chen Yi touched would be the one he drew. He longed to seize those purple and golden specks. But they flickered far too quickly and were far too few. His entire field of vision was almost completely white. Forget it, I'll just grab one at random. Oh luck, grant me your favor. Chen Yi shut his eyes and brought his hand down. In that instant, the gears of fate finally began to turn. All the other light points receded while the one he first touched rapidly swelled and blazed with light. 7-colored radiance burst forth, dazzling beyond compare. Even with his eyes shut, Chen Yi's pupils were lit from within. So bright, so flashy. Damn! Chen Yi howled, inwardly struggling to suppress any change in his expression, his facial muscles twitching from the effort. Prismatic, Mythic entry. Simulator Prismatic Mythic. As you can see, you have obtained the cheat of a simulator. Each time you use it, you must either complete a guidance mission or wait for the cooldown. The first use requires neither. Within the simulation, you may moderately interfere with the course of events, and once every simulated year, you may perform an entry draw. However, this entry must remain equipped at all times. If it is removed, the simulation will end prematurely. When the simulation ends, you will inherit all entries, memories, realms, cultivation methods, and skills acquired therein. Let the simulation begin, young one. There is no child who cries forever and no gambler who loses forever. A 0.001 chance at a mythic entry actually drawn on my 18th try. Wait, I'm still alive, right? I didn't trade away my lifespan for this luck, did I? Chen Yi ran his hands over his body from head to toe. Everything was intact, and he felt no sign of aging. It seemed he had simply gotten lucky, pure and simple. Having read through the description of the simulator entry, Chen Yi was left with only one thought. This wasn't just mythic, this was outright broken. Before he transmigrated, he had voraciously devoured all kinds of web novels on Huangjia, so he was no stranger to what a simulator was. Judging from this description, as long as I survive long enough inside the simulation, it's equivalent to getting many more chances to draw entries, indirectly raising the drop rate. If he could draw a 0.001 mythic entry, Chen Yi believed the system's pool was not rigged in the slightest. By increasing the number of draws through simulations, he would eventually obtain something truly useful. The system's entries encompassed all things under heaven. Even an entry that granted spiritual roots was not beyond the realm of possibility. With the simulator, not to mention escaping the Blackstone gang. Even toppling them would be a stroll in the park. Blackstone gang who exploit me and Chun and the ones who slaughtered my family. Wash your necks and wait. I'll be coming to settle the score with you soon. Begin simulation. It happened to be lunchtime. Chen Yi carried his bowl of thin gruel and a steamed bun, moving away from the crowd. Lines of white characters on a black background appeared before his eyes like a text-based adventure game. The first simulation does not require completion of a guidance mission or waiting for cooldown. Initial equipped entries: simulator prismatic, developed deltoids white, iron stomach white. Simulation begins. Before the simulation began, Chen Yi adjusted the trait slots of his equipment. At the moment, he possessed no martial cultivation realm, so he could equip at most 3 traits. The simulator was mandatory. Without it, there would be no way to run the simulation. Since this was only a simulation, there was no need for the Ultra Beast Pain Sense trait. Taking blows and suffering injuries inside the simulation could be endured. His real body in reality would feel no pain at all. The tidal bore rose upon the Qiantang River. Only today did you truly realize you are yourself. Your hometown was slaughtered, your family all perished, and under the immense shock you awakened your latent wisdom, becoming aware that you are a transmigrator. In a sudden moment of inspiration, De Chun dragged you with him and leapt into the river to escape. While you were unconscious, the current carried you into the territory of Qinghe County City, where members of the Blackstone gang picked you up and forced you to do hard labor at the docks under their control. Under the lash of the Blackstone gang's whips, you and the other laborers resembled walking corpses, not knowing where tomorrow would lead. The first year in this life, you are 18. Trait extraction begins. Extraction successful. You obtain the Mythic-tier trait, little white fish in the waves. Your affinity with water grows stronger, and your swimming ability rises to the level of a national athlete. Would you like to adjust your traits? The simulated you will not actively adjust traits. This option will only appear once a year when drawing traits, and you must personally decide which to equip. Yes, no. The simulation paused, waiting for Chen Yi to make a choice. Does the first year also count as a year? The time inside the simulation should connect seamlessly to reality. In reality, this year's draw had already occurred, yet within the simulation, he could still draw once more. It was probably a benefit granted by the simulator. Chen Yi felt this trait was one he needed to equip. They were right beside the river. Being good in the water could only be advantageous. You replaced endure hunger with little white fish in the waves. You realized that your simulation had begun. You very much wanted to indulge yourself recklessly, yet with your current weakness and dire situation, acting wildly would only get you killed. You suppressed the restlessness in your heart, knowing you had to survive longer within the simulation in order to draw more traits. Move it. There are still 3 boatloads of cargo today. If you don't finish, you won't get food for 3 days. The crack of the overseer's whip made all the laborers tremble violently. You feigned fear on the surface, but inwardly your mind was already calculating several ways to kill this pack of bastards once you became strong. Night fell. You were just about to rest when you heard the voice of the foreman Wang Chong. 3 of you come here, there's a fine job. A good thing. You did not believe it for a moment and pretended to be asleep. Chen Yi, stop pretending. You were just pissing by the river. I saw you. Helpless, you could only get up and walk over. Otherwise, Wang Chong would certainly beat you, then still force you to take on this so-called fine job. Wang Chong addressed you and the other two laborers. Before dawn tomorrow, someone will take you to the Tenli Pavilion downstream of Qinghe to deliver offerings to the river god. Once the task is done, you can go enjoy yourselves at the Yihong courtyard for 3 days. Was it delivering food to the river god, or delivering the three of you as food for the river god instead? With people gone, who would be going to any Yihong courtyard? Chen Yi had heard some old laborers say that a river demon dwelled in the Qinghe, fond of eating humans. Whenever its cravings flared, it would stir up waves and overturn boats. Later, when the Blackstone gang arrived, the river demon's rampages lessened significantly. The elders all believed that the Blackstone gang had reached some agreement with the river demon, offering a few people each month for it to devour so that it would not disrupt the grain transport. Judging from the contents of the simulation, this was almost certainly the truth. So that means I must stay out of sight tonight. Thankfully, with the simulation, he had learned of this in advance. Chen Yi quietly committed it to memory. Yet he did not know whether his simulated self could survive this calamity. Damn it. You cursed inwardly, realizing you were doomed to this tribulation. Since that was the case, you decided to escape tonight. In the latter half of the night, when everyone had fallen into deep sleep, you leapt into the river with a single bound. You aimed to swim to the opposite bank. The waters of the Qinghe were swift and treacherous. Previously, you would never have attempted such an escape, as you would certainly have been caught or exhausted and drowned. But now, with the little white fish in the waves trait, you could afford to gamble. In any case, if you stayed, you would not live to see tomorrow night. You thrashed and drove yourself through the water, and your swimming skill indeed improved dramatically. Reaching the opposite bank would be no problem at all. I'm going to be free. Hearing the splashes, a group of laborers at the dock stood up and began shouting. Chen Yi has run away. Somebody come quickly. So they had all been pretending to sleep. The laborers were this alert because you were all held jointly liable. If one person escaped, everyone in the same team would be implicated. At best beaten savagely, at worst executed and hung from the mast as a warning. The Blackstone gang members were alarmed. Wang Chong snorted coldly. Let's see whether you swim faster or our boat is faster. Wang Chong led his men onto a boat and was about to pull up the anchor when flames suddenly roared skyward from the shore. Fire. Everything's on fire. Chun had splashed the brazier used for lighting onto a pile of goods that had not yet been shipped out. In an instant, the blaze roared to life, throwing the entire dock into turmoil. Put out the fire. If this shipment burns, the gang leader will have our heads. Wang Chong no longer cared about pursuing you and hurriedly led his men to draw water and fight the fire. Through the flames, you vaguely saw a group of Blackstone gang members cursing as they charged at Chun with machetes in hand. Blood spattered within a radius of 5 paces. Seeing this, Chen Yi's expression shifted dramatically. Back in Luoding village, Chun had already saved his life once. He had never expected that in the simulation, once Chun discovered his escape, he would still help him without hesitation, even at the cost of his own life. Chen Yi turned to look at Chun beside him. At the moment, due to constant hunger, Chun was squatting on the ground, drooling as he stared at the thin porridge in other people's bowls. His wits might not be sharp, but his loyalty and affection were unquestionable. Chen Yi thought that if he ever gained the power to escape the Blackstone gang, he would definitely take Chun with him. The river roared, churning violently. There was no time to grieve for Chun's death. You could not let his sacrifice be in vain. You had to stay alive, to live until the day you obtained a chance to cultivate. Then you would carry the cultivation you gained in the simulation back into reality, allowing the real you and Chun to escape the Blackstone gang's exploitation. You mustered every last ounce of strength and swam through the icy, turbulent river waters, finally reaching the opposite bank. By heaven's grace, whether river god or river demon, the creature in the river did not appear. Perhaps it had already received news from the Blackstone gang and was waiting at that mysterious feeding point downstream, so it took no notice of what happened upstream. After landing, you faced a crucial choice of where to go next. 1. Seek refuge with your third sister in Baiyun County City. 2. Wander the wilderness, hiding in the deep mountains and forests. 3. Swim back. Please make your choice. The simulation paused once more, awaiting Chen Yi's decision for the subsequent course of events. Chen Yi pondered for a moment. The third option was clearly a joke and was instantly rejected. Should he seek out his third sister or lie low in the wilds? Chen Yi actually had 3 siblings. His eldest brother and second sister had disappeared while gathering herbs in the mountains when he was 8, and to this day there had been no news of them. His third sister had married into Baiyun County City when he was 15. I remember that third brother-in-law is a martial artist. If I go to seek refuge with third sister, I should be able to come into contact with the martial path. Perhaps I can ask how one obtains spiritual roots or whether it is possible to cultivate without them. You choose one. In the pitch-black night with the cold wind howling, you are dashing through the forest. You are heading towards Baiyun County, seeking refuge with your third sister. Baiyun County is adjacent to Qinghe County, and the two towns are not too far apart. You know the general direction. You flee for your life, evading the pursuit of the Haishi gang. Sustaining yourself on wild fruits and game, you occasionally steal some grain from passing villages, nearly getting caught by the villagers who mistook you for a wild man. Once you cross another mountain, you'll reach Baiyun County. At this moment, you are disheveled and covered in mud. If it weren't for your bright, piercing eyes, it would be hard to recognize you as a person. Suddenly, a group of figures leaps out from the woods, blocking your path. This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. A familiar opening line. You have encountered mountain bandits. The leader is a female bandit, robust and burly, with a thick jaw and a face full of flesh. Just by looking at her physique, you can tell she is a formidable opponent. Heroine, I have no money. The female bandit searched you thoroughly. For some reason, you feel as if she took advantage of the situation, repeatedly making inappropriate advances. Indeed, you're a poor wretch. You feel slightly relieved. You know that bandits are after money, and without it, they shouldn't make things difficult for you. But you are quite handsome. My ex-husband just passed away, and your timing is perfect. Take him away. You are bound tightly by the bandits and carried up the mountain. What? You have seen bandits robbing for sex, but robbing for male beauty is serious. Tonight the Feihu Zhai is brightly lit, filled with joy and drunkenness. Yet the sorrows and joys of people are not the same. You are stripped bare and cleaned. Then you are dressed in the groom's red attire, covered with a red veil, waiting in the bridal chamber for the bride to come and lift your veil. You listen to the bandits outside discussing, and you have a rough idea of the situation. The female bandit who captured you is named Su Linglong, and her father Su, who is the chief of Feihu Zhai. Hearing that his daughter is to be married for the 6th time, Su, who is overjoyed. The father and daughter are outside the bridal chamber, with Su, who repeatedly reminding his daughter to take care this time and not to crush another one. Your scalp goes numb as you realize how the previous husbands of Su Linglong met their ends. No, I must escape. Your hands and feet are bound, making it difficult to break free. Suddenly an idea strikes you. You twist your body, wriggling out of your clothes, allowing the ropes to slip off with your garments. Success! Just as you prepare to put your clothes back on, Su Linglong pushes the door open. Oh, little husband, are you all undressed? Don't worry, my dear, I'm coming right now. With every step Su Linglong takes closer to you, the room seems to shake as if a tank is rolling through. Yamit. Tonight the Feihu Zhai is shaking to its core. Outside, Chen Yi frowns as if wearing a mask of suffering. You have suffered. It was my wrong choice of route. I apologize. The next morning, you sit on the edge of the bed with your back to the soundly sleeping Su Linglong, contemplating life. You can only resent her high defenses. It's difficult to even think of strangling her with bare hands. From then on, Su Linglong is quite satisfied with you, strictly forbidding the bandits of the entire village from bullying you. Though you suffer at night, your days are not too bad. You feast on large fish and meat, enjoying fine wines and brews. You don't have to do any labor, just soak up the sun. When you express your desire to practice martial arts, Su Linglong gives you all the techniques from the village, allowing you to choose freely, teaching you step by step. Unfortunately, you lack the aptitude for martial arts. You cannot enter the path of the warrior and can only learn some basic techniques to strengthen your body. The second year, at 19 years old, start extracting entries. Extraction successful. Ji and I Tai Mei White, you are skilled in singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. Would you like to adjust the entries? Yes, no. You replace developed deltoids with Ji and I Tai Mei. Although it's still a useless entry, don't underestimate the youth. As long as I live long enough, I will eventually draw useful entries. By the second year in the mountain stronghold, you are full of spirit. Though you cannot enter the martial path, you persist in exercising and being forced to do so. Your physique is somewhat improved. Though not comparable to a warrior, you are much sturdier than an ordinary person. If you weren't sturdy, you would have already followed the fate of your ex-husband's friends. After a year of interaction, Su Linglong finds it hard to let go of you, while you find it difficult to pull away. You have thought of escaping, but Feihu Zhai is tightly controlled by Su Hu and his daughter. You cannot find an opportunity. You also dare not reveal your thoughts of escape, fearing that these bandits, who can turn hostile in an instant, would cut you down. To this end, you pretend to have integrated into the life of the stronghold, and even perform a set of combos for Su Linglong using the entries you just mastered. Hello, brothers of the bandits. I am the one who has been in the stronghold for a year and a half. After watching your set of martial arts, Su Linglong's chubby flesh shakes with joy. Husband, you are amazing. Suddenly, a panicked shout comes from outside the stronghold. Chief, the officials are coming. Su Hu on the main hall angrily smashed the bowl of wine in his hand. What? How come we have no news of the officials coming? Where are the patrols? Where are the lookouts? What about the traps? It's the second in command. He colluded with the officials and brought the soldiers through the freight route. Hearing this, your eyes light up. An opportunity to escape has come. Suddenly, a plump hand grabs your wrist. Husband, follow me. Su Linglong is incredibly strong. You cannot resist at all and are directly dragged away by her. She brings you to the entrance of a cave. Husband, just keep going inside. This cave leads to another mountain known only to my father and me. No one will chase after you. Hurry and escape. Escape. You didn't expect Su Linglong to be serious about this. She seems to genuinely believe the persona you portrayed in the stronghold. Husband, don't worry about me, just escape. They'll distract the officials for you. Go. She tosses you into the cave as carelessly as one would toss a chick. I'm not a bandit, why should I fear the officials? Su Linglong, wielding 2 large hammers, rushes bravely toward the officials. Watching her robust figure, you ponder your next move. 1. Delve deeper into the cave and leave through the mountain's secret path. 2. Return to the stronghold and fight alongside your wife. 3. Collude with the officials to eliminate the bandits completely. Please make a choice in the simulation. Chen Yi is in the midst of it all and may be influenced by emotions. But in reality, Chen Yi is absolutely rational. He knows that this first simulation is crucial. He must endure a little longer, survive, and draw more entries. Obtaining the chance for martial arts is the only main storyline of this simulation. If not now, then when? You choose 1. In the dark, damp cave, you move forward in silence. Ahead, the light brightens as you emerge from this natural tunnel between 2 mountains. After discerning your direction, you continue towards Baiyun County. The next day, you arrive at Baiyun County. On the street, you see the officials' convoy escorting Su Hu and Su Linglong, the leaders of the mountain bandits. They are gravely injured and on the verge of death. The mountain bandit lackeys have long since been left to rot in the wilderness, unworthy of being brought back for interrogation. You take a quick glance and quietly retreat into the crowd. You attended the wedding of your 3rd sister, so you still remember the location of her home in the county. Why has it been sealed? A white seal has been placed on your 3rd sister's small courtyard stating the Baiyun County government of Bazi County Dakian has sealed this. You lean against the wall, seeing that it has long been cleared out, leaving only fallen leaves scattered on the ground. You find a nearby neighbor and inquire. Are you talking about Xinqing Shan? This murderer killed 10 households overnight, and last month he was beheaded at the vegetable market. The county magistrate sentenced him to exile for 9 generations. Who are you to him? I should not be one of his 9 generations. Chen Yi questioned, confused. What is going on? How did Xinqing Shan become a murderer? This brother-in-law of yours, Chen Yi, distinctly remembers him as a dignified and righteous person, a remarkable individual. Moreover, he is also an official, a slayer from the Demon Slayer department of the county. There must be some grievance involved, right? So is it true that my sister has been exiled? According to the simulated timeline, Xinqing Shan was beheaded a year later. I wonder if the incident has been reported yet. I only have this one relative, I cannot just ignore it. Unfortunately, all one can do now is feel anxious. Chen Yi is in a precarious situation himself, unsure when he can escape the control of the Haishi gang. To be safe, you gave yourself a new name, Chen Dong. To make a living, you worked as a waiter at the Welai Inn in the county. The landlady is a widow, kind-hearted, and takes good care of you workers, providing ample meals and not being overly strict with the daily work. However, some guests often lash out and abuse you lowly commoners over trivial matters, especially certain martial artists who feel superior and look down on ordinary people. In the 3rd year, at the age of 20, starting the entry extraction. Extraction successful. Husband charm white. You inadvertently exude a charm of a husband, which enhances your relationship with women. Should I adjust the entry? Yes, no. You replaced Genie's beauty with husband charm. A martial artist caused a ruckus at Welai Inn because the tofu pudding was salty. You had your arm broken by him bare-chested, and the kind-hearted landlady helped you bandage it. Adong, don't hold a grudge. We ordinary people must bow to martial artists. Being alive is already a blessing. You said indignantly, humph. Don't underestimate the youth. I, Chen Dong, will eventually reach the pinnacle of martial arts, crushing the very path beneath me. The landlady playfully slapped you. You can't even find a wife, yet you say this. You two exchanged glances, and somehow, perhaps due to the influence of husband charm, you felt a spark and sensed the heat and urgency in each other's eyes. That night, disregarding your injury, you and the landlady ignited a passionate fire, burning with a fervor. In the future, you married the landlady, transforming into the owner of Welai Inn. Your life suddenly shifted from the bottom of society to the gentry class. Indeed, relying on a soft life can help avoid many detours. Who says white entries are useless? I won't be the first to disagree. I wonder what the landlady looks like. Chen Yi thought happily. The simulation continues, evolving year by year. Suddenly, Chen Yi's eyes brightened. In the black and white simulated text, a hint of green unexpectedly appeared. He wasn't green himself. His entry turned green. In the 10th year, at the age of 27. For entries that are not used, I won't write them out. It's not that there were no draws. After many years of marriage, you and the landlady are still in love, respecting each other during the day and igniting passion at night. With a bit of modern management and scientific knowledge, you and the landlady have successfully run the inn. Unfortunately, as common folk, there are some burdens you must bear passively. For example, theft, robbery, martial artists, dining and dashing, and the oppressive taxes from the government, among others. However, compared to most common people, your life is already much better. The only regret is that you have difficulty having children. The landlady often laments that it would be nice to have a child. Whenever she has free time, she sits there sewing tiger head shoes that she made herself lost in thought. You comfort her, saying that such things depend on fate, and the connection with children is also a matter of destiny. In the 11th year at the age of 28. Starting the entry extraction. Extraction successful. The luckier you are as you age green, starting from age 60 during each decade entry extraction, you are guaranteed to obtain a rare entry, and the probability of obtaining rare entries in that draw will slightly increase. Should I adjust the entry? Yes, no. After all these years, I finally got a green one. But if we calculate the probability, this draw is indeed quite fortunate, since the probability of rare entries is currently only 0.9. This entry can wait until I turn 60 to equip it. A guaranteed rare one is still good. In the following simulations, Chen Yi sees how difficult it is to live as an ordinary person in a world where martial artists roam freely, monsters wreak havoc, and wars are constant. His later life is comparable to the character Fuguwei from To Live, going through hardships and tears. This year, you and the landlady finally conceived a child. The landlady was overjoyed to tears, and you were also happy for her. In the 14th year at the age of 31. It's a boy. You and held a grand banquet for 3 days, inviting all the elders and townsfolk. Father of the child, you are being too extravagant. Although we have earned some money over these years, there are always many risks. Rather than letting thieves steal from us and the county magistrate take it under various pretenses, I might as well celebrate. Besides, my son Chendong has been born, how can I not announce it to the whole town? Dong, you're getting carried away. We are just common people. Don't underestimate middle-aged poverty. I, Chendong, am definitely not a fish in a pond. In the 16th year at the age of 33, your second daughter was born. You held another grand banquet for 3 days. In the 20th year at the age of 37, you have both a son and a daughter, and your family is prosperous. Gradually, you almost forget that you are in a simulation, feeling that all of this is too real and too happy. In the 23rd year at the age of 40, a demonic warrior invaded Baiyun County wielding a flag that billowed with dark energy, killing anyone in sight. The local warriors and officials were no match for him, and were all slain, their souls captured within the flag. The demon-slaying envoy from the demon-slaying office was alarmed and fought him for several days, ultimately sacrificing themselves to inflict severe injuries upon the warrior. As the demonic warrior fled, he casually killed your daughter and drained all her blood. The innkeeper, overwhelmed with grief, fell ill and passed away with resentment. You buried your daughter first, and then your wife. Thinking of how your daughter was only 7 years old just days ago, calling out daddy with her lively spirit, and recalling the horrific state in which she died. Your heart felt like it was being sliced, waking up in terror every night. Yet you still had a son, and you knew you could not falter. In the 33rd year at the age of 50, a remarkably talented female emperor emerged from the southern wilderness, uniting the various nations of the south into a single force to counterattack the central plains. The front line advanced northward from the south, and Baiyun County was on the brink of becoming the front line. Your son decided to head to the battlefield to defend the family and the nation. Son, can't you avoid this? The battlefield is too dangerous. Father, if the country is lost, what will become of the family? You always used to say my son Chendong will surely achieve greatness in the future, and now is my time to earn my accomplishments. You saw your son off at the city gates, watching him depart. At that moment, you felt as if you had aged greatly. In the 35th year at the age of 52, you received your son's ashes and his farewell letter. After 2 years of anxiety, this was the result you dreaded. You buried him beside his mother and sister. You sat at his grave for 3 months, your hair turning completely white. In the 37th year at the age of 54, the great Qian dynasty suffered consecutive defeats, and Baiyun County was captured by the female emperor, becoming part of the Southern Alliance. As the Southern Army passed through Baiyun County, they demanded money and food from every household. They claimed it was a loan, but everyone knew there would be no repayment. Yuan was not spared, with nearly all visible wealth taken away. Fortunately, the innkeeper had once told you that she had hidden some silver beneath an old tree at home. You used it sparingly to get by. After this calamity, everyone in Baiyun County became impoverished, and business at the inn became increasingly difficult. In the 40th year at the age of 57, a tiger demon erupted from the mountains, wreaking havoc in Baiyun County. The demon-slaying office mobilized to fight it desperately in the county. You are unsure whether the tiger demon was slain, but during its battle with the demon-slaying office, it destroyed your 3-story inn beyond recognition. This was your most important asset, and having it destroyed left you seeking an explanation. You went to the demon-slaying office for compensation, but were of course tossed out. You looked at the ruins of your inn and laughed to yourself. It was unclear whether you were laughing at your own naivety or the state of the world. With little silver left, rebuilding the inn was impossible. You dismissed the chef, waiters, and helpers. You had treated them like family over the years, and when they left they only took the wages owed to them, refusing any severance pay. You chose to leave Baiyun County and built a thatched hut beside the grave of a family member settling there. Extracting entries. This year's entries are still of little use. However, Chen Yi has swapped in the older I get the luckier I become. Soon to be 60, my life has been so hard, a hold on, don't break down. The dawn of victory might just be tomorrow. In this world, survival is incredibly difficult for mortals, as can be seen. This further solidified Chen Yi's resolve to pursue martial arts. Beside the thatched hut outside the city, you rise with the sun to farm and plant vegetables. After sunset, you talk with your family, and then fall into a deep sleep under the moonlight. Though lonely, you found a moment of fleeting peace. In the 43rd year, at the age of 60, entry extraction began. Extraction successful. Low-tier bone structure green, you have gained a low-tier bone structure. Young man, with this entry, you can reverse your fate. Would you like to adjust the entry? Yes, no. Chen Yi brushed his hands over his head, reminiscent of Sun Wukong finally tricking Tang Xing in Journey to the West, conquering the demons. Finally. Perhaps it was because the simulated version of himself had endured too much suffering the system could no longer bear to watch, and finally granted him the entry he desired most. You replace the older I get the luckier I become with low-tier bone structure. Seeing that many readers misunderstood, thinking the replaced entry would disappear, it won't disappear. Pay attention to the panel in front of you. One is called Equipped Entries, and the other is called Entry Library. Equipped entries have a quantity limit, so you often need to change them based on the situation, and later the realm slots will increase. In reality, the protagonist can freely change entries, but in the simulation, there is only one opportunity per year, which is during entry extraction. Your heart, which had long been silent due to the loss of family, finally began to beat again at this moment. You did not forget the mission of this simulation. You brought all your savings to the Benlei Martial Arts School in the county. The instructor Nyo Daden, wearing training clothes and with arms crossed, looked at you with amusement. Sir, don't joke. What can a 60-year-old learn in martial arts? 60. It's precisely the age for striving. You poured a pile of silver ingots at the entrance of the martial arts school. I'll pay, and you just need to teach. Whether I can learn or not is up to me. Accepting someone old enough to be his father as a disciple is a significant challenge for Nyo Daden. However, the amount you offered was simply too much. Martial Way is about cultivating 3 energies: blood energy, spiritual energy, vital energy. Eating must be done bite by bite, and the 3 energies must also be cultivated one by one. To enter, you must first master external skills, as cultivating external skills can enhance blood energy. The stronger your blood energy, the more your strength, speed, and physical body will improve correspondingly. When you sense a warm flow in your dantian, that signifies your blood energy has surpassed the limits of a mortal and can be stored in the dantian. Those unfamiliar with this field often refer to this warm flow as internal force, but we martial artists must know that it is blood energy powerful enough to be controlled. This is the first realm of the martial way, the body refinement realm. There are 9 stages in the body refinement realm, and each stage requires doubling the blood energy to break through. Watching his simulated self learn about martial arts from the martial arts school, Master Chen Yi's eyes also revealed a thirst for knowledge. No worries. Once the simulation ends, he will inherit all these memories. Starting to cultivate at 60, I suppose I won't be able to advance much in realm. Regardless, I got the bone structure entry. It will be more convenient for the next simulation. In the 43rd year, at the age of 61, after a year of cultivation, you have made no progress. Nyo Daden advises you. Chen Yi, just give it up. An old body has severe blood energy depletion. What's the point of practicing martial arts? The martial arts brothers in the school, as well as those who knew you in the county, all pointed and gossiped behind your back. They said you were being unrealistic, still restless, even in old age. You ignored the gossip of others, focusing entirely on your research and attempts. Don't underestimate the old and poor. I Chen Dong will definitely step into the martial way. Year 52, 70 years old. Effort will yield rewards. Green, when you persistently engage in something, you will certainly gain, though not necessarily much. Do you want to adjust the entry? With a 0.9 extraction rate, it would be extremely difficult to draw another one. You replaced effort will yield rewards. With the older you get, the luckier you become. Even after your bold grandson was born, you still come to the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, daily, diligently practicing. You mainly practice a single external technique, the Brawny Bull technique. At first, Nyo Daden charged you tuition, but later he stopped. With you as a good luck charm, the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School became a popular spot for many people from surrounding counties. Everyone. This is Grandpa Chen Dong, who started practicing martial arts at 60 and still hasn't stepped into the realm at 70. Niu Dadan's son Niu Yuching is now the head of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, mainly responsible for recruiting new apprentices. What can we learn from Grandpa Chen? No matter whether you succeed in martial arts or not, you have to take that first step. Even if, like him, you remain stagnant at 70, at least you won't regret having tried. Just as you were saying this, you felt a warm current in your dantian and shouted excitedly, "Master, I have entered the body refinement realm." Niu Dadan walked over to check your pulse and found it to be true. If Grandpa Chen, who began practicing at 60, can succeed, what's stopping you 13 or 14-year-olds? Nothing is impossible in this world as long as one is determined. Grandpa Chen, I have heard of your story. The food at the Well Lion was famous in our area. Even as an outsider, Niu Dadan felt his eyes moist when talking about your experiences. Though I don't know why you still push yourself at your age, I wish you a long life and good health. From now on, the martial arts school will be your home. I will prepare a small room for you to stay in. However, you still have not forgotten your life's mission. Extract more entries. Practice martial arts more. The more you inherit after the simulation, the better. Year after year, you practice at sunrise and rest at sunset. After entering the martial path, your cultivation has slowly improved, reaching the third stage of body refinement. Though you have not experienced demons, wars, or calamities during these years, your body still uncontrollably slides towards decline. Martial arts can only bring a fleeting revival, unable to halt your rapid aging. Niu Dadan has also aged. The martial arts school's business has been impacted by martial sects unable to enroll disciples and is on the brink of closure. Fortunately, he had earned some money from recruiting apprentices in his early years. Grandpa Chen, how are you feeling today? I feel like I'm dying. You look at the countdown for extracting entries, hoping you can die slowly to hit the 80-year guarantee. Don't say such things. You are meant to live to 100. Living to 100 is not that easy. I lost my spouse in middle age, and my life has been filled with hardships, leaving my heart in tatters. Outside, the cold wind howls and the snow flutters. Niu Dadan looks at the flying snow and sighs. Grandpa Chen, in this life, the days of suffering are the theme, while the moments of happiness are merely interludes. Niu Dadan holds your wrinkled hand, feeling your gradually cooling body temperature. Year 6 Titwo, 80 years old. Starting entry extraction. Extraction successful. Serious punch, green. When you do not use martial arts and attack with your fists and feet, damage is increased tenfold without the risk of breaking bones from recoil. However, each time a strand of hair will fall out. Impressive. I managed to hold on until the moment I turned 80. Outside the simulation, Chen Yi couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. Such a dedicated me is indeed rare. But his life has indeed been too difficult. Hopefully in the next life, with a foundation in martial arts, I can simulate more comfortably. You chose no. You died of old age. Simulation evaluation. Leaping into the cold river, the mundane world has buried many a dim lamp. In the midst of withered branches meeting the spring wind, I still raise my fist to the heavens. Congratulations. You have received the following inheritances. 1. Memories from 62 years of experiences. 2. Cultivation at the third stage of body refinement. 3. Serious punch, green. Effort will yield rewards, green. The older you get, the luckier you become, green. Low-tier root bone, green. GNI is 2, beautiful white. Little white striped fish, white. And a total of 62 entries. 4. External technique, brawny bull technique, entry level. The rewards are instant. Chen Yi felt a sudden warm current surge within his dantian. His entire being was liberated from exhaustion and hardship, as if he had boundless strength and his spirit had greatly elevated. Is this the feeling of a martial artist? The experiences of 63 years flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Though new memories filled his mind, it felt as if he were watching a film. He could remember every detail of the movie, but would not feel the pain from the protagonist's injuries or the sadness from parting. Only events without emotions. The elevation from immortal to the body refining stage also signifies an advancement in martial arts. Name: Chen Yi. Realm body refining stage, 3rd layer. Technique: bull strength, low-tier beginner. Equipped attributes: 3-5 simulator color developed, deltoids, white hunger resistance, white. Acquired attributes: 8-0 serious punch, green. Effort brings rewards, green. The older the luckier, green. Low-tier root bone, green. Current attribute: quality probability. White common 89, green rare 9, purple epic 1, gold legendary 0. 99, prism myth 0. 01. Upon taking a deep breath, Chen Yi found himself with a plethora of attributes. At first glance, the majority of white attributes seemed useless. In reality, they were indeed of little use. However, each unique effect might prove beneficial in specific situations. Chen Yi could now equip 5 attributes. He ranked the attributes by quality. He equipped the 5 attributes: simulator, low-tier root bone, serious punch, effort, brings rewards and super beast's pain sensation. Chen Yi was eager to know how to initiate the next simulation. With a thought, the simulator attribute presented him with a text prompt. Simulation is on cooldown, 1 year remaining. You can choose to complete the following guiding tasks to directly gain a simulation opportunity. Guide task: if you can't beat them, join them. Blend in with the Blackstone gang and seek an opportunity to escape. Rewards: 1. Simulation attempts 1. 2. Premium attribute draw attempts 1. The quality of premium attributes may not be high, but they will have positive effects. 3. Low-tier spiritual tool flame iron heavy sword. The mythical attributes are indeed a cheat. Acquiring a new simulation comes with rewards. The cooldown was too long, and Chen Yi did not wish to wait. Moreover, the content of the guiding task aligned perfectly with his current situation. There were also martial artists in the Blackstone gang. If he were to jump into the river to escape, those martial artists would chase him by boat, and Chen Yi might not be able to get away. Unless he sacrifices to Chen again. Besides, Chen Yi had decided to leave with Chen. After all, he was his savior. Considering everything that happened during the simulation, Chen had saved him twice. Ignoring it would be too cold-blooded. Feign joining the Blackstone gang, then find a suitable moment to leave with Chen. That's the plan. With that thought, Chen Yi acted decisively. Smash! He threw the dirty bowl containing thin porridge onto the ground. Damn it! Plain buns with watery porridge every day? It's not even filling. Scholars can't live on this, let alone us laborers. Chen Yi vented his frustrations. The surrounding workers were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. Has Chen Yi gone mad? Does he want to be whipped to death? Does he enjoy being whipped, intentionally looking for trouble? Oh, I heard some people are that perverse. Chen Yi's commotion attracted the attention of the foreman. Chen Yi, what do you think you are doing? Before the words faded, Chen also smashed his bowl. Smash! Chen, what are you doing? Chen grinned. I don't know what I'm doing, but I just really want to smash a bowl. You idiot. The foreman whipped Chen aside. Then he quickly approached Chen Yi, swinging his whip. You want to cause trouble? You must be craving a beating. The whip crackled through the air. The laborers, having been beaten in the past, flinched in fear at the sight of the raised whip, even if it wasn't aimed at them, their faces displaying fear as they instinctively recoiled. In contrast, Chen Yi stood firm, his gaze fixed on the bully wielding power over those who barely had enough to eat. Supervising a group of laborers who couldn't fill their bellies didn't require a martial artist. These foremen with whips were merely ruffians with a bit of strength. Smash! Chen Yi raised his hand and firmly grasped the incoming whip. The foreman thought it was merely a stroke of luck that Chen Yi had caught it. Just as he intended to retract the whip, he suddenly realized it had been pulled away by Chen Yi. Give me the whip. Do you want to rebel? Chen Yi chuckled coldly, swinging the whip down with a force clearly greater than that of the foreman. The sound of the whip striking the wooden planks pierced through the air, shattering the sturdy boards at the dock. Everyone at the dock snapped to attention, looking towards the commotion. Rebel, do you think you can use that word to describe yourself? Do you really think you are some local emperor? Chen Yi showed no mercy, using the strength of a body refining stage 3rd layer warrior to strike the foreman. The opponent's skin split open with the wounds deep enough to see bone. Puff! The force of the whip penetrated through his torso, injuring his internal organs, causing the foreman to spit blood and fly into the rushing Qing River. The other foreman, witnessing this, quickly surrounded him. Chen Yi, do you dare to strike a foreman? You are asking for death. Seize him. All these people were mere mortals. They simply relied on their numbers. When their whips struck Chen Yi, he felt little pain. On one hand, his vitality was high and his physical strength surpassed that of an ordinary person. On the other hand, he had the super beast's pain sensation attribute, which dulled the pain. Chen Yi endured their attacks and charged forward unstoppable. Using the whip as a rope, he ensnared one foreman's neck, executing a shoulder throw that sent him into the river. Following that, he swept down, knocking over 3 or 4 people, using the whip to tie them together and tossing them into the river. The remaining foreman trembled at the sight. Why you are that skilled? In truth, it wasn't skill at all. It was simply high numbers. Fast, powerful, tough. Facing many opponents was a piece of cake. Besides, the weapons in the foreman's hands were merely whips, not blades or swords. Chen Yi stomped the ground hard, lifting the other end. The last foreman was launched into the air, as if on a seesaw, landing awkwardly in the river. The laborers were utterly stunned, their mouths agape, able to swallow an egg. The foremen who usually bullied them were all single-handedly sent into the water by Chen Yi in the blink of an eye. Now they were all floundering in the river, shouting for help. The foreman Wang Chong looked at the group of foremen in the river and sneered. Well done, Chen Yi. Turns out you have some skills. If I don't make you suffer today, you might not learn your lesson. He was a martial artist. However, Chen Yi knew that he was only at the body refining stage 1st layer. Each advancement in the body refining realm doubled one's vitality. Even if Wang Chong knew martial arts, how much power could he truly exert at the body refining stage 1st layer? In low-tier PK, it was purely about the numbers. All the flashy moves were useless. Wang Chong replaced the whip with a pair of small hammers. This thing can easily break bones when struck against a person. Wang Chong thought that as a martial artist dealing with a weak laborer would be a piece of cake. However, as soon as the fight began, those small hammers were in Chen Yi's hands. What's going on? He didn't even see what happened. He looked at Chen Yi, who was within arm's reach holding the dual hammers, sporting a half-smile expression. Wang Chong panicked. Wang Chong pointed at Chen Yi, his voice still fierce, but his feet had already begun to retreat slowly. Chen Yi, don't go mad. This is the territory of our Blackstone gang. Do you know who our leader is? That's Sin, known in the rivers and lakes as the Black Blood Iron Claw. Chen Yi couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. With a small hammer in hand, he charged forward and knocked him down to the ground with one blow. It'll make you pay for relying on others. Wang Chong felt a wave of dizziness and ringing in his ears, the intense pain on his face nearly stopping his thoughts. Before he could let out a scream, Chen Yi brought down another hammer. It'll make you pay for withholding our food. This hammer hit him squarely on the back and a crack was heard. Though Wang Chong was a martial artist, Chen Yi was of a higher cultivation level. He couldn't endure a single blow. Yet Chen Yi sat astride him, delivering a relentless assault. It'll make you suffer for your frequent beatings. Stop hitting me. It'll make you force us to sign a contract of servitude. Spare me. Spare me. I was wrong. Hero, spare my life. It'll make you force me to feed the monsters. I didn't do this, did I? This is pure framing. Chen Yi, in his excitement, attributed the matters in the simulation to him. What's wrong with framing you? Wang Chong, the foreman, was responsible for managing the supervisors and laborers, usually occupying the highest position. Thus, he often exerted his power. At this moment, witnessing Wang Chong being beaten and crying out in pain, not only did the laborers find it satisfying, but even the supervisors who had fallen into the water secretly felt exhilarated. They finally vented their grievances. Not far away, Sin, the leader of the Blackstone gang, approached. Seeing Wang Chong being beaten down by Chen Yi, utterly defenseless, he became interested. Who is this kid? The Blackstone gang's cannon fodder took a look and clasped his fists, saying, "Leader, that kid is Chen Yi. He was brought here by the brothers 3 months ago, floating down from the upper reaches of Qinghe to be used as a dock worker." Sin pondered for a moment, and then spoke to a robust man behind him. "Old for this, Chen, he should be a martial artist. Wang Chong is no match for him. Go and spar with him, see how strong he is, but be careful not to injure him severely." "Sure thing, boss." Just as Chen Yi was enjoying beating Wang Chong, his wrist was suddenly seized, and his small hammer was confiscated and casually tossed to the ground. Turning around, he saw it was the 4th leader of the Blackstone gang. "Kid, are you about to beat him to death? Come spar with me." Chen Yi kicked Wang Chong into the water. "4th leader, you are a martial artist. How could I be your opponent? Isn't this picking on the weak?" There were not many martial artists in the Blackstone gang. After all, those with talent are few in this world, and those who can step into martial arts are even rarer. It is expected that such small gangs would try to recruit any martial artist they found. Seeing that the 4th leader wanted to spar with him, Chen Yi estimated that his purpose had been achieved. Let's be clear, you are also a martial artist. Martial artists come in different levels. I am at the 6th stage of body refinement. But I won't bully you. As long as you can make me feel pain, I will let this matter go, and can even recommend you to the leader, allowing you to become an important part of our Blackstone gang. Chen Yi clenched his fists. Is what the 4th leader said true? When have I, Lao Si, ever been untrustworthy? If I said I wouldn't pay you, then I have never paid. Chen Yi felt that this guy's intelligence might be on par with Chen. Since they were sparring naturally, they didn't need weapons. If it was a fist fight, then he had to mention the ability he had just acquired. A serious punch. Upon their first exchange, the 4th leader felt at ease. Chen Yi was indeed a martial artist with strength and reflexes beyond that of an ordinary person. However, compared to his 6th stage of body refinement, there was still a significant gap, making it easy for him to control. Is that all you've got? You can't even touch the hem of my clothes. Are you only capable of dodging? I worry that if I strike too hard, I might accidentally kill you, which wouldn't be good for reporting to the boss. With your 3-legged cat skills, if I stand still and let you hit me, you wouldn't even be able to hurt me a bit. This fellow indeed kept his word. He stood still as promised. Chen Yi seized the opportunity, exerting all his strength to maximize the effect of his ability. A serious punch. 10-fold destructive power. Bang! This punch struck the 4th leader's belly, causing his flab to ripple like the surface of a lake. The 4th leader's body instantly sank backward. He swallowed back a mouthful of blood that tasted sweet and metallic. Chen Yi raised the corners of his mouth, taking a step back and looking at the 4th leader, who was barely holding on. 4th leader, how do you feel? The 4th leader endured the excruciating pain in his abdomen, forcing himself to swallow the blood that surged up his whole body, trembling slightly. No, it doesn't hurt. But it is indeed not bad. I will go report to the leader now. You mustn't hurt anyone again. Turning back, the fourth leader saw San standing behind him. I saw everything. Chen Yi, since you are a martial artist, our Blackstone gang would like to invite you to take a position within the gang and share in the wealth. No more toil for you. Having achieved his goal, Chen Yi maintained a blank expression and needed to play the act more convincingly. I want to leave. San chuckled. Old Four just didn't use his full strength out of fear of injuring you, but don't think he couldn't defeat you. The implication was clear. Even the fourth leader of the Blackstone gang could handle you, let alone him, the leader. Inviting you to join the gang is based on the fact that you are a martial artist. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. In that case, I will stay. I have one more question. Since you are a martial artist, why didn't you tell us, and instead willingly work as a laborer? Chen Yi said blandly. After I fell into the water, my body was weak, and I couldn't mobilize my blood energy until the past few days. Besides, I mentioned before that your people wouldn't believe me. Who did you say that to? Wang Chong. At that moment, Wang Chong had just been fished out of the water by the members of the Blackstone gang. He was now covered in injuries, and every part of him ached. Upon hearing this, his pupils instantly contracted. What? I didn't know. Leader, I didn't know. I truly didn't know. San snorted coldly. You burying talent and making them resentful. How did you do this job? Throw him down to feed the fish. Yes. Just pulled up. Wang Chong was thrown back down. His bones were nearly all broken, and in such a fall, death was certain. Leader, spare me. I truly didn't know. Glub. Leader, save. Glub. The gang is indeed ruthless. They turn against you in an instant. At this moment, Chen Yi pretended to join the gang only to find an opportunity to leave with Chen. If he could conveniently wipe out this gang, he wouldn't mind, depending on whether he could gain enough strength in the next simulation. That noon, San hosted a banquet for Chen Yi at the Blackstone gang's headquarters near the dock. The four leaders, key figures, and elite members of the gang were all seated. Let us raise this cup of wine, toasting our new brother Chen Yi. San appointed Chen Yi as the new instructor responsible for teaching the lower-level gang members martial arts. This was a position that seemed to hold status, but was disconnected from the core of the gang. This showed that San was not foolish and did not give Chen Yi a key position right away. At the banquet, Chen Yi heard the old man in a Taoist robe beside San whispering, Master, it's time to deliver food to the river god tomorrow. This old man was the strategist of the Blackstone gang, and San consulted him on all matters. San nodded. Let Wang Chong handle it. Wang Chong has already fed the fish. Oh, I drank too much and forgot about it, ha. Then let the fourth one go to the docks tonight to pick some laborers. By the way, I remember there's a fool, right? He must go. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi frowned slightly. He feigned drunkenness and probed further. Master, that fool is from my hometown, clumsy and awkward. He can't do any task you assign to me. San remained indifferent to this remark. This matter, that fool can definitely handle it. You can focus on being my instructor. Come drink. Clearly, San was not prepared to give Chen Yi any face. Chen Yi said nothing more. He had to rely on himself to grow stronger to solve the problems with Chen. He must start the second simulation as soon as possible. After the lunch banquet, Chen Yi pretended to be drunk and staggered back to his room, refusing anyone to attend to him. Once inside, he shed the drunken demeanor, and his gaze became clear. Mission guidance completed. Rewards have been issued. Clang. A crimson long sword landed before him. There was also another chance to draw a premium attribute. A familiar orb of light appeared before Chen Yi, filled with various glowing points, each representing an attribute. There were still many white ones, but compared to before they had decreased, as the probability of white attributes was now only 89. Let's draw a useful attribute. Chen Yi reached out. There were no surprises. He had touched a white attribute. No worries, these are all premium attributes. Even if they're white, they are still useful, unlike GNI is too beautiful. Dragonplay Phoenix White Common, your cohabitation skills and abilities are significantly enhanced, universally praised. What is this? I am young and vigorous, having seen countless things. Do I need this? Chen Yi really wanted to roll his eyes at the simulator attribute. Premium attributes are indeed just a scam, like the up pool in card games. The drop rates are worse than the big pool, just designed to deceive players into spending. Better get to the simulation quickly. You have completed the guidance mission for this simulation and received a new simulation opportunity. Initial equipment attributes: simulator color low tier, root bone green, serious fist green, effort will yield results green, dragon play phoenix white. Simulation starts. Burn the boats. The Qin Pass will ultimately return to Chu. Endure hardships and swallow pride. 3,000 you soldiers can devour Wu. To successfully escape the control of the Blackstone gang with Chen, you intentionally displayed your martial prowess to gain the opportunity to join the Blackstone gang, becoming an instructor within the gang. However, you have no interest in mingling with gangsters aiming to seek an opportunity to escape. In the first year at 18. Starting attribute draw. Draw successful. Night owl, why you prefer to be active at night and will feel low if you don't sleep during the day. Would you like to adjust the attributes? Yes, no, the white attributes still perform steadily. To obtain valuable attributes, one must elevate their martial arts realm to increase the probability of high-quality attributes. Relying solely on luck and divine draws is still too unreliable. You chose no. You know you have entered the simulation, so there's no need to be overly cautious. Tomorrow take a risk and run away. The next day, just before dawn, the fourth officer led several younger brothers bringing to Chen and 2 other laborers walking downstream along the banks of the Qing River. You know that this fourth officer is easy to deceive, so you say you can't sleep and will go with him for a stroll. The fourth officer took it lightly and brought you along. The fourth officer, like Wang Chong, expressed that after delivering food to the river god, those 3 laborers could play at the Yihong courtyard for 3 days. De Chun asked as he walked. Fourth officer, is there good food at the Yihong courtyard? The fourth officer laughed heartily in response. Yes, there's plenty of delicious food. Sausages, abalone, tofu. It's all fragrant. De Chun was drooling after hearing this. The group arrived at the Shirley Pavilion, and the fourth officer pushed De Chun and the 2 others to the riverbank, then shouted toward the river surface. Great river god, we are here to deliver your meal. Enjoy your food and drink. You noticed that the gang members who came with you unconsciously took a few steps back, clearly intimidated by the river god. The 3 unsuspecting laborers, still holding their lunch boxes, genuinely thought they were there to deliver food, unaware that they themselves were the meal. The calm surface of the Qing River suddenly began to swirl. Some fish and shrimp jumped out of the water, as if something terrifying lurked beneath, making them afraid to go down. At this moment, standing behind the fourth officer, you suddenly gave a hard kick. Get lost. With a splash, the fourth officer was kicked into the river. Several gang members at the back drew their swords immediately. Instructor Chun, what are you doing? You completely ignored their questions and struck directly. With your current cultivation level, dealing with these non-martial gang members was more than sufficient. One by one, you tossed them all into the river. The Blackstone gang knew all too well what lay within that river. They desperately swam towards the shore. Chen Yi, you actually harmed me. When I get to the shore, I'll skin you alive. The fourth officer was still threatening you, but it seemed as if there were a pair of large hands in the river pulling them, and after swimming for a while, they not only failed to reach the shore, but rather got closer to the river's center. De Chun and the 2 laborers watched this scene in confusion, not knowing what was happening. What are you still dawdling for? Run. You pulled De Chun and ran away. Looking back, you saw a massive green fish head emerging from the middle of the river. To your surprise, that fish head spoke. The Blackstone gang is quite generous, sending 7 people in one go. Wonderful, wonderful. What a pleasant cooperation. Hearing this, the fourth officer shouted. River god, you got it wrong. We are not this month's meal those people on the shore are. Oh, this one is the fattest, I like it. Master sure really has my heart. What? I am the fourth officer of the Blackstone gang. You need to see clearly. This fish clearly had poor eyesight. It couldn't see the fourth officer's face and only regarded him as a delicious meal. The fish demon opened its massive maw, lunging at the fourth officer, and the others, its mouth filled with teeth like barbs arranged in dozens of rows resembling a saw blade. The river was stained red with blood. Where to go from here? 1. Travel the world with De Chun, seeking more opportunities in martial arts. 2. Take De Chun to Baiyun County to seek refuge with third sister. 3. Return to the Blackstone gang and claim that the river demon has gone mad and eaten the fourth master. Taking De Chun along is evidently unrealistic. Chen Yi cannot look after him for a lifetime. He must learn to be self-sufficient. Then let's go see third sister. There's a good place in Baiyun County where De Chun can stay. Baiyun County is upstream on the Qinghe River, while Qinghe County is downstream. After you and De Chun escape the Blackstone gang, you follow this river upstream. This time your journey home is much more carefree. You are now a powerful warrior at the 3rd stage of body refinement. Common beasts and highway robbers no longer pose a threat to you. As you approach Baiyun County, you encounter a familiar face. This mountain is my planting. This tree is my opening. A familiar opening line and a familiar beauty with a bucket-shaped figure. Su Linglong. Oh, you this handsome young lad, aren't you a bit afraid seeing us with our heads hanging from our belts? Still able to smile? Are you dumbstruck? Su Linglong still looks at you with affection, her large eyes radiating charm. With the simulation memories of your previous life, you know that among the highway robbers blocking your path, only Su Linglong possesses the martial prowess of the 4th stage of body refinement. The others are merely mortals. You chuckle softly and continue on your way with De Chun. Stop. The group of bandits, seeing you ignore them, immediately becomes furious and brandishes their weapons. Their movements appear to you as if in slow motion, their strength like that of children before you. You take on 5 men, defeating them all and leaving them sprawled on the ground. In consideration of Su Linglong and the fact that she had sincerely cared for you in the last simulation, you did not take their lives. Su Linglong perceives you as a martial artist, and your calm demeanor while fighting leaves her uncertain of your depth. To be safe, they had no choice but to admit defeat. We apologize for offending you, esteemed senior. Here is some silver. If you need it on your journey, please take it. Su Linglong, quite understanding, emptied the silver from the bandits' pockets onto the ground and stepped back 10 paces. You smiled and walked over to pick up the silver. A fool who doesn't want money is a fool indeed. For the sake of this silver, let me give you a warning. Keep a close eye on your second master when you return. He has issues. Su Linglong looked puzzled, not understanding why you said the second master had problems. Taking advantage of her confusion, you left with Chun. Since I didn't fall into the bandits' den this time, I should arrive at third sister's house earlier than last time and find out what really happened to brother-in-law. In the previous life simulation, brother-in-law Chen Yi had turned into a murderous maniac. I was executed, my home was sealed off, and my relatives were exiled. It truly left Chen Yi baffled. Third sister's judgment couldn't be that poor, could it? The next day, you and Chun arrived at Baiyun County and found third sister's home. Fortunately, what you saw this time was not a seal. In the yard, there was a toddler about 2 or 3 years old. Third sister Chen Yi was hanging up clothes in the yard. When she turned around and saw you and Chun walking in, she immediately burst into tears. Fourth brother, is it really you? I thought. Chen Yi had already learned of the tragic massacre in Liaoding village and believed you, like the villagers, had met a grisly end. Seeing you today, she wept tears of joy. Upon learning that Chun saved you, Chen Yi immediately bowed to Chun, thanking him for saving you. Otherwise she would have had no family left in this world. That night, brother-in-law Chen Yi returned, and upon seeing you alive, his eyes also glistened with tears. Chen Yi prepared a lavish feast to celebrate your family's reunion. Chun feasted heartily, his mouth greasy with food, and he was extremely happy. For Chun, being able to eat a full meal was enough. From dawn to dusk, even watching ants climb trees would satisfy him. The next day, you took Chun to the Uli Inn. Valued guest, please come inside. Are you looking for a meal or a room? A familiar voice. The innkeeper's wife was as warm-hearted as ever. Innkeeper, I want to introduce my brother to work for you as a servant. Although he's a bit simple-minded and can't handle troublesome tasks, he can certainly wash dishes and clean. He has a strong build and can handle some heavy work. Mei Sanyang may be warm-hearted, but if he's not smart, I fear. He doesn't need a salary, would just feed him well. I would feel guilty if I didn't hire him. You know Mei Sanyang is a good person and will definitely treat Chun well. It's very appropriate to place Chun at the Uli Inn. On the way back, a frightened horse nearly collided with you. You slapped the horse on the side, causing it to foam at the mouth. Flousy horse. The onlookers praised you as a hero. Your outer garment was slightly dirty, but inside you felt exhilarated. This scene happened to be witnessed by Chen Yi patrolling the streets. He recognized you as a martial artist. That night, he had a conversation with you. You couldn't tell the truth, so you mentioned that a year ago an old man with a white beard passed through the village, discovered your talent, gave you a book on external martial arts training, and even gifted you a sword, which is how you gain some refinement skills. Since fourth brother has talent, don't waste your natural gifts. Chen Yi took out some martial arts manuals and handed them to you. These are the family traditions of the Shin clan. Unfortunately, too much has been lost by my generation. Only these 4 remain, but they are all mid-level techniques. If you master them, securing a good job in this small county will be as easy as pie. Brother-in-law's great kindness, Chen Yi. There's no need to say such things among family. It's rare to have talent in our family without roots. You must not squander the opportunity heaven has given you. Having received Shin Qingshan's martial arts manuals, you plan not to leave for a while. This way you have a free master to guide you, and he knows these techniques very well. You also don't want to freeload at your sister's house all day. You need to find something to do. Chen Yi suggested that you participate in the Demon Slayer's assessment by the Demon Slaying Division and work there just like he does. You and I together slay demons, removing harm for the people. Is that not delightful? You thought this proposal was quite good. However, the prerequisite is to first improve your martial skills, otherwise relying solely on the 3rd stage of body refinement. Passing the Demon Slaying Division's assessment would not be easy. You also asked Chen Yi about the massacre at Liaoding village, wondering if the officials had discovered anything. There are absolutely no leads. The perpetrators were targeted, and all were well-trained, leaving no traces behind. Why would they massacre Liaoding village? We were just a bunch of farmers. How could we have offended such enemies? I don't know. But based on what I've observed during my time serving, murderers who kill the innocent often do so to silence someone. Perhaps a villager, learned something they shouldn't have. Why was Liaoding village slaughtered? This question puzzled not only Chen Yi within the simulation, but also the Chen Yi observing from outside. Come to think of it, I must connect with martial cultivators. After all, a new cultivation technique has just become available. Chen Yi knew his 3rd sister's husband was a martial cultivator, Thus, whenever given the choice to seek refuge with his third sister, he always chose that path. Roaming aimlessly across the Jianghu, he might never even enter the circle of martial cultivators. Continuing to interact solely with ordinary mortals would be futile. Within the simulation, Chen Qingshan introduced Chen Yi to fundamental concepts of the martial path. For commoners, the martial path comprises 6 realms: body, refinement, spirit, gathering, soul, tempering, golden body, spirit, sea, and mind condensation. Why specify for commoners? Chen Qingshan explained, because realms beyond mind condensation bear no relevance to commoners. To reach the mind condensation realm is already to stand among 1 in 10,000 prodigies, true dragons and phoenixes among mortals. He further elaborated on the quality tiers of cultivation techniques: low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier, earth-tier, and heaven-tier. Earth-tier and heaven-tier techniques may as well not exist for us, Chen Qingshan added. Each is treated as a strategic level resource, rigidly monopolized by the imperial court and apex martial sects. Even among their own kin, such techniques are rarely imparted lightly. For ordinary martial cultivators like ourselves, possessing even a single high-tier technique marks profound karmic fortune. The Shen family had once flourished gloriously. Now its fortunes had waned so drastically that only Chen Qingshan remained, and yet he still safeguarded 4 mid-tier techniques, a feat made possible only through ancestral intercession and every favor owed beneath the earth. When a sect declines, its resources inevitably fall prey to stronger powers, rarely preserved intact for descendants. The 4 techniques Chen Qingshan bestowed upon Chen Yi were the External Cultivation Manual, Zhenyang Manual, the Internal Cultivation Manual, Lai Xian Manual, and 2 martial arts, Shen Family Spear and Fenyun Palm. Martial arts serve combat, one a spear technique, the other akin to palm strikes. External cultivation refines Ki-blood, a fact Chen Yi already understood from his prior simulation. Internal cultivation, by contrast, refines spiritual energy. Once a martial cultivator reaches the 9th stage of body refinement, having pushed Ki-blood to its absolute limit, they must cultivate internal energy to condense spiritual energy, thereby breaking through into the next realm, spirit gathering. Chen Qingshan himself was a spirit gathering realm cultivator. In a modest county, such cultivation attainment placed him among the most formidable martial cultivators. Moreover, his position within the demon-slaying bureau was no ordinary one. He served as a squad commander, leading a team of over a dozen demon slayers. Year 2. Age 19. In trait, draw initiated. In draw successful. In long live the afternoon nap. White, you must nap after lunch, otherwise you'll lack vitality for the rest of the day. Adjust trait. Nias no, and you selected no. In having spent a year at your third sister's home, you trained diligently under her husband. Though your cultivation realm did not advance, your mastery of all techniques deepened significantly. You upgraded your external cultivation technique from the low-tier Mangyu Vigor to the mid-tier Zhenyang Manual, accelerating your Ki-blood growth. Though limited by your low-tier innate aptitude, progress remained modest. Shen Family Spear and Fenyun Palm both reached initial proficiency. With these 2 martial arts bolstering your skills, and a year of sparring with your third sister's husband, your practical combat prowess had improved dramatically. Through your brother-in-law's introduction, you participated in the Baiyun County Demon-Slaying Bureau's recruitment examination. Among the candidates, your cultivation realm ranked near the bottom. Yet you possessed the trait, a solemn fist. During matches, opponents consistently found themselves dazed and disoriented by your sudden, perfectly timed strike. You passed the examination and joined the Demon-Slaying Bureau as an official demon slayer, securing stable income. Yet this role carried no formal appointment, functioning more like a contractual position. Only upon attaining the rank of demon-slaying envoy, like Chen Qingshan, would one be inscribed on the imperial roster and granted official status. You joined Chen Qingshan's demon-slaying squad. Daily duties were performed alongside your brother-in-law. During idle moments, you sought his guidance on martial arts, convenient and invaluable. One day, Chen Qingshan received an urgent bureau assignment. A demonic ox had begun terrorizing Huang village east of Baiyun County. The bureau's chief ordered Chen Qingshan to lead the extermination operation. Your squad rode out of the city and arrived at Huang village. Entering the village, you found serene tranquility. Elders and children alike enjoying peaceful contentment, nothing suggesting recent demonic predation. You dispersed to investigate separately. Faintly, you heard a cry for help, and instinctively followed the sound. With a sharp thud, you kicked open the gate of a courtyard. Before you lay villagers' corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground, and the air hung thick with the coppery scent of fresh blood. From a shadowed corner, a black figure lunged. Instinctively, you drew your sword to parry. The assailant possessed immense strength and an unervingly rigid body. Before you could discern its true nature, you were slammed to the ground. Your longsword, whether by coincidence or cruel fate, had embedded itself deep into one of the corpses. At that very moment, heavy footsteps erupted outside the courtyard. Han Sheng, the county magistrate's chief constable, burst in with 20 constables. They entered precisely as you withdrew your blade from the corpse. Daredevil. Chen Yi, you defy the law you swore to uphold, slaughtering 18 souls across 3 households in Huang village. Seize him at once. You stood stunned. Chen Yi murmured, I understand. Within the simulation, Chen Yi, immersed in the chaos, was deeply shaken and slow to react. But the Chen Yi observing from outside, the calmer, detached, analytical observer, had already grasped the truth. This was a trap, originally laid for Shun Qingshan, the very incident referenced earlier as the Shun Qingshan bloodthirsty maniac affair. Yet in this second simulation, Chen Yi existed, a variable unaccounted for in the original design. Thus the snare meant for Shun Qingshan had inadvertently ensnared him instead. The constables clearly arrived prepositioned, ready to arrest whoever entered this courtyard. So perhaps the target matters less than having a scapegoat. Only the county magistrate could command both the chief constable and 20 constables. Something is deeply amiss with the Baiyun county magistrate. Fortunately, this remained only a simulation. Being framed held no real consequence, merely serving as early reconnaissance to avoid future pitfalls. Refusing surrender, you fought back against the constables while insisting you'd committed no murder. Still denying it. We saw it with our own eyes. How could it be false? Han Sheng too was a martial cultivator, spirit-gathering realm like Shin Qingshan. With 20 constables wielding restraining chains at his side, you were swiftly overwhelmed, bound in iron fetters, and captured alive. Shin Qingshan and the demon-slaying squad arrived moments later, and upon seeing the scene intercepted Han Sheng. Chief Constable Han, what does this mean? Why arrest my man? Without explanation today, you will not take him away. Han Sheng met him with icy disdain. Shin Qingshan, your demon's lair has slaughtered innocents and defied martial law. Naturally, I must arrest him. If you obstruct justice, I shall arrest you as well. Shin Qingshan scoffed coldly. Preposterous. I know Chen Yi well. He is upright and disciplined. Why would he suddenly commit mass murder? Han Sheng sneered. Bring him in for interrogation. We'll uncover the truth soon enough. Shin Qingshan, well aware of the horrors lurking within the county Yaman's prison, resolutely refused to let Han Sheng take you away. Shin Qiguan, what in heaven's name are you doing? A stern voice cut through the tension. It belonged to Fong Yuching, chief magistrate of the Baiyun County Demon-Slaying Bureau, and Shin Qingshan's direct superior. His martial cultivation stood unrivaled across Baiyun County, having already reached the soul-refining realm. The moment Fong Yuching appeared, Shin Qingshan knew he would not be able to keep you that day. With no choice but to yield, he watched helplessly as you were led away. Brother-in-law, rest assured, I will not abandon you. I shall appeal directly to the county magistrate and demand justice on your behalf. Brother-in-law, do not trouble yourself over me. You realized with chilling clarity that this was an elaborate trap, and to shield your elder sister's family from collateral ruin, you spoke urgently. Protect elder sister San and my niece. This was merely a simulation. You feared death not at all. At worst, you might lose only a few traits. Inside the Yaman's dungeon, you were bound tightly to an interrogation rack. Before you loomed a grim array of instruments: searing irons, leather whips, nasal-severing blades, foot-amputating axes, spike-studded chairs, wooden donkeys. Chen Yi, I urge you confess truthfully and plead guilty. Otherwise, I plead guilty. Moi. Yes, those murders were mine alone. Every last one. Is the confession already drafted? Hand it over. I'll affix my seal. We're all busy people after all. Silence. Han Sheng stared, utterly dumbfounded. He had rehearsed an arsenal of refined interrogation tactics, hard-won techniques forged through years of coercive interrogations, so terrifying even specters would shudder. He'd even prepared a full suite of memory restoration arts and specialized tools. None could withstand them, no matter how unyielding their will. Yet none were needed. Before a single question left his lips, you'd already confessed. Truly, my own brilliance spares me unnecessary suffering. Even without the hyper-beast pain-dampening trait, pain would still register, just less acutely. And since pleading innocence would inevitably lead to torture until forced confession, why endure the agony? A swift admission spared the flesh. It was plain logic. If protest guaranteed brutal coercion, then surrender was the most efficient path to survival. Han Sheng withdrew the confession scroll and completed the formalities. Chen Yi, do you plead guilty to the Huang village case? Guilty. Do you plead guilty to the burglary and murder in Shiping village? Guilty. Do you plead guilty to the ox slaughter in Guangtian village? Guilty, guilty, guilty. Hurry up. It's just bookkeeping, I understand perfectly. After you pressed your thumbprint, Han Sheng sighed in resignation and returned you to the general cell block. Within days, the Yamen convened court. The portly county magistrate sat aloft upon the dais, performed a perfunctory hearing, and sentenced you to military conscription. Military conscription? You were genuinely surprised. Under normal circumstances, such crimes warranted decapitation, as had befallen Shin Qingshan in your previous simulation. The magistrate, distracted and dismissive, muttered. With hostilities intensifying along the southern border, His Imperial Majesty has graciously decreed that all capital sentences, where extenuating circumstances exist, may be commuted to conscription. You surmised it was your own meticulous ledger balancing for the magistrate that had earned you those extenuating circumstances. On the day of departure, a pair of spirit-forged steel hooks pierced your shoulder blades, sealing your blood chi and suppressing your martial prowess, rendering you incapable of meaningful resistance. Otherwise, escorting a cultivator like you would require several higher-ranked martial artists, an expense the Yamen simply could not afford. Chen Yi and Shin Qingshan arrived with their daughter to see you off. Time to go, no delays. An impatient constable barked. Elder Sister Sin stepped forward with a radiant smile and slipped silver coins into both officers' palms. Gentlemen, perhaps a small cup of warming wine before setting out. It won't delay us a moment. The constables departed, grinning broadly. Don't speak too long. Yes, of course. Watching your elder sister bow and scrape before two petty officials filled you with bitter shame. Shin Qingshan sighed deeply. I am powerless. I failed to save you. Fourth brother, your brother-in-law did all he could. The sentence was reduced to conscription. Chen Yi wept uncontrollably. Only then did you learn your life had been spared thanks to Shin Qingshan's tireless efforts outside the Yamen. This likely exhausted every coin saved by Elder Sister San's household, and even the ancestral wealth Shin Qingshan had inherited. Elder sister, brother-in-law, do not grieve. Conscription may yet prove fortuitous. Should I earn battlefield merit, perhaps I'll return home in glory. Shin Qingshan knew better. In this world of cultivators and martial adepts, battlefield distinction for a low-tier warrior was near impossible. At the 20 mark beyond the city walls, I've stationed 2 trusted men to intercept you. They'll feign bandit attack, knock out the guards, and then you'll... Brother-in-law, there is no need. Fourth brother. The magistrate had issued a dire warning. Should you attempt escape, your entire sister's family would suffer collective punishment. You refused to endanger them. They watched you depart. Elder sister Sin weeping inconsolably, her young daughter waving eagerly, calling out, Uncle, come home soon. Year 3. Age 20. Trait extraction begins. Extraction successful. Photographic memory. Violet, your mind retains every sight, every sound, every sensation, indelibly, flawlessly. Adjust trait. Yes, no. Whoa. Chen Yi's mouth dropped into a perfect O. A violet-tier trait, with a mere 1 probability, had manifested pristine and undeniable. I must be extraordinarily lucky. Then again, it made sense. If a mythic-tier trait with a 0.001 chance could appear, then 1 was practically effortless. Photographic memory was non-negotiable. Relying solely on martial strength to earn battlefield merit demanded peerless combatability. Chen Yi's current level fell far short. But an extraordinary memory that could open doors to strategic roles, intelligence work, perhaps even command. That wretched magistrate. Once I rise to general, I'll return and sever your head myself. You exchanged photographic memory for Dragon and Phoenix play. Gazing at the discarded Dragon and Phoenix play in your trait repository, you felt a pang of regret. You'd never even tested its effects. Baiyun County lay within Bailing Commandery of Qingzhou Province, part of the Great Qian Imperial Dynasty, a realm that unified the Central Plains under its rule, governing 2 capitals and 18 provinces. South of Qingzhou stretched Suzhou Province. At its southernmost frontier stood the Zhenin border garrison, the very destination of your conscription. Across this vast world spanning 2 provinces, your journey took over a year. To the south of the Central Plains lay the Southern Marches, a territory nearly equal in scale. There over 100 fractious principalities waged perpetual war among themselves and frequently raided the Central Plains. The Zhenin border garrison existed precisely to deter and repel such incursions. As a convict conscript, you were assigned to the labor battalion. Unarmed, unarmored, tasked with menial labor, sharpening wooden stakes, erecting tents, cleaning latrines. Your tent mates, dozens of fellow convicts, were hardened soldiers turned lawbreakers, undisciplined, insubordinate, and unrestrained whenever oversight lapsed. Among them, an old veteran named Lao Lu ruled the tent as its de facto leader. Seeing you as the fresh arrival, he resolved to assert dominance immediately. Newcomer, what crime landed you here? Murder. How many? 100 or so. You're not lying. The magistrate has been using you as a scapegoat to balance his books, assigning every unsolved case from the past directly to your name. Old Lu, skeptical at first, casually rummaged through your belongings and pulled out the official court verdict. Brother Chen, you didn't know? Even down south, winters bite hard. These supply officers are a pack of vultures. Each layer schemes off more until what reaches us is little more than ragged cloth stuffed with scraps of cotton. Take this extra quilt. It'll keep you warm tonight. The fellow whose quilt had just been seized wore a woebegone expression. Senior Brother Lu. Senior brother, no more of that. I'm second in command now. You and Ernie share one quilt. Sleeping close keeps you both warm. Ernie blushed faintly and nodded. Well, I suppose I'm fine with that. Watching them, you resolved to sleep lightly that night, not fearing a comrade's dagger in your back, but something far less blade-like. Year 4, age 21. Thanks to the county yaman's official verdict, which cited your slaying of over 100 men, every soldier in the labor battalion knew you were a ruthless man. And when you subtly revealed a trace of martial cultivation, your aura of authority deepened further. Not only did they avoid provoking you, they sometimes even sought your favor. Rations, clothing, and daily essentials piled up faster than you could use them. Though most conscripted soldiers endured harsh conditions, your life felt surprisingly tolerable. If you could simply survive within the camp, quietly cultivate your arts, gradually strengthen your cultivation, and live long enough to draw more traits, this simulation would be deemed a success. As for merit or distinction, you weren't thinking about it yet. This was a cold steel army, how every accolade demanded blood and breath. Still, this was a frontier garrison, facing constant raids from the southern kingdoms. Combat was inevitable. Fortunately, your labor battalion rarely advanced to the front lines, remaining instead within the camp to handle menial tasks. Occasionally during marches, you'd stumble upon enemy forces, or worse, suffer surprise attacks on your own encampment. When such moments came, veterans like Old Lu taught you how to stay alive. Eat spoiled rations to induce diarrhea, and thus avoid battle. Play dead mid-fight, even carving shallow wounds into your own flesh for realism. Wear women's garments. Sometimes enemies spared women, driven by base desires rather than slaughter. You learned much from Old Lu and his ilk, making survival in the barracks feel almost effortless. Year 5, age 22. You had grown fully accustomed to military life. Whenever free time arose, you cultivated in silence. One day, passing the new recruits' camp, you spotted a pockmarked man. Your photographic memory trait allowed you to recall every face you'd ever seen, so you recognized him instantly. You distinctly remembered encountering him roughly a year earlier, during an ambush by southern troops along a march route. He had been a mounted archer in the enemy ranks. A spy? You couldn't be certain. In this feudal age, soldiers flowed like water. Shifting allegiance across borders was neither rare nor shocking. Many enlisted merely for a bowl of rice. If their own side offered none, they turned to the other. Few truly carried patriotic fervor. You chose not to expose him immediately. Instead, you rotated duties constantly among the labor battalion brothers, keeping watch on the pockmarked man without drawing suspicion. Not for glory, but to ensure he wouldn't betray you and get you killed. An enemy assault from beyond the walls could at least be anticipated, but a traitor lurking beside you, striking unseen, was true unpredictability. One nap, one meal, and you might vanish without a trace. That kind of existence was unbearable. After completing basic training, the pockmarked man was assigned to the firearms battalion and promptly volunteered to guard the gunpowder stores. The battalion commander approved. In that instant, you understood his intent. It was a moonless, windswept night. For months, no hostilities had flared. Morale and vigilance alike had eroded. And yet inside the gunpowder magazine, where open flame was strictly forbidden, the pockmarked man strode in, torch in hand, exploiting his position. Haha, this single blast will shatter the Qian army's formation. Without gunpowder, their firearms become useless, and our great Shi Kingdom's war elephant corps shall advance unimpeded. He twisted a fuse by hand, then tossed the torch onto it. After ignition, he fled swiftly, crouching at a distance to await the explosion. Wondering why it hasn't detonated yet. Startled by your voice behind him, he leapt to his feet, only to find himself surrounded by your fellow labor soldiers. Seize this traitor. At your command, Old Lu and the others surged forward, binding the man tightly in moments. Then, escorting their captive, you marched toward the general's command tent. Salute, General. The Frontier Army's commander was Sun Chengyin, a towering figure clad in black iron armor, radiating an aura of indomitable martial power that commanded instinctive awe. I never imagined mere convict laborers like you would actually apprehend a spy. Upon realizing the traitor's objective, you reported it directly to Sun Chengyin. It hadn't been easy. By regulation, labor conscripts weren't permitted audience with the general. Yet Sun Chengyin, perceptive and unbound by petty formalities, summoned you after hearing your commotion outside the tent. He didn't accept your claim outright. Instead, he secretly relocated the gunpowder while leaving the magazine untouched, watching whether the spy would act and testing your truthfulness. Fortunately, the spy struck. Had he not, your false report would have drawn severe punishment under military law. Though you've rendered service, I cannot officially record it as merit. You are all convicts, exiled here for crimes, and according to the Great Qian Code, convicts are ineligible for commendation. Old Lu dropped to his knees instantly. General, many of us were falsely accused back home. Local officials seized land and wealth, twisted justice, and preyed upon ordinary folk who lacked influence or voice. Enough. I am not your county magistrate. I bear no duty to redress your grievances." His voice rose, and the air within the tent grew heavy, stifling. No one dared draw breath. "But do not feel slighted. Though I cannot grant merit, I may bestow reward." With a gesture, his aide stepped forward bearing silver ingots, one for each of you. "Do you accept this reward?" "Free? No, but I seek something else instead." Simulation paused, waiting for Chen Yi to make a choice regarding the process. Is option 3 not explicitly stated, similar to free play, depending on how the story develops? Such options may carry risks. However, Sun Qingjin does not strike me as an unreasonable person, someone who would resort to violence over a mere mistaken word. Choosing this may bring unexpected surprises. You selected 3. When the deputy general approached you with silver ingots, you did not take them. The deputy general frowned. "You, a mere servant, don't want the general's bounty. Could it be you wish to seek justice here?" You displayed a nonchalant attitude. "I have no grievances." Old Lu and the others looked at you with increased admiration. "So you really killed over 100 people? I don't want silver, it's of no use." Sun Qingjin looked at you with a playful smile. "Then what do you want? Do you wish to lead troops?" "I don't understand warfare. Oh, I want pills that can enhance my cultivation." Having spent several years in the military camp, you know that military supplies include not only food and daily necessities, but also cultivation resources. In this world, the elite soldiers in the army are martial artists who cultivate while serving. Providing them with cultivation resources is part of their military salary. Sun Qingjin chuckled lightly. "In 3 stages of body refining, you haven't made much progress in the past 2 years. You must have low-grade bones." "How does the general know I haven't improved in 2 years?" "As a servant martial artist, of course I must pay attention. What if you are a spy?" You know that Sun Qingjin is a martial artist at the concentration realm, and martial artists at this level possess divine sense, allowing them to detect the cultivation levels of others. "Rest assured, General, although I am a criminal, I come from a respectable background, a pure-blood citizen of Deqian. In recent years, I have encountered many traitors. How can you remember a soldier who merely passed by you a year ago among hundreds of others?" Sun Qingjin's gaze turned sharp, as if he would crush your head at the slightest hint of a lie. This question, even the pockmarked face kneeling on the ground wanted to know. He was sent as an undercover agent, carefully selected by higher-ups. With an ordinary face, an orphan, and weak presence, the Qian army would certainly not notice he was from the southern region. Unexpectedly, you were keeping an eye on him the whole time, and nothing was accomplished. "I simply have a good memory." "I don't believe it. Who can remember the trivial detail of how many spoonfuls of porridge were eaten 3 months ago? 19 spoonfuls. Sun Qingjin was taken aback for a moment, then a hint of anger flashed across his brow. "Are you making fun of me? General, feel free to test my memory." Sun Qingjin, being serious-minded, immediately ordered someone to prepare props for a test similar to the strongest brain competition. No matter how he tested you, you could clearly remember all the details and respond fluently. The deputy general was left dumbfounded. Truly a gifted individual. The soldiers in the tent, along with old Lu and others, were also astonished. "Chen Yi is indeed extraordinary." Sun Qingjin said, "Come to my command tent tomorrow and recite word for word everything we just discussed." The deputy general's eyes revealed admiration for Sun Qingjin. Being able to answer the memory questions just now was not unusual. If you can still recite it fluently tomorrow, that would truly be remarkable, and you would not let them down. Eidetic memory is an epic trait. The next day, Sun Qingjin finally believed you were extraordinarily talented, naturally possessing supermemory. Such a talent wasted in the servant camp. However, the current environment in the court is harsh, and jealousy towards the capable is common. As a criminal, going into the officialdom may not lead to a good outcome for you. It would be better to stay in my army as a military advisor. Although I cannot grant you credit, I can exchange all your contributions and efforts for the pills and spirit stones you desire. Sun Qingjin referred to the spirit stones, which are fully named the 5-element spirit stones, including gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Their functions are the same, similar to spirit stones in the cultivation world, allowing martial artists to directly absorb the essence of heaven and earth within them, enhancing their cultivation or replenishing their 3 energies. At the same time, spirit stones are also indispensable for alchemy, refining artifacts, and formation arrays. This item holds significance for a country akin to oil and coal in modern society. It is the most valuable energy resource. You have no objections to this. Having a continuous supply of pills and spirit stones to assist your cultivation brings you great joy. Chen Yi, you possess only low-grade bones. Even with pills and accelerated cultivation, the heights you can reach in this life will be limited. Moreover, the quality of the pills provided by the army is relatively low. Consuming too many is detrimental to the body, and martial artists cannot tolerate excessive pill toxicity. Why are you so obsessed with the path of cultivation? General, everyone has something worth fighting for in their life. Even knowing it is impossible, one must still strive for it. Sun Qingjin seemed touched, patting your shoulder, acknowledging your determination towards martial arts. You also understand that effort will yield rewards can only provide a safety net, ensuring that your efforts do not go unrewarded. It cannot change the fundamental issue of low-grade bones. But fortunately, you do not need to worry about the consequences of pill toxicity, as you will only inherit cultivation and not any toxicity. However, you shouldn't die too quickly. Draw more traits. Who knows, you might get lucky again. In the upcoming simulation, Chen Yi was thriving in the military camp. The eidetic memory trait made him the most sought-after individual in the army. He became like a powerful database capable of memorizing all data and intelligence in the military camp. Moreover, being a clever and capable individual, he could also integrate this data and information. He was like a walking AI. Whenever a problem arose, Sun Qingjin would consult Chen Yi. Everyone saw how much the general trusted Chen Yi and regarded him as an important figure beside the general. In the military camp, Chen Yi was evidently above all yet below none. Even old Lu and the other servants saw their status rise rapidly, with no one daring to provoke them. Those blankets that barely had any cotton would no longer be issued to them. The quartermaster provided them with the best supplies. Over time, everyone came to know Chen Yi's remarkable ability to recall. Not only Sun Qingjin relied on him, but also the quartermaster commander's scouts and others were all dependent on him. Sun Qingjin kept his promises. With Chen Yi contributing so much, but unable to grant him credit, he could only reward him handsomely. Spirit stones, pills, magical artifacts, and wealth flowed in continuously. Unlike other commanders, Sun Qingjin did not reward women. He did not view women as spoils of war. Chen Yi played with spirit stones like walnuts, discarding them casually once their essence was absorbed. Pills that enhanced cultivation and speed were chewed like snacks. Magical artifacts were distributed as toys, leading many to call him foster father and offer their services. Wow, this recruitment feels really good. Ew, I might want to join too. I also possess eidetic memory. This simulation was so impressive that even the real-life counterpart felt envious. The badminton expert by your right arm is twice as strong as your left, and its circumference is the same. If you are left-handed, then it's the opposite. Should we adjust the terms? Yes, no. This white term is quite useful. Combined with serious punch, it equates to delivering 20 times the normal punching power. However, Chen Yi took a glance at the terms he was currently carrying, and it seemed none could be replaced. The simulator must be equipped, otherwise the simulation would stop. The low-level root bone must be equipped, otherwise cultivation is impossible. Photographic memory is this round's MVP and cannot be removed. Serious punch ensures combat strength. The only term that can be replaced is efforts will be rewarded, but compared to badminton expert Chen, he still hopes the former continues to play its role, albeit not significantly. In the blink of an eye, you have spent another 10 years in the military. With the help of a massive amount of pills and crystals, your cultivation has skyrocketed compared to before, reaching the peak of the 9th stage of body refinement, just a step away from spirit gathering. However, this step has yet to be taken even after 2 years. Sun Qingjin mentioned a pill called Spirit Gathering Pill, which can help someone with poor root bones like you break through to the spirit gathering realm. You estimate it is something akin to a foundation establishment pill in the realm of cultivation. However, these 2 years have seen continuous warfare, with large-scale wars initiated by the Southern Dashur nation one after another, and the border troops in Suzhou are busy fighting. Sun Qingjin casually found a reason and applied to the military supplies office for the spirit gathering pill, but it has yet to be delivered. It may have been sent, but due to the chaos at the border, it's unclear where it went. Now you have no time to consider breaking through your realm. In Suzhou at Yin Pass, Sun Qingjin and his remaining 20,000 border troops find themselves surrounded by the Dashur nation's giant army. This is a small fortress city, high walls and deep rivers, easy to defend, but hard to attack. However, it is not very large, and the number of civilians in the city is few. There is a large granary here with enough food to sustain them for over 6 months. In the general's mansion, numerous generals are dressed in armor gathered around a sand table discussing the battle situation. As the soul of the army, you are certainly present here. General, those southern barbarians are shouting outside the city, urging me to battle. Many of the military generals are hot-tempered and cannot tolerate it. Sun Qingjin remains calm and composed. If you want to go alone, or I won't stop you, but don't take the brothers with you. No, general, it's not like that. The Dashur elephant army, wielding 15-meter-long spiritual weapons and riding 6-meter-tall giant elephants, may only have a few hundred cavalry, but they can charge against our tens of thousands of infantry. Haven't our soldiers suffered enough losses at their hands? With Sun Qingjin's cultivation, he is not afraid of these elephant soldiers. However, he cannot single-handedly engage in battle. In addition to the elephant army, there are also thousands of conventional troops and high-level martial artists in the mix, which won't give Sun Qingjin the chance to rampage. You express the phenomenon you have observed. In recent days, the elephant soldiers wandering below the city walls have decreased. Even when they come to insult us, those giant elephants appear somewhat listless. I suspect these exotic beasts may not be able to adapt to the climate of the Central Plains and have fallen ill. Sun Qingjin nods. But we must also be wary that this could be a trap to lure us out. The Dashur army has now deeply penetrated into our Suzhou territory, and their logistics line is very long. As long as we hold our ground, they will eventually have to retreat. Just as you are discussing military affairs, a soldier suddenly bursts in. Report. An envoy from the court has arrived, issuing a golden edict commanding Suzhou border troops leader Sun Qingjin to immediately exit the city and confront the Dashur army to recover lost territory. The soldier presents a crimson token inscribed with Imperial Order no entry into the barracks. Sun Qingjin sighs and accepts it. This is already the 10th golden edict urging us to battle. The vice commander is indignant. What's going on with the emperor? All he knows is to urge us to fight, yet not a single reinforcement has been seen. Sun Qingjin looks out towards the gray sky beyond the mansion. With treacherous officials in power obscuring the emperor's hearing, the emperor probably thinks that Suzhou has lost over a dozen cities because we border troops are cowardly, deliberately letting them fall. The brave men present speak frankly. Foolish monarch. You find it secretly satisfying, but also admire this group of military generals for their bravery. Sun Qingjin once again refuses to obey the edict. He finds himself in a dilemma. To be a loyal minister, yet unable to watch his subordinates go to their deaths. Despite being a powerful warrior in the prime of his life, white strands of hair have begun to appear. Sun Qingjin's dilemma finally came to an end 2 months later when the imperial envoy arrived at Yin Pass. Upon hearing that the imperial envoy was there to urge Sun Qingjin to go out and battle the surrounding enemy troops, immediately carried him in on a grand sedan chair, even providing him with luxurious food and clothing. A group of uncivilized barbarians suddenly began to emphasize etiquette. After the imperial envoy entered the pass, the garrison knew why he was there and did not welcome him at all, berating the envoy, saying, "Our own people are less courteous than outsiders." The imperial envoy read out the imperial decree commanding Sun Qingjin that if he did not go to war again, he would be charged and executed. With matters having reached this point, Sun Qingjin has no alternative. As night fell in the study, Sun Qingjin's vice commander and several trusted aides were called in. Tomorrow, open the south gate. I will personally lead my troops to battle. The Dashur army is offering a bounty for my head. As long as I appear, the enemy will surely come rushing in. At that time, the remaining soldiers will disguise themselves as civilians and leave through the north gate with the citizens inside the pass. The vice commander shouted on the spot, "General, the emperor forces you to go to your death. Why remain loyal to him?" "Rebel." Other trusted generals echoed. "Rebel. General, you are 100 times more brilliant than that dog emperor. Why can't you take the throne?" The wheel of fortune turns. We vow to follow the general to the death. You watch silently from the side, not speaking. Usually these generals would curse the court officials, and the emperor and Sun Qingjin would stop them. This time, however, he said nothing. Sun Qingjin looks at you. "Chen Sanjuan, why aren't you speaking?" You give a bitter smile. "Because I know the general's character. He would rather die than be a rebel." You are even more aware that in this world the difficulty of rebellion is akin to hell. This is a world of martial artists, and without control of top martial forces one cannot succeed. And the top martial forces are precisely the De Qian royal family. You add, "But general, even without rebelling there is no need to knowingly go to battle to die. There are other paths to take, like dealing with the envoy." No need to say more, my mind is made up. In the dead of night your mind is filled with countless thoughts, making it hard to fall asleep. You gaze at the moon, this vast world feeling so real. But this is merely a simulation. Sun Qingjin is a person you admire. He commands his troops with strict discipline. Military law is as unyielding as iron. While his soldiers might include some ruffians like Lao Lu, they only dare to act tough within the barracks. Anyone who harms the common people is met with Sun Qingjin's relentless blade without exception. He is a master of military strategy, using his forces as if guided by divine intervention. Over 10 years, with a sacrifice of 80,000 men, he has held back the million-strong army of the Dashur nation without relying on reinforcements, decapitating over 300,000 foes. As for losing cities, that was because he is human, not a god. Without strategic depth, 10,000 soldiers facing the enemy head-in would have long since perished. Tomorrow marks the moment this heroic general will meet his end, and tonight you cannot find peace. While wandering around, you arrive at the military camp near the south gate. When soldiers see you, they all salute. In their eyes, you are also a legendary figure. Everyone is curious about how your mind works and how you can remember so much. Even Sun Qingjin could not remember the names of 100,000 men, but you can. "Liergo, have you eaten?" Great. There's still wine to drink tonight." "Zhao Taidan, has your arrow wound healed a bit?" "If it hasn't healed, don't drink." As you walk, you see a group of soldiers gathered around a large bonfire riding on a few tables. Upon closer inspection, they are Sun Qingjin's personal guards. These men possess high martial arts cultivation all above the golden body realm. This is truly a rare sight. You rough men, not drinking and sleeping in the middle of the night, are actually writing. The guards explain upon seeing you approach. They are not practicing writing, they are copying their family's martial arts techniques. In your extraordinary memory, you have the records of these guards' histories. You know that either they have no descendants at home, or their descendants lack the aptitude. Thus, to prevent their family techniques from being lost after their demise, they decided tonight that each of them would copy their techniques to carry with them. In tomorrow's battle, as long as one person survives, they will be responsible for passing on the techniques of the others. Though family techniques are not to be passed outside, we brothers in battle are closer than blood brothers. Learning and inheriting from each other is not a problem at all. You walk over. Out of a martial artist's professional ethics, you do not look at their techniques, but you think of something. Actually, why go through all this trouble? And what if none of you survive? Then all this copying tonight would be for nothing. The guards look at each other, their expressions filled with helplessness. They know that tomorrow going into battle with Sun Qingjin would be a bait and death is almost certain. How about this? I will help you memorize these techniques, and if I survive, I will open a martial arts school to promote your family's techniques. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realizes, oh, how could we forget about Chen Kanjin's incredible memory? He can remember just from a glance. After receiving the permission of these men, it didn't take long for you to memorize all their techniques. Shen Qingshan was right. It is a profound opportunity for ordinary martial artists to possess high-level techniques. There are about 30 or 40 volumes of techniques here, covering external techniques, internal techniques, mental arts, and martial studies, yet there are only 2 mid-level ones. The rest are all low-level. I have memorized them all, I will not let you down. You clasp your fists and salute, bowing deeply. The next day, the south gate swings open and Sun Qingjin, clad in general's armor, wields a 2-meter spear riding a fiery red steed with 800 personal guards behind him. Bandits, I Sun Qingjin am here. If you wish to fight, then fight, but do not harm a single civilian in my city. Sun Qingjin leads his troops out of the city, charging into the enemy ranks, unstoppable. He is a martial artist at the condensing spirit realm, and even facing thousands of soldiers, he slaughters them without hesitation. But soon several opponents of the same caliber emerge from the enemy ranks. The clash of martial arts creates a powerful aftershock, and others cannot approach at all. Sun Qingjin's personal guards are valiant and unmatched in bravery. They break through the enemy forces, disrupting their siege formations, forcing the opposing army to gather all their soldiers, temporarily interrupting Sun Qingjin's offensive. Taking advantage of the north gate's weak defense, 20,000 soldiers remove their armor, don common clothes, mix in with the civilians, and depart through the north gate as per Sun Qingjin's orders. After exiting the city, a soldier asks you, Chen Qingjin, we have already left the city, what's the next step? The soldiers do not yet know that Sun Qingjin's order to leave the city was simply for survival with no further plans. Your silence with the officers quickly makes them realize. Good. I ergo have lived my life to have a general cover my back. No one will believe it if I go back home, so I won't go back. If the general does not leave, we will not leave. Brothers, grab your weapons. The civilians continue to flee, but the soldiers choose to turn back. Even when the leaders scold them and even draw their swords of authority, no one listens. In the end, those leaders also rush back into battle. The border army of Suzhou, life and death together. Their fervor ignites you as well. Damn it, it's just a few missing entries. I am completely burned out. Just as you were about to charge into the battlefield, 2 individuals lifted you up, one on each side. You recognize them as Sun Qingjin's aides. What are you 2 doing? The general has ordered. If you recklessly attempt to join the battle, we will forcibly take you away. No, let me go. General, I can't leave. I want to share life and death with the border army. These 2 aides, both at the gathering spirit realm, easily carry you away. Just as your fervor ignites, they extinguish it. Unexpectedly, the Dashur army had set an ambush to the north. As fleeing civilians pass by, a large number of enemies surge out, indiscriminately slaughtering. The border army in the rear quickly sends some troops to provide support and protect the civilians. Unfortunately, an enemy squad of fierce elephants is also present, and the border army cannot resist heat, leading to a surge in casualties. The 2 aides sacrifice themselves while protecting you. You, small in stature, flee chaotically across the battlefield. At this moment, you are no longer filled with fervor, only wanting to survive. Arrows fly, swords clash, and giant elephants roar. What to do? You feel you could die at any moment. Chen Lauda, come over quickly. You hear Lao Liu's voice. Looking in the direction of the voice, you see him crawling into the flower of a dead giant elephant. This Coming quickly. It's spacious inside. You definitely won't be discovered. You held your nose and dove and determined to survive. Oh no. Outside, Chen Yi couldn't help but pinch his nose. Oh me, you are suffering again. Year 16, 33 years old. Extracting skill. Extraction successful. Spider sense green when danger approaches, your hair stands on end, and you get goosebumps. Would you like to adjust the skill? Yes, no. This is quite useful. Chen Yi thought for a moment. He was stuck at the peak of body refinement, and even with continuous training, it would be difficult to break through to the gathering spirit realm on his own. It would be better to replace hard work will yield results with spider sense to enhance his survival ability. You replaced hard work will yield results with spider sense. Thanks to spider sense, you and old Lu managed to avoid danger on the battlefield. In this battle, the border army of Suzhou was utterly annihilated and not a single citizen of Yanpass survived. After Sun Qingjin fell, there were no more obstacles for the Dashur army, which marched straight through, capturing 31 cities in Suzhou and completely occupying a province. Ironically, the court still believed that Sun Qingjin's border army had failed to hold back the enemy, allowing the small southern barbarian tribes to occupy a province in the Central Plains. After learning this, old Lu told you that you must go into hiding. Although the border army was completely wiped out, what you gained was not fame, but infamy, meaning you were now in deeper trouble. Old Lu was just a small fry, and not many would remember him. But you were too famous within the border army, and if the court learned you were still alive, they would surely capture you. In a feudal society, going into hiding is not difficult, just changing your name will do. Chen Lada, where do you plan to go? I want to find a sect to join to see if I can be accepted as an older disciple and then be rewarded with a gathering spirit pill. You heard from Sun Qingjin that the martial arts sects on the continent do not participate in wars or politics, so your status as a criminal should not significantly affect your chances of joining a sect. Are you still thinking about breaking through to the gathering spirit realm? Not to discourage you, but this depends on luck. Some people with lower grade bones break through without pressure, while others never do in their entire lives. It's better to not waste your energy on this. Look at me, or I've been stuck at the 9th stage of body refinement for many years with no hope. You shook your head slightly, your gaze resolute. Year 17, 34 years old. While searching for martial arts sects, you took a detour to old Liu's hometown. Upon seeing the ruined house of his family, old Lu learned that as the only able-bodied member of the family, shortly after he was conscripted, his parents were killed and his sister was sold to a brothel, dying not long after. That day, the usually carefree old Lu disappeared for 3 days. You knew he was very sad, so you didn't disturb him and quietly gathered some news in a nearby town. In a tea house, you overheard some scholars discussing the foolish emperor of Deqian, who still believed that Sun Qingjin was not dead and was hiding somewhere to avoid the war. To this end, he issued a nationwide search warrant to capture a dead man. Moreover, ever since Dashur captured Suzhou, the southern nations have begun to rise in rebellion. They all think, if Dashur can do it, so can I, eager to claim a share of the bountiful resources of the Central Plains. Not only the southern regions, but also the 3 major dynasties of Xiliang and various northern tribes were all stirring, ready to hunt in the Central Plains. The eastern wilderness was quiet because there were no nations there, just deep mountains and forests, high mountains and deep waters. The emperor of Deqian saw that the situation was dire. Though Deqian is a unified empire, it cannot withstand battles on 3 fronts simultaneously. Especially after General Sun Qingjin's death, the resentment within the army was immense. They have reached a point where they refuse to leave the barracks without their full pay. Thus, the court decided to marry the beautiful and renowned 100 Flowers princess of the royal family to the king of Dashur and to cede some land in Suzhou. Using marriage and land cession to appease the madman leading the charge of Dashur to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control, they actually ceded land and married off a princess. They have truly disgraced our ancestors. You saw some people in the tea house angrily smashing their cups when this topic came up. Smash it well. Tea is on the house. The tea house owner was also a man of character. Any customer who smashed their cup in anger over the court's loss of power and national disgrace would be exempt from payment. That day, the sound of smashing cups echoed throughout the tea house. You sighed to Qian, just like these shattered cups is ruined. At this time of national turmoil, where will you go? 1. Gather the righteous to rise up. With your super memory, you can certainly achieve great things. 2. Continue to search for martial arts sects traveling far and wide. 3. Find a place to farm and settle down, living until old age. As mentioned earlier, in this world, rebellion is destined to fail, especially for someone like me, a small fry, so option 1 cannot be chosen. Chen Yi's gaze shifted to options 2 and 3. Choosing option 3 is relatively stable with a greater chance of living longer, but option 2 might provide an opportunity to obtain a gathering spirit pill. Although Chen Yi did not believe he would never break through to the gathering spirit realm. But being able to break through faster is certainly a good thing, as it will help accumulate more cultivation for the next realm. Without a spirit of adventure, how can one succeed? Choosing option 2. You chose option 2. You suddenly realized that you seemed to be in the twilight of a powerful dynasty, which is why you could witness such absurd occurrences. Sun Qingjin's death had completely disillusioned you with the court. They even owe you a gathering spirit pill. Hence you no longer care where Qian is headed. From now on you only wish to live a little longer, extract more skills, and find a martial arts sect willing to take you in and give you a gathering spirit pill. Old Lu, who had disappeared for 3 days, returned, and from that day on his hair began to turn white. Chenlada, I have no home or family anymore. Can I follow you from now on? When you escaped from Yin Pass, you had brought quite a bit of silver. For people like Old Lu, who were low-ranking soldiers, they had no savings at all. If he didn't follow you, eating would be a problem. You two had a long-standing camaraderie in the military, and you certainly didn't mind taking him along. All right. You and Old Lu continued on your way, visiting martial arts sects throughout the Central Plains. There are many sects in various regions, and for the well-known large sects, you could easily find out where they are. However, such sects definitely would not accept someone like you, a 30-something, who hadn't even reached the gathering spirit realm. What you need to find are those small to medium-sized entrepreneurial sects. They require manpower and have some resources. 18th year. 35 years old. You have visited several minor sects only to be turned away at every gate. Sigh. Rejected again. How utterly rude. You brush dust from your robes and rub the bruises on your face before descending the mountain, disheveled and grimy. At the mountain's foot lies a village, and the moment you draw near, a thick coppery stench of blood assaults your senses. Inside the village, every soul has been slaughtered. Bodies lie strewn across the ground in grotesque disarray. How could this happen again? Just yesterday we rested here. Everyone was alive and well. This is the 4th time this year you have stumbled upon a massacred village. It is as though a professional killing syndicate shadows your every step. Wherever you go, slaughter follows. Yet strangely, your spider sense remains utterly silent, neither when the villagers were still breathing, nor after they lay dead. Lao Lu nervously tugs at your sleeve. Senior Chen, let's leave, quickly. What if the killer is still nearby? Let's go. These people, fate dealt them cruelly. Your own kin were slaughtered by a mysterious band during the massacre of Luoding village. Gazing upon these corpses, memory pierces deep. You feel their agony as your own. Could the perpetrators of Luoding village's annihilation be the very same ones behind this year's string of massacres? 23rd year. 40 years old. You have not abandoned your quest to find a master. Yet with each passing year, the likelihood of any sect accepting you dwindles. The long-delayed consequences of over-displaying pills in the military camp have now surfaced. Poisonous residue from those pills festers within you, eroding your vital qi, leaving you racked with persistent coughs. Only relentless cultivation can stave off the steady decline of your blood vitality. Today you and Lao Lu arrive once more at a sect. Lingfeng Pavilion lies in Sanjiang Commandery, Qingzhou Province. Bailing Commandery, where Baiyun County resides, also falls within Qingzhou. Cough, cough. Lao Lu, if this fails too, I think I'll return home to rest. This region isn't far from Baiyun County. I've saved enough to open a martial academy, and finally fulfill the duty entrusted to me by the general's elite guards. Cough, cough. Years of wandering east and west. I'm truly exhausted. Lao Lu's hair has turned completely white. Though only 55, he appears ancient, like a man of 70 or 80. Senior Chen, wherever you go, I follow. If you open a martial academy, I'll sweep its floors. Ha ha ha. His laughter cuts short. Your expression freezes. Lingfeng Pavilion's gates stand wide open, silent, hollow. From within drifts that alto familiar scent of blood. A closer look reveals every disciple lies dead. Their wounds mirror those of the slaughtered villagers, jagged, brutal, as if torn by feral beasts, and terror still contorts their faces. How could this be? Villagers are ordinary mortals, slaughtering them demands little skill. But Lingfeng Pavilion, though no grand power, is a renowned martial sect within Sanjiang Commandery. Though it lacks golden body realm cultivators, it boasts numerous soul, tempering, and spirit-gathering realm practitioners. And yet, it too has been annihilated. You scan the eerie stillness of the surrounding mountains, sensing boundless slaughter coiled just beneath the silence. Is it mere coincidence that massacre trails your footsteps wherever you go? Then why does your spider sense remain inert? Does a single serial killer stalking you truly fail to trigger it? What kind of underwhelming, laughably rare trait is this? Senior Chen, come quickly. Look, is this a spirit-gathering pill? At the words, your eyes flare with sudden light. Even weakened by pill toxicity, your spine straightens with electric urgency. Lao Lu bursts from a chamber, breathless with excitement, cradling a small porcelain vial containing 2 azure pills. You recall Sun Qingyin's description of the spirit-gathering pill. The appearance, the aroma, exactly matches. Yes, these are spirit-gathering pills. Lao Lu beams with unrestrained joy. Wonderful. One for you, one for me. Never imagined I'd reach the spirit-gathering realm in this lifetime. Lao Lu is also a martial artist, but possesses only low-tier innate talent stuck at the 9th stage of body forging, unable to break through. All these years of hardship, this was the sole purpose. Now corpses littering the floor mean nothing. You crave only one thing: to swallow the pill and shatter your limit. As you ingest the spirit-gathering pill, you immediately enter meditation. Shen Qingshan's inner cultivation art, the Blazing Heart Manual, finally finds its true calling. Body forging realm cultivators refine vital blood energy, storing it within the dantian to nourish and fortify the physical form, steadily enhancing corporeal strength. Spirit-gathering realm cultivation, by contrast, employs inner arts to condense ambient essence into spiritual energy, channeling it into the body's meridians. With 12 primary meridians, the spirit-gathering realm comprises 12 layers. Each completed meridian, fully infused with spiritual energy, marks one layer's attainment. Under the pill's influence, your sensitivity to ambient essence becomes acutely heightened. The spirit crystals acquired in the military camp, you still carry some, were preserved for precisely this moment. Clutching them in both hands, you draw forth their refined essence, dramatically accelerating your spirit gathering. Outside the simulation, Chen Yi watches the cascading lines of simulated text with bated breath. It looks like breakthrough is imminent. Once the spirit-gathering realm is attained within the simulation, his real-world self will ascend to it as well. The modest Haishi gang's strongest leader barely reaches the 9th stage of body forging. A spirit-gathering realm cultivator would wield overwhelming dimensional superiority against them. Then Chen Yi could come and go as he pleased, even enter and exit 7 times without hindrance. Haishi gang, your doom approaches. Ha ha ha. As the pill's potency gradually unfolds, the first thread of spiritual energy begins to stir within your body. Success. You have successfully ascended to the spirit-gathering realm. High-quality trait acquisition probability increases, and maximum keepable traits rise by 2. Elation ebbs, replaced by cold clarity, and then a chilling realization. Lao Lu, how did you recognize the spirit-gathering pill? Lao Lu remains motionless, eyes closed in meditation, as if he heard nothing. Lao Lu, I never described the spirit-gathering pill to you. Did someone in the military tell you? Lao Lu opens his eyes. In that instant, your spider sense shrieks, a violent, deafening alarm. Every hair on your body stands erect, goose flesh erupts across your skin. You stumble backward. A faint, inscrutable smile curls Lao Lu's lips. I don't recognize the spirit-gathering pill, but I can ask them. He glances toward the sea of corpses strewn across the pavilion floor. Understanding crashes over you like thunder. You slaughtered Lingfeng Pavilion. And you slaughtered every village we passed. Indeed. No, that's impossible. You lack such power. I did not, until 6 years ago when I obtained this. A strange black mist began to seep from Lao Lu's body. As he raised his hand, a flag billowing with black smoke flew out from within him, expanding in the wind to become several meters tall. You recognized it immediately as the 10,000 Souls flag. Because in the first simulation during the same year when you were 40, there was a demonic warrior wielding the 10,000 Souls flag who rampaged through Baiyun County, killing many and even causing the death of your daughter. Oh, Big Brother Chen, you recognize this treasure too. Truly a remarkable item, its reputation precedes it. The murderous man following you on this journey was none other than Lao Lu. No wonder he often disappeared for periods of time. You had your suspicions about him. But Lao Lu had only shown his strength at the refining body stage in front of you, and he had never revealed the 10,000 Souls flag, making it hard for you to associate him with the villain who could slaughter a village. You carefully recalled the memories from the first simulation and realized you never actually saw the true face of that demonic warrior. Perhaps it was indeed the same person, but it could also be another person who stumbled upon the 10,000 Souls flag. Cough, cough. Those villagers. They welcomed us so warmly, and those children. How could you bring yourself to harm them? Lao Lu was indifferent. As long as I can nourish the 10,000 Souls flag, it will in turn strengthen my cultivation. With my poor aptitude, I have reached the soul tempering stage in just 6 short years. How could I have achieved this through normal cultivation? This truly is a wonderful treasure. His eyes were filled with a bizarre obsession. Don't be foolish. Look at your hair. Look at your sunken cheeks. It's not nourishing you, it's using you. This is an evil artifact. Get rid of it. Lao Lu had aged rapidly over the past 6 years. Previously, you thought it was a relapse from his military ailments, but now it seemed the 10,000 Souls flag was draining his life force. Suddenly, Lao Lu's face twisted into a grimace. His voice became harsh, as if hundreds of souls were caught in his throat. So what if it is? Does becoming stronger not require a price? Lao Lu, are you still Lao Lu? You are truly terrifying. That's right. Only by instilling fear in others can one avoid being bullied. What kind of broken world is this? A broken world. A broken world. I abide by the law, yet those in power frame me and send me to the military. My family is kind and honest, yet they were devoured by those evil villagers. What about the general's son, Chen Yi, whom you admire? Was he not forced to death? Why do you care about the lives of those villagers? Living on yourself? Becoming stronger. That is the natural order, the only path to supremacy. At this moment, Lao Lu seemed like a completely different person. As he spoke, he stepped closer to you. Although you had just broken through to the gathering spirit stage, Lao Lu was already at the soul tempering stage, and with the deadly weapon, the 10,000 souls flag, killing you would be as easy as pie. Come on, Chen. I won't harm you. Whether in the military camp or after escaping from Yingguan, you have helped me many times. I am a person who appreciates kindness. Let us share this great treasure, shall we? Lao Lu was enveloped in demonic energy, his eyes gleaming with a green light. He was even more terrifying than the ghostly faces flickering on the flag. The spider sense was crazily jumping. You knew he was lying to you, most likely because Lao Lu was about to die and the 10,000 souls flag wanted to find the next victim. At this moment, Lao Lu was likely already completely controlled by the evil artifact. Lao Lu, go ahead and lose your mind. I still want to live a few more years. Your hand reached into your sleeve pocket, pulling out a red iron pill. This was one of the many spiritual artifacts gifted to you by Sun Qing'an, known as the Smoke Escape Pearl. You smashed the Smoke Escape Pearl onto the ground, and a thick cloud of smoke quickly enveloped the entire Lingfeng Pavilion, while a gentle wind flew out from the pearl to support your feet, greatly enhancing your running speed. Taking advantage of the smoke obscuring Lao Liu's vision, you dashed away at full speed. Huh? Do you think you can escape, eh? Lao Lu no longer pretended, brandishing the 10,000 souls flag, commanding the souls within to track you through the smoke. Those formless monsters clung to you, and you immediately felt an overwhelming heaviness, as if your eyelids were too heavy to lift. Xingyang Technique, 3 Yang's Opening. The Xingyang technique from the Shen family was an outer yang technique that could to some extent disperse the evil spirits. However, you were still bound to face calamity. As soon as the 10,000 souls flag unfurled, the surrounding smoke was instantly absorbed completely. Chen Yi, you can't escape. Lao Lu, whose expression was terrifying, was sticking out his tongue, eyes wide, and rushing towards you with a grim face. Before he arrived, the evil spirits came first. You were submerged by countless evil spirits, your body in excruciating pain as your life force rapidly drained away. It seems this is where it ends. Suddenly, shadows emerged around Lingfeng Pavilion. Sword lights slashed through the air, forcing Lao Lu back and also dispelling the evil spirits on you. Bold demon, do not harm others any further. The 18 sects of Sanjiang County will act on behalf of heaven today to exterminate you, the demon. Fellow Taoists, we must destroy this 10,000 souls flag and prevent it from harming humanity further. It seemed that Lao Lu made a mistake while slaughtering in Lingfeng Pavilion. The people of Lingfeng Pavilion sent out a distress signal. The 18 sects of Sanjiang County gathered to join forces to eliminate Lao Lu, who wielded the 10,000 souls flag. This is the consequence of dabbling in demonic paths. Everyone sought to eradicate him. Lao Lu snorted coldly. With this great treasure, do you think you insignificant characters can take me down? The first wave of warriors arrived, numbering 30 to 50, and launched a ruthless attack on Lao Lu. Lao Lu was completely corrupted, a demonic mark appearing on his face. Kill! 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 From the 10,000 souls flag, the spirits rushed out, wailing and releasing mental attacks, clinging to people and weakening them. Some spirits could even directly attack the physical body. The demonic energy surged. Under the siege of dozens of people, Lao Lu was still able to resist. Until 3 warriors shining with golden light joined the battle, Lao Lu turned and fled. These 3 were at the golden body stage. The gap between golden body stage warriors and soul tempering stage warriors is far greater than that between soul tempering and gathering spirit stages. Lao Lu was well aware of this, hence he fled rapidly. Chase, we must not let him escape. You narrowly escaped with your life. But Lao Liu's previous attack had severely drained your energy, and now even breathing felt exhausting. In your dazed state, you heard voices around you. There's still a survivor. He was directly drained of energy by the 10,000 souls flag. He won't survive. Let's hurry and pursue the demon. Oh, it's the benefactor. Master, let me take care of him. Do as you wish. In your hazy state, you saw a round face, then you fell into unconsciousness. In the days that followed, you drifted through a haze. At times you were awake, and at others you were unconscious. You knew someone was caring for you, yet you could never quite see who they were. The malevolent spirits within the 10,000 souls banner drained a significant amount of your life energy, bringing you to the brink of death. Several times I considered ending your suffering, but under someone's care you managed to pull through. In the 24th year at the age of 41, you replaced hard work yields rewards with spider sense. You finally regained your vitality and were able to awaken normally. You found yourself residing in a wooden cabin nestled in the woods surrounded by picturesque mountains and rivers with fresh, invigorating air. You heard a woman's voice. It must be her, the one who had been taking care of you, pulling you back from the gates of Yama several times. Even the most devoted of children often abandon their infirm parents, yet she has cared for you for so long. Surely, she is a benefactor. Benefactor, please accept. Su Linglong. You were stunned. Turning around, you found it was indeed that bandit Su Linglong. She looked a bit thinner, but her presence remained imposing. Wonderful benefactor, you're awake. You've finally woken up. Su Linglong exclaimed, joyfully bouncing around, causing the entire cabin to shake. Worried that the house might collapse, you quickly urged her to stop jumping. Wait, how is it you? And why do you call me benefactor? Isn't that the other way around? Su Linglong began recounting her experiences over the years. Back when she was a bandit in Baiyun County, she happened to cross paths with you. For some reason you knew her name, and even reminded her to be wary of the second-in-command of the Flying Tiger Gang. Indeed, she discovered that the second-in-command was in collusion with the authorities. Unfortunately, her father Su, who was too stubborn. Even when Su Linglong warned him, he refused to believe that the second-in-command would betray the gang. With no other choice, when the soldiers came to raid the mountain, Su Linglong, being cautious, had to escape on her own. Eventually, she made her way to Sanjiang County, where a local sect discovered her mid-tier aptitude and took her in as a disciple. It was a year ago, while dealing with a demon alongside her sect's elders, that she encountered you. If it weren't for your warning about the second-in-command back, then I might have perished in that raid. It's a pity. My stubborn father didn't believe me. Every person has their fate. Every person has their fate. Benefactor, actually, I haven't married all these years. How awkward. You noticed that Su Linglong's gaze towards you had softened. If you were too cold to her, wouldn't that be ungrateful to your lifesaver? Suddenly an idea struck you. Linglong, you see, I was conscripted in my early years and consumed too many pills in the army within me. Cough, cough. The pill poison has accumulated too much. Coupled with this time being harmed by the souls within the 10,000 souls banner. Cough, cough. I am lacking in yang energy. What do you mean? I am unable. You saw Su Linglong's expression suddenly clear up. She who could marry 6 husbands when she was a bandit surely could not accept a 7th husband who is incapable. Now that benefactor has recovered, I consider this a repayment of my gratitude. What are your plans for the future? Your recent words, except for the part about not being capable, which was a ruse, were not lies regarding your frail condition. What path should you take now? 1. Find a small town, open a martial arts school, and fulfill the wishes of your fallen comrades. 2. Continue to travel around seeking opportunities. 3. Go find old Lu and take back the 10,000 souls banner. This treasure belongs to me. Kikik. Chen Yi reflected. In the simulation, Chen Yi felt speechless at encountering Su Linglong. In reality, he didn't want to become too entangled with her. Looking at the options available, Chen Yi chose 1. In the simulation, he had previously mentioned wanting to fulfill his comrades' wishes. Moreover, with the pill poison and the 10,000 souls banner, his body had indeed deteriorated significantly. Is my luggage still there? Of course, I haven't touched anything belonging to you, benefactor. There are several spirit tools inside. If you like, I can give you some. No need, I'm currently at the Qingtang sect and don't lack these. Since my luggage is still here, I want to find a small town to settle down, recuperate, and then open a martial arts school to take in a few disciples and earn some money to support myself. Great. Benefactor, I'll help you. With my title as a disciple of the Qingtang sect, it will be very convenient. Thank you very much. You didn't pick a specific location and settled in the nearest Mythic town. You had money and soon took care of the venue and equipment. As for recruitment, Su Linglong used her standing as a Qingtang sect disciple to claim that you were a master trainer from the sect and that you had a long-standing collaboration with them, teaching very professionally. She successfully convinced a large number of youths to enroll. You named your martial arts school Chen Yi Martial Arts School. After all, the teaching material you planned to use came from the personal guards of Sun Qing'an, making this name quite fitting. In the 27th year at the age of 44, Mythic town was a small place with only your martial arts school, thus there was no pressure of competition. Regardless of their aptitude, as long as they were willing to pay for enrollment, you accepted them. Those without aptitude trained in martial arts for health, while those with aptitude you taught them techniques to guide them into the martial path. In your school, they wouldn't achieve high accomplishments. After basic martial training, you would recommend them to the Qingtang sect to see if they would take them in. Through this continual process, you truly became a valuable partner to the Qingtang sect, sending them quite a few promising disciples. After 3 years, the business of the martial arts school thrived with many apprentices. You now comfortably played the role of a boss, occasionally guiding training, while the usual teaching duties were handed over to the hired martial instructors. Most of the time, you focused on nurturing your health, hoping to adjust your body to extend your life. This year's attributes are useless white ones. The probability has increased, but my luck hasn't. Huh. One day you saw two filthy beggars on the street, and upon closer inspection, one of the chubby beggars with his eyes out of sync was clearly Chen. You rushed over in 3 quick steps, standing in front of Chen. Chen. Ego. Oh, Ego. Are you begging here too? Come, let me make some room for you. Hearing Chen's voice made your nose feel suddenly sour. This is your true hometown companion. Chen was accompanied by a girl who had been hiding behind him, appearing very fearful of strangers. However, she looked at you with a strange gaze as if trying hard to recognize who you are. Chen, what happened? Why aren't you at the Ulian? Why did you come to Mako town? Who is she? Chen's ability to express himself was weak. After mumbling for a long time, it was hard for you to understand. The girl hiding behind him acted as his voice, telling you about the experiences she and Chen had faced over the years. You were astonished to learn that this girl was actually your third sister's daughter. Not long after you were exiled, Chen Qingshan also fell into a trap, wrongfully accused of being a murderer, and the county magistrate wanted to execute him. Combining your experiences, Chen Qingshan realized this was a blatant wrongful accusation and framing. He was unwilling to be captured, and he directly broke out from the county office. While fleeing with his wife and daughter, Chen Qingshan was ambushed by martial artists from both the county office and the Dragon Guard, and unfortunately died in battle. In the chaos, your third sister, Chen Yun, handed her daughter over to Chen, who happened to be nearby, while she herself drew away the pursuers. Although Chen wasn't very bright, he knew that the county office and the Dragon Guard would not allow the Chun family to survive, so he unhesitatingly took the little girl and left Baiyun County. The two relied on each other for survival, fleeing and begging for a living. Looking at your niece's bright eyes filled with fear of strangers, her delicate features marred by malnutrition, her youth tainted with grime, your heart ached. You could hardly imagine how much suffering she and Chen had endured while wandering over the years. It was truly a miracle that she had survived until now. Nuan, I am your uncle, don't be afraid. Your niece seemed to remember something. You are my uncle. Oh, I remember the small mole at the corner of your eye. You touched your beauty mole and smiled. Yes, it's me. Come, uncle will take you to eat delicious food and buy you some new clothes. Meeting you means the end of Chen and Nuan's hard days. The two settled into your martial arts school. Chen did odd jobs at the school, moving things, cleaning, and doing what he could. The anger in your heart was hard to calm. Why is the county office so determined to harm Chen Qingshan? Right. When my lifespan is nearing its end, I should investigate this thoroughly. You suppressed your impulse to go to Baiyun County right now. After all, so many years have passed, there is no rush for this moment. The more you cultivate, the more attributes you accrue, increasing your chances of success when investigating Baiyun County later. Year, 28, age 45. Currently extracting attributes. Extraction successful. There is demon aura. Green, wherever a demon passes, there must be demon aura visible before your eyes. Would you like to adjust the attributes? Yes, no, this is useful. Equip it. There are plenty of demons in the 5 domains. Being able to see demon aura undoubtedly helps avoid troubles. In the simulation, Chen Yi is now at the spirit gathering stage with 7 attribute slots available. The currently equipped attributes are Simulator Color, Photographic Memory, Purple Low-Grade Root Bone, Green Serious Punch, Green Efforts, Will Bear Fruit, Green Spider Sense, Green. There is Demon Aura, Green. Year, 29, age 46. Currently extracting attributes. Extraction successful. Old Ginger is spicier. Purple, your cultivation speed, physical strength, blood vitality, etc. will not decrease with age, and the older you get, the faster your cultivation speed, up to 5 times faster. Would you like to adjust the attributes? Yes, no, another good one. Epic. Getting non-white attributes consecutively over the past 2 years. Have you struck a lucky streak? Although Chen Yi in the simulation is only 40, Old Ginger is spicier, will activate even now. Because in this life, due to pill poison and the attack of the Wanhan banner, he has aged faster than normal people and now fits the definition of old, for Old Ginger is spicier. You replaced Serious Punch with Old Ginger is spicier. Chen and your niece have been living here for over 2 years. The impact of childhood trauma and the hardships faced during growth on your niece is gradually fading. She practices martial arts with the apprentices at the school. You discover that she actually has a high-grade root bone. Among ordinary people, that is quite good talent. Once she could communicate normally with others, you contacted Su Linglong and recommended her to the Qingtang sect, hoping she could achieve something in martial arts. Even though it's a bit late for her age to start, you gave your niece a name, Shen Xiqing. Uncle, you need to take care of your health. You've been coughing more severely these past 2 years. Aunt Linglong's medicinal soup must be taken on time, and don't complain about the bitterness. Shen Xiqing kept reminding you as she left, worried about you. You waved your hand with a smile. You just need to take care of yourself. Shen Xiqing was also reluctant to leave Chen. But Chen was cheerful, shouting for her to return home early for dinner. The Chen carefree was happy as long as he had something to eat. He had not carried the hardships of those years in his heart at all. Year 33, age 50. Cough cough. The bad news is that at just 50 your bodily functions seem to be those of someone in their 70s or 80s. The good news is that old ginger is spicier, has accelerated your cultivation even more. Next time I really shouldn't take pills to increase my cultivation. If I do, I should eat the best, eat less, eat well. What a painful realization. With the dual effects of efforts will bear fruit and old ginger is spicier, your martial arts realm has seen some improvement over the years. You have just broken through to the third layer of spirit gathering. Is it time to go to Baiyun County, or should I hold on for a few more years? Year 34, age 51. You have never married in your life, so you have no children. It's not because you can't have them, but because you never met the right person. Indeed, you have never forced feelings. Year 35, age 52. The business of the martial arts school has basically been handed over to your eldest disciple Tian. He isn't particularly talented in martial arts, but he is clever in business, managing the school very well and being quite filial to you. You heard that war has broken out again in the south. The situation in the southern border, which was stabilized through marriage alliances, is once again in turmoil, with a female emperor who has unified the southern states rising powerfully, beginning to counterattack the central plains. Year 38, age 55. Your health is deteriorating, which can also be seen from the increasingly rapid cultivation speed. You have reached the fifth layer of spirit gathering. The highest increase of old ginger is spicier, occurs when you are close to death. You know your days are numbered. It's time to go to Baiyun County and demand an explanation from the county office. On the day of departure, you did not inform anyone. De Chun Tian, Wen Shen Xiqin, Su Linglong, and your multitude of disciples were all unaware of your departure from Miku Town. The Chen Yi outside the simulation knew that his other self was about to fight desperately. It seems that the longer I stay in the simulation, the fainter the impression of this is a simulation becomes no longer as carefree as at the beginning, but rather burdened with many ties. Upon reflection, isn't the self outside the simulation the same? After living in this world for 18 years, Chen Yi's feelings for family, fellow townsfolk, and friends are genuine. He cannot completely detach himself because he is not a cold-blooded creature. Baiyun County is not far from Miku Town. Before long, you arrive beneath the familiar walls of Baiyun County. Time has passed. The youth who was once conscripted has now grown old. His hair turned white due to his frail constitution. Though aged, the saying, the older the ginger, the spicier, applies, and your combat strength has not diminished as a result. You carried the flame iron heavy sword and a long spear, your gaze sharp, unmistakably a warrior. The soldiers stationed at the city gate only inquired your name without causing you further trouble. You casually fabricated a name. Chen Nan. Due to the effect of demonic aura, you noticed that all around Baiyun County there was a pervasive presence of demonic energy. Even after entering the city, you could still see wisps of demonic energy. This demonic energy varied in color, possibly representing different individuals. The colors ranged from deep to light, from dense to faint, likely indicating the duration of the demonic energy's presence here and the strength of the respective demons. You discreetly gathered information for a few days. Before taking action, you visited the Yulai Inn and discovered that it had a new owner. After inquiring with the waiter, you learned that the previous owner had passed away from grief after her daughter was murdered. Only then did you realize that when you turned 40, old Liu had escaped the pursuit of the 18 sects of Sanjiang County and came to Baiyun County, where he wreaked havoc with the 10,000 Souls banner. The innkeeper's daughter was one of his victims. Even if I didn't marry her, the innkeeper could not escape the arrangements of fate. Without much thought, after eating and drinking to your fill, you picked up your weapons and headed to the county office. Stop! What are you doing? Without hesitation, you drew your sword. With a flash of steel, the officer fell to the ground and you swaggered into the office. There's someone intruding. The ordinary officers were no match for you, a practitioner at the gathering spirit realm. Holding your long spear, you executed the Shun family spear technique, slaughtering within the office. Among the constables and the head constable, there were also warriors. The head constable, being of a similar realm, was not at a disadvantage in combat. Seeing that the enemy had the advantage in numbers, you were on the verge of defeat. However, you concealed a basic attack within your ultimate move. Out of nowhere, you landed 2 solid punches. The combination of badminton expert and serious punch unleashed a punch power 20 times the norm. The head constable immediately saw the light and was struck through the liver by your punch, never to rise again. You quickly spotted the county magistrate in official attire crawling on the ground in the chaotic crowd, and you abandoned your opponent, making a beeline for him. The county magistrate hid under the desk, trembling in fear. Quick, go summon Lord Zhu Long from the Dragon Guard. There was no time to call for reinforcements. You had already yanked him out from under the table like a chick. Release the county magistrate. Daring rogue. What kind of warrior are you to be so audacious, not fearing the Dragon Guard's experts exterminating your entire clan? The Dragon Guard is different from the demon-slaying department. The demon-slaying department specializes in subduing demons and eliminating threats posed by demonkind. The Dragon Guard, however, is akin to the Chen Yi, a secretive organization without public bases or offices, yet it is widespread across the land of Deqian, shrouded in mystery. The primary task of the Dragon Guard is to uphold the imperial authority. Protecting local officials also falls within their scope of duties. County Magistrate, you look well. The county magistrate whose neck you were gripping looked at you in fear. Friend, do we know each other? I don't know you, but I know your father. I didn't expect the county magistrate to have a hereditary position. How many connections does your family have? What connections? I achieved high marks through my own abilities. Enough with the nonsense. I'm here today only to investigate 2 old cases. If you tell the truth, I can spare your life. You say? The former rotund magistrate was already dead. The person before you was his son who had grown into another extreme thin as a skeleton. Over 30 years ago, a demon slayer named Chen Yi was conscripted by your father, and another demon slayer, Chen Yi, was also wrongfully convicted of murder by your father. Do you recall? I don't remember Chen Yi, but I do remember Chen Yi and my father was severely injured by him and died not long after. Why were they wrongfully accused of murder? What scheme was behind this? Friend, you mustn't speak recklessly. My father was strict in his judgments and never wrongfully accused anyone. You abruptly snapped his arm. The skinny county magistrate cried out in pain, his entire body convulsing. The officers, seeing this, wanted to rescue him, but were intimidated by your imposing presence. Don't come any closer. Otherwise, I will kill him immediately. With that, you tightened your grip on the county magistrate's neck. Don't waste time, tell me the truth. It was a wrongful accusation. The real murderer paid. We found someone to take the blame. The officers exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. They probably thought that the 2 county magistrates of Baiyun County were indeed strict in their judgments. No, you are not telling the truth. This is the truth. If this word gets out, my official hat will not be secure. Finding someone to take the blame is normal, but to scheme against a demon slayer and a minor flag officer, your father must have been out of his mind. Speak. What is the real reason? This. The county magistrate's face turned red and his neck thickened as he struggled painfully. You saw him hesitating and without a second thought twisted his other arm until it broke. Old warrior, spare me. If you do not speak the truth, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces today, making you suffer the pain of flesh and skin. I will speak. I will speak. The matter regarding Chen Yi was a misunderstanding. Originally the case from Huang village was meant to be handed over to Chen Yi, but unexpectedly Chen Yi stumbled upon it. Later my father planned again, and Chen Yi finally fell into the trap. We were always plotting against him because Chen Yi was investigating some cases at the Yamen. What cases? Some murder cases in the county. These cases have actually been closed. But the culprits were all wrong. The real murderers are demons. The surrounding officials were all astonished. You framed humans for the murders committed by demons. Why? Even if the county magistrate is corrupt, he is still human. Why help the demons? What does the county magistrate gain? The officials shared your confusion. The thin county magistrate looked around, sighed deeply, knowing that if he didn't speak today, it would also mean death. Just as he prepared to reveal everything, a loud bang echoed as the Yamen's main door slammed shut. Everyone turned to see Fong Yuching dressed in a black robe with golden patterns arriving. Seeing Fong Yuching, the thin county magistrate was filled with dread. I told you to go to the Long Protection Department for help. Who sent you to the Demon Slaying Department? Before he could finish, a cold light shot out from Fong Yuching's sleeve, piercing through the thin county magistrate's head. Such a loose tongue. Immediately, Fong Yuching produced several command flags from his hand and planted them on the high walls surrounding the Yamen. The command flags responded to each other, and a formation rose from the ground. Although you did not understand formations from the light covering the entire county Yamen, it seemed he had sealed this place, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Fong Yuching's expression was calm, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuations. You have learned things you should not know today. All of you must die. The officials trembled in fear. Fong Yuching was a warrior at the soul refinement realm. In this small Baiyun County, besides the elusive dragon guards from the Long Protection Department, no one was his match. Chief Fong, spare us. I have an elderly mother who is 80 and a 3-year-old child. I do not wish to die. Chief Fong, I heard nothing. I am deaf. Unmoved by the officials' pleas for mercy, Fong Yuching noticed your calm demeanor, which took him by surprise. Chen Yi, at your age, why have you returned? If you didn't die on the road to exile, you should be living quietly in a remote place. Fong Yuching did not know that you indeed lived that way. It was just that this life had been somewhat unfortunate. At first you suffered from pill poison, and later you were betrayed by old Lu, leaving you with little time left. In order not to waste a chance to simulate, you returned to Baiyun County to cause a ruckus at the Yamen. So you are the mastermind, the one truly cooperating with the demon race, is you, while the county magistrate is merely following your orders, using his position to cover up the incidents of demons harming people in Baiyun County. Fong Yuching casually adjusted the sleeves of his official attire. If a place has demons causing trouble for a long time, the court will hold the local demon-slaying department accountable. But those beasts feel uncomfortable if they don't eat humans. So I thought of a good idea to collaborate with the county Yamen, turning demon murders into human murders, casually framing a few unfortunate souls. This way the higher-ups would think there are not many demon problems in Baiyun County. My cooperation with the local demon race can then be maintained for a long time. You recalled some details. Back then in Holwang Village, when you were trapped and the constables were trying to capture you, Fong Yuching also appeared there. It was precisely because Fong Yuching intervened that Shen Qingshan could not keep you watching as you were taken away by the officials. Looking back now, Fong Yuching's appearance was clearly monitoring the progress of this trap. Shen Qingshan discovered the issues with these murder cases and had been investigating. Fong Yuching and the county magistrate plotted to frame him, preventing the truth from being uncovered. It was just that in this simulation you unwittingly fell into their trap. Not long after you were exiled, they plotted against Shen Qingshan again, triggering Shen Qingshan's resistance and leading to Dai Chun and Shun Sis wandering incident. I see now, I understand everything. Outside the simulation, Chen Yi couldn't help but be amazed that such deep waters existed in a small Baiyun County. Corrupt officials, evil servants, and demons, the three parties actually colluded together. Are the common folk of Baiyun County merely a buffet for them? This matter is crucial. Once the simulation ends, I must inform my third brother-in-law to make him back off, lest he be targeted by Fong Yuching. From a timing perspective, there is still time. The county magistrate and Fong Yuching plotted against Shen Qingshan over a year later. At this moment, Shen Qingshan might not have even gotten involved in this murky water. What do you gain by helping the demons in Baiyun County? Fong Yuching raised both hands, a look on his face reminiscent of old Lu during his transformation. Power. I am just like you with low-grade roots, so you can understand how difficult it is for someone like us with poor qualifications to cultivate martial arts. By collaborating with the demons, they use fresh human blood and demonic energy to refine blood demon pills for me, helping me break through the shackles of my innate talent and constantly improve my cultivation. Now you understand why there is so much demonic energy in Baiyun County. Even the demon race has a protective umbrella. Suddenly, the formation covering the county Yamen projected beams of crimson light converging on Fong Yuching. What's happening? It seems the formation is providing him with power. He is already at the soul refinement realm. Does he still need to enhance his power? Are we doomed to die today? Yes, you are all doomed. You remained remarkably calm. After all, your time was already short. Rather than dying in a sickbed, you would prefer to fall in a grand battle, though the outcome was anything but grand. The realm gap between you and Fong Yuching was significant, and with him using the formation to enhance his power for a quick finish, the gap widened even further. You saw him transform into a red light, charging through the crowd, wielding no weapon, merely using his hands to pierce through each of your hearts. Fong Yuching's expression was cold, as if he were slaughtering chickens. Just before you closed your eyes, he cast one last glance at you. Do not blame me. In a world that reveres martial arts, if I do not do this, I am just a fish on someone else's chopping board. You raised your middle finger at him. Wait, we will fight again in our next life. You died. Simulation evaluation. A general with an extraordinary memory, a loyal soul, falls as the nation is unsettled. Bearing the remnants of the setting sun, reminiscing about old dreams, white hair punches open the brightness of the night. Within the Blackstone Gang's compound in Chen Yi's own chamber, the second simulation had concluded. Cultivation energy surging to the 5th tier of spirit gathering flooded his body, filling him with an inexhaustible wellspring of strength. Most crucially, he sensed a new force stirring within, spiritual energy. If physical qi formed the foundation of the mortal body, then spiritual energy served as the very bedrock of all wondrous martial arts and esoteric techniques, including martial forms themselves. When infused with spiritual energy, martial techniques transcended mere brute force, unleashing power that was not only vastly greater, but qualitatively transformed. Some martial arts could not even be performed without spiritual energy. Nor was this simulation's inheritance meager. It granted him numerous cultivation manuals. Beyond the 4 mid-tier manuals gifted by Shen Qingshan, dozens more ancestral manuals had been seized from Sun Qingyin's personal guards. Yet in the simulation, Chen Yi had chosen not to master them all. Most were low-tier, offering negligible benefit. Moreover, time and focus were scarce. Nonetheless, every manual was now etched into his memory, ready to be recalled at any moment should necessity arise. Chen Yi glanced at his personal interface. Less than one incense stick's duration had passed in the real world, yet his interface data had undergone another dramatic transformation. Name Chen Yi. Cultivation Realm 5th tier of Spirit Gathering. Manuals. External Arts Zhengyang Manual Mid-tier Mastered. Internal Arts Li Xian Manual Mid-tier Proficient. Martial Forms Fin Yun Palm Mid-tier Mastered Shin Family Spear Mid-tier Mastered Feng Tao Palm Mid-tier Novice Bung Yun Sword Art Mid-tier Novice. Equipped Talents 7-7 Simulator Prismatic Photographic Memory Purple Inferior Physique Green A Solemn Fist Green Spider Sense Green Aura of Yao Green Badminton Expert White. Acquired Talents 119 Experience is Wisdom Purple Diligence Bears Fruit Green Fortune Grows with Age Green Night Owl White Fasting Endurance White. Talent Rarity Probabilities. White Common 79, Green Rare 14, Purple Epic 5, Gold Legendary 1. 9 Prismatic Mythic 0. 1. He had been too absorbed in reviewing the simulation to notice the shift in probabilities. Only now did he finally glance at them. The odds for gold and prismatic talents have both increased tenfold. Yet, even combined, they totaled a mere 2%. Drawing such rarities still hinged entirely on fortune. A new guiding quest had appeared. Simulation cooldown active remaining duration, 1 year. You may complete the following guiding quest to immediately acquire an additional simulation opportunity. Guiding quest Depart the Blackstone Gang and escort the Chun back to your ancestral home in Baiyun County. The Blackstone Gang no longer binds you. Return home wayfarer. Rewards. 1. 1 simulation opportunity. 2. 1 premium talent draw. 3. 10 Lingling pills. What are we waiting for? With a thunderous crack, Chen Yi kicked open the door. Time for a decisive, overwhelming strike. What's gotten into Instructor Chen? Why so furious? A lackey stationed outside his door, startled by the shattered door, slinked forward with obsequious concern. Chen Yi held no goodwill, not for a single soul within this gang that had tormented him, and to Chen, nor even for its dogs. Now, with martial might newly awakened, he craved nothing more than unrestrained retribution. Chen Yi cast a cold glance at the lackey. I don't eat coriander. Who dared add it to today's hot pot? In one explosive strike, he drove his fist forward. The lackey launched skyward, crashing into the wall and imprinting a perfect, sprawling character into its surface. A patrol squad nearby heard the commotion and rushed over. They stared first at their comrade embedded in the wall, then at Chen Yi. Instructor Chen, what is the meaning of this? The wall-embedded lackey gasped his final words. Captain Wu, it's the coriander. Instructor Chen hates coriander. The patrol captain blinked, utterly bewildered. What nonsense is this? Chen Yi remained perfectly composed. No need for alarm. That man was a spy. A spy. Take me to the treasury immediately. I just extracted intelligence from him. He has accomplices already infiltrated the treasury staff, planning to steal every silver coin within today. Even heroes are stymied by a single coin. In the mortal world, wealth was indispensable. Chen Yi had no intention of wasting time earning it. The most efficient solution naturally was to seize from the rich and give to the people. Upon hearing the treasury's silver was about to vanish, the patrol captain erupted. No wages next month. Unthinkable. He harbored no suspicion toward Chen Yi. After all, at noon's banquet, the gang chief himself had clapped Chen Yi on the shoulder, calling him brother, with evident camaraderie. To doubt Chen Yi would be to question the chief's judgment itself. Having only recently arrived, Chen Yi knew little of the Blackstone Gang's headquarters layout, so he deftly manipulated them into guiding him there. When the party reached the treasury, the massive gate stood wide open, and over a dozen gang members were hauling crates out. The patrol captain roared in fury upon seeing it. So you traitors are stealing the silver. Guzzi, alert the chief. Brothers with me, we slaughter these scum. The gang members hauling crates turned around, no one behind them. Us, traitors. We're simply airing out old documents and books to prevent mold. Before they could explain further, the patrol's blades slashed down upon their necks. What do you think you're doing? Wu, have you lost your mind? Two factions clashed violently. The treasury steward emerged, and at the sight his brows knotted in white-hot rage. Wu, are you staging a rebellion? Nonsense. You traitors won't escape today, not one of you. Chen Yi watched amused as they tore into each other like rabid dogs. Amidst the chaos, Chen Yi slipped into the treasury, snatched bolts of cloth from the shelves, fashioned a sack, and began stuffing it with gold, silver, and jewels. He also seized several unmarked pills, unknown in purpose, but took them regardless. As his small sack filled, he overturned a crate brimming with worthless manuals and used the larger container to continue loading. This wealth was wrung from the blood and sweat of the oppressed. Today I act as heaven's instrument, returning what was stolen from the people back to the people. The treasury held far too much for one man to carry. What remained he had no intention of leaving behind for the Blackstone Gang. Later, when meeting De Chun at the docks, he would summon the dock workers. Let them descend upon the treasury and claim what they needed, stripping the Blackstone gang bare. Just then Laosi arrived at the treasury gates with a retinue. Seeing the steward and patrol captain locked in bloody combat, his simple mind spun helplessly. What in the world is happening? We're all brothers. Why draw real steel against each other? The patrol captain barked. Who calls traitors brothers? The treasury steward cried, Fourth Elder. Wu is staging a rebellion. The burly fourth enforcer glanced at the warehouse manager and the patrol captain, each side, holding their ground, and a sudden inspiration struck him. Enough with the nonsense. No one can deceive me, Laosi. As long as I eliminate all of you, the trouble will be gone. Both sides were dumbfounded. Oh, what kind of nonsense logic was that? With a command, the fourth enforcer led his gang into a fray against both groups indiscriminately. You fool, Laosi. Coming to the Haishi gang is truly a stroke of bad luck. Outside, the fight was fierce and chaotic with no distinction between enemies and allies. Chen Yi was happily rummaging through the warehouse, feeling that the boxes were filled to the brim enough for him to squander for a while. He thought it was time to leave. It's time to head to the dock and pick up Dachuan, leaving this cursed place. In a corner of the warehouse, Chen Yi spotted a white mask adorned with a black flame pattern. Chen Yi clearly remembered that the mysterious individuals who slaughtered his family and the entire Luoding village wore masks just like this one. How could the Haishi gang have this mask? Could it be that the Haishi gang was involved in the village massacre? Chen Yi's gaze sharpened instantly as he dragged the large box and kicked open the warehouse door. At this moment, Laosi had already finished off both fighting groups outside. I told you no one can deceive me. Turning around, he caught sight of Chen Yi stepping out. Instructor Chen, no need for your help. I've already dealt with these troublesome guys. Someone reminded him, fourth enforcer. Wait, it seems like Instructor Chen is stealing money. Laosi glanced at the box Chen Yi was dragging and his expression darkened. What do you mean by this, Chen? In the dignified fourth enforcer, and I only dare to take a little when I need money, yet you can take a whole box in one go. Is that what's important here? Chen Yi was speechless. This guy's intelligence wasn't even worthy of sitting at the same table as Dachuan. Whose mask is this? Chen Yi held up the white mask. Laosi took a glance and shook his head. I don't recognize it. Put down that box of money first, or don't blame me for being rude. If you don't recognize it, then die. Oh, you little brat, after having a meal with the boss, you think you know everything, huh? Don't move. I will teach him a lesson myself. Laosi swung a wolf-tooth club down on him. Chen Yi did not dodge, instead he countered with a slap. With spiritual energy protecting his body, no matter how sharp the wolf's teeth were, as long as it wasn't a spiritual weapon and the opponent's realm was lower than Chen Yi's, it would be hard to hurt him. Slap. A loud slap echoed, and the wolf-tooth club disappeared from Laosi's hand. Slap. Laosi looked around frantically for his club, but Chen Yi delivered another slap, sending him into a dizzying spin. Had it not been for the ample fat on his body, that slap could have been fatal. Dazed and confused, Laosi finally realized something was wrong. What are you waiting for? Get him. Fourth enforcer, didn't you say not to move? You pig-headed fool. Can't you see I can't handle him? Even if there were more people, it would be the same. Chen Yi directly smashed the box filled with gold and jewels onto the attacking gang members. Bang! One box down, heads were smashed and silver ingots scattered everywhere. Bang! Another box down, bones broke and jewels flew in every direction. There were no fancy techniques or martial arts, just pure numerical dominance. Furthermore, with the effect of being a badminton expert, Chen Yi's right arm had double the strength, making his box smashing even more fierce. On the periphery, a few clever individuals fetched bows and arrows to bring some ranged firepower. In response, Chen Yi unleashed the martial art wind wave palm. A tempest arose out of nowhere, blowing away those who attempted to shoot arrows along with their bows from dozens of meters away. Slap. Chen Yi stepped on Laosi's chest, rendering him immobile. The henchman who hadn't been knocked out no longer dared to approach. I ask you again, do you recognize this mask? Laosi felt several of his ribs had broken, his expression extremely sincere. Brother Chen, I really don't know this mask. Could you ask me about one I recognize? I promise I won't lie. Chen Yi believed he truly didn't know. Does anyone know? The remaining henchmen widened their eyes in recognition, but unfortunately, they didn't know either. No matter how, asked the boss San at the dock later. Chen Yi stomped down hard, and Laosi met his end. Immediately after, he drew the flame iron heavy sword and unleashed the cloud-breaking sword technique, slaughtering all the henchmen present without sparing a single one. As Chen Yi stepped out of the warehouse, courtyard waves of Haishi gang members rushed in. They fell one after another under Chen Yi's sword. These gang members who forced labor and fed demons had committed countless evils, and Chen Yi showed no mercy towards them. He killed his way to the dock. The red sword blade grew even more crimson, dripping with still warm blood. Dozens of Haishi gang members blocked Chen Yi's path to the dock, but none dared to approach. With each step Chen Yi took forward, they retreated a step back. Realm pressure attribute effects, and wielding a spiritual weapon. These three advantages allowed Chen Yi to move through the Haishi gang as if it were an empty space. Shi stood at the dock watching Chen Yi kill his way forward, his face turning pale as if he had swallowed a fly. Chen Yi, you are indeed feigning loyalty. Chen Yi walked step by step towards him, his expression still sunny, but his aura was filled with murderous intent, creating a stark contrast. Why, you really are clever to have seen through this. Chen Yi spoke sarcastically. Shi-san, enraged, puffed out his cheeks and glared. Get him. Cut him down. A trembling gang member said. Boss, the brothers who went up have all been killed by him. Shi-san scolded. You spineless fools. It's because you cower that he can take you out one by one. If you had all gone together, do you think he could kill all of you at once? The gang members' mouths twitched. Damn, the boss made a good point. As long as we can hit him once before we die, that's victory, right? The laborers at the dock stopped working. Everyone saw Chen Yi's prowess in slaughtering. It seemed that the Haishi gang couldn't stop him. If the Haishi gang fell, we would be free. Only Dachuan remained obediently carrying the bag, curiously asking, why aren't you all working? Chen Yi walked straight to Dakin's side. Dachuan, you don't need to work anymore. We're going home. All right, I'll listen to you go. Chen Yi smiled and nodded. Meanwhile, Shi still hadn't realized that Chen Yi had reached the spirit-gathering realm, foolishly hoping to defeat him with numbers. Second hall, block the dock exit. Third hall, get on the boat and block the waterway. The rest come with me. Can our Haishi gang really let him annihilate us alone? Shi took off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique. He also activated a certain technique, causing his muscles to swell even more. Comparing themselves, everyone felt that their gang leader seemed stronger than Chen Yi. Thus they obeyed Shi-san's orders and blocked Chen Yi's path. Seeing this, Chen Yi tore off a piece of cloth from his clothing and wiped the blood off the flame iron-heavy sword. I'm just going to take him away. Let's see who dares to stop me. Watching the hard-earned territory about to be destroyed by Chen Yi, Shi was furious, bare-chested, wielding a large machete, leading a group of brothers to besiege Chen Yi. Chen Yi, while protecting Chen, was engaged in combat with them, surprisingly managing with ease. This was not only a difference in realm, but also a stark contrast in combat awareness and techniques. Having inherited memories from 2 simulations, and with his rich battle experience from the military, Chen Yi was even able to apply military strategies in the current confrontation. The group of illiterates attacking him was at a loss, utterly confused. With a series of thud, 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 blood spurted into the sky as Chen Yi wielded his sword with deadly precision, the fiery iron-heavy sword slicing through steel like mud, delivering a decapitating strike with his first move. As Chen Yi summoned his spiritual energy, the surface of the fiery iron-heavy sword became extremely hot, glowing red, as if it had just been taken out of a forge. The members of the Blackstone gang were slaughtered to pieces by this sword. Corpses piled up around Chen Yi, and now no one dared to approach. Shi urged, come on. What are you all standing around for? Someone could no longer hold back. Boss, can't you see? He isn't at the body refinement stage. That spiritual artifact of his must have been heated up using spiritual energy. He is at the gathering spirit stage. Shi shouted angrily. I won't be taught by you. So what if he is at the gathering spirit stage? Won't he get tired? Keep going. A few coins a month, and the remaining gang members were unwilling to risk their lives further. If you want to go, you go yourself. With continuous splashes, a group of gang members guarding the boat jumped into the river and swam towards the opposite bank. The group blocking the dock also scattered in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, Shi had become a commander without troops. Yet Chen Yi continued to advance step by step. Shi swallowed hard, retreating as he spoke. Chen Yi, don't forget your benefactors. Without the brothers of the Blackstone gang pulling you two out, you and your fellow townsmen would have drowned in the river. Who said that? I clearly made it to shore myself, and then found a log to pull Brother E up. It was only then that you discovered us. Shi shot a glare at Chen. Chen Yi, this fool is talking nonsense. I don't believe him. Chen Yi chuckled. Do you think I believe him, or you? Shi had lost the courage to contend with Chen Yi and softened his tone. No, Chen Yi, you should have said you were a martial artist. You're so formidable. I would gladly give you the position of boss UID, even work as your laborer. Why let it come to this? It's foolish not to make money. I may have stolen your illegal earnings, but I am still making money. Not only do I make money for myself, but I can also help everyone earn. As he spoke, Chen Yi turned to face the bewildered laborers on the dock. What are you all standing here for? The Blackstone gang is finished. Those minions who just fled are definitely ransacking their treasury now. If you go late, you won't get a single drop. The laborers finally woke up at Chen Yi's words. They first bowed repeatedly to Chen Yi. Thank you, Hero Chen, for the rescue. We will work as oxen and horses in our next life to repay you. Take care, Hero. Then they grabbed iron rods, wooden planks, hammers, and everything handy at the dock, rushing towards the headquarters of the Blackstone gang. Chen Yi had fought his way from the headquarters to the dock. There were not many members of the Blackstone gang left. As for the martial artists, they were Chen Yi's primary targets. Anyone who had attacked was certainly dead. Thus, how much these laborers could seize from the surviving members would depend on their own abilities. However, Chen Yi estimated that given the current morale of these laborers and the pent-up resentment from the past few days, they were very likely to raze the Blackstone gang to the ground. At that moment, Chen felt as if he were in a different world. Just a moment ago, he was the boss of the Blackstone gang, commanding respect at the dock. Now, not only was he a commander without troops, but his own territory was also being divided up. It was all over. At this point, he could only hope Chen Yi would spare his life. As long as he had the Green Mountains, he wouldn't worry about firewood. Chen saw Chen Yi's figure suddenly blur, the scorching fiery iron heavy sword pressed against his neck. It's over. Even the Green Mountains would be gone. Tell me, do you recognize this thing? Oh, there might be a turn of events. I recognize it. Chen nodded vigorously without even seeing what Chen Yi was holding. Once he saw it clearly, he was stunned. Where did this mask come from? Where did it come from? Did you wear it? Or did someone else wear it? Where did they wear it? Speak. Chen stammered, sweating profusely. Think, you dumb brain. Finally, under the pressure of death, Shan's mind started running, and he remembered. That day there were not just you two drifting down from upstream. There was another person. This mask was on his face. A brother said this mask was hard to destroy, like a spiritual artifact, so it was left behind. Where is that person? At that time he was just a corpse. The brothers casually dug a pit to bury him. Where was he buried? Take me there. You want to dig him out? Not me, it's you. Forced by Chen Yi's intimidation, Chen dared not disobey, and led Chen Yi to the burial site, digging the corpse out himself. 3 months had passed, and the corpse was in a terrible state of decay, exuding a foul stench when dug up. Even Chen, who usually had a good appetite, vomited. Holding back his disgust, Chen Yi used the fiery, iron-heavy sword to search the body for clues about its identity. Did this guy have anything else on him, like a token or a jade pendant? No, he only had this black clothing and a mask. The black clothing and white mask were indeed the attire of the mysterious group that had massacred Ding Village that day. In Chen Yi's memory, they were all martial arts experts. How could one have died? In the simulations, Chen Yi had asked Shin Qingshan if the authorities had uncovered anything, but the result was a complete lack of clues. So it was unlikely that the authorities had discovered the murderer and killed him. Could it be that some heroic figure had intervened out of righteousness? Within this decayed corpse, Chen Yi actually found something unusual. One tuft of this person's hair was red. In this world, there is no perming or dyeing, so the appearance of red hair must have a special reason. Chen Yi silently noted this unique clue. He's running away. Chen suddenly shouted. Chen Yi turned to look, and San had taken the opportunity while he was focused on searching for clues to make a run for it. Chen Yi stood up, his expression disdainful. I let you run 1,000 meters first. San turned back, thinking Chen Yi would not pursue, believed he had outpaced him, and began to boast. Chen Yi, when I make a comeback, we'll settle our new and old scores together. Clean your neck and wait for it. Hey, Tue. Then he saw Chen Yi move, his speed astonishing. San was terrified. Run, you deadlegs. San unleashed all his energy, running for his life, feeling as if his lungs were about to explode. Haha, he can't catch up, he's not catching up. San casually glanced back and was horrified to see a flaming hand rapidly closing in almost upon him. What the hell? Scorched Cloud Palm. A mid-tier martial art bestowed upon Chen Yi by Shin Qingshan within the simulation. A gift among 4 cultivation techniques. The ethereal palm mirrored Chen Yi's hand movements with perfect fidelity. When paired with the fire element inner art, Blazing Heart manual, the two arts synergized. Flames roared across the scorched cloud palm. Behold, the Tuzhanglong's spectral hand descended from afar, slapping down to seize San in its grasp. Chen Yi surged his external martial power, igniting his blood chi to amplify strength. His right hand clenched into a fist and rose high. In seamless unison, the flaming hand lifted San aloft, gripping him tightly. Off. I'm on fire. On fire. Brother Chen Yi. Spare me. He'll be your servant. Your slave. Chen Yi snorted coldly, his gaze unwavering, devoid of hesitation. I have no habit of oppressing others. Had you let us go that day upon discovering us, this calamity would never have befallen you. San, writhing in agony amid the inferno, now regretted his choices so bitterly his very bowels twisted with remorse. To his dying breath, he could not fathom how Chen Yi, who had once been no more than a dockside laborer under his command, had in a single day seized absolute dominion over his life and death and utterly dismantled his Blackstone gang. How could San possibly comprehend the terrifying potency of the simulation device, trait, or know that Chen Yi possessed a trait-based system? As Chen Yi fell silent, San had burned nearly to ash. De Chun sniffed the air. Smells delicious, brother Yi. Chen Yi sighed wordlessly. That is absolutely inedible. Come, we're going home. He'll treat you to a lavish feast at you lie in the county seat. Chen Yi tossed the charred remains of San aside, without a second glance, and led De Chun toward the Qing River. Upon arrival, his eyes swept the water's surface, and there, coiling like ink in twilight, lingered dense, deep strands of demonic aura. It's that river demon. Boats are unsafe. Let's walk along the bank instead. The Qing River carved through Qingzhou, lending the province its name. Qinghe County, where they now stood, and their hometown of Baiyun County both belonged to Bailing Commandery of Qingzhou. The two counties lay adjacent, one upstream, one downstream. In this world without navigational aids, travelers easily lost their way. Following the river's current eliminated such peril entirely. De Chun, I still don't know your real name. My name is De Chun. No one bears the surname Da. Villagers used to call me De Chundong. De Chundong. And over time it simply became De Chun. Truth be told, I owe you an apology. I teased you two back when I was a child, just like the others. Did you? I don't even recall. A man must bear a proper given name. You're from our village. You should share the surname Chen. How about Chen De Chun? But De Chun means great fool. Can I be called Xiao Chun instead? It sounds cuter. Agreed, Chen Xiao Chun. Chen Yi, tall and lean, and De Chun, round as a bouncy ball, walked side by side along the emerald riverbank, returning toward their homeland. After 3 months of oppression and torment, the two had finally escaped the Blackstone gang and exacted full retribution. Passing through Qinghe County, they paused to feast, rest, and recover. Patrons at the inn spoke in hushed awe of the gang's downfall. Have you heard? The Blackstone gang, holed up at Tenley Pavilion Dock outside the city, has been wiped out entirely. Not a single plank remained at their main compound, all stripped bare. Which faction dared strike? Even the county magistrate's brother-in-law runs that gang. Not a faction, not a local clan. Just one man. One man. By heavens. Could it be a wandering martial grandmaster straight from the tales of storytellers? What ill fortune for the Blackstone gang, to provoke such a figure. They say the magistrate raged, but dared only rage. Thus rumor took root. Surviving gang members fled in all directions, and inflated Chen Yi's legend wildly lest their own incompetence appear even more glaring. Dock laborers who'd escaped spread word far and wide, praising the heroic brother Chen Yi who'd saved them, and embellished further. He moves with the speed of a leopard, the strength of a bear, the agility of a monkey. One told 10, 10 told 100, each retelling grander than the last. Now all of Qinghe County believed the Blackstone gang had fallen beneath the palm of a celestial martial cultivator soaring overhead. Moved by compassion for laborers enslaved by the gang, he descended, and with a single strike reduced the Blackstone gang to dust. Upon learning San held ties to the county magistrate Chen Yi felt a flicker of concern. Yet the magistrate himself had swallowed the rumors whole, and refused to risk offending a martial grandmaster over his underworld scheming brother-in-law, even though he'd never heard of any Chen Yi. With 5 realms so vast, might this truly be a legendary master passing through incognito? Once assured, Chen Yi relaxed, though he still feared complications should his true name draw scrutiny. Given how extravagantly Qinghe County had mythologized him, no one would ever link the legendary master to the unassuming Chen Yi. Homophones and shared names were commonplace after all. After 2 days' rest, Chen Yi purchased a horse-drawn carriage in the county seat, driving himself while the Chun rode comfortably inside. Baiyun County derived its name from the encircling Baiyun Ridge. The ridges rose and fell in jagged succession, peaks clustered so densely they formed layered mist-wrapped ranges, especially before storms when clouds draped every slope like celestial silk. Though breathtaking, this world knew no concept of tourism, so Baiyun County remained merely a modest, impoverished land. Half a month after fleeing the Blackstone gang's dock, Chen Yi and De Chun traveled at a leisurely pace, pausing often to eat, drink, and rest, now nearing the gates of Baiyun County. Under the effect of the detect demonic aura trait, Chen Yi occasionally perceived traces of demonic energy along the way, yet presence of aura did not guarantee an active demon's immediate proximity. A demon passing nearby could leave lingering aura for days, or even weeks, still detectable by Chen Yi's trait long after it had vanished. Demons dwelled throughout the 5 realms, rumored to devour humans to ascend in cultivation, the sworn eternal enemies of humankind. Thus, the great Qian dynasty established demon-slaying bureaus across its territories to contain the threat. Upon entering Baiyun County's domain, Chen Yi noted a marked increase in demonic traces. Cross-referencing insights from his second simulation, he understood why the local demon-slaying bureau and county yamen served not as defenders, but as protectors of the region's demonic forces. The silver lining. Under such patronage, demonic acts were organized and formally registered, never random assaults on travelers. For otherwise the magistrate would struggle to assign convenient scapegoats. Thus, paradoxically, Chen Yi grew safer upon entering Baiyun County, though bandits remained a hazard. This mountain is my planting. This tree is my felling. Chen Yi reined in the carriage, speechless as Su Linglong, her silhouette uncannily resembling the Chinese character Tu, emerged again with her bandit underlings. Why again? Su Linglong scratched her head with her massive hammer, genuinely puzzled. Why do you say again? Chen Yi chuckled. Not important, not important. You can't defeat me, so just step aside. Su Linglong mocked. 20 of us can't defeat one of you. Do you have 200 people hidden in that cart? Ha ha. De Chun exclaimed, poking his head out from the cart. What? Are there really 200 people in there? Ego. Where are they? I can't see them at all. Su Linglong laughed even louder. Ha. There's only one fool in the cart. A massive hand engulfed in flames smashed down, toppling a row of old trees. Su Linglong's laughter abruptly ceased. She dropped both hammers onto the ground with a thud and knelt before Chen Yi. Please, big brother. Little sister has offended you. Just treat us as nothing and let us go. The bandit lackeys quickly followed Su Linglong's lead and knelt. Big brother, spare us. I have an elderly mother above me and a wife and concubines below. I truly can't support such a big family, which is why I resorted to robbery. Big brother, this is my first time. The bandits seemed too experienced. Chen Yi didn't intend to make things hard for them. After all, officials would soon come to round them up, so there was no need for him to take extra measures. Suddenly, Chen Yi noticed a bandit with a tuft of red hair on his forehead. You? Come here. Chen Yi's expression turned serious as he pointed at the small lackey and said sternly. Seeing this, Su Linglong's heart raced. Could it be that one of her brothers had a grudge against this man? Had he recognized them? Su Linglong made a quick decision to abandon the cart to protect her brother. She was the first to rush over, grabbing the small red-haired bandit by the ear and bringing him before Chen Yi, warning loudly. Come here. Speak honestly. If you tell even one lie, I will chop off your head. The lackey was terrified and trembled as he spoke. Brother, you called me over, so why do you have red hair on your head? Hair. Su Linglong was taken aback. Was he really so curious about hairstyles? The lackey dared not lie and explained everything honestly. I used to be a disciple of the Chi Exine sect. The external technique we trained in is called the heart fire art. The deeper the mastery of this technique, the more red hair one has on their head. I've heard that the elders in the sect have mastered it to perfection and all have flowing red hair. The levels of martial arts mastery are divided into beginner, proficient, expert, minor, completion, major, completion, and perfection. This was the information Chen Yi gathered during his simulations. You are a disciple of the Chi Exine sect. How did you end up as a bandit here? When practicing the heart fire art, one must pay attention to controlling the burning of blood energy. I lost control and the technique went out of control, damaging my dantian, making me unable to cultivate martial arts, and I was expelled. He continued. Later, a locust plague struck my hometown. The officials greedily hoarded the relief supplies, and my parents starved to death. With nowhere to turn, I became a bandit. Chen Yi nodded slightly, indicating that he was done. The lackey felt as if he had received a reprieve. Having mingled in the martial arts sect, he understood just how powerful martial artists were. The Chi Exine sect. This provided some more clues. He could investigate the Chi Exine sect more thoroughly in the simulation later. By following the clues, he would eventually find the true culprit behind the village slaughter. Chen Yi's desire to investigate the village slaughter was not only to avenge his relatives, but also for his own safety. He did not know who these people were or their purpose in the massacre. He was unsure if they would come after him again and how to guard against it. Chen Yi disliked this situation of hidden enemies. Fortunately, with the simulator, he had many opportunities for trial and exploration. Chen Yi rode away. As he left, he acknowledged that this group had provided him with some leads in the village massacre case. Chen Yi casually mentioned that their second-in-command in the bandit camp might be a traitor. Watching the cart gradually disappear from view, Su Linglong and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. What bad luck to encounter a martial artist above the spirit-gathering realm. I know all the spirit-gathering realm martial artists in Baiyun County. The martial art style of Burning Cloud Hand cannot be released without spiritual energy. Thus, Su Linglong concluded that Chen Yi's cultivation level was at least in the spirit-gathering realm. Be careful of the second-in-command. What's wrong with the second-in-command? Su Linglong was puzzled. However, she made a note of it in her mind. The slowly moving cart bumped its way into Baiyun County. Since arriving in this world, Chen Yi had visited the county many times throughout his life. Stepping into this familiar place again, especially after enduring 3 months of inhuman life, Chen Yi felt a surge of emotions. Only to Chen was carefree, sitting in the cart, pointing at an old man selling candied hawthorn by the roadside, drooling all over. Chen Yi chuckled, shook his head, and stopped the horse, buying all the candied hawthorn from the old man. No need to search anymore. Seeing the silver ingots in his hand, the old man was so excited that tears streamed down his face. Today I've encountered a living bodhisattva. Chen Yi brought Chen to the front of the inn. Chen, I need to go visit my third sister first. You can stay at this inn for now. Remember, you are a guest, not here to work. If they ask you to do something, don't foolishly help them. Chen stuffed his mouth full of candied hawthorn, his face smeared with sugar. Okay, I understand. The situation now was different from the simulation. In the simulation, Chen Yi had no money and could only have Chen work at the inn for food. But the current Chen Yi had taken a large box of gold and silver treasures from the Blackstone gang and had transformed into a wealthy man. Naturally, there was no need for Chen to work. Chen Yi could easily buy any house in the county. He just didn't know whose house was for sale, so he let Chen stay at the inn for now. After all, money was not an issue. Chen Yi led Chen into the inn. Welcome, would you like to eat or stay? The familiar and warm owner greeted them. Stay, 3 meals a day, 4 dishes, and a soup, served on time. Great. Please upstairs. Little guest, why are you looking at San Yang like that? Chen Yi asked tentatively. Madam, don't you think we look familiar? The owner covered her mouth and giggled, her flowers shaking. Sir, do you ask every woman this? I may San Yang do not like younger men. Chen Yi laughed it off, pretending nothing had happened. Fortunately, a simulation is just a simulation, not some parallel timeline. If the simulation were viewed as another parallel timeline, sometimes memories could intertwine. Because Chen Yi had seen such a setting in a sci-fi movie. That's why he wanted to test it out. His connection with the owner only remained in the first simulation. In reality, he did not wish to have too much entanglement with her. After settling Chen Yi headed straight to his third sister's house. Upon arriving at her home, the guiding task was considered complete. He wondered if this premium entry could yield something useful. In Baiyun County, near the East Street, there is a small courtyard, which is the home of Chen Yi's third sister, Chen Yi. May our parents bless us, let the fourth brother escape death. The eldest brother and second sister have been silent so far. If the fourth brother is also no longer in this world, how can I bear it? Chen Yi was at home, praying with incense before her parents' spirit tablet. It has been over 3 months since the massacre of the entire village of Luoding. This incident shocked the region and still leaves the people of Baiyun County in anxiety. The court issued a strict order to investigate the matter locally and arrange for the Dragon Guard to assist, but to this day, they have not identified the group responsible for the village slaughter. Upon learning that the village she grew up in had been slaughtered, Chen Yi rushed over immediately. While collecting the bodies of her relatives, she did not find her fourth brother Chen Yi's corpse. Thus, she still held on to hope, wishing that perhaps Chen Yi had escaped. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded from outside. It must be my husband returning from work. When the door opened, standing outside was not Shin Shan, but Chen Yi, dressed as a young hero carrying a red long sword. Third sister. Fourth brother. Is it really you? As soon as Chen Yi opened her mouth, tears streamed down her face. She grasped Chen Yi's hand and touched his cheek, feeling warmth, which confirmed for her that this was not just another dream of reunion. Fourth brother. This is wonderful. You're safe. You've returned. The siblings embraced each other. Chen Yi was a head taller than Chen Yi, and she buried her face in his chest, soaking his clothes with her tears. All right, third sister, you're a mother now. How can you still cry like a young girl? Chen Yi's eyes also turned red. Yet he wanted to maintain his composure in front of his sister and held back his tears. Don't cry, we won't cry. Third sister thought there were no relatives left from our family in this world, but unexpectedly heaven was merciful and allowed you to survive. Chen Yi noticed his niece staggering around in the courtyard. Chen Yi almost blurted out Shen Xichin, but fortunately his mind reacted quickly, realizing that was a name from the simulation. In reality, his third sister and her husband had not yet given her a name, and they had just been calling her Nan Nan. Is this my niece? Come, Nan, and call your uncle. The little girl was well cared for, her round face and chubby hands looking like lotus roots. Uncle, wants candy, Chen Yun said with annoyance. This child, meeting her uncle for the first time, already wants candy. How clever of you. Chen Yi affectionately picked up Nan Nan. Wanting candy is no trouble. Uncle will take you to buy some. You can have as much as you want. Oh, good. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun hurriedly said, Fourth brother, don't spoil her like this. Besides, you just escaped death. How can you afford to buy her these? It's been over 3 months. I must clarify where I have been with my third sister. But telling the truth might be too shocking. Who has cultivated to the 5th level of the gathering spirit realm in just 3 months? Even someone with strong roots wouldn't be able to do it so quickly. Thus, on the way back, Chen Yi had already prepared a story. Chen pulled him to dive into the water, allowing them to avoid the massacre. This part could be told as is. However, regarding the later events, Chen Yi only mentioned that he met a kind old martial artist who rescued him and Chen. The old martial artist taught him an external technique, allowing Chen Yi to enter the path of martial arts. Not long ago, the old martial artist traveled the world, and could not conveniently take him and Chen along. Thus the two returned to Baiyun County. On the way, they saved a wealthy merchant who was attacked by wild beasts, and the merchant rewarded them with some silver. I see. Don't spend that money recklessly as save it for marrying a wife. For now, stay at your third sister's house, and he'll tidy up a small room for you. While his third sister was busy, Chen Yi played with his little niece and simultaneously received the reward for completing the guidance task. Guidance task completed. Reward has been issued. A bottle of elixir appeared in Chen Yi's hand. Once opened, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, refreshing and delightful. This was very different from the low-quality elixirs he had consumed in the simulation during his time in the military camp. Produced by the system, it truly is a premium product. Eating such elixirs should, as long as one does not consume too many at once, minimize the risk of elixir toxicity. The tangible reward from this guidance task was a bottle of 10 spirit-gathering pills. This was a type of elixir used to assist in spiritual energy cultivation, accelerating the gathering of qi. In some martial arts sects, such elixirs are essential for disciples' cultivation. A luminous orb of words appeared. Just like the last time, Chen Yi had one chance to draw a premium attribute. Since he was now at the gathering spirit realm, the probability of white attributes had dropped to 79. Thus, this orb of light looked different. It was no longer just white with green and purple points appearing, which were no longer as rare as finding a needle in a haystack. Premium attributes: you must live up to your premium title. Give me a good companion. Chen Yi slapped down. All light points disappeared, leaving only a group of purple light rapidly expanding, filling his vision. Treasure sniffer purple epic. Good news, your nose can now detect the scent of treasures within a certain range related to your realm. Bad news, you won't be able to smell anything that isn't a treasure. Seeing the purple light, Chen Yi thought to himself that it was stable. Upon seeing the effect, he was almost ecstatic. An attribute that can find treasures. Brothers, this is a fantasy world. There are not only martial arts here, but countless treasures. Even though Chen Yi had only simulated twice and had not deeply engaged with the martial artist circle, he had already encountered a treasure, 100 banner. If he could actively search for treasures, wouldn't that be extraordinary? Chen Yi immediately equipped it and sniffed with his nose. It seems I can't smell anything. It seems my realm isn't high enough, so the detection range is small. I must be close to the treasure to smell it. Or perhaps, as described in the effect, I can't smell anything that isn't a treasure. I just don't know how treasure is defined. After obtaining this attribute, Chen Yi suddenly pointed his little hand to the sky, and an idea popped up. Can I go look for the 100 banner? During the second simulation, old Liu's hair started turning white after he returned to his hometown. At the time, it was thought that he had learned of his family member's death and was in deep sorrow. Now it seems that he likely obtained the 100 banner during that time, which drained his vitality. Chen Yi now only plans to acquire the 100 banner in the simulation. Of course, he aims to take it in reality as well, but he must first use the simulation to understand the characteristics of the 100 banner and ensure he has sufficient strength to support it. Otherwise, it could easily lead to disaster. Without strength, possessing the 100 banner would make one a target for extermination. With strength, how could there be a 100 banner? This is the Imperial banner. However, whether in reality or simulation, Chen Yi has no intention of becoming a killing machine. Killing a few evildoers would ease his conscience, but indiscriminate slaughter crosses his bottom line. Even in the simulation, Chen Yi feels the same way. Besides, relying on killing to sustain the 100 banner like old Liu would easily attract pursuit from all sides, conflicting with Chen Yi's basic principle of trying to live as long as possible in the simulation. But what use is the 100 banner without souls to sustain it? Who says it must involve killing? Killing demons. Using demon souls to sustain the 100 banner is no less powerful than human souls. With the demonic qi attribute, why would he worry about not finding demons? Chen Yi has already begun to look forward to the next simulation. A broad avenue seems to be laid out before him. Third sister, just lay a quilt on the cot in the shed. That's all I need. No need to make it so elaborate. Chen Yi did not rush into simulation. Seeing his third sister tidying up the small room, he stepped inside to take a look. He found her arranging furniture and folding bedding with meticulous care, so earnestly it resembled preparing a bridal chamber. My own younger brother is no outsider. Why should he sleep in a shed? Actually, I plan to buy a courtyard in the county town soon, and move out then. What nonsense. Why divide one family into two households? In our household, it's only me and your brother-in-law, no one else. Though this ancestral residence isn't large, adding one more person poses no difficulty at all. Keep your money for yourself. To marry, raise children, meet life's great expenses. You're already of age, yet still without a betrothed. Even father and mother resting deep beneath the earth must be anxious. How can I, as your elder sister? Chen Yi smiled wryly. Had third sister always been this talkative? Had she perhaps instinctively assumed the role of elder sister as mother after their parents' passing? Chen Yi shook his head, gently smiling, and said no more on the matter. Perhaps for third sister, doing more for her younger brother now was her quiet way of mending the grief she'd borne these past months, believing him lost forever. Still, Chen Yi resolved to purchase a suitable residence whenever the opportunity arose. After all, a grown man residing permanently with his married sister would hardly do. Once the small room was set in order, Chen Yun led Chen Yi into the courtyard to speak. Her tender concern wrapped him in warmth, reminding him that in this world someone still cherished him unconditionally. It was good. As the siblings conversed, a tall, stately figure entered through the gate. He wore the crimson and black embroidered official robe of a demon-slaying envoy, his bearing noble, his aura upright and resolute. It was none other than third sister's husband, Chen Qingshan. Fourth brother, is that truly you? Huh, heaven has shown mercy. Fourth brother, where have you been these past months? I searched everywhere. If you hadn't returned, third sister's tears would have long since run dry. Chen Yi had no choice but to recount the fabricated story he'd just invented. At last the family was reunited, a scene nearly identical to his second simulation. That evening, Chen Yun prepared a lavish feast. Chen Yi and Chen Qingshan drank heartily, conversing with effortless rapport. Fourth brother, now that you've entered the martial path, I present you with several cultivation manuals. Study them diligently. Once your prowess matures, I'll recommend you to join the demon-slaying bureau under my guidance. Together we shall vanquish demons, purge evil, and serve the people. What greater joy could there be? So saying, Chen Qingshan went to the bedroom and retrieved 4 threadbound volumes, the very same manuals Chen Yi had already mastered in simulation. Though already familiar with their contents, Chen Yi feigned reverence as he accepted them, offering sincere thanks. Otherwise, should he later wield techniques like the blazing cloud palm, Chen Qingshan might suspect him of illicitly stealing the art. Yet unlike the simulation, the real-world Chen Yi had no intention of becoming a demon slayer. In reality, he needed only cultivate in peace and fulfill his guided tasks. No extraneous distractions warranted. Still at the dinner table, he declined his brother-in-law's offer with tactful reserve. Serving as a demon slayer is indeed an honorable post, but I'm uncertain whether I'd pass the examinations. Perhaps emboldened by wine, Chen Qingshan, who was normally composed, now thumped his chest proudly. Fear not, fourth brother. For any questions on cultivation, seek out your third brother-in-law. Third sister interjected, exasperated. Stop boasting recklessly. You've only reached the spirit-gathering realm yourself. Fourth brother may well surpass you one day. Chen Qingshan sighed ruefully. Alas, my descendants lack vigor. I cannot restore the former glory of the Shen clan. After dinner, while third sister washed dishes in the kitchen, Chen Yi broached the matter at hand with Chen Qingshan. Brother-in-law, have you recently been investigating certain homicide cases within the yamen? Though visibly intoxicated, Chen Qingshan's gaze sharpened instantly at those words. How did you know? You suspect that in several of those yamen-ruled cases the convicted were falsely accused, and that the true perpetrators are in fact demonic beings. You know this too? Chen Qingshan sobered completely and rose abruptly. Chen Yi, calm and assured, gently steered him back onto the bench with an arm around his shoulders. Cease your investigation. The waters here run perilously deep. Those involved are beyond your reach. Even if you yourself would sacrifice life and limb for truth, have you considered third sister and Nan Nan? Chen Qingshan fell silent in contemplation. I suspect collusion and falsification, but possess no evidence. How, fourth brother, can you be certain this implicates such powerful figures? Chen Yi adopted an air of enigmatic reserve. My master, the one who has long wandered the clouds, revealed this to me. In Baiyun County, certain matters are known to him more intimately than to anyone else here. Much more remains unspeakable. I trust you understand what lies between the lines. In short, abandon the inquiry. Chen Qingshan stood awestruck, baffled yet impressed. His expression turned resigned. He let out a heavy sigh. Fourth brother, do you think I am unaware of the perils such investigations entail? Yet imagine witnessing the families of the wrongfully executed, ostracized, scorned by all, their children branded as aberrations, barred even from schoolhouse doors. Surely you would comprehend my resolve. His voice thick with sorrow, Chen Qingshan drained a full bowl of wine. Chen Yi understood these ancients well. Some held integrity more sacred than life itself. Some held integrity more sacred than life itself. Yet you speak truly, fourth brother. I must consider my family. Since a sage has advised against continuing, I shall withdraw. Observing Chen Qingshan's conflicted demeanor, Chen Yi feared he might still cling to the case, and swiftly conceived a new idea. I hear that half a year hence the Bailing Prefecture Demon-Slaying Bureau will dispatch a demon-slaying marshal to inspect subordinate counties. Is this correct? Indeed. The prefecture conducts such inspections every 5 years. This coming half-year marks precisely the next cycle. I know the exact locations of every demonic den in Baiyun Ridge. Why not deliver this intelligence to the marshal? and let him eradicate Baiyun County's demonic presence outright. The wrongly accused may never clear their names, but these demons shall harm no more. At least let no further tragedy unfold. At these words, Shun Qingshan's brows lifted, his countenance brightening instantly. Do you speak in earnest, fourth brother? With his demon-scent trait, Chen Yi could indeed track demons by their aura, though he had no intention of doing so in reality. Why simulate when inherited memories suffice? Utterly true. Therefore, brother-in-law, under no circumstances revisit those cases before then. Naturally, should the Prefectural Bureau discover Baiyun County's rampant demonic infestation, yet find few such cases reported, it will launch a thorough investigation. Then the falsely condemned shall inevitably be exonerated. Ha! Excellent! 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 At last Shen Qingshan beamed with genuine delight. Chen Yi reflected that his brother-in-law's inner nature seemed remarkably pure, or rather more precisely profoundly sincere. No wonder third sister had chosen him. With Shen Qingshan thus persuaded, Chen Yi felt at ease. After a satisfying meal, Chen Yi retired to his small room to rest, though first he would undertake his third simulation. Just thinking of Fong Yuching, the chief demon slayer of Baiyun County and the hidden patron behind its series of falsified demonic cases, made Chen Yi seethe with fury. In the second simulation, Fong Yuching had slain him with cold, absolute authority, like a sovereign decreeing life or death. Fong Yuching, more like Fong Yuxiao. In this simulation, we settle both supremacy and fate. You have completed the guiding task of this simulation and gained a new simulation opportunity. Initial equipment attributes: simulator color, photographic memory, purple treasure, sniffer, purple low-grade bone structure, green hard work, brings rewards, green spider sense, green presence of demons, green. Simulation begins. In the morning, I bid farewell to the White Emperor among the colorful clouds that takes a day to return to Jiangling from 1,000 miles away. You broke free from the shackles of the Blackstone Gang and physically transcended them. After the massacre in Ding Village, you and Dachuan finally returned to Baiyun County. With the treasure sniffer and presence of demons attributes, along with the knowledge of the existence of the 10,000 Souls banner, you conceived a brilliant idea. Year 1, age 18. Starting the attribute extraction. Extraction successful. When you use skills from the GNI is too beautiful attribute, such as singing, dancing, rap, and basketball, the spectators will be deeply enchanted by your personal charm. Would you like to adjust the attributes? Yes, no. Oh, the attribute effect even includes a martial soul fusion technique. This is the first time Chen Yi saw a clear pairing relationship between two attributes. Unfortunately, they are all white. The current Chen Yi wouldn't waste 2 slots on white attributes. You chose no. Has the simulation begun? Great. 10,000 Souls banner. Here I come. Ha ha. You laughed heartily as you burst out of the house, leaving your sister and brother-in-law in a daze. You bought a fast horse in the county town and rode tirelessly, traveling day and night to Lao Liu's hometown in Hongtong County, Bajou Wushan. Lao Lu is still doing odd jobs in the border army in Suzhou. 10,000 Souls banner. Great treasure. Wait for me. You belong only to me, Chen Yi. GGG. The 10,000 Souls banner is indeed quite strange. It already shows signs of demonic transformation even before being obtained. Chen Yi quipped. Chen Yi knew that the 10,000 Souls banner could not be so sinister. It was just that his simulated self had become a bit complacent. But fortunately, there is a simulation that allows his simulated self to scout ahead and figure out just how sinister the 10,000 Souls banner truly is. Bazhou is located in the western part of the Central Plains, while Qingzhou is in the central southern part, and the two states border each other. You rode alone on your fast horse, racing across the vast plains, almost non-stop, reaching your destination in 2 months. Why can't I smell it? Am I not close enough? The treasure sniffer is already equipped. If there is a treasure nearby, I should be able to smell it. You don't know exactly where Lao Lu obtained the 10,000 Souls banner. You can only wander around Hongtong County, conducting a thorough search. A few days later, I've more or less explored the entire county. Although my cultivation level is not high, I at least possess an epic attribute. The detection range couldn't possibly be limited to just a few hundred meters around me, right? In these few days, while I haven't sensed the treasure scent, I have seen quite a bit of the demon energy left by the activities of the demon race. This Hongtong County is indeed a place where demons come to feast on a buffet. Fortunately, you can see the demon energy, allowing you to avoid them in advance, so you haven't encountered any trouble. After thinking it over, you believe there is only one possibility. The 10,000 Souls banner has not yet arrived. Lao Lu obtained the 10,000 Souls banner in the 17th year. As long as you do not excessively interfere with the development of events, this simulation's development should be similar to the last. As long as you can intercept Lao Lu, you will be able to obtain the 10,000 Souls banner. Therefore, you decided to return to Baiyun County, first ensuring that nothing in Hongtong County deviates from its natural course due to your appearance. 17 years I can wait. As long as I don't mess around with medicine, I won't have a short life like in my previous life. You urged your horse back to Baiyun County. Upon reaching the borders of Baiyun County, you recalled your agreement with Shen Qingshan before the simulation. Go take a turn around Baiyun Ridge and see where the demons are hiding. You rode your horse and wandered around Baiyun Ridge for some days. Whenever you caught a whiff of demon energy, you would track in the direction where it became more concentrated. You discovered that the differently colored demon energies ultimately converged in 3 locations. Clearly, these 3 locations are the 3 strongholds of the demon race in Baiyun Ridge. You did not delve into the tiger's den. You merely relied on your photographic memory to firmly remember these 3 locations. When you returned to Baiyun County City, the demon-slaying patrol officer from the county office and his inspection team had already settled in Baiyun County. The city was festooned with lights and firecrackers were constantly being set off. You heard that the overweight county magistrate who could barely walk personally went out to welcome them. Always wearing a sullen face as if everyone owed him 200 taels of silver, Fong Yuching lowered his proud head and went out 50 miles to greet the demon-slaying patrol officer. Before providing information to the patrol officer, you thought it wise to understand this person first. What if he is in cahoots with Fong Yuching and others? Would you not be walking into a gun barrel? This officer is currently residing in the county's post, in which is not an upscale place, but rather the standard accommodation for officials on business trips. Their inspection work is set to last for half a month, so they have not left yet. You inquired with some curious elders and learned that this officer had rejected all visits from the local gentry and wealthy families. Normally speaking, when a commissioner arrives, it should be a good opportunity for blatant corruption. Why is he not meeting anyone and is solely focused on inspection work? He must be a good official. Indeed, there are corrupt officials in this world, but you cannot dismiss everyone with one brush. However, just to be safe, you think it would be best to write an anonymous letter and secretly deliver it to the post-in. When you returned to your sister's house, she was so angry that she beat you up. Your disappearance this time was longer than the last time after the village massacre, which frightened her. You exchanged a glance with Shen Qingshan, who immediately understood. Chen Yi, your 4th brother, is busy with serious matters. What serious matters can a jobless wanderer have? You forcibly explained to him. I was in seclusion, practicing martial arts. Chen Yi said ungraciously, Fine. Stop bullying me for not knowing martial arts. All right, you went into seclusion. Please let me know next time before you enter seclusion. Tell me where you are going and how long you will be gone, okay? After sending your sister away, Shen Qingshan said in a low voice, 4th brother, are you investigating the strongholds of the demon race? Why didn't you discuss it with your brother-in-law? I can have my demon-slaying team assist you. No need to trouble yourself, though I have already figured everything out. 4th brother, you are quite capable. Was it your mysterious master who helped you? Sort of. The locations of the demons are all written in this letter. I plan to secretly deliver it to the post-in tonight. Your brother-in-law expressed that he did not want you to get involved to avoid bringing you trouble. Are you going to deliver it yourself? Fong Yuching might have already set his sights on Shen Qingshan. You don't think it is a good idea to let Shen Qingshan deliver the letter. However, Shen Qingshan said, Actually, I have a more suitable candidate. Zhang Miao, a demon-slaying officer from the demon-slaying division in Balan County Daqian Qingzhou, is responsible for leading the inspection of the demon threats in the surrounding counties. Recently, he arrived in Baiyun County. Master Fong County Magistrate Chao, the demon threat in Baiyun County is minimal and the people live in peace without disturbance. Your contributions are indispensable. Upon returning to the county office, I shall report to Lord Jinyao, ensuring that Baiyun County is recognized for its success in demon eradication. Zhang Miao was about to leave, and both the county office and the demon-slaying division warmly sent him off. Hearing Zhang Miao's praises, the plump county magistrate wore a humble expression. I am truly humbled. It is all thanks to the heavens' favor that demons seldom come to Baiyun County. Fong Yuching said little, furrowing his brow, fully aware of the dangers of speaking too much, and chose to remain silent. Just as Zhang Miao's inspection team was about to leave the city, a peasant woman suddenly rushed out from the crowd gathered along the street. Thud! She knelt at the city gate, raising a letter high with both hands. Lord Zhang, I have a grievance to voice. The plump county magistrate's pupils constricted upon seeing the woman, and he immediately ordered, Who is this troublemaker? Is she attempting to assassinate Lord Zhang? Someone drive her away with sticks. Fong Yuching was at a loss for words regarding this foolish teammate. An assassination attempt on Zhang Miao. I lack the capability, let alone this frail peasant woman. The plump county magistrate actually wanted to seize the opportunity to kill her in public. But Zhang Miao stopped him. County Magistrate Chao, she is merely a weak woman. Let her go, there's no need for violence. The woman knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Lord Zhang, please uphold justice for me. My husband is wrongfully accused. He is honest and kind. Everyone in our community speaks highly of him. He has never killed anyone. Zhang Miao sat on his horse looking down at the woman. Madam, I am a demon slayer, and I only handle demon-related matters. If you have a grievance to report, you should go to the county office. This is not my responsibility. Lord Zhang, it is the demons. A demon killed the person, not my husband. The county office coerced my husband into taking the blame for the demons. As soon as she spoke these words, the plump county magistrate's flesh trembled, anxiously pointing and ordering the officers to drive the woman away. Fong Yuching's face changed dramatically, silently taking a step back to protect the crowd. The onlookers murmured among themselves. Seeing the officers about to forcibly drive her away, Zhang Miao's subordinates immediately stepped forward to stop them. All the personnel from the demon-slaying division are martial artists, and those who serve in the county office are not weak. Even the ordinary officers who are not martial artists are no match for them. Zhang Miao dismounted and helped the woman who was crying and had red, swollen eyes to her feet. Madam, please take your time and explain. The peasant woman, while crying, recounted the injustice her husband faced. The essence of her tale was quite similar to the truth you uncovered in your second simulation. The county office forced the blame onto an innocent person for the demon-related incident and fabricated a case of human murder out of a demon murder. As she spoke, one after another, more people from the crowd stepped forward, kneeling beside Zhang Miao, crying out that their family members were also wrongfully killed. These people could not be certain that they were taking the blame for the demons, but they were sure that their loved ones had not committed murder. Zhang Miao looked at the dense crowd kneeling around him and turned to County Magistrate Chao. County Magistrate, with so many people crying out for justice, you are not doing your job properly as County Magistrate. The plump County Magistrate was sweating profusely. These are all troublemakers, Lord Zhang, you must not believe their words. Zhang Miao cast a disdainful glance at the plump County Magistrate. People today at this city gate, County Magistrate Chao shall review everyone's cases. Is that all right, County Magistrate? The plump County Magistrate had no choice but to agree. The initial peasant woman stepped forward and handed a letter to Zhang Miao. Lord Zhang, this contains the locations of all the demons hiding in Baiyun County, entrusted to me by a noble person to deliver to you. Zhang Miao accepted the letter. I presume the idea of voicing grievances publicly today was also suggested by this noble person, correct? The peasant woman lowered her head in shame. Suddenly a loud shout erupted from the crowd. Lord Zhang, Fong Yuching has run away. Zhang Miao turned to look and waved his hand to give an order. Chase! Several figures dashed out from the inspection team, swiftly leaping onto rooftops and pursuing. You mixed in with the crowd and witnessed everything. The earlier shout was also yours. All set. Afterward, the wrongful cases were overturned. The plump county magistrate was imprisoned due to the re-examination of the cases. Fong Yuching escaped. He was a local tyrant with many escape routes. The demon slayers from the county office, following the locations provided in the letter, took 500 soldiers from Baiyun County's defense camp to encircle the demons. However, they returned empty-handed. Zhang Miao did not doubt the peasant woman provided false information because they indeed found traces of significant demon activity in those areas. Zhang Miao speculated that it was the fleeing Fong Yuching who leaked the news, allowing the demons to escape. At Chen Yun's home, as everything settled and Zhang Miao's team had left Baiyun County, Xinqingshan's side to you. I didn't expect this Master Fong to be one of the masterminds. I thought it would only involve the county magistrate at most. With the situation in Baiyun County resolved, Sanjia's family should not suffer as they did in the previous simulation. The Wanhun banner will not appear for another 17 years. During this time, you cannot just stay at home. There are still things you can do. Brother-in-law, do you know about the Chi-Xian sect? Yes, it is a second-rate sect in our Balan County. Are you thinking of becoming a disciple? Exactly, but I only have low-level roots, so I wonder if they would be willing to accept me. If you are very eager to go, I can recommend you. Although my cultivation is not high, the Shan family's ancestors had connections with an elder from the Chi-Xian sect, so it shouldn't be difficult for you to get in. That would be great. As the simulation of the first year came to an end, Chen Yi pondered. This method can also be replicated in reality to eliminate Fong Yuching and his group. Then I can set up some precautions to prevent Fong Yuching from escaping, truly achieving a complete capture. Just then the simulation text before Chen Yi suddenly shone with golden light. In the second year, at the age of 19. Starting the entry extraction. Extracted successfully. The strictest father of the non-human race, gold. When you fight against non-human races, you can enhance your blood energy through high morale, increasing it by up to 100 times. Damage caused by non-human races to you is weakened by 100 times unconditionally. Furthermore, you will not be swayed by any form of deception from the non-human races. Those who are not of my kind are sure to have different hearts. Fight warrior. Would you like to adjust the entry? Yes, no. Wow. The golden legend. A 1/9 chance, that's quite something. Chen Yi bounced out of bed, excitedly standing up. Upon seeing the effect of the attribute, he became even more thrilled. Special attack against foreign races. I inflict great pain on them while their attacks don't hurt me. They can't deceive me. I will always remain alert against foreign races. He planned to use the soul banner to kill demons and nurture the banner, allowing it to nourish him in return, just like old Lu breaking the root bone limitations and rapidly enhancing his cultivation. With this attribute, killing demons would become safe and easy. Moreover, this attribute is not limited to just demons, it applies to all non-human races. Although Chen Yi did not yet know what other races existed in this world apart from humans and demons. Now he just needed the soul banner, but going to the Chi sect was also important to see if he could uncover more clues related to the massacre in Luoding village. In the simulation, attributes cannot be changed at will. Adjustments can only be made during the annual attribute draw. If he encounters demons, not having this attribute would be a huge loss. Currently, he felt that each of the 7 equipped attributes was quite necessary. After comparing, Chen Yi decided to replace effort will be rewarded. This attribute only guarantees that repeating the same action will yield some results, but it cannot reach its limit. You have replaced effort will be rewarded with the strictest father of foreign races. Before leaving Baiyun County, you visited the Yulai Inn and gave the landlady some money, asking her to look after Chen. Through Shun Qingshan's introduction, you joined the Chi sect. Your root bone is not high, indicating limited potential. However, your cultivation is surprisingly good, and joining the Chi sect can still strengthen the sect's overall strength. So your current status is not that of a disciple of the Chi sect, but rather a sect member. The former would require taking a master within the sect who is a high-level martial artist focusing primarily on cultivation. The latter does not require taking a master, but can still learn the sect's techniques and receive cultivation resources, while also having to hold certain duties to contribute to the development and management of the sect. In consideration of the Shun family's reputation, the Chi sect arranged for you to patrol the sect, simply accompanying the patrol team on a round around the sect every day. You can spend the remaining time cultivating or doing other things. The Chi sect gives you a spirit guiding pill and 10 low-grade spirit stones each month as cultivation resources. You can learn the low-level techniques in the sect freely, while mid-level and above require earning contributions for exchange. Contributions are not hard to earn. As a reporting sect member like you, arriving on time every day and completing your duties will automatically record a bit of contribution. In the 3rd year at the age of 20, starting the attribute draw. Draw successful. You must learn foreign languages. Green, full points in language talent. You can master other languages at an extremely fast pace, and if you study in bed, your learning efficiency doubles. Would you like to adjust the attribute? Yes, no, you chose no. Having been at the Chi sect for a year, you are now familiar with everything about the sect. As the previous bandit said, most people in the Chi sect practice the external skill Heartfire technique, and due to the side effects of the technique, the more skilled one becomes, the more red hair one has. In the Chi sect, people are basically recognized by their hair color. I'm a mere ant with a strand of red hair. Oh, what a senior with half a head of red hair. I greet you. Is this the elder with full red hair? So elegant. These are common phrases among the Chi sect members. In the past year, your cultivation efficiency has improved significantly compared to when you were in the county. On one hand, the monthly intake of spirit guiding pills accelerates the gathering of spiritual energy. On the other hand, it's due to the environment. The location of the martial arts mountain gate is a place where the essence of heaven and earth converges, allowing for higher efficiency in internal cultivation. Additionally, practitioners at the gathering spirit realm still need to cultivate external skills to enhance their blood energy. If the blood energy doesn't keep up, the spiritual energy cannot be enhanced either. Your main purpose for coming to the Chi sect isn't just cultivation, but to investigate the massacre in Luoding village and its relation to the Chi sect. So far, you haven't found any useful information, only one strange occurrence. Within the sect, there is an ancient tower. Every time you patrol past here with the team, the spider sense activates, sending chills down your spine. Senior Brother Lin, what is in this tower? You asked the patrol team leader. This is the place where our Chi sect's ancestor enters seclusion. Normally don't go in to disturb. If you trespass without permission, the consequences will be severe. Previously, there was a careless one who trespassed and was mercilessly killed by the ancestor. The Chi sect is a young sect, so the founding ancestor is still alive. Is it because one cannot trespass randomly that the spider sense reacts? In the 4th year at the age of 21, starting the attribute draw. Draw successful. Silent step. Green, when you consciously control your steps, you can make no sound, and when you remain still, your spiritual sense cannot detect your presence. Would you like to adjust the attribute? Yes, no, this attribute is useful and can help me investigate clues in the Chi sect. Which one should I replace it with? Chen Yi had to ponder for a moment. After careful consideration, it seems the potential for demonic presence is limited for now, so it can be temporarily replaced. You have replaced demonic presence with silent step. One day, when you patrolled past the ancient tower, you noticed that spider sense did not respond. That's right, recently Qingzhou held some sect exchange event, and the ancestor took a group of outstanding disciples out. You felt this was an opportunity. You had searched most areas within the sect, but had yet to enter this ancient tower. Since spider sense didn't respond, it meant there was no danger inside. After dark, you quietly approached the ancient tower. Spider sense still showed no response, indicating it was safe to enter. With courage, you climbed to the 3rd floor and squeezed in through a loosely shut window. There's nothing in here. Is this really a place for seclusion? This tower has 7 floors. You slipped from the 1st floor to the 7th, finding each level empty, with no furnishings whatsoever. However, the ground was quite strange. Each level had intricate patterns engraved on the floor, exhibiting a certain kind of regularity. Is this a formation? After several years at the Qi sect, although you have not formally studied formations, you occasionally listen to lectures from the formation masters, thus having a basic understanding. The formation patterns on each level of this tower differ greatly in style from the usual formations you encounter. One must learn more. One regrets having learned too little when the time comes. Just as you were carefully observing the details of the formation, intending to memorize it with photographic memory to study what these formations were later, the formation beneath your feet lit up. At the same time, spider sense began to respond frantically. Not good. Listening to the footsteps inside, you are certain that 2 individuals have indeed arrived. Could it be that this tower possesses the legendary teleportation array? How can a second-rate martial sect possess something related to spatial powers? You increasingly feel that the Qi sect has some issues. If there are problems, then which good person would mysteriously participate in a village massacre? The 2 individuals inside began to speak. However, you cannot understand them. Oh, if only I had brought the foreign language study notes from before. But then again, those notes were just for learning foreign languages. They can't help in understanding directly, can they? After listening to their incomprehensible chatter for a while, suddenly you start to understand. Am I saying this correctly? Ah, yes. The master learns quickly. If I didn't have this ability, would the general have sent me here? The Grand Commander has come for an inspection. We must act discreetly. This world is not short of powerful beings. If they discover us or see through our identities, it will be a one-way trip. Currently, our army has only scattered reconnaissance outposts in this realm, and the human traders we have recruited are insufficient. We have yet to form a substantial force and must plan carefully. At present, our greatest achievement is this tower, which houses 7 demon bridge arrays, allowing us to travel between various major outposts. Unfortunately, the resources we control are insufficient to bring a large number of troops and high-level clansmen here. You clearly hear every word, but when pieced together, you realize you've caught wind of something extraordinary. The way these 2 speak does not sound like that of the human race. You want to take a closer look, but worry about being discovered, so you remain silent, allowing stealthy step to take effect. I smell the scent of the demon race. Master, your nose is truly keen. The remnants of the demon race from 30,000 years ago have taken root in this world. Their relationship with the human race is tenuous, and this is a detail we can exploit. Why do I also smell a human scent? Master is joking. Of course, there is a human scent here. We have disguised this place as the retreat of the ancestors of the Qi sect. No, it's not a lingering scent. There is someone here right now. Your heart races, beating so fast that you worry the human inside might hear it. You didn't expect stealthy step to be soundless and undetectable by divine sense while standing still, but the opponent actually has a keen nose. The 2 inside the tower searched every level thoroughly and found no one. Master, we should go to the outpost in the eastern wilderness. After all, this is the central plains, a place teeming with hidden talents. If we stay here too long, we might expose our tracks. Hold on. Before the words left their mouth, you felt a sharp pain piercing from your back. Your face instantly turns pale, and a mouthful of hot blood surges into your throat. You have sustained internal injuries, but you endure it, remaining silent. Regardless of whether there is anyone here, since they dare not show themselves, they must be weak. The painful demon sound I unleashed earlier is enough to kill them. You are indeed meticulous, master. I admire you. You hear a buzzing sound emanating from within the tower, and faintly see the glow of the array light up. You stood motionless under the eaves outside the tower for a full hour, confirming that the individuals inside have left before you finally flip over and re-enter the tower. Phew. Fortunately, I had the golden notes from my alien father. Otherwise, that last attack would have ended this simulation. This also confirms that the 2 humanoid beings that appeared in the tower are indeed from another race. Moreover, they belong to a group outside of the human and demon races. Could the massacre at Luoding village also be related to them? Unable to piece together the puzzle, you must gather more clues to draw closer to the truth. You endure the pain memorizing all the patterns of the array before leaving the ancient tower. In the 5th year at the age of 22. You continue within the Chi-Xian sect training and keeping an eye out for clues. Your cultivation level has risen to the 6th layer of spirit gathering. After 5 years of diligent patrols, the contributions you've accumulated are enough to exchange for a mid-tier martial art. You browse through the mid-tier martial arts in the library. Elder Yin, I would like to exchange for this 9 Suns Heart technique. Yin Rue is the elder in charge of the library, and his red hair showcases his mastery of the Heart Fire technique. Chen Yi, the 9 Suns Heart technique, is a mental technique used for cultivating vitality. You haven't reached the soul refinement stage yet. I fear this technique may be of no use to you. Elder Yin, how can you say that? Am I really going to spend my life without reaching the soul refinement stage? Let me exchange it first. Oh, I have little interest in the other techniques. The Chi-Xian sect is not very large, and over the past 5 years you've come to know most of the people. You often invite Elder Yin from the library for drinks and casual chats, mainly to seek his guidance on various martial arts issues. Not only in cultivation, but also in alchemy, weapon refining, and formations, this elder is knowledgeable and can answer any questions you have. As time passed, you both became fast friends across generations. Elder Yin stroked his white beard, suddenly made a gesture, and a book flew over. I noticed that during your spar with Captain Lin, you didn't seem to learn any movement techniques. Take this one. Elder Yin handed you a movement martial art called Rocket Step. Elder Yin, this movement technique sounds impressive just by its name. Is this also a mid-tier technique? Why didn't I see it on the shelves over there? Elder Yin chuckled. Mid-tier techniques do vary in quality, you see. The mid-tier techniques you can exchange for are the most common ones, while the exquisite techniques are on the upper floor. Alright then, I'll exchange for 9 Suns Heart technique next time. Elder Yin turned around, hands clasped behind his back, and waved toward the door. Patroller Chen Yi today has exchanged for the Rocket Step. You understood and clasped your fist in gratitude, departing. Indeed, it is useful to often build rapport. The drinks you shared with Elder Yin were not wasted. Time in the simulation passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have gone by. Chen Yi's cultivation level has risen by 2 more layers and is now at the 8th layer of spirit gathering. Even in a place where the essence of heaven and earth gathers, and with the sect providing cultivation resources every month, the rate of improvement is still slow. Cultivating with a low-tier root bone is indeed challenging. No wonder Fong Yuching would turn to the dark path. Without resorting to evil methods, there is simply no hope. Thankfully, in 2 more years, I will be able to receive the 10,000 Souls banner. In essence, Chen Yi wishes to use the 10,000 Souls banner to accelerate his improvement, which is also a path of evil cultivation. He simply does not intend to kill people, but rather demons. 15 years have passed, and you are now 32 years old. You've replaced stealth with demonic presence. You've spent 15 years in the Qixin sect. You have become the patrol team leader, and your treatment by the Qixin sect has improved. What happened to the previous Captain Lin? He has been optimized. Ordinary disciples, as they age and their cultivation fails to progress, will be dismissed from the sect. It's just patrolling. There are plenty of people who can do it. Many rogue cultivators are willing to join the sect, even if it means cleaning toilets. This is because martial arts sects often occupy areas rich in heavenly essence, providing natural support for cultivators, which is hard to find in the outside world. Moreover, it's better to have a powerful backing than to be alone. That day you reported for duty as usual. In the mountains surrounding the sect, you suddenly saw a thick demonic presence forming a mist. Be careful, there are demons around. Quick, notify the mountain protecting elders. The team members became alert, but looking around they found nothing. Captain, where are the demons? Which demon would dare to make trouble at our Qixin sect? Exactly. Some team members were dissatisfied with your command, because when Captain Lin was dismissed, this position was highly competitive. You relied on your connection with Elder Yin to gain an advantage, allowing you to secure the position. Naturally, others were envious and harbored discontent, ready to confront you at any opportunity. You are not one to have a good temper. Hurry and notify the sect. Stop wasting time here. If demons truly attack, I can handle it, but you all can't. Your words fueled their dissatisfaction even more. But this time, before they could retort, a series of low growls echoed around. Now they could smell the strange scent emanating from the demons, even without the term demonic presence. Suddenly, a dozen pig demons charged out. With their long, sharp tusks, they easily pierced through several unprepared individuals. The pig demon swung its head tusks, driving into these people, crashing them hard against a tree. It truly became a situation of the pig collides with you, and you collide with the tree. Demons. There really are demons. So many. These pig demons were merely the vanguard. Looking deeper into the mountains, there were large groups of demons kicking up clouds of dust as they rushed forward. This is not just a demon attack. This is a demon tide. A demon tide refers to a destructive assault led by one or more powerful demon leaders. Demons are not just monstrous beasts. They are an intelligent race, albeit with wild behaviors. Thus, when led by demons, they can act collectively like the human race. You couldn't understand why the Qixin sect possessed the capabilities to provoke a demon-tide attack. Bang! A wild boar demon collided with you, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. The wild boar demon, unconvinced, charged again. You stood firm, its tusks shattered. What? The pig demon spoke human language. Taking advantage of its moment of doubt, you delivered a powerful punch to its large head, smashing half of its pig face flat. The force of your punch pierced through its pig brain, lifting a layer of fallen leaves from the ground with an astonishing display of power. The few surviving patrol members were left dumbfounded. They no longer doubted your position as team leader. You were simply too fierce. Is this truly the Gathering Spirit stage? Of course you are at the Gathering Spirit stage, but when facing demons, your golden attribute, the harshest father of alien races, activated. As long as your fighting spirit is high, your blood energy can increase 100-fold when facing alien races. The level of blood energy indicates the strength of the physical body. 100-fold increase in blood energy equates to 100-fold improvement in all physical attributes. Focusing on exertion, the increase would be even more than 100-fold. Maintaining a fighting spirit can't be that simple, can it? Just ignite the soul of your rebellious youth. Moreover, with this attribute, any attack from alien races is unconditionally weakened by 100-fold. So that wild boar couldn't budge you at all. Seeing the demons surge with ferocity surrounding the Qixin sect entirely, you had no choice but to push through the blockade of demons and return inside. The ordinary demons present could not stop you, whose blood energy had surged 100-fold. Once you activated, rocket step flames erupted beneath your feet, propelling you like a human missile. Captain Chen, take us with you. The team members who were just patrolling with you pleaded for help. You ignored them. Just moments ago, when you told them to go up the mountain to report, they refused and kept nagging you. Now they knew to call you captain. Too late. The Qixin sect had already sensed the anomaly and activated the mountain protecting formation. Those outside the formation could not enter at all. All disciples, sect members, elders, and even the rarely seen sect master and ancestors appeared. Everyone on the mountain watched in shock as the demon army surged forward. The mountain protecting formation shook violently under the repeated attacks from the demons. A group of formation masters struggled to maintain the formation at its core. A large number of spirit stones were consumed in an instant. Their thoughts mirrored yours. How could the Qixin sect, a second-rate sect, warrant such a large-scale attack from demons? However, this was not the end. A dark cloud enveloped the mountain peak. Within that cloud, they saw green dragon scales flickering in and out of sight. Within the clouds, a massive creature seemed to be riding the clouds. My heavens! Did our Qixin sect defend the heavenly laws? In that moment, your mind was clear. The Qixin sect is done for. You cannot accompany them to the grave. Others might not escape, but you have a legendary attribute. There is still a chance. You speculated that the demon invasion of the Qixin sect might be connected to that ancient tower where unknown alien beings were rumored to appear. The enormous creature in the sky revealed a dragon head as massive as a mountain from the clouds. Its enormous lake-like eyes gazed down with an undeniable majesty. With just a gentle snort, the mountain-protecting formation of the Qixin sect shattered like paper. A large number of demons surged into the mountain gate, wreaking havoc, killing anyone they saw, while the Qixin sect members fought desperately in resistance. With one hand wielding a sword and the other a spear, you fought your way through the chaos. Oh, this is quite easy. Truly, the alien race's father title is incredibly useful. In front of humans, you are merely at the Gathering Spirit stage. But in front of demons, you transform into a powerful force. At this moment of life and death for the Qixin sect, how could I possibly seize treasures amid the chaos? Of course I must save lives. Chen Yi declared with solemn righteousness, so convincingly he almost believed himself. Seizing martial cultivation resources held little meaning for him beyond the simulation. Only one thing could truly be carried out: cultivation manuals. Yin Rui was defending the manuals in the scripture pavilion. Rushing to his aid would repay a debt of gratitude, and perhaps allow Chen Yi to secure a few precious manuals as well. A perfect win-win. You choose option 1. Elder Yin, hold on. I'm coming to your aid. With rocket step beneath his feet, you charged headlong into the demonic horde like a bulldozer, slamming through them with unyielding force, sending demons tumbling head over heels. In this moment, you were not their father. You were their living father. Striking you yielded no damage. Enduring a single blow sent them straight to meet their great-grandmothers. Elder Yin Rui fought bloodily before the scripture pavilion. Seeing Chen Yi rush to reinforce him, and with such extraordinary valor, hope flickered across his weathered face. Young friend Chen Yi, do not concern yourself with me. Take our sect's manuals and safeguard them well. For the day we restore the Qixin sect, everything will depend upon you. With a wave of his hand, a chest filled with manuals landed before Chen Yi. The Qixin sect's collection of manuals extended far beyond this single chest. Yet all truly valuable manuals were contained within it. Other disciples rushed forward shouting with raw, desperate urgency. Elder, rest assured, the manuals are in my hands. Companions, as these disciples lunged toward the chest, their intentions unmistakable. Chen Yi kicked several demons aside, tripping the rivals in one swift motion, then hastily bound the wooden chest to his body. Elder, I will never abandon you. Elder Yin Rue smiled, a calm, serene smile. I am already advanced in years. The Qixin sect nurtured me my entire life. Today, as she faces calamity, I choose to share her fate, to live and die with her. Go now, Chen Yi. May the day come when disciples of the Qixin sect seek you out and you return these manuals to revive our sect. Securing the manuals was sincere. So too was his genuine emotion upon witnessing Yin Rue hold the line, sacrificing himself to delay the demonic tide. Human nature, so intricate, so profoundly layered. Flee now? Only you can break through. Though Elder Yin Rue did not understand why Chen Yi wielded such overwhelming power against demons, that question could wait. Preserving the Qixin sect's flame was paramount. Chen Yi bowed deeply toward Yin Rue, tears streaming as he turned and fled. Along the way, his nose caught an intoxicating, soul-stirring scent of a supreme treasure. The scent emanated from the heavens, where within the roiling clouds loomed a being resembling a divine dragon. The demons flooding the Qixin sect were generally weak. Even their strongest warriors could be held at bay by the sect's elders. Only the celestial entity above was unmistakably peerless beyond all comparison. Truly formidable demons rarely appear upon the central plains, for this is human territory. Who would tolerate another sleeping soundly beside one's own bed? Any demon growing excessively powerful would swiftly be eliminated by human cultivators of transcendent might. Thus, most demons gathered at the Qixin sect were mediocre, capable of trading blows even with a second-tier sect. Yet the being aloft could not possibly hail from the central plains. It must have emerged from the eastern wastelands, or even the far more remote Great Wastelands. Senior Brother Chen, these manuals are too heavy. I'll carry some for you. Get lost. Chen Yi, your hair isn't even red. How dare a high-tier manual of our sect leave under your care? Hand them over. My heart is crimson red. As Chen Yi barreled wildly through the demonic ranks racing down the mountain, other Qixin sect disciples attempted to wrest the manuals from him. This could never be permitted. No one, not a single soul, would lay hands upon the Qixin sect's manuals. Where the disciple stands, the scriptures remain. Loyalty, unshakable, absolute. Just as Chen Yi, brimming with fierce resolve, burst forth onto the mountain's base, the oppressive sky erupted with blinding radiance. A colossal sword towering as a mountain hurtled from the distant horizon. Its passage cleaved the heavens asunder. 10,000 clouds recoiled in retreat. Where its light fell, the world instantly brightened, cleansed, purified. Upon that immense blade, Chen Yi glimpsed a faint, indistinct figure. Azure Dragon, why do you dare intrude upon the central plains? Do you intend to violate the ancient covenant between our races? The figure upon the sword demanded. Upon seeing the swordsman arrive, the Azure Dragon, heedless now of its ancestral dignity, lashed its tail downward with cataclysmic force. The Qixin sect's mountain peak was flattened by dozens of meters, swallowed whole by churning dust and debris. The shock waves surged from the summit, so immense that even Chen Yi, already at the mountain's foot, was hurled skyward, crashing hundreds of meters away. Damn, this power is utterly incomprehensible. Even more astonishing, the swordsman who commanded that titanic blade. What realm of cultivation did he occupy to stand equal before the Azure Dragon? Li Liushui, I do not disregard the covenant, but your human race has crossed the sacred boundary. My actions are self-preservation and salvation for you as well. The Azure Dragon's thunderous voice resonated across heaven and earth. Each syllable shook the firmament itself. Then Chen Yi watched as swordlight and Azure Dragon scales flashed high above, swordsman Li Liushui and the Azure Dragon vanishing into the clouds beyond mortal sight. Chen Yi ceased watching those apex cultivators. Clutching the chest of manuals, he departed that land of turmoil. Days later, he arrived at a quiet town and settled into an inn. At last, he had time to examine his spoils: 20 cultivation manuals, 14 mid-tier, 6 high-tier. This is destiny. He recalled Shun Qingshan's words: an ordinary martial artist who obtains even one high-tier manual is already blessed with profound karmic fortune. And yet, he had acquired 6 at once. Moreover, the 14 mid-tier manuals were masterpieces among their kind, worthy of being called mid-to high-tier without exaggeration. What thrilled him most was that the 6 high-tier manuals included both external and internal cultivation arts, meaning his foundational cultivation speed would measurably accelerate upon adopting these superior methods. Carrying such treasures across the land is perilous. Let me commit them all to memory first, then bury them somewhere safe awaiting a worthy successor. Thereafter he remained quietly in that small town, memorizing the manuals, upgrading to superior external and internal cultivation arts, mastering high-tier martial techniques. In his leisure he occasionally visited the town's pleasure quarters, not for indulgence, but to rescue young women ensnared in misfortune. His compassion knew no bounds. 16th year. Age 33. Drawing a trait. Trait drawn successfully. The sole true prophet of the arena. Purple once per day you may designate a target and discern whether they are virtuous or corrupt. Adjust trait. Yes, no. You replaced Yu Yao Qi with Yu Long Shi Feng. Chen Yi made some adjustments to his attributes in the simulation. Spider sensing is a highly cost-effective rare attribute that can sense dangers. Its function theoretically overrides that of the only true prophet in the field. However, Chen Yi wanted to see how the new attribute functioned in practice. If it doesn't work, well, he can switch back next year. As for switching to Yu Long Shi Feng, in the simulation, don't think I only know how to lounge around. Look at how much care I take of you going to save fallen girls. How can I do that without professional skills? But just this year, next year, I must get serious. Next year marks the 17th year, the time to obtain the Wanhun Fan. He studied techniques during the day and practiced skills at night, leading a fulfilling life. At the Qi Xian sect, Xian Huagong is a mid-level external skill for ordinary disciples, while Xian Yin Xian Gong is an enhanced version reserved for elite disciples and high-ranking members, as well as those who have made significant contributions. Like Xian Huagong, practicing Xian Yin Xian Gong will also cause one's hair to turn red. You have just begun, and already a strand of your bangs has turned red. As a high-level technique, Xian Yin Xian Gong not only increases your blood energy cultivation speed, but also allows you to ignite your blood energy in battle, enabling all your attacks to carry fiery enhancements. When using this technique, it will significantly enhance your bodhis resistance to flames, high temperatures, and burns. The speed of spiritual energy cultivation has also improved. Moreover, practicing this inner skill will imbue the cultivator's qi with a strong yang energy. One will become like a tiger radiating intense yang energy, able to melt the snow beneath them in the dead of winter. This also makes it nearly impossible for you to contract secular illnesses. Unknowingly, it contributes to longevity. However, this inner skill does have a minor side effect. Like its positive effects, intense yang energy requires a balance of yin and yang, otherwise one becomes restless. Otherwise, why would you be so keen on saving fallen girls? There's a reason for everything. High-level techniques are more obscure and profound. It's already impressive to enter 2 of them in a year through self-study. There are still 2 high-level martial arts that you are researching and have yet to master. As for those mid-level techniques, you estimate that unless there is a significant necessity, you probably won't study them in this lifetime. Human energy is limited. Practicing numerous entry-level techniques is less effective than specializing in a few to improve proficiency. As night falls, after a day of tedious training, it's time for you to relax a bit. Life should be a balance of work and rest. Now with a robust yang energy, it's time for a daily refreshing splash. Counting the days, it's almost time for old Lu to get the Wanhun Fan. Suddenly your nostrils flared slightly. The scent of a treasured item. Compared to treasures, fallen girls take a back seat. You followed the source of the scent and tracked it. If the treasure hasn't been unearthed, it should naturally belong to me. If it's with someone else, I'll remember the time and place, and later when my strength is greater, I'll go to the new simulation to retrieve it. You were cautious. Soon you arrived at the wilderness outside Donchi town. The scent of the treasure grew stronger. Is the detection range this vast? Truly worthy of an epic attribute. Your heart raced, excitement building. Could it be the Wanhun Fan? Dongchi town isn't far from Old Liu's hometown, Hongtong County. Has Old Liu already obtained the Wanhun Fan and begun committing crimes? Old Liu holding the Wanhun Fan is indeed formidable. You do not wish to repeat the short-lived fate of your previous life. If that's the case, you'll have to play it safe this time and go a bit earlier next time. The tall man forcibly turned your gaze towards the beautiful woman. You said earnestly, gentlemen, the reason you've brought me here is to... Did you not hear? We need your help, and after it's done you must act as if nothing ever happened. If you don't draw your sword to help, you won't survive now. Who would have thought that drawing the sword would now be aimed at a princess? There are no other options, the tall man stated. Stop chatting. Saving people is urgent. Let me tell you, you must not harbor any wicked thoughts. You must treat this as a doctor's duty. This is to save a life. My divine sense is locked onto you, and if you show any wicked thoughts, I will destroy you. This difficulty is just too great. How can one avoid wicked thoughts while doing such things? It's too contradictory. Enough idle talk. You have 1 incense stick's worth of time, Lao. AI, let's go. 1 incense stick. Who do you look down on? You sat upright, looking at the woman in pain before you, and said very seriously, Miss, I don't know if you are a princess, but at this moment, that doesn't seem very important. What matters is that I am being forced. I only wanted to take a walk tonight, but unexpectedly, I was forcibly brought here by your 2 guards and assigned this task. But I don't like forcing others. If you are unwilling, I'd rather be killed by your guards. What fear is there in death? My bottom line must not be broken. At that moment, the aroma of a treasure became overwhelmingly intense. Could it be that the treasure is on this princess? The princess answered your unspoken question with her actions. Whoa. In the midst of your busyness, you used the only true prophet in the entire scene to verify this princess' identity. It's over, she's a villain. You figured that even after she cured herself, she wouldn't let you off. This is the normal plot. She will definitely kill to silence you. Since I'm dead, either way I might as well throw myself in completely. The dragon dance with Phoenix began to exert its power. The decisive battle lasted until dawn. As the first light of dawn shone into the cave, you and the princess sat embraced on the stone bed. You now had 2 questions. After the battle ended, using the only true prophet in the entire scene to verify this princess showed she was a good person. What does such a change represent? So hard to guess. The other question is that now that you both had been honest with each other, you also explored her clothing and found nothing inside. Where is the treasure? Could it be inside her body? After the princess regained consciousness, she talked a lot with you. You learned her name was Li Lingyue, and she had been conferred the title of 100 Flowers Princess by the current emperor. The reason she appeared here was that she was on her way to marry the king of the southern regions passing through this area. However, she was unwilling to marry that old, fat, and ugly fellow from the Dusher kingdom. So she employed a little trick midway and escaped from the wedding party. Unfortunately, the 2 personal guards arranged by the dead Qian emperor were both experts at the foundation establishment stage, and she was still caught up. The 100 Flowers Princess, unwilling to submit, saw a poisonous plant nearby, the heartbreak grass, and aided in tending to end her life. Unexpectedly, she mistook the herb. It was not heartbreak grass, but rather the love flower, which closely resembled it. And then what happened was what occurred yesterday. A princess going to marry in the southern regions. Chen Yi recalled something about this. In the second simulation after Sun Qingjin's border troops were annihilated, the Da Shi army charged straight in and militarily occupied Suzhou. The Da Qian emperor negotiated to cede land in exchange for peace. It turns out that the princess who was to marry was this one before you. Indeed, she is the most beautiful in the 5 regions. Even I cannot resist. TSK. The 100 Flowers Princess blinked her sparkling big eyes at you. She seemed to want to say something, pondered for a moment, but still did not speak. Boom. A black mist erupted from the grave of old Liu's father, swirling into the shape of auspicious clouds as it rose from the tomb. Old Liu was stunned, sitting down abruptly on the ground, mumbling, Grandfather, is our ancestral grave smoking?" However, what flew out from the tomb was not his father, but a white flag supported by a bamboo pole. Old Liu's face was filled with confusion. Even more bizarrely, this white flag began to speak. "O sad Liu Laojia's son Liu Gosheng, do you desire power?" At this moment, old Liu's mind was almost shutting down. It was only when the white flag asked him again that he finally reacted, a glimmer of joy gradually appearing in his eyes. "Yes, this is the legendary opportunity. I didn't expect that at my age I would still have such fortune. Heaven wants me to thrive. Yes, I want power. I want to shatter the injustices and darkness of this world. I want all those who have bullied me to tremble. Oh, my friend, you are a true warrior. Then come, seize this power from the abyss and nightmares. Although it might require a small price from you, what does that matter?" Old Liu, now in his twilight years, suddenly found himself in the script of a passionate youth. The heart that had long been dead began to beat anew. However, as his rough old hand reached for the white flag, another powerful young hand seized his, extinguishing old Liu's passionate script. "Friend, this opportunity is too great. You cannot handle it." Old Liu turned to look at you. "Who are you? Stop meddling, get away." Old Liu's eyes no longer held simplicity, but were veiled with a layer of madness. The allure of the Wanhun banner was simply too strong. You punched old Liu, knocking him out, and then kicked him aside. At this moment, old Liu was only at the 9th level of body refinement, no match for your 8th level of qi gathering. Seeing that old Liu was no longer useful, the Wanhun banner turned to you and said, "O warrior, do you desire power?" You felt an unease as the Wanhun banner seemed to be tempting you. However, your strict father from another race included the effect of immunity to foreign temptations. The Wanhun banner is not a human, hence it is also considered a foreign entity. This makes sense. The Wanhun banner sensed something was off. Unlike old Liu, you did not show an uncontrollable desire in your eyes, so it decided to intensify its efforts. "Oh friend, do you desire to shatter the darkness and injustice of this world? Do you wish to make those who bully you?" You yanked the Wanhun banner out of the tomb. "So you're called the Wanhun banner, huh?" You didn't care about its ramblings and started pounding the Wanhun banner with a barrage of punches. Trying to tempt me, trying to control me, trying to use me. Dream on. First I will beat you into submission, and then you will obediently serve me. Hey, warrior, good man, handsome guy, why are you taking this so seriously? Let's be friends. As you continued your assault, a crunching sound echoed, and the Godhood banner broke. What the hell? What a shoddy product. Even though the flag was broken, the black mist did not dissipate, and from the banner flew out a sphere radiating dark light. Damn it, I finally found a clean white flag. Where am I supposed to find a fitting vessel now? What's going on here? Aren't you the Godhood banner? Why can you speak? Why do you have no physical form? Nonsense. I am the spirit of a celestial artifact. I can exist without a body. Though I will become increasingly weaker and need to quickly find a fated partner to mutually assist each other. You looked at it with suspicion. Please do not insult my noble artifact character with your doubtful gaze. After a friendly exchange, you had a basic understanding of the Godhood banner's situation. This fellow was indeed just a spirit. Its original body had been lost long ago. Its memory in this regard was hazy, as it was becoming increasingly weak and unable to retain many memories. Nonetheless, it was not surprising that this thing was destroyed. It was undoubtedly an evil object, and righteous individuals would think of destroying it upon discovering it. But that does not mean the Godhood banner is useless. It can attach itself to any object and continue to function. However, it will be greatly diminished since it is not its original form. The object it attaches to, the closer it is to its original form and quality, the more power it can unleash. The spiritual artifacts used by martial artists come in different qualities similar to techniques. There are low, medium, high, earth, and heaven grades, while the Godhood banner is a celestial artifact even higher than the heaven grade. It is currently becoming increasingly weak and needs to quickly recognize a master nurtured by the owner's body. Little brother, you've finally arrived. Although you've destroyed my meticulously selected body, we are fated. As long as you allow me to recognize you as my master, I will surely assist you in marrying a noble lady, gaining titles, and reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. Recognizing you as my master is no problem, but let's be clear, you cannot backfire on me like making me age prematurely or weakening me. Nonsense. Where did such rumors come from? How could I, the Godhood banner, treat my own master like that? If this gets out, how would other celestial artifacts view me? I still need to save face, you know. Huh. Answer me. You recounted the situation old Liu had simulated last time, though you did not directly mention old Liu's story. Instead, you framed it as a hearsay. So you're worried about that. Although I don't know which of my past masters you're referring to, I can assure you that he must have been eager to become stronger, which is why I refined part of his original soul to provide him with a large amount of cultivation in a short time. This method increases rapidly, but severely shortens lifespan and depletes vitality, leading to a short life. Is there any other way besides refining original souls to help me gain additional cultivation? Simple. Kill. Kill a lot. When those fresh lives have just died and their souls have not yet dissipated, bring those delicious souls to me. Hiss-ha. Afterward, I will slowly refine these souls, gaining their soul power, and well, split it 70-30. You gain cultivation, while I restore my spiritual body, becoming stronger together. I can't take 70%, but doesn't seem fair. Hee, you take 30, I take 70. 50-50. 70-30. 50-50. 70-30. 70-30. 50-50. Deal. By the way, can we kill demons instead? Killing demons is too troublesome. Those mortals are as fragile as paper. You are a proper martial artist, aren't you capable? So that means it's possible. From today onwards, we will exorcise demons and capture all the wicked spirits and evil beings in the world. After a simple yet unpretentious master recognition ceremony, you became the new master of the Godhood fan. However, it matters not. You shall use it for a lifetime and see whether it serves as a positive aid or a negative burden. In the last simulation, old Liu rose from the 9th level of body refinement to the soul refinement stage in 6 years, yet from his appearance, he might not live long. Such a method of cultivation means you can only elevate one level in a lifetime, which is not cost-effective. For you, hastening your cultivation speed, while ensuring a sufficiently long life, is the optimal solution. This area is a graveyard filled with flags and spirit money. You casually picked up a tattered black spirit-recalling banner, allowing the weapon spirit of the Godhood fan to temporarily reside within. Hey, buddy, this thing is too shabby. Just make do with it for now. Later, you'll find a blacksmith to forge you a spiritual body. You are quite generous, buddy. However, my resources are limited. I might only be able to forge a low to mid-grade one. How can resources be limited? Just go rob some. Indeed, you are quite wild. As a celestial weapon, the Godhood fan has countless miraculous uses, including changing size and merging into the body. Can others detect you with their divine sense? No, I am a celestial weapon. If anyone could easily detect my existence, could I still be called a celestial weapon? Do I not have any dignity? Unless you pull me out in front of others, then forget what I just said. Brother, I hope you understand in the eyes of the world you are undeniably the first evil weapon, the kind that everyone seeks to exterminate, so you must not expose yourself. Prejudice. This is blatant prejudice. The evil lies with my masters who walk the wrong path, but what does that have to do with me? Does that mean if a butcher kills someone with a kitchen knife, the knife is evil? Huh? Answer me. Did you forget that you just told me to kill and rob? Did I say that? Fine, I have now turned over a new leaf. After acquiring the Wan Hun Fan, your first battle against demons and monsters was chosen to be in Hongtong County. With the demonic aura attribute, you can gauge the strength of a demon by the depth of its demonic aura. First target the soft targets. In the mountain god temple of Laogo village, a group of villagers was praying to the mountain god. Some prayed for children, others for love, and some for favorable weather and bountiful harvests. Finally, they placed a still swaddled baby beneath the statue. The child, having lost the warm embrace of its mother or sensing some danger, began to cry loudly. The villagers present were unmoved by the cries. Suddenly, the eyes of the statue lit up, and the baby slowly floated up, landing in the arms of the statue. Oh, villagers, the mountain god has accepted our offerings. All our wishes shall be fulfilled. Ha ha, that's fantastic, fantastic. Next year will surely be another bountiful year. Just as the villagers were rejoicing, you walked in from outside the temple. Demon, let go of that child. With one hand wielding a spear and the other carrying a long sword, your long black hair danced in the wind and your fitted attire rustled. Without a word, you thrust your spear, and in a flash you pierced through the so-called mountain god statue. The baby fell into your arms, and you looked gently at her. The child broke into a smile. The villagers witnessing this became furious. Who is this madman? How dare he offend the mountain god? Drive him out. Return our offerings. You shot a fierce glare at these ignorant villagers, scolding them harshly. Fools! There has never been a savior, nor do we rely on deities or emperors. To create a happy life, one must rely on oneself. You almost broke into song. Suddenly a gust of cold wind swept into the temple. A vague figure amidst a cloud of holy light sat upon the shattered base of the statue. Bold madman, do you know the crime of destroying my sacred statue? Seeing this, all the villagers immediately knelt. The mountain god has manifested. Mountain god, spare us. The one who destroyed your statue is this despicable outsider. We in Laogo village have always revered you. Mountain god, please calm your anger. You gave this so-called mountain god a sidelong glance. Stop pretending to be a god. In your eyes, this guy was merely the source of demonic energy, a demon through and through, yet he masqueraded as a god to deceive the villagers. Time to eradicate him. With high morale and full strength from the foreign kin attribute, you held the baby in one arm and thrust the spear with the other. The mountain god probably did not anticipate that you would strike, without warning, instinctively retreating. After a brief skirmish, you dispelled the holy light surrounding this fellow with your martial arts. When the one-eyed wolf's head, filthy and emaciated, was exposed before everyone, the villagers showed signs of terror. Is this the mountain god? What a waste. There is no mountain god. This is merely a wolf demon. The wolf demon, enraged and embarrassed, charged at you with blood-red eyes. The wolf demon opened its massive jaws, trying to bite you while also clawing at you with its sharp claws. You remained steadfast, focusing solely on protecting the baby in your arms, even taking the time to gently touch the baby's adorable little nose. With a 100-fold increase in blood vitality combined with the 100-fold reduction from being attacked by an alien race, the result was clear. Useless. Other than drenching me in saliva, what else can you do? The wolf demon was taken aback. After all that, it had only succeeded in tearing your clothes without even breaking your skin. Die. With a furious shout, your spear pierced through the wolf demon's abdomen, lifting it up. This scene was utterly shocking to the villagers. The being they revered as a deity was actually impaled by your spear, and you could simultaneously protect a frail baby without sustaining a single scratch. After the wolf demon's death, the villagers knelt before you. A celestial being has descended. You were speechless towards these ignorant villagers. Did they have nothing else in their heads apart from celestial beings? You returned the baby to the villagers and warned them not to conduct human sacrifices again, or you would flood their fields. The villagers were terrified and repeatedly expressed their apologies. You drove the villagers out of the temple, locked the doors, and took out the Wan Hun Fan to capture your first demon soul. Due to not achieving full attendance this month, there will only be 2 updates. Starting next month, there will be 3. I beg for your continued support. The current platform is determining the fate of my writing. Many thanks to all. Is this really enough? I don't feel any improvement in my cultivation. How could it be so fast, buddy? Refinement takes time, and the quantity is far too meager. Look at those villagers outside. blindingly ignorant, wasting grain just by breathing. Kill them all. Wipe them out. Don't try to trick me. The great Qian dynasty may be rotten, but it hasn't yet collapsed into utter lawlessness. The myriad soul banner is whispering to you again. Yet before the golden trade, its influence proves utterly futile. You even detect a faint note of resignation in the banner's tone, as if lamenting your impenetrable, unyielding nature. To be fair, Yao souls are indeed stronger than mortal souls, far more potent for refinement. Damn it, why did my past masters only slaughter humans? Because mortals are easier to prey upon. Yet for you, thanks to the alien paternal lineage trait, Yao are the ones who've become easy targets. Year 18. Age 35. You track Yaoqi across the land with the myriad soul banner, slaying Yao and dispelling evil. As the banner's reservoir of Yao souls swells, its cultivation refund effect accelerates markedly. Year 19. Age 36. Your martial cultivation advances to gathering Qi level 9. Certain Yao anatomical features, horn, scales, claws, fetch handsome prices in martial cultivator markets. These markets transact exclusively in spirit crystals, not silver. By selling Yao materials, you accumulate substantial crystals to sustain daily cultivation. Excess crystals purchase auxiliary pills, further accelerating your advancement. Among wandering cultivators, you live exceptionally well. Year 20. Age 37. Your martial cultivation reaches gathering Qi level 10. You contemplate collaborating with the demon-slaying bureau to hunt stronger Yao. After all, you seek only their souls. Their physical remains matter little to you. Yet upon reflection, the arrangement feels precarious. Should your possession of the myriad soul banner be discovered, you risk either forcible confiscation, or worse, relentless pursuit and slaughter. You abandon the idea outright. Year 21. Age 38. Your martial cultivation ascends to gathering Qi level 11. Year 22. Age 39. You reach gathering Qi level 12. The spiritual energy channels of the 12 primary meridians are now fully cultivated. You prepare to break through into the soul-refining realm. Though later stage advancement grows increasingly arduous, your ever-growing horde of Yao souls balances the pace. After 5 years traversing the Jianghu, ridding the southern territories of the great Qian dynasty of Yao, you've carved out a notable reputation. Your practice of the heartflame mystic art gradually turns your hair crimson, rendering your appearance unmistakable. Some mischievous wandering cultivators have dubbed you the crimson-haired demon slayer, often shortened to crimson hair. That's unbearably awful. Each time you slay a Yao in public, locals spot that distinctive streak of crimson hair and erupt in unison, crimson hair, crimson hair. You awkwardly gift them a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment and vanish instantly. The crimson-haired hero not only upholds justice, fearlessly undaunted by Yao or demons. After eradicating our scourge, he demands no reward, not even a single word in return. Over these years, you've waged relentless campaigns against Yao, both bold and cunning. Yet sometimes men prove more perilous than Yao. Frequent sales of Yao materials in martial cultivator markets, despite your caution, draw the gaze of ill-intentioned figures. You visit each market only once, yet they still fixate on you. Under moonless night, you ride along the imperial highway toward Shunbing Prefecture in Lingzhou, a hub famed for masters of spirit weapon forging. Having saved a modest fortune in spirit crystals, you intend to forge a superior vessel for the myriad soul banner, enhancing its power exponentially. Crimson hair, hold. En route, 5 martial cultivators block your path. Thanks to your perfect recall trait, you recognize them instantly. You saw them lingering near you during prior Yao material transactions in the markets. Honorable sirs, what brings you here? Spirit crystals are hard-earned. We'd like to borrow some from you. You've just made quite a haul. That golden ox horn alone fetched 500 low-grade crystals. We're all wandering cultivators. No need to make things difficult. 800 or 900 will suffice. You've sold so many crystals, yet carry no conspicuous pouch. Do you possess a spatial storage artifact? Hand it over as well. You sit astride your horse, arms crossed, and cannot suppress a chuckle. So this is robbery. They shamelessly retort. Robbery sounds crude. This is merely borrowing, repaid the moment you're dead. You smile faintly. Very well, I'll lend it. And when you die, I'll lend it right back to you. Their faces darken with fury. You refuse the wine, so you'll drink the punishment. 3 among us have reached the soul-refining realm. How do you plan to withstand us? For wandering cultivators, attaining soul refining is truly formidable. They dare strike because they assume your realm cannot exceed theirs. Alas, they are beneath your notice. An opponent failing to trigger your spider sense poses no threat whatsoever. Scanning the desolate road, confirming solitude, you flip your palm, and the myriad soul banner materializes. Its obsidian banner surface churns with roiling black mist. Bone-chilling gales rise spontaneously from the earth. What is this? Unversed in such artifacts, they fail to identify the banner, yet primal instinct screams danger. Hear my command, Yao spirits. Annihilate them. At your decree, dozens of Yao souls surge forth from the banner, howling like phantoms, faces twisted in savage fury. Yao. The five freeze in terror. Too overwhelmed by spectral dread, even soil themselves. These Yao souls can strike mortals, but without specialized soul-targeting techniques, mortals cannot retaliate. It is in essence profoundly unfair. Moreover, Yao souls do not merely deliver blunt force. They retain their innate Yao arts from life. Within the myriad soul banner, refining and transforming are distinct processes. Transforming slowly melts souls into pure soul energy, feeding your own cultivation. Refining, however, resembles summoning, training souls into obedient soul servants who obey your commands beyond the banner's veil. You assign fiercer Yao souls to refinement, weaker ones to transformation. Thus your opening move is righteous, overwhelming mob justice. Even if 3 soul refiners stand before you, 5-10, you would crush them effortlessly beneath the tide of your Yao souls. The banner's combat strength grows like an avalanche. Its power escalates with every soul it contains, stronger, more numerous. That is precisely why cultivators like Old Lu, steeped in demonic paths, wield the myriad soul banner to massacre entire villages and cities. You have killed 5 tribulation warriors, and with a single move of the Wan Hun banner, their souls have been collected by you. Let us go, you damned demon cultivator. You looked at the banner where the faces of the 5 people struggled, revealing a hint of a villainous smile. Thank you to the 5 comrades for sending their warrior souls. I Hong Fa graciously accept. Huh, the Wan Hun banner said inopportunely. Didn't you say you didn't like the name Hong Fa? Cough cough, no need for your reminder. The world is harsh, and order has collapsed. Encountering situations like this when going out is not the first time. Although you cannot display the father title in front of humans when the Wan Hun banner is out, you are still their father. Unless the robbers are of a much higher realm, you can only accept defeat. It is likely that true masters wouldn't lower themselves for a few hundred spirit stones. Indeed, you carry no significant burden. Where are your spirit stones? The answer is in the Wan Hun banner. This fellow possesses the effect of a storage spirit tool, able to hold some items. However, it can only hold items of a relatively stable nature, otherwise they will be contaminated by the demonic energy within the Wan Hun banner. Spirit stones can barely be placed inside, but not for too long. Each time you leave them in for too long, you'll find that the accounts with the Wan Hun banner never seem to match. I clearly put in 500. No, it was 450. You stole them. Huh, how could that be? I am a dignified immortal artifact. Oh, would I steal your broken stones? This is the usual exchange between the two of you. In the 23rd year, at 40 years of age, you arrived at Lingjus Divine Weapon County, Divine Weapon City. This is a special city. It is said that there was no city here originally. Many years ago, a master skilled in crafting settled here. Thus, people began to come to learn from the master, some coming to ask the master or his disciples to forge weapons. As the number of visitors increased, the area flourished and slowly developed into a large city. Later, the master's disciples formed a unique warrior force, the Divine Weapon Pavilion, specializing in the craft of spirit tools. The city was then renamed Divine Weapon City. Even the county it belongs to was renamed Divine Weapon County. Today, this Divine Weapon Pavilion is the strongest force within the 5 domains, recognized as one of the 8 martial sects known as the 8 pillars of the 5 domains. Your spirit stones are limited. You do not dare to hope for a top-tier crafting master from the Divine Weapon Pavilion to forge the Wan Hun banner for you. However, Divine Weapon City is not solely represented by the Divine Weapon Pavilion. There are many second and third-rate smaller sects whose fees are much lower. Songbing Lu is one of them. The not-sold disciple Fong Mo, after examining the blueprint of the Wan Hun banner you handed over, fell into deep thought. What is this called again? Demon Suppression Banner. Is that so? Fong Mo increasingly felt that this item resembled the Wan Hun banner mentioned in ancient texts. Of course it resembles it, as the blueprint was provided by the Wan Hun banner. The Wan Hun banner knows you currently lack the resources to restore its true form, so it can only offer a downgraded version. Hence, the blueprint and its true form are not entirely the same. If it were completely identical, Fong Mo would immediately conclude that you are here to create a sinister artifact. Regular craftsmen are not permitted to create such items. As the largest crafting sect in the world, the Divine Weapon Pavilion also bears the responsibility of supervising craftsmen across the land. What quality are you aiming for? Ideally, a high-grade one or a mid-grade would also be acceptable. Will you provide the materials? Yes, just one set. I only want one. But crafting has a failure rate. With only one set of materials, if you fail, will that be the end, or will you purchase materials from us? If I fail, will the crafting fee be refunded? Of course not. Then wait a moment. To be safe, you plan to gather some more spirit stones before forging. Middle-aged man yearning for power, do you lack spirit stones? There's a small grove 10 miles outside the city. You just squat there and you'll find some. The Wanhun banner true to form suggested that you go rob. However, robbing isn't entirely out of the question. But now you are the well-known Hong Fa slayer of demons. You do carry some celebrity baggage. After all, for you, slaying demons is exceedingly easy, and earning spirit stones with demon materials isn't slow either. In the blink of an eye, I've reached middle age of this realm. Now the bigger issue is that your cultivation is stuck at the 12th layer of chi gathering. It's not easy to break through major realms, and the heart technique is much harder than external or internal techniques. The soul refinement realm requires cultivating the third chi of the martial artist, vital energy. The technique used is called a heart technique. Among the high-grade techniques brought from the Chi Xian sect, there is one high-grade heart technique called Qing Yin Heart Method. You have been studying it for a while now. Even after this time, you still have not grasped it, finding it harder than previous techniques you learned. You wonder if it's due to the high quality. You are considering whether to switch to a lower quality one to practice first. Stuck in the realm, middle-aged man, do you need my help? You with your belly full of schemes, can you help me break through? Soul refining, don't you think this is my area of expertise? Oh, that makes sense. What's the solution? Wanhun Guanding formation. The Wanhun banner explained. You will need a few things. First, you must store at least 10,000 soul bodies in the Wanhun banner. Here it refers to mortals. If they are demon souls, a few hundred will suffice. Second, find someone who can set up formations to arrange a Wanhun Guanding formation. If the other party doesn't know what this formation is, the Wanhun banner can provide a complete solution. Third, a large number of spirit stones, as formations cannot do without spirit stones. The Wanhun Guanding formation especially consumes spirit stones. Fourth, the true form of the Wanhun banner must at least be a mid-grade spirit tool. Currently, it is merely a broken banner used for grave offerings, which definitely won't suffice. Once this formation is activated, if you can endure the influx of a large number of soul bodies into your body for a short time, the door to the soul refinement realm will naturally open for you. The main issue is that your root bone is poor, otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. But also thanks to me, otherwise you would never reach the soul refinement realm in this lifetime. You ignored the Wanhun banner's sarcastic remarks. Spirit stones and soul bodies are not difficult. Slowly slaying demons will allow you to accumulate them. Forging a new true form is also a matter that can be resolved with money. So it seems all you need to do is hire a formation master. You were suddenly startled. Oh no, the Wanhun banner has corrupted you. It's hire, not bind. So what you need to do now is still to slay demons, and then use demon materials to earn spirit stones. As long as you have enough spirit stones, any problem can be solved. Strange, there seems to be no trace of demonic energy in this divine weapon city. The scent of a treasure. Let's go take a look. In the cascading waters of the galaxy, you see a golden rod resembling a towering jade pillar. Could this be the legendary Rui Jingu Bang? Just as you prepare to dive in and retrieve this treasure, a shrill laugh comes from behind you. Hey there, what do you want to do with my master's weapon? Monkey brother. A talking monkey, clearly a demon. Strangely, there's no demonic energy emanating from this monkey. What's even stranger is that there's another monkey in the tree, its fur red with 4 eyes and 6 ears. This one clearly has the appearance of a demon, yet it also lacks demonic energy. The red monkey appears somewhat timid, hiding behind the trunk and avoiding your gaze. Chen Yi outside the simulation suddenly brightens up. Could it be that my monkey brother is one of the 4 great spirit monkeys, like the 6-eared macaque? It's not unusual for spirit monkeys to lack demonic energy, but I wonder what their nature is like. At this moment, the unique effect of being the only true prophet in the entire place becomes apparent. The golden monkey agile leaps, and with a flick of his small hand, the golden rod from the waterfall shrinks and flies into his ear. Now it's clean. It turns out he was washing the weapon in the waterfall. The golden monkey, not very tall, reaches only to your armpit. He circles around you, his eyes gleaming with gold. Friend, you carry a trace of malevolence. You feel an urge to bring out the wand of souls and give it a good scolding. Wasn't it supposed to remain undetected? However, you harbor no malicious intent, so it seems you haven't committed any wrongful killings. The golden monkey sees your expression and laughs heartily. Huh, did I scare you? Rest assured, I recognize you, the red-haired demon slayer. You're not here to slay me, are you? Monkey brother, you jest. I can tell at a glance that you're a good monkey. I only eliminate evil demons, not good ones. Ah, people are monkeys. The golden monkey continues to laugh heartily. Did I scare you again? Alright, I won't tease you anymore. If you want to eliminate demons, you need to go further away. The demons in Divine Weapon Prefecture have all been vanquished by my brothers and me. No wonder there's not a trace of demonic energy here. The 2 monkeys are quite friendly. Even after you've bid them farewell, they occasionally catch up with you to offer some wild fruits. To be honest, these fruits are hard to eat, too sour and gritty. Why aren't you eating? Is it not good? It's delicious, delicious. Out here we all give face to each other. Only when you leave Divine Weapon Prefecture do the monkeys finally stop following you. I can't shake the feeling that they were watching me, afraid I wouldn't leave. Thinking of this, you pull out the Wand of Souls and give it a scolding. Who can casually discover my existence and still dare to call it a celestial artifact? Who said that? Huh? Answer me. The Wand of Souls protested. Can you blame me? The two just now, one was a golden-eyed monkey. The other was a furied spirit monkey. Both are naturally born divine beasts. Not casual at all. By this logic, I can't really blame the Wand of Souls for not hiding well. Just hearing their names, one can tell they are skilled with their eyes. You continue your journey searching for demonic energy. Before long, you sense demonic energy once again. Judging by the depth of the energy, this demon is from the soul, refining realm a level above you. But with your father's trait and a multitude of demon souls from the Wand of Souls, dealing with a demon just above your level will be a piece of cake. You follow the demonic energy to a mountain village. To your shock, you see a tiger demon rampaging through the village. It devours anyone it sees, swallowing them whole. The scene is bloody and brutal. Men, women, and children it spares none. The villagers scatter in all directions, but the tiger demon, agile and swift, catches up to anyone trying to escape. This desperate scene reminds you of your own village, where that group of masked, mysterious people slaughtered everyone. Bastard. In such moments, anger breeds courage. You summon the Wand of Souls, releasing hundreds of demon souls to collectively attack the tiger demon. However, this time it seems you might be in for trouble. The tiger, known as Mountain Lord, is a pure yang body. Even if it's a tiger demon, it remains evil, but that does not affect its innate yang talent. Using demon souls against it, you find them utterly crushed. A single roar from the tiger scatters dozens of weaker demon souls. Wand of Souls, do you have any more tricks? I do, but my current form is too weak, you can't use it. Very well. I shall take matters into my own hands. You retract the Wand of Souls to avoid wasting more demon souls. Taking hold of the flame iron heavy sword, you infuse it with spiritual energy, making the sword body scalding hot. Heart Flame Mystic Art. As this external technique activates, every strike of yours unleashes blazing flames, astonishingly powerful. Your internal skill, Pure Yang inducing Spirit Mystic Art, also activates, radiating an aura of utmost rigidity and yang. You and the tiger demon seem like two suns colliding together. You sense something is off. This tiger demon is actually applying pressure on you. Upon closer inspection, the demonic energy it emanates seems much deeper than what you sensed while tracking it. Golden Body Realm. It has just broken through. No wonder it was slaughtering recklessly in the village. It was in the midst of a breakthrough and couldn't care less. This just got difficult. The tiger is the king of beasts, and tiger demons are naturally much stronger than ordinary demons. Now it's two major realms above you. With your father's trait, you won't die at its hands, but capturing this tiger demon seems unlikely. The key issue is that the tiger demon is not willing to let you go. Who are you to almost ruin my good time? If you enjoy eliminating demons so much, then come into my belly and eliminate them slowly. The situation took a sharp turn. You have poured your entire lives martial arts into this, yet still cannot gain an advantage over the tiger demon. You cannot kill him, nor can he kill you, but he clings to you, refusing to let you go. If it comes to a test of strength, you likely cannot compete with him. Haven't you got any tricks left with the 10,000 souls banner? Don't panic. I have prepared a top-notch suite for you. Just pack your bags and move in after death. Damn. At this critical moment, a golden staff came crashing down from the sky. Boom. With a single strike, the earth trembled, the mountains shook, and the clear sky changed color. The tiny tiger demon, even in its golden body state, was instantly crushed into a puddle of mud. The golden staff stood tall on the ground, giving an inexplicable sense of security. A lively figure leaped onto it. Hey, good friend, we meet again. What a coincidence. It was the fire-eyed golden monkey. You scratched your face awkwardly. Are you sure you're not stalking me? Huh. Please forgive me, my brother, and I have to protect our master and the people of the Divine Weapon County. It was an unavoidable duty. You know that the fire-eyed golden monkey has seen through the existence of the 10,000 souls banner. However, over the days, only he and that furied monkey have been following you. You haven't seen anyone else. This indicates they have not disclosed this matter to others. That said, my brother and I have indeed been somewhat rude. To show my apologies, I can help you with a small task. The fire-eyed golden monkey knows you are studying your mental methods, but have yet to find a way in, and offers to guide you a bit, helping you get started. With someone guiding you, you gladly ask for advice. After several hours, the difficulty that has troubled you for many days regarding your mental method was suddenly resolved. However, you have yet to reach the soul refinement realm, and even if you grasp the operation method of the mental method, you cannot condense your essence. After observation by the two spiritual monkeys, they concluded that you are not indiscriminately killing the innocent with the 10,000 souls banner. Rather, you are subduing demons and eliminating evils so they no longer keep an eye on you. Time in the simulation slips away quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. During these 5 years, Chen Yi continued to eliminate demons, collect demon souls, and earn spirit stones using materials from the demon clan. Although your realm is stuck at the 12th level of spirit gathering, your proficiency in various skills continues to rise. Once your resources are sufficiently accumulated, you can finally break through to soul refinement. In the 28th year, at the age of 45, extracting attributes. A flash of inspiration, purple, occasionally a spark of brilliance will flash in your mind, potentially leading to a brilliant idea or perhaps an outburst of comprehension. Let's hope it's not a bad idea. Would you like to adjust attributes? Yes, no. Oh, a low-tier attribute enhancing perception useful, but not much, and the slots are tight for now, so let's revisit this later. You chose no. You have gathered materials for crafting a low-tier version of the 10,000 Souls banner and have enough spirit stones. You return to the Divine Weapon City and ask the artifact master at the Hidden Armory to forge the spiritual artifact body of the 10,000 Souls banner for you. You were lucky, after a failed attempt, that skilled master forged you a high-tier version of the 10,000 Souls banner. Looking at the freshly made black banner emitting smoke, the master fell into contemplation. You told him that these were all normal phenomena. The 10,000 Souls banner was quite satisfied with its new body and proudly declared, "O valiant warrior, you have used your hard work and courage to provide me with a new physique. Do not worry about the wealth that has perished for this. I will use my new body to reclaim everything you have lost. Don't make a drama out of it. Now you have left the Divine Weapon County and come to Nanyang County, just 1 county away. Here lives a loose cultivator skilled in formations. You met him while wandering around looking for demons. Brother Mo Yi, I need a formation set up that relates to whether I can break through to soul refinement. Please help. Regardless of success or failure, I have prepared a sum of spirit stones as payment." Mo Yi is of a similar age to you. Although he understands formations, his martial arts realm is not high, and he is also stuck at the 12th level of spirit gathering. In fact, Mo Yi does not have low-tier roots. He has medium-tier roots. However, this does not affect his bottleneck. Everyone has their own bottlenecks. Some can break through, while others continually struggle without finding a way, remaining stuck. It's like some people go to a 211 university while others go to a regular first-tier school. The former might fail in graduate school, while the latter could succeed. Brother Chen Yi, discuss rewards. Setting up a formation is nothing but a small effort. Do you have the formation blueprint? Let me take a look and I can set it up immediately. You handed him the formation blueprint provided by the 10,000 Souls banner, which detailed the setup method and all the resources needed. Of course, you had prepared all these resources. This formation appeared extremely complex, and to you, as an outsider, the blueprint was no different from a book of celestial scripts. After a glance, Mo Yi looked up and said, "Brother Chen, we should discuss the matter of payment. It seems this is not a simple task." You carefully selected an untainted and sparsely populated area to set up the formation for the breakthrough. Days later, after many attempts and failures, Mo Yi, looking disheveled, like an auto mechanic, jumped out of the trench. You helped him dig for the formation. All right. It's operational. Successfully activated. All pathways lit up, spirit stones consumed normally, no explosions, no extinguishing functionality test normal. You felt he resembled your former profession as a programmer. You wondered if this formation had any bugs. After all, Mo Yi is a loose cultivator, self-taught. Yet he is quite talented. Without guidance from a professional formation master, he managed to gain some skill in the way of formations with just a randomly acquired textbook and practice with various clients. The key is that he is inexpensive. After successfully setting up the formation, you paid him. Mo Yi, understanding, left voluntarily, showing no interest in prying into your secrets. Those who wander the rivers and lakes know that lacking a sense of boundaries can lead to death. Begin the breakthrough. 10,000 Souls banner. It's your time to shine. Now possessing the high-tier spiritual artifact body, the 10,000 Souls banner exuded an imposing aura. As it unfurled, it blocked out the sun, resembling a dense fog from hell, directly enveloping half the mountaintop. Awoo! The demon souls you have collected over the years have not been transformed and remain intact, now numbering over 300. The 10,000 Souls banner released them all at once. As they attempted to flee, they were blocked back by the 10,000 Souls convergence formation. A large number of spirit stones burned within the formation. Every second of the formation's operation relied on these spirit stones for energy. Chen Yi, are you ready? It might hurt a little. Your gaze is steady and your Tao heart is like iron. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of death. Why would I fear this? Unbearable pain. I can't take it anymore. The Myriad Soul banner harnesses this formation to instantly refine those hundreds of demonic souls, converting them into energy to temper your soul and shatter the shackles of your innate constitution, propelling you across the threshold into soul-tempering realm. Yet this process is akin to forcing 1 liter of water into a half-liter vessel. Under ordinary circumstances, your body would explode. You remain alive now solely because the myriad soul crown formation stabilizes both your flesh and spirit, but the agony is excruciating. This torment should have killed you outright. Yet here you are, fully conscious, unbowed, enduring suffering beyond mortal endurance. Outside the simulation, Chen Yi wore an expression of pure anguish. Miscalculation. I should have equipped hyper-beast pain sensitivity. He felt profound relief at possessing the simulator. All hardship and tribulation along this path of cultivation had been borne entirely by his simulated self. In reality, he merely observed simulation progress, selected options, and adjusted traits. It was absurdly effortless. Brother, calling myself brother feels oddly strange. Brother, hold on. Next year I'll grant you dragon and phoenix play. O steadfast man in middle age. Without enduring bone-chilling frost, how could plum blossoms exhale their intoxicating fragrance? Unshaken by 1,000 hammer blows, unafraid of 10,000 refinements. Only purity shall remain in this world. Stop reciting random poetry. While you writhe on the verge of death, the myriad-souled banner watches idly. As if given a smartphone, it would already be snapping photos for its social feed. Truly a cauldron of malice. Not until deep night did your screams finally cease. Your clothes soaked through dried, soaked again, repeated beyond count. You stripped them off and blasted them to ash with a palm flame. Then bareskinned you walked to a nearby stream. You soaked in the cool water to soothe your battered frame. At last, it's over. You had broken through, officially entering the soul-tempering realm. As you bathed, you glanced at your current personal attributes. Name: Chen Yi. Cultivation realm: soul tempering. First tempering. Arts: external arts: heart flame, mystic art, High-tier proficient. Internal arts: pure yang, spirit invoking art, High-tier proficient. Mind cultivation: azure flame, heart manual, High-tier novice. Martial techniques: crimson heart fist, High-tier novice, dragon flame, mystic art, High-tier novice, rocket step, mid-tier mastered, scorching, cloud palm, mid-tier accomplished, Shin family spear, mid-tier accomplished, wind tide palm, mid-tier mastered, shattering cloud sword, art, mid-tier mastered. Equipped traits: 7-9 simulator, prismatic, sternest father among all non-human races, golden photographic memory, purple treasure sensing, nose purple, low tier, innate constitution, green spider sense, green scent of demon chi, green. Acquired traits: 147 sudden insight, purple soul, true prophet in the arena, purple experience is the best teacher, purple learn foreign languages, green diligence bears fruit, green fortune grows W. From memories gained in prior simulations, Chen Yi knew that the soul tempering realm, aptly named, refined a cultivator's 3 souls and 7 ethereal spirits. Humans possess 3 souls: the heaven soul, earth soul, and life soul. The life soul governs the 7 ethereal spirits: corpse dog, subduing arrow, sparrowine, swallow thief, non-toxic, cleansing defilement, and putrid lung. Upon entering the soul-tempering realm, cultivators employ mind cultivation manuals to scour and temper these 3 souls and 7 spirits using spiritual energy and vital chi, thereby strengthening both soul body and mental acuity. Each completed refinement of a single soul or spirit marks a minor breakthrough. Hence, the realm comprises 10 such stages known collectively as the 10 tempering. The tempering process enhances wisdom and insight. The force measuring soul-body strength is known as essence Seki, or alternatively soul force. Just as greater physical strength yields stronger vital chi, only upon reaching the soul-tempering realm does a martial cultivator's training become truly complete. External arts forge vital chi across 9 body-refining stages. Internal arts refines spiritual energy across 12 spirit-gathering layers. Mind cultivation refines essence Seki across 10 soul temperings. These 3 energies are not isolated. Advancement in spiritual energy depends upon vital chi. Only a more robust physique can safely channel greater celestial essences. Likewise, essence Seki advancement relies upon both vital chi and spiritual energy to temper the 3 souls and 7 spirits. These 3 energies interweave and reinforce one another, forming the unshakable foundation of a cultivator's power. A martial artist may master no techniques whatsoever, but without mastery and application of these 3 energies, they cannot be deemed a true cultivator. Having entered the soul-tempering realm, I now stand among the vanguard of independent cultivators. The threat posed by non-academic trained martial artists has diminished considerably. After readjusting, you slung the now empty myriad soul banner across your back and resumed your path of cultivation. Though entering this realm brought elation, it was but one milestone on the endless Tao of martial cultivation. Before you loomed countless towering peaks, peaks far steeper for one of mediocre aptitude. I'm beginning to feel the flavor of a record of a mortal's journey to immortality. Year 29. Age 46. Drawing traits. Draw successful. Mortal bone golden. If your innate constitution remains low-tier, you possess no special physique, and your body has never been remade via rare heavenly treasures. Upon reaching core transformation realm, your comprehension of divine abilities will transcend celestial restrictions, and your divine art insight will increase tenfold. Worldly bonds, grudges, affections, all transient things, fade like mist. In the end, ordinariness need not mean insignificance. A just trait. Yes, no. Chen Yi's pulse quickened at the sight of the golden trait, then froze in confusion. Core transformation realm. Divine abilities. He realized the trait's description had exposed a chasm in his knowledge. He had never even heard of the core transformation realm. This must be a latest-stage trait reserved for distant horizons. You have equipped sudden insight. You have equipped dragon and phoenix play. You continued wandering across the central plains, slaying demons and vanquishing monsters. With the myriad soul banner emptied, its cultivation feedback had ceased. You now urgently required vast quantities of demonic souls. Demons in the central plains are too scarce. They scatter thinly and hide deeply to evade the demon-slaying bureau. Hunting them one by one is woefully inefficient. Among the 5 realms, the eastern wastelands harbor the greatest concentration of demons. Human presence there is so sparse that no sovereign states have formed. Moreover, the eastern wastelands border the great wilderness, a demon-dominated domain where mighty demons roam freely. You resolved to journey to the eastern wastelands. You had previously avoided it. The spirit-gathering realm offered no advantage. Now, as a soul-tempering cultivator, you possessed real footing. Year 30. Age 47. You replaced Dragon and Phoenix play with Soul True Prophet in the arena. En route to the eastern wastelands, you effortlessly quelled several localized demonic outbreaks. Your combat prowess had ascended. You now confronted far more formidable demons. Your hair grew increasingly crimson. The legend of the crimson-haired demon slayer spread ever wider among independent cultivators in southern Central Plains. That year you found yourself passing through Baiyun County in Qingzhou Province, so you decided to visit your third elder sister and check how Chen fared. You arrive at the Yulai and your hair streaked with 2 bold strands of crimson. This time the innkeeper is still alive. No demonic cultivator wielding the 10,000 soul banner has slaughtered her kin. Clearly you intercepted old Lu's 10,000 soul banner, altering the fates of many. Chen remains a waiter at the Yulai Inn. He greets you with unreserved joy, forever carefree whether enduring hardship or basking in comfort. Seeing him plump and well-dressed, you know the innkeeper has treated him kindly. You present the innkeeper with a generous sum as thanks. She beams with delight, praising Chen for his years of loyal service. You recall that in 3 years' time, a formidable empress will rise from the southern marches and launch a full-scale counteroffensive against the Central Plains. Qingzhou, situated at the southern frontier of the Central Plains, will inevitably bear the brunt of war. So you warn the innkeeper. I've just come from the south. Tensions between the southern marches and the Central Plains are escalating. War may soon break out. If you hear unsettling rumors, flee northward without delay, lest you be caught in the storm of conflict. Afterward, you make your way to your third sister's home, only to find to your astonishment that strangers now dwell in the modest courtyard where her family once lived. They sense your pure yang righteousness and note the long spear and sword at your side. Clearly you are not to be trifled with, so they answer your questions without hesitation. From them you learn the courtyard was purchased outright. Its former owners, facing dire hardship, sold it outright, and no one knows where they live now. You head straight for the county yamen. 30 years ago, you supplied intelligence to Zhang Miao, a demon-slaying officer of the June Demon Subjugation Bureau, exposing the collusion between Baiyun County officials and demons. The imperial court treated the matter with grave seriousness, executing some officials and replacing others across the entire county. You learn that Fong Yuching remains at large to this day, his fate unknown. This time you enter the yamen not to cause chaos, but to request the magistrate's assistance in locating your third sister. You prepare to subtly demonstrate your soul-forging realm cultivation. In this world, martial prowess commands respect, and the stronger you appear, the more readily doors open. Yet the moment the magistrate sees your crimson hair, he recognizes you instantly. Could you be the crimson-haired demon slayer? Hearing that epithet spoken aloud feels like someone shouting your online handle in broad daylight. Ahem, indeed I am. Oh, the illustrious crimson-haired hero. I've heard tales of your deeds, even here in Baiyun County. They say you slay 300 demons each year, outpacing every regional demon subjugation bureau combined. Even the Imperial Gazette mentions you. The Emperor himself reportedly cited your name before high-ranking Demon Subjugation Bureau officials asking, if common folk can eradicate demons so efficiently, why do provincial bureaus submit only a handful of reports per year? You had never imagined that a mere soul-forging realm cultivator like yourself would be known, not only in local yamens, but all the way up to the imperial court. It seems fame comes surprisingly easily in ancient society. Returning to the matter at hand, you inquire after your third sister's whereabouts. Ah, is Lady Chen Yi, the elder madam, your third sister? Elder madam. Indeed. She is 3 years your senior, now 50 years old. By the standard lifespan of ordinary people, she has reached venerable age, truly deserving of the title elder madam. The magistrate swiftly orders the chief clerk to retrieve records, and the information appears without delay. Lady Chen Yi sold the courtyard inherited from Shen Qingshan 5 years ago. She now resides with her daughter in Huowang village within our county. Inherited from Shen Qingshan. What then became of him? The magistrate shoves the clerk aside and personally steps forward to explain, eager to make a favorable impression upon you. I recall this well. It occurred 10 years ago, shortly after I assumed office in Baiyin County. According to the magistrate, 2 flying cultivators descended directly upon Shen Qingshan's residence that very day. They appeared to converse briefly, but no one could approach within 500 meters of the house, so no one knows what passed between them. Afterward, witnesses saw Shen Qingshan taken aloft by those 2 cultivators vanishing into the sky. Where did they fly? Into the sky. Which direction? Into the sky. After repeated confirmation, you accept the truth. He truly ascended into the heavens. Shen Qingshan had been carried away into the heavens. Chen Yi gapes his mouth wide open. At this very moment, he stands just beyond the wall from Shen Qingshan, close enough to hear his cries. Is my third sister's husband a celestial immortal? Chen Yi wonders. Aside from immortals, what else dwells among the clouds? His identity is surely extraordinary, yet he may well remain unaware of it himself. The magistrate leads a procession of 50 constables and a professional Drummingong troupe heralding your arrival in Huowang village with fanfare. He assumes you have returned home after years of demon-slaying exhaustion, seeking honor and recognition. Thus he arranges an extravagant welcome. You say nothing, not because you relish such rustic pomp, but because you wish to elevate your third sister's standing. You intend to continue forging your path through this world until your final breath. Yet your third sister and her family are bound to this small county. They need protection. Upon reaching Huowang village, you find a gang of ruffians terrorizing the villagers. They are enforcers for an elderly landowner violently collecting overdue rents. Any household unable to pay is dragged forth and publicly beaten, a brutal warning to the rest. Their homes are then stripped bare. In extreme cases, children are sold into servitude. Among the victims, you recognize your third sister, and beside her a young woman bearing a striking resemblance to Chen Yi in her youth, your grown niece. They too are tenants unable to pay rent, now being beaten publicly by the landowner's thugs. The magistrate reads your darkening expression and immediately declares, "Crimson-haired hero, please remain calm. Leave this to me." The thugs remain defiant at the sight of constables, confident in their master's connections with officials and the generous bribes they've long delivered. Why, if it isn't his honorable excellency? What wind brings you to our humble village? Without a word, the magistrate sweeps back his official robe and issues his command. Seize these scoundrels who oppress the people and banish them to frontier garrisons. 50 constables surge forward, who under the crack of their authority staves the ruffians finally panic. Your Honor, we serve Master Zhang. He and you share mutual respect. The magistrate stands firm. No one, not even the Buddha himself, can sway me today. With that, he approaches Chen Yi, gently lifts her to her feet, and escorts her to your side. Crimson-haired hero, this must be your third sister. Though 30 years have passed, Chen Yi recognizes you instantly. Fourth brother, have you been well all these years? You looked at the haggard face of your third sister, her frail body, and the lifeless eyes that had lost their vitality. Everyone present only felt a gust of wind passing by. With your current cultivation level, these mortals could not see your movements at all. The sound of cracking bones echoed continuously. You had just struck the landlord's thugs who had attacked Chen Yi and your niece, breaking their legs and arms. Ah, my hand, my leg. You deliberately left them one leg and one arm. Death would be too easy for these bullies who run rampant in the countryside. You wanted them to experience the struggles of the lower social class in their later years. As these people were injured, not a single villager around showed them pity, and not cheering them would already be considered very cultured. What's wrong with you all? Be careful when capturing people. How could you break their hands and feet? How can they serve in the military like this? The higher-ups set the example. If the leader is observant, so too are the subordinates. I'm sorry, County Magistrate. It's our mistake. These people can no longer serve in the military. Let's send them to the beggar gang. The County Magistrate waved his hand. That's a good suggestion. Let's do it like that. You held your third sister's rough palm, glancing at your niece beside you. After your brother-in-law was taken away, Jiar and I have relied on each other. 5 years ago, the landlord Zhang from the county town took a liking to Jiar and wanted to marry her. He's over 60 years old and usually treats his wives and concubines with abuse. How could I let Jiaer jump into this fire pit? I disagreed, and he arranged for people to harass us every few days. I tried to do some handicrafts to earn a bit of household money, but he sent people to smash my stall and demanded that we pay him compensation. As she spoke of her sorrows, both mother and daughter couldn't help but shed tears. In short, under the repeated persecution of landlord Zhang Qinyun and Shun Jia's lives became increasingly difficult. Until they could no longer sustain their lives, they were forced to sell the yard of Shun Qingshan's family at a low price. The two of them thought about moving away from the county town and settled in Huowang village. They never expected that this disgusting landlord Zhang would not let them go. They wanted to farm, but he forcefully bought the land in Huowang village, turning all the villagers into his tenants. Most of the grain harvested each year had to be given to this old landlord, leaving the villagers with barely enough to eat. However, if one didn't pay the rent, the old landlord would seize everything in their home to offset the rent and even beat them. That's why Chen Yun and her daughter ended up with nothing but a thatched house. The county magistrate listened from the side, covered in sweat. You turned to him. County Magistrate Chen, we're from the same family. Oh, look at the suffering of the common people under your jurisdiction. Does it have nothing to do with you? County Magistrate Chen wiped his cold sweat. Hero, you don't know this landlord Zhang has connections in the capital. His sister is a concubine of the Daqin Wang, which is why he dares to act recklessly in this region. Concubine. Wow. If one didn't know better, they'd think she was a princess. Yes. A concubine indeed has no status in the Wang residence, but that's still the Wang residence, right? Even I as a county magistrate must show him some respect whenever I see him. You verified this county magistrate Chen's identity using the only true prophet in the whole place skill. He is a good person, but even good people would protect themselves. Still, knowing he is a good person is enough. In this case, landlord Zhang might be exterminated tomorrow along with his entire family due to an unknown demonic cultivator passing by, and this perceptive county magistrate should not investigate further. County Magistrate Chen, you may go about your business now. The county magistrate left. You are now focused on finding out what happened to Shin Qingshan. Chen Yun recalled events from 10 years ago. As the county magistrate said, two powerful cultivators from the Shin family came flying in the air, astonishing the townsfolk. Their target was actually the small flag officer of the county's demon-slaying department, Shin Qingshan. My husband didn't recognize them, but those two elders said they were the elders of the Shun family here to take my husband home. Take my brother-in-law home. He just abandoned his wife and daughter to go with them. Fourth brother, don't say that about your brother-in-law. Two strangers suddenly told him that he actually comes from an ancient family with a legacy spanning over 10,000 years. Qingshan was also skeptical at that time. Moreover, even if it were true, he wouldn't want to leave us. But those two elders were very adamant that they must take him away, saying it was a great opportunity, and if he could seize it, even with his frail martial arts talent, he might one day surpass the state of concentration and become a martial arts king. You listened somewhat intrigued. This incredible opportunity, why hadn't it fallen on me? Why am I not the hidden gem of some great family? You were curious how this so-called ancient Shun family determined that Shin Qingshan was one of their own. Chen Yin indicated that they used martial arts techniques. Anyone who can cultivate the Zhenyang Ju is a member of the Shin family. If someone else tries to cultivate it, they won't be able to succeed with the Shun family's ancestral technique. You were taken aback, because you could cultivate it too. What is this bug? Hey, then can I? You recalled your successful experience in intercepting old Lu. Chen Yi suddenly thought that during the next simulation, intercepting Shin Qingshan might also be a good idea. It wouldn't affect the real Shin Qingshan. Once you clarified what this opportunity was, you wouldn't even need to intercept in future simulations. Maybe you could even guide him on whether to go. In short, Shin Qingshan had no choice. The ancient Shin family had to take him away. Shin Qingshan wanted to bring his wife and daughter, but was told that his status in the Shin family was too low and he didn't qualify to take his family from outside. If he truly wanted to bring his wife and daughter into the domain, he could only do so by improving his status in the Shin family. From outside, within the domain. They said the Shin family does not reside in this land of the 5 domains, but in the heavens in the star domain. Living among the stars. Is the Shun family that amazing? You thought to yourself that you were late. Next time you must be a step ahead. The tide of the Qiantang River comes rolling in today. I know I am Shin Qingshan. As for more information, Chen Yin didn't know much either. That day, the two elders of the Shun family didn't say much to Shin Qingshan. You gave Chen Yun a large sum of money, telling her to take Shin Jia to the county town to buy a new yard, so they wouldn't have to live in the shabby house in the village anymore. Chen Yun was startled. Fourth brother. So much money. Third sister cannot accept this. It's all your hard-earned money. It's not hard-earned, it's all ill-gotten gains, and I'm returning it to the common people. That very night, blood-red light pierced the sky above the Zhang family manor in the county town. An unknown demonic martial artist wearing a mask emblazoned with the Mahjong character Fa Prosperity wielded 2 cleavers and slashed his way from the front gate to the rear gate. Then he reversed course, back from the rear gate to the front, repeating the brutal circuit 7 times. His eyes never blinked. Blood spilled from the Zhang residence in such torrents that it overflowed into the street beyond the courtyard, staining the cobblestones crimson. At dawn, villagers heading to the market were horrified by the vast pool of blood and immediately reported it to the authorities. When constables entered the manor to investigate, they too recoiled at the grotesque sprawl of corpses. Having served for years in Baiyun County, none had ever witnessed a massacre of such scale. Upon the manor's western wall, the officers discovered a line of characters written in fresh blood: the killer acts on behalf of the people. Oppose land consolidation. Topple all reactionary bureaucratic landlords. The words stunned onlookers into silence, soon becoming a local legend. With the magistrate's assistance, Chen Yi and her daughter acquired a new residence at an exceptionally low price and hired servants and guards. Under the magistrate's patronage, Sanjia's future would surely hold no further hardship. Additionally, you bequeathed a martial cultivation manual to your niece Xinjia and personally guided her practice for some time. She possesses high-grade innate talent. Had Shen Qingshan not been taken away, she would have already embarked upon the martial path. Yet it is not too late. Hope remains. Thereafter you journeyed eastward. In your 30th year, aged 48, the increasing number of soul fragments within the myriad soul banner significantly accelerated its feedback to your cultivation. Your realm advanced, reaching the second refinement of the soul forging stage. In your 31st year, aged 49, you broke through again, attaining the third refinement. That year you crossed Sanqiong Ridge, the formidable boundary between Zhongyuan and the eastern wastelands. It is the longest east-west mountain range across the 5 realms, and also the highest on average. Scaling this colossal barrier demanded great effort, yet your soul forging cultivation provided indispensable support. An ordinary person, no matter how skilled in mountaineering, could never surmount this celestial rampart. At last you set foot upon the eastern wastelands. Here there is no imperial dynasty of Zhongyuan, no southern frontier kingdoms, nor northern nomadic tribes. Human presence is scarce. Only towering ancient trees and primeval forests stretch endlessly before the eye. Yet the eastern wastelands are not entirely uninhabited. Certain martial sects and noble clans maintain settlements, or outposts, within these wilds. For martial cultivators require spiritual veins, places where heaven and earth essences converge. Cultivation here yields extraordinary returns. The eastern wastelands teem with Yao beasts, and lie perilously close to the great wilderness. Not only do Yao plagues erupt frequently, but high-rank Yao roam freely. Thus minor sects rarely dare settle here. Only grand powers dare establish themselves in the eastern wastelands, commanding its largest and most potent spiritual veins. Among them stands the Wuji Sword Sect, one of the 8 pillars of the 5 realms. Renowned as the most formidable combat sect among the 8 pillars, Wuji Sword Sect specializes in annihilation, undefeated in recorded history. Having stood unshaken in the eastern wastelands, surrounded by hostile Yao, for over 10,000 years, the sheer might of its disciples is self-evident. Historically, Wuji Sword Sect has served as humanity's first bulwark against incursions from the great wilderness Yao hordes, earning profound reverence across the 5 realms. In your 32nd year, aged 50, you replace the phrase "the sole true prophet" with "old ginger is still the spiciest." The eastern wastelands swarm with Yao, no need to verify identities. Just kill, kill, kill. At 50, it's time to embrace elderhood. Chen Yi murmured subtly, adjusting the simulation from outside. You hunted Yao across the eastern wastelands, tracking their aura, slaying them, and harvesting their soul fragments. Opportunities abounded. You selected carefully, opting for targets powerful enough to yield strong soul fragments, yet still within your reach. Commanding legions of Yao souls refined by the myriad soul banner, and empowered by your biological father trait, you consistently overwhelmed foes through sheer numerical superiority. Even Yao found you utterly inscrutable. Indeed, the eastern wastelands offered unparalleled slaughter. Your harvest of Yao souls in these past 2 years surpassed the total of the previous 5 or 6. Yet one regret lingered: nowhere to sell the Yao materials you collected. Finding even a single human was rare, let alone a buyer. Selling to Yao? Hardly plausible. That year your cultivation surged once more, reaching the 4th refinement of the soul forging stage. The myriad soul banner truly delivers. So long as Yao souls abound, advancement flows seamlessly without a trace of bottleneck. Of course, did I not declare myself a celestial artifact? Do you take me for a jester? At that moment you traced a soul forging level Yao aura to a secluded valley. Cliffs soared on either side. The interior was narrow and choked with tangled weeds, its sole entrance barely 3 meters wide. The instant you stepped inside, your spider sense flared. Something's wrong. The myriad soul banner dismissed the concern. What is it? Soul forging level Yao are rare. Seize this chance. Don't hesitate. Look at this terrain. It's perfect for an ambush. Danger ahead. Retreat now. But as you turn to withdraw, 5 Oxio blocked the valley mouth. Those massive figures formed an immovable wall. Krah! A piercing eagle cry shattered the sky. You looked up. Eagle-type Yao perched along the cliff edges, their fierce gazes locking onto you with predatory disdain. And that was only the beginning. From beneath the dense undergrowth, rat Yao, each nearly human-sized, rose silently to their feet. From the valley's deepest shadows emerged a golden-furred rat Yao seated upon a creaking bamboo palanquin borne by 4 gray rat Yao. Red-haired human, today there is no escape for you. You realized you had walked straight into a trap. I see even Yao understands strategy. With a furious slap upon his palanquin, the golden rat Yao roared. Nonsense. Do you think we're mere rabbits for you to slaughter? How many of our kin have you slain these past 2 years? How many souls have you imprisoned in that tattered banner, to serve you even in death? You condemn them to eternal unrest. You scratched your cheek embarrassed. From the Yao's perspective, you were undeniably a demon. This golden-furred rat Yao was clearly the sovereign of the local Yao, commanding diverse Yao clans. This battle would be anything but easy. Your greatest advantage, overwhelming numbers, was nullified, for their forces were equally vast. Worse still, airborne Yao held dominion over the skies, a dimension you could not contest. Yet retreat was impossible. When paths cross, only courage prevails. 100 ghosts marching at midnight. Now enhanced with a high-tier spirit artifact body, the myriad soul banner possessed numerous lethal techniques, and this was one of its deadliest. Hundreds of Yao souls erupted from the banner, briefly manifesting as solid forms, rushing forward like a thunderous cavalry charge, unstoppable and merciless. Boom, boom, boom. A wave of gray rat Yao were crushed into pulp, their blood spraying severed limbs, striking the golden rat king's face. The golden rat king leapt aside, clinging to the cliff face, then snapped his fingers and whistled sharply. All of you attack. Eagle Yao dove from above. A land-bound Yao flooded in from both ends of the valley. Others tunneled upward from below, bursting forth from the earth itself. You were encircled, every angle, every plane. Yet fear did not stir within you. Your spirit blazed, amplified to its peak by the biological father trait. Come then, witness the fury of a father. You hold the Wan Hun fan, commanding hundreds of demon souls to fiercely battle the endless onslaught of the demon race. The demon souls sweep across the battlefield for you, and with a set of advanced martial arts, the Crimson Heart Fist, your punches strike the demons with devastating force, causing even the fragile ones to explode upon impact. Before long, you are drenched in demon blood, and the corpses of demons pile up around you, elevating your stance atop the heap of bodies. However, the demons in this area seem determined, unwilling to rest until you are eliminated. No matter how many demons have perished, they continue to rush forward relentlessly. You spare no effort in utilizing the demon souls you've defeated. With a flick of the Wan Hun fan, they all become your brethren. Amidst the swirling black mist, the valley is choked with corpses. You, with half your hair red, embody an aura of villainy in this atmosphere. Brothers, charge. This person must be eliminated, or we will never find peace. Do not fear death. Fight for our descendants to carve a bloody path. For the golden fur rat king. We must survive. The demons inspire you with their valor, driving your fists to exert even greater force. As time passes, even with the Jiang is still spicy trait, granting you endurance despite your age, human stamina remains finite. On the demon side, more golden core and even spiritual sea realm warriors join the fray. Despite having the Wan Hun fan and golden traits, facing so many foes of a higher realm is undeniably taxing. Alas, escape is impossible. The only exit of the valley is blocked tightly by a herd of bull demons resembling tanks, forcing you to continue fighting. A group of demon experts surrounds you completely. At this moment, you stand atop a pile of demon corpses several meters high, one hand gripping the Wan Hun fan, the other wielding a dull-edged, fiery, iron-heavy sword. Your body is smeared with blood, both theirs and your own. Come on. The golden fur rat king gazes upon the countless corpses, then at its nearly exterminated rat demon clan, its heart bleeding. You humans are terrifying. They have encountered other demon hunters from the East Wilderness, but none have been as difficult to kill as you, truly unprecedented. Fortunately, under the tactics of the demon horde, they are exhausting you to your limits. Just one more charge, and you are certain to perish. The Wan Hun fan chimes in sarcastically. Dude, you really can't keep this up. If I had known it would be like this, you should have just given me your energy. You bastard. At that moment, you hear a voice echoing from the top of the cliff. This brother from the demonic path, I've been watching you for a while. You clearly only possess the soul refinement realm, yet why can you make these demons so troublesome? You look up to see a young man with a graceful demeanor. He lounges casually atop the cliff, a long sword thrust into the ground beside him, with 2 more swords strapped to his back. Dressed in white, his presence is ethereal. You shout up at him, young brother. Although I hold the one Hun Fan, I am not of the demonic path. I am merely a demon slayer wandering through the world. You wonder if he will choose to save you, suspecting you of being demonic, or if he will let one of his own die. You know that one should not judge a person's strength by their appearance. Some experts take longevity pills that keep their appearance unchanged. Being able to walk so casually in the East Wilderness surely indicates he is not weak. The Golden Fur Rat King, noticing an additional presence, immediately orders the Golden Core and Spiritual Sea Realm demons to launch a final wave of assault against you. Charge. Kill him. You grip the dull-edged long sword tightly, with demon souls swirling around you, prepared to expend the last of your strength to end your life in this battle. At that moment, a treasure sword flies through the air, landing at your feet, supporting you steadily, then lifting you into the sky, soaring away from the valley. Some bird demons attempt to chase after you, but the sword beneath you merely quivers lightly, sending out an imperceptible blade aura that strips the feathers from the birds without harming them. Without feathers, the birds cannot fly, tumbling down to the ground. As the flying sword accelerates, you feel the landscape whizzing by, and you find yourself atop a mountain peak. The young man from before stands here. Thank you, young brother, for your rescue. This life-saving grace, Chen Yi will never forget. The young man waves his hand dismissively. Regardless of whether you are righteous or demonic, you are still of the human race. I see that your one Hun Fan contains only demon souls, no human souls, so I trust you somewhat. In fact, there are human souls like that of Zhang the landlord. However, these useless souls have all transformed into soul energy through the one Hun Fan, replenishing your cultivation and the energy needed for its recovery. May I ask your esteemed name and which sect you belong to? I should pay a visit to express my gratitude. I am just an ordinary disciple of the Wu Ji sword sect. There is no need for formalities. As warriors, we should not get caught up in such trivialities. In the 41st year, at the age of 59. Soon I will simulate reaching 60 years old, where from this age onward, every 10 years rare quality traits will surely come into play. Chen Yi continued to manipulate the simulation. During the past 9 years, the simulated Chen Yi had turned the Eastern Wasteland into his demon soul buffet. In his active areas, the demon race trembled in fear at his scent. He truly was a master at exterminating demons. Some in the demon race privately nicknamed the simulated Chen Yi Demon's Dread. However, this Demon's Dread was not only difficult to kill, but whenever there was a chance to finally take him down, a master from the Wuji sword sect would always appear to save him. This infuriated the Eastern Wasteland demons, causing them to curse even in their sleep. The simulated Chen Yi had once filled the soul banner to capacity. Currently, the Mythic-tier spirit tool, the soul banner, could hold a maximum of 3,000 demon souls. Of course, if it were to hold human souls, it could contain hundreds of times more, truly living up to its name of soul banner. When the soul banner was full, Chen Yi would maximize its transformation efficiency. Thus, he obtained a substantial amount of soul power. His cultivation had been pushed to the pinnacle of soul refinement at the 10th stage. Before the simulated Chen Yi lay yet another martial arts barrier, breaking through to the golden body realm. In fact, the first 3 realms of martial arts, body refinement, spirit gathering, and soul refinement, can be regarded as a single realm known as the pre-martial realm. Starting from the golden body, the realms are the golden body, spirit, sea, and concentration, which are considered the middle martial realm. As for anything above concentration, that naturally falls into the late martial realm. Therefore, breaking through from soul refinement to golden body is not only difficult for low-tier bone structure cultivators, even those with good bone structure will encounter bottlenecks. Fortunately, with the soul banner, this troublesome brat seems to still have a way to resolve the breakthrough issues. Looking for the earth vein, right? That's right, buddy. In your case, conventional breakthrough methods like taking medicine formations, comprehending insights, or receiving guidance from seniors are all futile. If I find that thing called earth vein, then I can break through. Why can you cultivate internal skills and gather spiritual energy? Answer me. Because of the essence of heaven and earth. Then where does the essence of heaven and earth come from? The earth vein. Congratulations. You've learned to answer quickly. With that, you seem to grasp the importance of the earth vein. As long as you are within the earth vein, I can help you extract its essence and use the most primal and pure forces of heaven and earth to break open the shackles of martial arts. Then where is the earth vein? Legend has it that the earth vein moves, so I don't know where it is. You have to look for it. Legend. You must be making it up. Nonsense. Would I, a dignified immortal tool, deceive a mere mortal? Can you truly sense the earth vein? Of course. As long as you get close to the earth vein, I definitely can sense it. You realize that you were destined to be an errand runner in this life, always wandering about. Next time you encounter traits like not getting tired from walking, you must take them along. In the 42nd year, at 60 years old. Currently extracting traits. Extraction successful. Grassland, 3 sword masters, green. When you hide in the grass, theoretically, you become invisible. If the other party does not look at you, they will not see you, and if their divine sense does not sweep over you, they cannot discover you. Would you like to adjust the traits? Yes, no. Chen Yi looked at the effects of this trait, and a line of ellipsis seemed to float across his mind. It felt like reading a piece of nonsense. If you are alive, then you are not dead yet. Can you believe this is a green trait? Chen Yi thought these low-level traits might be useful, but it was also unlikely for low-level traits to actually be useful. At 60 years old, your body remains robust. The experience of stepping into old age in this life is completely different from the last. In the last life, I didn't even live to this age. The earth vein. Sounds like a core element. Could it be found in the central plains? Currently, the demon souls in the soul banner have remained around 3,000, and the banner is also filled with countless demon materials. Staying in the eastern wasteland feels meaningless now. Oh, it would be better to return to the central plains to sell materials for some profit and upgrade the soul banner. I should also inquire if there are any evil cultivation methods that can help break through to the golden body realm. Just focus on the breakthrough, regardless of what monstrous floods may come after dying, would still be worth it. These years in the eastern wasteland, you have essentially lived like a wild person. No fixed abode, wandering everywhere, fighting and killing. You had thought about living a civilized life, but the problem is that this place is desolate. The only inhabited areas are those great families and sects on the spiritual veins. Those people do not take kindly to an old man of low cultivation. Moreover, with the soul banner in hand, you would not dare to stay in their territory. In the eastern wasteland, that could be overlooked, but returning to the central plains, you must tidy yourself up to avoid being treated as a monkey demon. When you were by the water combing your hair and beard in front of the surface, you suddenly caught a whiff of a peculiar scent. Treasure. Your face revealed a skeptical expression. Every time you catch a whiff of treasure, you never get it. Sometimes you even have bad luck, which makes you lose the motivation to chase after it. Forget it, I should go take a look. Those who plant trees benefit later. What if I become awesome in the next simulation? You were not in a hurry and continued to groom your appearance. Treasure-seeking nose can sense things that are not simple. It's not just a common cabbage by the roadside. Whoever arrives first gets it. Once you had tidied yourself up to a presentable state, you set off tracing the scent. Suddenly, in a certain direction behind you, it seemed that some colossal creature was galloping across the ground, their wild steps shaking the earth and raising clouds of dust. You climbed to a high point and focused your gaze. In the distance, there was a 4-legged giant beast with 9 dragon horns pulling a resplendent golden chariot that sped across the ground, trampling everything, ignoring all terrain, moving in a straight line. There were many people on the chariot, and they looked either rich or noble. What the hell? Is that a 9 dragons pulling a cart? Such a display. Buzz, a high-frequency weird sound reverberated in the air. You looked up, and a massive bronze ship sailed across the sky, as if an aircraft carrier was flying above. The deck was crowded with people, each of them exuding an extraordinary presence, clearly not ordinary folks. What the hell? A large flying spirit tool. So cool. Even more astonishing were several martial artists soaring through the air, leaving behind sonic booms and shockwaves as they broke the sound barrier. Swish, swish, swish. What the hell, what the hell? Flying in the air. Martial arts masters. From the direction of the central plains, the northern regions, and the southern frontier, powerful beings were rushing over. They each exhibited their unique abilities on their way, demonstrating their strength merely through their means of travel. Without a doubt, the treasure you caught a whiff of was also discovered by them. They were rushing to compete for it. When a treasure appears, the world stirs. With such a commotion nearby, it would be a pity not to join in. With so many powerful figures gathered, it is hard to imagine what kind of extraordinary treasure is about to emerge. You know you definitely won't be able to seize it, but you must experience it in order to inherit this memory. The closer you get to the treasure's emergence, the more people there are. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the front, and a white flame transformed into a mushroom cloud rising into the sky as a terrifying shockwave swept toward you, sending you flying over 1,000 meters. At your age, taking such a fall is not good for you. Wait, what? What a coincidence. Right where you landed, a crocodile demon was basking in the sun. I am your father. Your blood surged 100-fold. The strength of your physical body increased in an instant, and this fall crushed the crocodile demon without any harm to yourself. Thank you. You casually peeled the crocodile skin off, preparing to make a belt. Looking toward the explosion's epicenter, the various factions remained unmoved, as if the recent explosion was merely a gentle breeze. Did a fight break out? Just as you were about to get closer, you suddenly noticed many streaks of light shooting out from the explosion's center. These streaks of light traced parabolic arcs in the air, landing in all directions, numerous in number. Among those in golden carriages, flying boats, and those riding the clouds, many displayed their skills in pursuit of these streaks of light. Among them, not many could fly directly in the air, most relied on flying spiritual tools. These must be treasures. You saw a streak of light that was about to crash near you. Your position was far from the epicenter, and you hadn't seen anyone chasing after it. Opportunity has come. Boom. The streak of light hit the ground. You sprang forward with rocket-like speed, launching yourself to the crater created by the falling light. You saw an ancient bronze sword. This sword stood half a person tall with an ancient appearance that instilled a sense of dread, as if a killing aura swirled around it. A treasure, it must be a treasure, murmured the Wanhun fan. It's not exactly a treasure, just an Earth-grade battle sword. Earth-grade? Earth-grade spiritual tools cannot compare to celestial artifacts like the Wanhun fan, but they are still rare and valuable. Previously, in the Divine Weapon City, you wanted to create an Earth-grade body for the Wanhun fan, but the artifact crafter quoted you an astronomical price, which turned you away. In certain sects, Earth-grade spiritual tools are also of a town-protecting level. Excited, you jumped into the pit, ready to draw the sword. Amitba. You were momentarily dazed, and a bald monk arrived at the bottom of the pit ahead of you, swiftly pulling the bronze battle sword out and disappearing it into a small cloth bag. The monk had 6 scars on his head and wore a patched red robe. Hey, bald donkey. I saw it first. The monk turned to look at you, a sorrowful expression on his face. Please do not be agitated. This item has a connection to my Buddha. I am merely taking it on behalf of the Buddha. Oh, come on. You hadn't finished complaining when you were momentarily dazed again, and the bald monk left behind a residual image and vanished. You knew he was a master, but that didn't stop your anger. Though the items you obtained in the simulation cannot be taken out, it does not prevent you from enjoying yourself in the simulation. For you in the simulation, it doesn't matter whether it is inside or outside the simulation, it is all part of your precious life. Fortunately, heaven favored you. After a while, another explosion was heard from the center, and a large pile of treasures flew out. Come, hurry into Daddy's arms. You chased after the streaks of light, running wildly on the ground. At this moment, you felt like you were playing a battle royale, chasing after airdrops. Boom. Another treasure crashed to the ground, and it was also one that no one pursued. What lies beyond the celestial artifacts? This question is beyond the standard. The monk will tell you the great Tao celestial artifact. It sounds quite impressive. Celestial artifacts, whether forged by today's divine craftsmen or passed down from ancient times, or even those that fell from the heavens, are all crafted by humans. However, the great Tao celestial artifact is born from the natural essence of heaven and earth. Imagine tossing a pile of metal and stones into the ocean. Through currents, storms, and animal interference, it ultimately forms a pocket watch. This is the great Tao celestial artifact. From its method of birth, it is evident that this object is a true divine creation that seizes the essence of heaven and earth. Now is what all factions on the continent are fighting over, a great Tao celestial artifact. Yes, the 9 provinces cauldron. However, they are not fighting yet, they are breaking the seal. Those flying spirit artifacts are emerging from the earth's crust during the process of unsealing. The 9 provinces cauldron. You murmur to yourself, feeling as if you've heard this name before. Yet recalling your entire life, even considering the simulated ones, you truly can't remember where you might have heard it. You do have an extraordinary memory, yet you still have a vague recollection, which is strange. Who sealed the 9 provinces cauldron here? That this poor monk does not know. This complicates matters. In reality, Chen Yi feels somewhat troubled. He had intended to arrive at this place early during his next simulation, catching everyone off guard before they realized the 9 provinces cauldron's presence, seizing it for himself. But he did not expect there to be a seal on it. All the major players have gathered, working together to break the seal. Even if he came here early, it seems to be of no use. How can he obtain the cauldron if the seal remains unbroken? I must try to break the seal regardless. What if some entry activates and a bug leads to instant success? Now the self in the simulation is 60 years old. This means that in the next simulation, he will head straight to the East Wilderness, giving Chen Yi several decades to experiment. With the entry of having an alien father, he no longer needs to worry about the threats posed by the demon clan in the East Wilderness. Looking at the simulated text, the 4 characters, Great Tao Celestial Artifact, and the 3 characters, 9 Provinces Cauldron. Chen Yi's expression resembles that of a man gazing at a dragon robe. It seems he can hear the BGM resonating. I walk down the long street listening to the actors sing of the capital. In a vague sense, he feels that this treasure rightfully belongs to him. Chen Yi. Great Tao Celestial Artifact. I want it so badly. I dream of it. Chen Yi's expression changes again, this time resembling Hu Hai. With the emergence of the 9 provinces cauldron, the forces of the world are in turmoil. The royal family of the Central Plains, the royal family of the Southern Wilderness, the tribes of the Northern Frontier, the religious sects of the Western, Liang, the 5 domains, and 8 pillars, the martial arts families. Each force present here is a dominant power in their own right or a top figure in a certain field. Each of them could change the situation of the world with a stamp of their foot. When the seal of the 9 provinces cauldron is broken, the majestic treasure, shining with a greenish copper hue and towering 100 meters high, stands before everyone. A trial of humanity and righteousness is laid before them. Each person cannot avoid this question. In the vast wilderness beyond the 5 domains, the demon race is an external enemy that must be guarded against. Should they fight to the death for the 9 provinces cauldron, allowing the demon race to take advantage of the situation, or should they compete in a more peaceful manner? Fortunately, these martial arts leaders did not act impulsively and start fighting on the spot. After a cordial meeting among the leaders, they decided to hold a tournament of the cauldron. Each major force will send their young disciples under the age of 20 to compete in arena battles. The force that wins in the end will obtain the 9 provinces cauldron. You and the monk have been wandering on the outskirts these days. As some people emerge from the center, you inquire about everything and learn all of this. Upon hearing about the tournament of the cauldron, the monk reveals a benevolent smile. It is truly rare for our human race to be so united. My Buddha shows compassion. You roll your eyes at him. What does this have to do with your Buddha? It's not like these martial arts big shots want to fight to the death over a cauldron. They want the younger generation to duke it out to minimize casualties. Moreover, this arrangement is entirely due to the evident threat posed by the demon race. The appearance of the Azure Dragon at the Red Heart sect is a prime example. As long as the demon race does not abide by the rules, their leaders can easily invade the Central Plains, extinguishing a sect with ease. If the demon race were even slightly weaker, driven by human greed, the major figures would certainly take action themselves, coming out in full force to create chaos. The great Tao celestial artifact is worth such sacrifices. In the 43rd year, at 61 years old, you replaced the older you get, the luckier you become, with a sudden inspiration. You still haven't left the place where the 9 provinces cauldron will emerge. Such a significant event leaving would mean missing out on a lot of vital information. You need to gather more intelligence for future simulations. The tournament of the cauldron is being organized with great pomp. Various factions have united to build a temporary palace near the 9 provinces cauldron, even refurbishing a grand arena and constructing a much larger spectator platform. The emergence of the 9 provinces cauldron is no longer a secret. It has spread throughout the 5 domains. More and more factions and martial artists are flocking to join the excitement. Each major figure is sending out invitation letters inviting martial artists from all over the world to participate in the tournament of the cauldron in the East Wilderness. As long as one is under 20 years of age, they can compete. Whoever wins will gain the right to claim the 9 provinces cauldron. Despite what is said, everyone knows it's a formality. Young martial artists from smaller factions could hardly compete against the prodigies from large factions. With so many martial artists, a marketplace for trading martial arts resources has spontaneously formed in the vicinity. You sell the materials from the demon race accumulated in the Wand Soul's banner in the marketplace, making a substantial profit. This place gathers the top martial forces, and some items that are rarely seen in local markets have appeared. For instance, storage spirit artifacts. You bought a storage ring with crystal stones, and then stored the remaining crystal stones inside. The Wand Soul's banner is quite dissatisfied with this. What about Trust Buddy? You certainly don't trust this guy. Every time you settle accounts, the numbers never match up. During your exchanges with various martial artists, you learned a lot of useful information, and your understanding of martial arts and the martial artist community gradually broadened. For instance, there's a rumor that many people have heard of, but may not be entirely credible. The great Tao celestial artifact hides the secret to becoming immortal. As cultivators, we toil and practice martial arts, striving for fortune, living our lives in struggle and conflict. Is it merely to have fists larger than those of mortals? No, there should be a greater pursuit. Immortality. How does one achieve immortality? Only by becoming immortal. Yet now, within the 5 domains and the vast wilderness, becoming immortal has become a distant legend. No matter how outstanding one is, even if they are the most beautiful in the world, in the end, they will become a skeleton. No matter how remarkable a prodigy is, possessing vast territories, they will ultimately turn to dust. No matter how powerful a martial artist is, they cannot withstand the ravages of time, at most living slightly longer than mortals. Becoming immortal has almost become the obsession of all martial arts giants. The grand tournament officially commenced after a year of preparation. While watching the competition, you made an unexpected discovery. The seemingly ordinary disciple of the Wuji sword sect who saved you 10 years ago turned out to be the sect master. His name is of no importance. He is better known by his title, Sword Master. As you gazed at the sword master, his piercing eyes locked onto you, and he gave you a slight nod. You politely smiled back. Your acquaintance is merely a nodding one. The old monk appeared beside you. Do you know the sword master? He saved me and even gifted me a jade tablet. You took out the jade tablet. The old monk glanced at it and smiled slightly. Umitba. Then he returned the bronze sword and the jade slip that he had snatched from you last year. Upon my examination, this sword has no connection with Buddha, and the techniques recorded in this jade slip are certainly not demonic arts. You can use them with peace of mind. You couldn't hold back your laughter. No, old bald donkey, you are being too timid. Well, I have no real connection with the sword master. The monk smiled. Indeed, you have no real connection with the sword master. You don't believe me. Yes, I don't believe you. You felt as though a smile of a wallower was plastered on your face. No matter what you said, the old monk wouldn't believe you. Never mind, being able to retrieve these two good items is already quite nice. The flame iron heavy sword was damaged, so having this bronze sword of earthly quality as a supplement is also good. The techniques in the jade slip are quite complex. It is a form of earthly martial arts, and you felt it would take considerable time to master. You have known this old monk for about a year. Aside from being a bit greedy, he had no other flaws. Previously, when you were selling materials from the demon race in the market, he had never covertly plotted against you. In fact, he was willing to spend spirit stones to buy some things he needed. The monk claimed his dharma name is Jinpin, and that he is a disciple of the West Liang Diamond Temple who has not yet entered the temple. Not yet in the temple. Does that mean they haven't accepted you? But my heart aspires to it. Thus, this old monk is actually a loose cultivator. You felt that his cultivation level is considerably higher than yours. He must have better innate talent. But even with good roots, it is difficult for loose cultivators to surpass the soul refinement stage, so he might have had some good fortune. The grand tournament lasted several months. Young disciples from various forces fought fiercely on the stage. You noticed that among these young martial artists under 20, there were actually those in the golden body stage. These prodigies are truly outrageous. What kind of innate talent do they possess? Heavenly grade. In your 3 simulations following the path of martial arts through 3 lifetimes, you have endured so much hardship and walked so far, barely catching sight of the threshold of the golden body stage. Yet those boys who have barely grown hair have already attained the golden body. Jinpin smiled as he watched you lament the prodigies. A martial artist's talent is not solely determined by their roots. Comprehension, physique, Tao heart, and the enigmatic fortune all contribute to a person's talent. Are you saying that I lack in every aspect compared to them, not just in roots? Umitba. Finally, the results of the grand tournament were announced. The unrivaled prodigy of the Wuji sword sect, Wang Yi, took first place. He is truly too powerful. He is merely in the golden body stage, yet his understanding of the Wuji sword Tao even surpasses that of some sect elders. Let's put it this way, when the grand elder of the Wuji sword sect sees him, he treats him with utmost respect. Those who don't know might think Wang Yi is the grand elder. It must be the Wuji sword sect, unrivaled and invincible. You felt that Jinpin looked at you with even more respect. Old bald donkey, this grand event has come to a close. Everyone should disperse. You came from the West Liang, right? Exactly. I heard there are many evil sects over there. Please do not speak carelessly. It is merely differing beliefs. Those heretics cannot be called evil sects. So there are indeed many. You cannot break through to the golden body stage right now. The 10,000 souls banner indicates that you need to find the earth veins, and it certainly requires searching, but you cannot solely depend on that. It is like searching for a needle in a haystack. After all, this lifetime is already aging. You are prepared to take the risk and venture into the West Liang, where the most evil and twisted paths are, to see if there are any methods to break through. Old monk, you must be more familiar with the West Liang than I am. Please guide me. You flatter me. I must also return to West Liang so we can travel together. As the martial artists from all corners of the world prepared to disperse and return home. The sword master's laughter echoed from the nearby Jiuzhou Ding. Ha! We have spent a year preparing for this tournament only to end up with nothing but some larger bricks. The martial artists were bewildered and turned back, gathering around the Jiuzhou Ding. Previously, there had been a formation protecting this ding, preventing anyone from getting close. Now the formation had been cut through by the sword master's sword, and anyone could approach, even touch it. You also went over to join the excitement. You reached out and touched the Jiuzhou Ding. The cold metallic touch felt nothing special. Suddenly, a chubby and honest face flashed before your eyes. De Chun. You pulled your hand away from the ding, and when you touched it again, the strange phenomenon was gone. What's going on? You looked at the other martial artists who had come to touch the immortal artifact, and found they showed no unusual expressions, just curiosity from touching a celestial artifact. You noticed that those powerful martial artists who could fly showed disappointment after touching it. Why is this happening? Where did the artifact spirit go? Does the celestial artifact not have an artifact spirit? If that's the case, why does it feel like a lifeless object unable to resonate or respond with us? Listening to the Sword Master and the other powerhouses discussing, you learned what the problem with the Jiuzhou Ding was. Comparing the Jiuzhou Ding to a computer. This Ding is the hardware, and the artifact spirit is the operating system and software. Now, having only a pile of hardware with the operating system missing, this thing simply cannot boot up. There is no way to install a system for it, because this is a celestial artifact born of heaven and earth. One cannot forge it, let alone create an artifact spirit for it. From the 10,000 Souls banner, you can glean that at the level of a celestial artifact, the spirit is more important than the body. If the body is lost, the spirit can find another body to attach to, still exerting its power, though it may be less effective if it doesn't match the original. However, if the spirit is lost, and only the body remains, it is merely an unbreakable lifeless object unable to function at all. Such issues are not lethal when faced with heavenly and earthly grade spiritual artifacts, or even lower ones. One could simply forego the artifact spirit, allowing the warrior to act as the spirit themselves, controlling the artifact with their spiritual energy. However, celestial artifacts are different. The structure of an artifact that can be called celestial is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. If the artifact spirit is lost, it becomes useless, akin to a mountain of code that cannot run. Celestial artifacts are even more complex and profound, often related to the paths of ascension. With this understanding, reflect on the fleeting images that just passed before your eyes. Why did the Jiuzhou Ding show me to Chen? What is it hinting at? Is to Chen the artifact spirit? This thought was too insane. How could a mere village guardian from a remote village be related to a celestial artifact? Wait, if Chen really is the artifact spirit? Chen Yi recalled the massacre in Luoding village. A seemingly ordinary village filled with farmers was brutally slaughtered by a group of professional assassins. Could it be related to Chen? Were they actually trying to kill Chen? They just didn't know who Chen was, so they slaughtered everyone. But why would they want to kill the artifact spirit of Jiuzhou Ding? Next time I simulate, I must bring Chen near Jiuzhou Ding, perhaps a miracle will occur. Not long ago, Chen Yi thought that due to the seal's presence, he could not obtain Jiuzhou Ding even with his precognitive simulations. But now it seems that might not be the case. When the various forces learned of the artifact spirit's loss, they were all disappointed to find only a heavy, non-functioning Ding. After all, even if they couldn't obtain it themselves, having another celestial artifact in the hands of humanity would disrupt the power balance with the demon race. The Swordmaster sighed. What a pity! If I had a complete celestial artifact, I could lead the warriors of the 5 domains into the wilds and reclaim the 3,000 heavenly grade spiritual veins occupied by the demon race. Others hovering in the air also expressed their regret. Records concerning celestial artifacts have been blank for tens of thousands of years. After much difficulty, one has emerged, yet it lacks an artifact spirit, which is truly lamentable. Currently, the only human race with a celestial artifact is the reclusive Shinkong Shen family. Yet Shen family's Chinko mirror is also incomplete, severely damaged, and often goes out of control. Once when I visited the Shen family, I nearly got sent into the chaotic flow of time and space by the Chinko mirror. From these bigwigs' casual conversations, you actually heard about the Shinkong Shen family. While my third brother-in-law is truly impressive, this Shinkong Shen family is the only force possessing a celestial artifact. At this moment you held on to a single firm thought: I am Shen Qingshan, oh Shen Qingshan is me. Ancestor, in the next simulation, please bring me home. In the 44th year, at 62 years of age, the competition for the pinnacle came to a close. The Jiuzhou Ding, without an artifact spirit, could not even store items. In desperation, the sword master had to take action himself, using 1,000 flying swords to bring Jiuzhou Ding back to the Wajijian sect. You and Jinping made your way to Shiliang. You left the eastern wilderness. Crossing the Tsangqiong Ridge, you entered the central plains. Traversing the Qing River, you passed through your hometown Qingzhou Baolan County. You took a detour to Baiyun County. Seeing that Chen and the others were living well, you chose not to disturb them. Now taking Chen to the Wajijian sect to test if he is the artifact spirit is no longer practical. He is not a warrior, and now in his 60s, although he is healthy, he is still an elderly man. This journey through high mountains and long rivers with the demon race lurking around, how could one manage to traverse mountains and face demons with an old man? It is truly a significant problem. Even if you were Zhao Yun and Chen was a doe, carrying him on your back would still be too much for his frail body. Perhaps next time. At least let Chen live a carefree life. Passing by Shenbing County, you discovered a monkey temple had appeared there, enshrining a great monkey general with a thriving incense offering. This Jinping fellow has a habit of worshipping any temple encountered along the way, claiming it is the custom of monks. Thus he bowed before the golden statue of the monkey. You noticed that the golden statue clearly resembled the fire-eyed golden monkey, yet you did not see another statue of the furried six-eared spirit monkey. You inquired with a local villager who came to offer incense. You learned that the fire-eyed golden monkey had been subduing demons and saving people for many years in Xianbing County. The common folk, grateful for his kindness, had crafted a golden statue to honor him in the temple, where he received offerings and prayers. Initially, the monkey temple had very few visitors. However, the fire-eyed golden monkey is a restless spirit. Whenever the common folk come to pray voicing their recent troubles, the fire-eyed golden monkey actually appears to help them resolve their issues. From corrupt officials oppressing the people to wells that won't yield water, the golden monkey can solve it all. He relies not only on brute force. The monkey's master is the head of the Xianbing Pavilion, one of the 8 pillars of the 5 domains, which gives him substantial backing. Thus, he is also adept in social matters. After finishing your prayers, you continued on your journey. In the 47th year, at 65 years of age, the Central Plains are vast, and you have not particularly quickened your pace. Inadvertently, you meandered for 3 years. During these 3 years, you also attempted to use the Hun fan to sense the location of ley lines. Unfortunately, there were no discoveries. The Central Plains are currently not peaceful. The Empress of the Southern Frontier is constantly launching northern campaigns claiming to be the rightful authority of the Central Plains. The tribal Khan of the northern border seeks to march south to capture dragons, declaring that his ancestors were once married into the Central Plains dynasty, thus his bloodline is also royal. The Emperor of Deqian sits in the palace while the barbarian hats fall from the sky. During times of war, the court has proposed peace talks. However, the current Empress of the Southern Frontier and the Khan of the northern border are both highly aggressive leaders. The envoys sent by the court for negotiations have been slaughtered. In short, whoever wins the hunt for the Central Plains claims legitimacy, while those who lose are deemed barbarians. The court is waging war on both the southern and northern fronts, which is quite taxing. The common people are destined to have a hard time during this chaotic era. The only good news is that no matter how the war rages, the warriors appearing on the battlefield will not exceed the level of the condensation realm. This seems to be some sort of mutual understanding preventing the depletion of human martial arts experts due to war. However, war must be fought because some conflicts cannot be resolved by sitting down and discussing. As for the martial arts sects, they have principles that prevent them from participating in the struggles of human politics, especially since they are all busy studying Jiuzhou. In the 48th year, at 66 years of age, you and Jinping crossed a great river named Tiansha and entered the realm of Shiliang. Shiliang consists of 3 unique nations which are religious regimes. There is a king, but he is merely a puppet or a lucky charm, with true power resting in the religion behind the nation. The Golden Buddha Temple, which Jinping yearns for, is one of the 8 pillars. Although considered a religious force, it does not control the nation and is more inclined towards martial arts sects. The national strength of these 3 nations is quite average, and deep contradictions exist among them, with each calling the other heretical. Thus, even though the Central Plains are in chaos, these 3 small nations are only busy with infighting and have no intention of interfering. The most sinister sect in Shiliang would be the Holy Fire sect. These heretics worship flames, and their initiation ritual involves burning their bodies, which can only be described as madness. Good, this is good. My point is that these heretics must be dealt with. Show me the way, oh, I will act on behalf of heaven. Jinping is a native of Shiliang. Although he began wandering in his middle age, he is still quite familiar with everything in Shiliang. It is not easy for an ordinary person to find the Holy Fire sect, as it is a sinister organization, and even in the already wicked Shiliang, it belongs to the underground forces without a visible mountain gate. However, Jinping, being experienced, has his methods. He led you to one of the 3 religious countries of Shiliang, the Yudo Kingdom. Here you continued westward and arrived at a border city named Walamba. The cultural customs of Shiliang are quite different from those of the Central Plains, reminiscent of your hometown on Earth during the Tang Dynasty. In order to endure the burning pain of their wounds, everyone in the Holy Fire sect must possess a type of pill called Qingbu Liang. Due to the high demand, purchasing it from other alchemists is not cost-effective, so they learn to refine it themselves. Jinping brought you to a medicinal field market outside the city of Walamba. There you found spiritual veins and vast terraced fields planted with various spiritual herbs. Here the raw material for Qingbu Liang Huayan grass is for sale. Members of the Holy Fire sect disguise themselves as ordinary people to procure Huayan grass here. I see. I remember you mentioned that the people in this heretical sect burn their skin all over. As long as we find someone with burn scars on their face, there is a high probability that they are from the Holy Fire sect. Then you noticed the streets were filled with veils. It is customary for the people of Shiliang to wear headscarves and veils when going out. How can I take off all their veils? In Shiliang, that is a great disrespect. This medicinal field belongs to the Tianyin sect, which is a first-rate force in Shiliang, we cannot afford to offend them. However, Jinpin has a way. Benefactor, your glabella is dark, and it seems you are facing a calamity. This poor monk can read your fortune and avert your disaster. Would you be willing to remove your veil for me to take a look? Good. Master, please help me avert disaster. This is how to defeat magic with magic. The people of Shiliang generally believe in religion. No matter which sect they believe in, they have faith in these deities. Saying your glabella is dark would be scorned in the Central Plains, but here in Shiliang, it is taken seriously. Beautiful lady, your glabella is dark and seems to indicate great misfortune. I can read your fortune and avert your calamity. Would you be willing to remove your veil for me to take a look? Old lecher. The beauty dashed away, leaving you in disarray in the wind. I admit, why am I labeled as a lecher just for doing this? Jinpin walked over and laughed. Chen, benefactor, do you not understand the saying, people rely on their clothing and Buddhas rely on their golden adornments? I understand now. Jinpin, bald-headed, wore a cassock and held a Zen staff. Regardless of whether his robe was tattered or whether he indulged in drinking and eating meat in private, outsiders would at least think he was a genuine monk at first glance. After thorough searching, Jinpin finally found a suspected target. It was a middle-aged man who looked furtive, wearing a veil with burned scars all over his face. Master, how can I resolve this calamity of bloodlight? The burn-scarred middle-aged man sincerely inquired. Ba, it will require my senior brother Jinshun to assist the benefactor. Jinpin stepped aside, and you walked over from behind him. You had shaved your head, and not knowing where, you had picked up a tattered curtain, draped it over yourself to masquerade as a cassock. Ba, benefactor, you only need to answer a few questions honestly, and this calamity will not be hard to resolve. There was no choice but to conform to local customs. Shiliang has many religions, and impersonating a monk is the easiest way for strangers to understand. Master, may I ask, are you a believer of the Holy Fire sect? Well, do not hesitate. Do not delay. Do not lie. Follow your heart's answer. There are deities 3 feet above you, Buddhas. I dare not deceive the master. I recently joined the Holy Fire sect, but many misunderstandings exist about it in the world. I hope the master will not expose my beliefs. Rest assured, I am the most tight-lipped monk. The second question is, does your Holy Fire sect have any pills or secret techniques that can help break through bottlenecks and enhance cultivation? Upon hearing this, Jinpin frowned slightly, perhaps thinking that you sought the Holy Fire sect for a breakthrough rather than to purge heretics. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment. I joined not long ago, but I have heard that if a disciple encounters a bottleneck in martial arts, the sect will use the myriad fires devouring heart technique to assist them in breaking through. You displayed a delighted expression. Indeed, there are many nefarious techniques. Next, you casually misled him with a few words about drinking guanine soil at home, bowing in a certain direction, and staying indoors on the 1st and 2nd days of the month. Such words would be difficult to deceive people in the Central Plains, but they work quite well in Shiliang. After all, someone who would burn their entire body to join a heretical sect, how sane could they be? After the middle-aged man bought the materials for Qingbu, Liang Yu and Jinpin secretly followed him. Jinpin already possessed the cultivation of the condensation realm, and with his divine sense he could see through this person's realm, which was merely gathering spirit realm, so he could not detect your tracking. Old monk, are the people in the Holy Fire sect powerful? Their teachings are not worth mentioning. Who is discussing faith with you? I am talking about their martial arts level. Generally, they were a first-rate force in Shiliang decades ago, once competing with the Golden Buddha Temple. But I do not know what happened later. Their elites and higher-ups all perished, leaving only some small fry to barely pass down their teachings. Now they can barely be considered a third-rate force. They probably do not even have any Golden Body Realm cultivators left. After a period of tracking, you and Jinpin arrived at the entrance of a cave. It's not difficult to understand why. They worship fire. During the day, they ignite fires. At night, they set fires, and even while sleeping, they must have a fire by their side. Doing this for 365 days a year, a single mistake could set their house ablaze. They don't care if the fire burns them. They believe it is the fire god favoring them. The more it hurts, the more the fire god loves them. But a house cannot withstand frequent fires. Thus, they can only live in caves, as stones are not afraid of burning. Master Chen, we have discovered their lair. Let us strike directly. With our combined strength, the Holy Fire sect should be no match for us and can be shattered in an instant. Who said I want to destroy them? You said during the day that you would act on behalf of heaven, didn't you? Not really. I was thinking of joining them. Oh, I also love fire. As you spoke, you activated the Xian, Yin Xin Gong, and casually struck out a palm, unleashing a tongue of flame. Jinpin looked at you with a strange expression. Master Chen, I find you increasingly inscrutable. Thank you, old monk, for helping me locate the Holy Fire sect. If we are fated to meet again, please, for the sake of the sword master, do not act against the Holy Fire sect. Ba, if you insist on jumping into the fire pit, that is your trial, and this humble monk will not intervene. Take care of yourself. Jinpin left, and his final expression seemed to convey disappointment towards you. You shrugged, not caring. At your age, the only hope of surviving is to break through to a higher realm, allowing the next simulation to start from a higher point. You made a grand entrance into the cave, performing a set of Qi Xian fist before the Holy Fire Sect disciples who were kneeling around a fire pit in unknown worship. Due to the nature of Xian Yen Xian Gong, your punches emitted fire, making you look like a street performer doing fire tricks. The Holy Fire Sect members were initially terrified as an outsider had intruded. Then they were filled with joy. You could produce flames from your body, and the damage from the flames was almost negligible. You were practically a natural-born holy body of the Holy Fire Sect. I want to join the Holy Fire Sect. You are the Holy Sun. Huh. Promoted so quickly. You smoothly joined the Holy Fire Sect. You first tried to blend in with them for a few days. However, these people were too bizarre. They did not eat proper food every day, instead burning their food until it was carbonized and eating it with the embers. They did not drink water, hunted beasts, and drank their blood. Practicing their skills meant burning themselves with fire. Each of them grimaced in pain, yet shouted, "The fire god is above." Unless leaving the cave, as long as one was in the cave, everyone had to maintain a bonfire, even while asleep. In the middle of the night, they would suddenly wake up and add firewood. Crazy. You often felt out of place due to being too normal. After just a few days, your true intentions began to show. Master, my realm has been stuck at the peak of soul refinement for a long time. I heard that our Holy Fire Sect has a method to break through the realm. Is that true? The white-beard leader showed delight at these words. Yes, Holy Sun, you are at the peak of soul refinement. What's wrong? Does our Holy Fire Sect not have even the soul refinement realm anymore? Alas, you are new here and do not understand our Holy Fire Sect's history. Over 40 years ago, we suffered a great calamity. We lost not only our high-ranking members and elites, but also our techniques. Without the key techniques to enhance faith, it is very difficult for us to improve our cultivation. How could it not be difficult? Who can become stronger by self-harm every day? You were not interested in the history of the Holy Fire Sect. You only hoped they could help you break through. The disciples all assured you it would be no problem. Inside the cave of the Holy Fire Sect, a formation made of charcoal rose up. 60 Holy Fire Sect disciples sat cross-legged around the formation. Behind each of them, there was a blazing flame. Brothers and sisters, today we shall burn our bodies and hearts to help the Holy Sun break through so that our Holy Fire Sect may thrive once more. You were somewhat astonished. Wait, this one Hardship Xian isn't about consuming my heart, is it? Of course not. It is to let the flames devour us and transform into your power for breaking through. This was unexpectedly the legendary sacrificial method, though you felt a pang of guilt. But considering they were a group of heretics, leaving them in the world would be a disaster. If they could help you break through, it could be seen as them doing a good deed. The secret technique began. The disciples raised their hands and lay on their backs, allowing the fire behind them to engulf their bodies. Burn my remains. To save the world. Ignite my ambition. To become the fire god. They chanted this doctrine repeatedly, struggling in the flames. Suddenly, you felt something was wrong. You could not move. The crude formation made of charcoal beneath you transformed into a cage, trapping you in place. It felt as if something was flowing away from you. The voice of the Wan Hun fan echoed lazily. Buddy, you've fallen for it. They are devouring your essence. You suddenly realized. Sure enough, advanced hunters always appear in the guise of prey. The middle-aged man you encountered in Utopia City was a bait. This was the true ritual for the Holy Fire Sect to enhance their cultivation. They were not sacrificing themselves, it was you. You became instantly furious. Dare to scheme against me, you heretics. Unfortunately, the foreign father title could not exert its effect. But you still had the 100 fan. 100 Ghosts Night Walk. The moment the immortal artifact was unleashed, it was evident whether it had effect. A group of heretics at most at the soul refinement realm were annihilated by the 100 fan's single attack, releasing thousands of evil souls in a surge, directly obliterating them. These people didn't even let out a whimper before turning into a puddle of mud. They were still burning, incinerated on the spot. However, you left one alive, the leader. Watching you emerge unscathed from the Wan Hua-Shur Xian formation, with the Wan Hun fan in your hand, emitting black smoke, and the fierce evil souls swirling behind you, this leader felt you were even more sinister than himself. You actually possessed such a treasure. Concealed yourself while I was careless. This leader was surprisingly calm. They often deceived people into the Holy Fire Sect, and then misled them to sit in the Wan Hua-Shur Xian formation to devour their essence. Having done this too many times, one who frequently walks by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. What a pity. My Holy Fire Sect was once a top sect in Shiliang, yet now it has been destroyed by you, a filthy monk. You suddenly remembered that you had just shaved your head. This person thought he was obliterated by Buddhism, and evidently, he was even more resentful. He'll ask you one more time, do you have any method to help someone break through from the soul refinement realm to the golden body realm? The leader of the Holy Fire sect scoffed. How could we, the Holy Fire sect, help you break through when so many martial arts geniuses cannot pass this stage of their journey? If there were, I would have used it myself. Oh, why should it come to you? Then you have no use. Just as you were about to slay this guy, you suddenly noticed a tattoo peeking out from the tattered fabric on his chest caused by your earlier attack. It was a flame pattern. You had seen this pattern somewhere else before. You took out a white mask from your storage ring and pointed at the flame pattern on it. Is this pattern the same as the tattoo on your chest? Of course it is the Holy Fire pattern. You grabbed this guy by the nasty burn scar on his body and lifted him up. Speak. 48 years ago, did you go to the Central Plains and massacre a village called Luoding Village? The leader of the Holy Fire sect looked at you with a strange expression. What does this village have to do with you? Answer my question honestly, no nonsense. You knew that without some pressure you might not get the answers you were seeking. The clues to the village massacre case might reach a breakthrough today. You could not afford to miss this opportunity. The 10,000 Souls banner. Oh, poor leader of the Holy Fire sect, have you ever experienced utter despair? The black mist emitted by the 10,000 Souls banner was not just for creating atmosphere. As this black mist infiltrated the leader of the Holy Fire sect through his nostrils, mouth, ears, and eyes, he screamed in agony. No, Fire God, do not abandon me. Lord Fire God, burn me. O Lord Fire God. He seemed to be enduring a pain akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, a torment of both mind and body. You watched his features contorted in pain and momentarily suspected he could ascend to the heavens at that moment. At least this guy truly had faith. You commanded the 10,000 Souls banner to stop. The leader of the Holy Fire sect looked as if he had traveled through time. Is this an illusion? If you do not answer my question honestly, it will soon be real. I will tell you. I will tell you. The Holy Fire sect has fallen to such a state today. What secrets are there that cannot be spoken? The Fire God will forgive me. Your willingness to accept this is commendable. However, this matter occurred too many years ago. What I know is merely fragments passed down from survivors of that time. From the leader of the Holy Fire sect, you learned the general outline of the village massacre case. What feud could there be between a first-rate religious power from Shilyang and a small village in the Central Plains? Thus, the Holy Fire sect was not the mastermind. There were others behind them. In essence, the Holy Fire sect was merely a thug. They did not deploy any elites or experts to deal with a small village. They only sent a small task force symbolically and contacted their branch in the Central Plains to have this branch carry out the main operations. When the Holy Fire sect was at its peak, their influence extended beyond Shilyang, with similar branch organizations in the Central Plains. However, the Central Plains court prohibited religious activities, so they could not act under the name of the Holy Fire sect. Instead, they adopted a different approach: martial arts sects. This sect was the Red Heart sect, which was shattered to ashes by the ancient demon clan ancestor, the Azure Dragon. The team from the Holy Fire sect and the warriors of the Red Heart sect wore masks adorned with the Holy Fire pattern and slaughtered Luoding village. Who was the mastermind? Who sent you to the Central Plains to massacre the village? The leader of the Holy Fire sect shook his head. I do not know. Do you truly not know, or do you dare not say? Do you think, how did our Holy Fire sect decline? What happened to those in the higher echelons and the elites? You suddenly realized. They were silenced. I do not know, I did not witness it with my own eyes, but after years of pondering I feel this is the only possibility. Why was the Red Heart sect not silenced? Those involved in the village massacre from the Red Heart sect were also killed, but the mastermind likely did not know the relationship between the Red Heart sect and our Holy Fire sect, so they did not act against them. You pondered. When your Holy Fire sect was powerful decades ago, you could stand against the revered Vajra Temple of the 5 domains and 8 pillars, even having branches in the Central Plains. With such a vast influence, who could control you? The leader of the sect shook his head in confusion. Back then, I was merely a teenager who had just entered the Holy Fire sect as an outer disciple. How could I possibly know these things? As the secrets of the village massacre case were peeled away layer by layer, Chen Yi outside the simulation was also lost in thought. So the Red Heart sect's techniques contain many fire elements because they were derived from the Holy Fire sect. Thus, when the Blackstone gang discovered the corpses of Red Heart sect disciples wearing Holy Fire masks in the Qinghe River, they were actually among those who were silenced. But who was silencing them? Who was controlling the Holy Fire sect? Why the massacre? The clues ended here again. The one who could control the Holy Fire sect at that size and subsequently silence nearly all its members was certainly not a simple character. He did not want others to discover him, and Chen Yi realized it would be extremely difficult to uncover his true identity. It doesn't matter if I can't find out, this person must be very powerful. I need to have sufficient strength to understand who he is for it to be meaningful. Chen Yi investigated the village massacre case. Revenge was one aspect, but another was to clarify his motives. After all, he was a survivor of the village massacre. If the other party knew of his existence, they might continue to hunt him down. Only by understanding what the other party wanted could he dismantle their plans. Investigating this case was not only for the slaughtered relatives and neighbors, but also for Chen Yi himself. You sent the leader of the Holy Fire sect to meet his fire god. You walked out of the cave, your face heavy with thoughts. As you emerged, you encountered someone. Jinping. He stood under a tree, his bald head reflecting the moonlight. It seems that you have dealt with that group of heretics. You brushed off your clothes, wearing a relaxed and content expression. The corners are a bit dirty. Are you worried about any danger, and thus did not want this monk to intervene, which is why you said those words earlier? No, you are overthinking it. I genuinely wanted to join them, but they are too difficult to join a bunch of lunatics. When my aversion to stupidity flared up, I just slaughtered them all. By the way, didn't you leave? After I left last time, I thought about it, and felt something was amiss, so I wanted to come back and take a look. You smiled faintly, feeling that the old monk was quite a good friend. You bald donkey. I only hope that the sword master knows that this monk did not abandon his dear friend in peril. You felt something was wrong, you dead bald donkey. From today onwards, there will be 3 updates daily. Additionally, there are currently too many segment reviews and Liuzi cannot keep up. If anyone is dissatisfied with the plot or finds mistakes in Liuzi's writing, you can mention me in your segment reviews. As long as I find your comments reasonable, I will make changes. Some issues are interconnected, and even if there are indeed problems, they cannot be changed. Please forgive me. In the 51st year, at the age of 69, you had Jinping introduce you to some forbidden techniques. After a failed breakthrough, you held those deadly poison masters accountable. You experienced the extreme pain of brain-invading insects at the 10,000 Goose sect, nearly losing your sanity. After failing to break through, you took care of those insect-raising masters. Those evil heretics breeding insects to harm people deserve 1,000 cuts. You enjoyed indescribable happiness at the pleasure sect, almost forgetting about your breakthrough amidst the company of beautiful women. After failing to break through, you thanked your sisters and promised to come again. The pleasure sect is wonderful, but one must learn the dual cultivation. However, after the pleasure sect, you felt significantly weakened, reminiscent of your previous simulated experience, albeit less severe. In recent years, you have also been studying that earth-level technique. But you must admit your comprehension is rather average. To avoid wasting this technique, you shared it with Jinping, hoping that if he mastered it, he could guide you. Unfortunately, without guidance, even if Jinping had slightly better comprehension, he still hasn't made any progress. After getting battered in another cult, you lay on a cart watching Jinping pull it ahead. Sorry to trouble you again, monk. Chen Shizhu, I have never seen someone as determined as you. I must break through. At your age, what significance does breaking through hold? It holds significance. Well, let me ask you, why do you cultivate martial arts? To pursue the martial path. Be realistic. Beautiful women. Wealth. Longevity. To reveal my prowess before others. To earn the respect of the world. To save the world. To save my world. That sounds human, but even if you achieve the spirit concentration realm, like me, you won't live past 100. Even if you break through to the golden body realm, your time will still be limited, not to mention how much you have tortured your body over the years. The things you desire without the support of lifespan and body aren't they just castles in the air? You smiled silently, lying on the cart and gazing at the blue sky and white clouds. In the 52nd year, at the age of 70. Extracting entry. Extraction successful. Proficiency, prismatic divine words. Congratulations. From today on, your comprehension of cultivation techniques is no longer important. As long as you repeatedly practice a technique and reach the required number of repetitions, you can directly enhance the technique's proficiency realm. Heaven rewards the diligent. Get practicing, young one. Would you like to adjust the entry? Yes, no. Chen Yi outside the simulation was startled by the suddenly appearing colorful text. Prismatic divine words. After many days, the second prismatic entry was activated. Upon seeing its effect, this looks familiar. A relatively simple proficiency system. Ignoring comprehension and difficulty of techniques, as long as you practice repeatedly, you can learn or enhance the technique's proficiency realm. Chen Yi had already learned through simulation that the proficiency realm of techniques consists of 6 levels: entry, proficient, mastery, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. The higher the realm, the stronger the technique's effect. External skills, internal skills, and mental techniques. The higher the realm, the faster the enhancement of the 3 energies: speed, which will indirectly accelerate cultivation speed. The higher the martial realm, the greater the martial power will undoubtedly be, potentially leading to a qualitative change. The most crucial aspect of this entry is that it will no longer allow comprehension to become a constraint on cultivating techniques. Just like now in the simulation, the earth-level technique that couldn't be learned can be practiced by following the technique's description. As long as the corresponding number of repetitions is reached, it will naturally be learned. A simulator and a proficiency system, both with effects similar to cheats. Could it be that prismatic entries are all various cheats? Thinking of this, Chen Yi's heart surged. The protagonist in novels only has one cheat, but I can have many cheats. This entry system is simply a gift of cheats. You suddenly sat up from the cart, took the jade slip, and began to gesture in the air with your right fingers following the martial arts moves on it. Jinping, who was pulling the cart, saw you suddenly sit up in excitement, confused about what was happening. Chen Shizhu, has your mind gone awry again? I told you not to keep trying forbidden techniques. Monk, you are right. From today on, I will no longer touch those forbidden techniques. I will practice martial arts properly. Chen Shizhu is truly a person of many changes. You've buried half your ambitions, and now they have changed again. You came to realize that even if you could not break through in this simulation, at the very least, you could use the entry of proficiency to elevate the realms of your techniques. Thus, you must avoid further tormenting your body and strive to live longer. This proficiency entry does not consume any resources, only time. The earth-level martial art recorded in the jade slip is called star-shattering wave finger, producing effects similar to the Six Veins Divine Sword's long-range laser. You glanced at your panel, and after performing the technique of star-shattering wave finger, once the technique section of the panel displayed the following description. Star-shattering wave finger, earth level, not yet mastered 1100. This means you must practice 100 times to upgrade. Then let's practice. When you reached the 99th repetition, you still hadn't truly learned this martial art. You were merely gesturing the moves. Your understanding of how to mobilize the three energies and produce the described effects was vague. However, upon reaching the 100th repetition, suddenly everything clicked and you directly entered the realm. Boom. You pointed forward and a surge of energy shot from your fingertips, distorting the air in its path. The energy struck several hundred meters away, shattering a massive boulder into powder. In its wake, the ground was left with a long gash and nearby vegetation was completely shredded. What a powerful killing move, and it's a long-range technique. Jinping, seeing you sitting on the cart having mastered the star-shattering wave finger, was left dumbfounded. Wasn't it agreed that I would learn it first and then guide you? How come you learned it first? Chen Shizhu, please help pull the cart while I try sitting on it. This cart may have special effects for enlightenment. Jinping eventually learned it too, but that was years later and still under your guidance. In the 57th year, at the age of 75, after abandoning the sinister path, you focused on seeking the veins of the earth and cultivating various martial arts, wildly enhancing your proficiency and elevating your martial realm. You discovered that the highest realm of martial arts was not completeness, but rather a level beyond it called transcendence. When you asked Jinping, like most martial artists, he believed that completeness was the pinnacle of any martial art, indicating how rare it was for someone to reach the realm of transcendence. Even more astonishing, there should be an even higher level above transcendence, as one could continue to practice and enhance their proficiency. However, at this realm, even a mid-level martial art required an astonishing number of practice sessions, and for higher quality martial arts, the required sessions increased exponentially. Isn't it just a matter of time? For you, this isn't a significant problem. If one simulation doesn't work, then two. If two don't work, then three. Sooner or later, you will max out the proficiency of all your martial arts. But for other martial artists to be able to cultivate a few main martial arts to great success or completeness in their lifetime is already a testament to their exceptional talent. In the 62nd year, at the age of 80, while extracting attributes, Senior Tomato user purple epic, your resistance to poison is exceptionally high. Ordinary poisons are ineffective against you, and special toxins, such as pill poison, monster poison, and martial art poison, are significantly diminished. Would you like to adjust the attributes? Yes, no. This attribute is still quite useful. Resistance to poison is important, otherwise one could easily be caught off guard. With the proficiency attribute, you can now discard the previously carried effort, brings rewards and sudden inspiration. Thus, your inventory slots are quite spacious now. You replaced monster energy with Senior Tomato user. Jinping wanted to wander the continent, a goal he set after breaking free from worldly attachments in his middle age. You are seeking the veins of the earth. So the two of you, being unemployed drifters, happen to travel together, forming a duo of wanderers in the 5 domains. The 5 domains are vast. In recent years, you have only returned to the central plains from Shilyang. This is the second time you have survived to the age of 80 in the simulation. Last time you died as soon as you turned 80, merely an impoverished old man in Baiyun County with little knowledge of the outside world. This time is different. During your travels, you learned that significant events have occurred in the world. There was a prior agreement between the human and demon races to avoid mutual aggression. That is, powerful beings above the martial king realm from both races are not allowed to kill each other's kin, nor can they engage in large-scale attacks. As for those below the martial king realm, whether humans hunt demons for materials or demons consume humans to enhance their cultivation, it is left to their own fate. If you are killed by demons, don't complain. If you hunt demons and get killed in return, don't cry injustice. Neither side can call upon the powerful above the martial king realm to intervene in smaller conflicts. This is akin to the internal dynamics of the human race, where martial kings do not go to the front lines to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. However, 5 years ago, the demon race broke this agreement. The demon race dispatched a prominent demon monkey leader, leading 100,000 demons to strike from the great wilderness and launch a surprise attack on the eastern wilderness. Following this vanguard army, there were also 1 million elite demon soldiers led by the 4 great demon ancestors, with the Azure Dragon at the forefront. Although there are some human martial forces stationed in the eastern wilderness, such as the supreme sect of the 5 domains, the Wujian Sword sect, this time the enemy is truly serious. Faced with the battle power of the demon ancestors, the Wujian Sword sect can only temporarily retreat. Now the war between the human and demon races has fully erupted. The great powers of the human race and the ancient ancestors of the demon race are at a standoff along the boundary of the eastern wilderness and the central plains at the Sanqiong Ridge. This towering mountain range has become a natural barrier halting the advance of the demon army. If the demon race does not resolve the human leaders present on the Sanqiong Ridge, even if they cross this mountain range, those individuals will attack from behind, leaving them unable to defend both fronts. Originally, the Central Plains Northern Territory and Southern Frontier were preoccupied with disputes over legitimacy, but they have now called a truce. The highest leaders of the 3 factions mobilized their martial forces from within their realms to participate in the battle at the Sanqiong Ridge. The Dacian royal family of the Central Plains, the 100 Nations Alliance, centered around the Empress of the Southern Frontier, and the Nomadic Tribal Alliance of the Northern Territory, did not retreat. They set aside their grievances, took the lead in battle, and united to confront the great enemy of the human race. The 3 nations of Xiliang are still firmly engaged in disputes over who the true heretics are. Those heading to the front lines of the Terrace War are all martial artists with no common folk or armies composed of commoners. Their presence is of no use, only adding to the casualties and harming the foundation of the human race. However, the war is not confined to the Sanqiong Ridge. That prominent demon monkey leader in the early stages of the war, when the human defenses were still unstable, led thousands of elite demons into the Central Plains. They broke into smaller units, spreading out to gather the scattered demons in the Central Plains, and carried out bloody massacres against the local human populace. Those demons living in human territories usually kept a low profile, carefully hiding their presence, only daring to kill occasionally to satisfy their urges. Now, with the arrival of the demon monkey leader and his elite forces, they have gone completely berserk. While fighting along the way, you find the low-level spiritual tool, the Wanhun banner, lacking in effectiveness. Thus, with a reserve of spirit stones in a ring, you arrived at the Divine Weapon City, hoping to upgrade the Wanhun banner. Here you encountered the so-called Demon Monkey Vanguard. In the skies above Divine Weapon City, the fire-eyed golden monkey wielded a golden iron rod clad in golden armor, engaging in fierce combat with his former junior brother, the Furry Demon Monkey, both being spiritual monkeys of heaven and earth. The Furry Demon Monkey wore a sinister bone armor and held a large purple golden rod. The two battled fiercely, their clash sending shockwaves that effortlessly flattened distant peaks. You and Jinping are inside Divine Weapon City, currently unharmed, as a protective array has risen, shielding against all residual forces. Hehehe. Senior brother, long time no see, and you and Master are still alive. The Furry Demon Monkey's personality has drastically changed since you last saw him. The odd-looking little monkey who once dared only to hide behind the fire-eyed golden monkey has now become arrogant and overbearing, exuding a powerful aura. His demonic aura is so intense that anyone can see it with the naked eye. Even his appearance has changed. Though he previously looked strange, now he possesses a fearsome visage, fully displaying his demonic nature. You wretched beast. Having willingly become a demon, do you remember the oath we made to eradicate all evil demons from the world? The fire-eyed golden monkey scolded, his expression revealing a complex mix of anger, sorrow, hatred, and reluctance. We are demons. Why should we kill demons? We should be killing humans instead. Nonsense. You and I are spiritual monkeys nurtured by heaven and earth, with heaven as our father and earth as our mother. How can we be on the same side as those man-eating demons? Is that so? Then why did Master craft a divine weapon from heavenly gold meteorite for you and not for me? Why do those commoners build temples for you and not for me despite my help in slaying demons. Let me tell you why. It's simply because of my bizarre appearance. Neither human nor monkey, master, fellow disciples, and those foolish mortals. They may not speak out due to master's influence, but deep down they all consider me a demon. Even if I strive to cultivate diligently for the sake of the sect, even if I am cautious and never cause trouble, even if I rid the people of harm, it's all for naught. Is this why you betrayed the sect, colluding with the demon race in the great wilderness, igniting this war that brings suffering to all living beings? Exactly. The human race does not deserve protection. This realm should rightfully belong to our demon race. You could see that as the furry demon monkey spoke these words, his demonic aura became even more intense. His face, twisted with rage to the point of being grotesque, made it clear that his heart had become obsessively extreme. Jinping let out a sigh. The prejudices in people's hearts are like a mountain. If the citizens of Divine Weapon Pavilion and Divine Weapon County had been a bit kinder to the furry demon monkey, this war might not have erupted. Some locals nearby scoffed at Jinping's words. Come on, hasn't Divine Weapon Pavilion treated him well? Back then, which senior brother or sister in Divine Weapon Pavilion didn't dote on them? What resources for cultivation were not prioritized for those two? Exactly, sometimes the distribution might be uneven, but that's still a far better treatment than the vast majority of disciples. Take that big golden rod, there's only one, both monkeys want it, so inevitably one monkey will miss out. Just because one doesn't get it, do they have to act as if the world is ending? When we built the temple for the spirit monkeys, we initially built one for the furry demon monkey as well. It was this monkey who complained that his incense offerings were inferior to his senior brothers, causing a scene in the temple that scared the commoners, which is why no one continued to set up a temple for him. Listening to the voices around you felt that the problem still lies largely with the furry demon monkey. Sometimes the prejudices in people's hearts might hit closer to the truth than one thinks. The two great spiritual monkeys fought until the heavens darkened, obliterating the very essence of the Tao. To prevent Divine Weapon City from suffering damage, the fire-eyed golden monkey feigned defeat and fled, taking the furry demon monkey away from this area. Though the furry demon monkey has left, the protective array of Divine Weapon City has yet to open, and you and Jinping had no choice but to stay temporarily within the city. During this time, you sought out some weapon refiners hoping to forge a low-grade demon-subduing banner. However, their prices were a bit steep, and you were still comparing offers. Little Master, I believe your business philosophy needs to change. Since you cannot guarantee success and require customers to provide materials, the refining fees should adopt a profit-sharing model. If it fails, the base fee is guaranteed, and if successful, there's a commission. No money, what can you refine? Get out, don't disrupt our business. You once again failed to negotiate. But this time a handsome young man suddenly appeared, handing a storage ring to the master of this refining sect. I'll cover the costs for this, old senior. Count it, there should be enough spirit stones inside to forge several low-grade spiritual tools. As the other party opened the storage ring, it was indeed filled with spirit stones. Their attitude towards you changed on the spot. Esteemed guest, please enjoy some tea. Is this what it feels like to have someone pay for you? Oh no, it's that thrilling feeling. You recognized the young man at first glance. Swordmaster. The Swordmaster turned around, smiling as he spoke. Long time no see, nemesis of the demon race. I'm glad to see you still in good health. Oh well. Yes, I. You quickly changed the subject. With the two races at war, shouldn't you be on the front line at Sanqiong Ridge? Fighting doesn't happen every day. Both sides need a chance to catch their breath. I took some time off to specifically come find you. Jinping, hearing this, looked at you with a meaningful gaze, as if saying, I knew it. Your relationship with the Swordmaster is quite deep. Jinping adjusted his patched robe, seemingly wanting to leave a good impression on the Swordmaster. The Swordmaster came to find me specifically. What have I done to deserve this? You're not here to lend me money, are you? Then I don't want the spiritual tool anymore. You're too humorous. Those spirit stones are a gift from me. If you have a suitable weapon, it will greatly assist with the task I'm about to entrust to you. Swordmaster, you jest. I'm just a small cultivator in the soul refinement realm. How can you have matters to ask of me? With your unique physique, lead the charge and subdue the demon menace. Upon hearing this, you recalled the furry demon monkey that had appeared not long ago in the skies above Divine Weapon City. To deal with such a level of demon, I might as well be killed. Swordmaster, you jest again. Oh, I lack the power you possess. I do not require you to go to the front lines, nor to confront enemies of the level of demon kings. The citizens within the 5 domains are suffering greatly due to the infiltrating demon race, leading to a significant loss of life. The prosperity of any race is dependent on the basic population numbers. Even if we hold back the demon army at the eastern side of the Sanqiong Ridge, if the mortals in the rear are slaughtered, the human race will be on the brink of extinction. The rampant demon problems across various regions must be swiftly quelled to stabilize our rear, which will also benefit the front lines. Rest assured, we are keeping an eye on the demon kings and higher-level demons active within the 5 domains, and there are those who will deal with them without needing your assistance. What you need to handle are the demons below the level of demon kings, and I believe that with your physique you are more than capable. What will you choose as the Sword Master calls upon you to lead the charge against the demons? 1. Zhang Zia rises from retirement at 80 OI 2 can take to battle at 80. 2. Ahem, at my age, I would rather not engage in killing and fighting. Let me enjoy my twilight years. 3. I wish to go to battle, but I fear my strength is insufficient. Does the Sword Master have a way to assist me in breaking through my realm? As the esteemed Sword Master travels countless miles to summon me for the sake of the people's safety, how could I refuse? Chen Yi made his choice. However, think about it, a big shot like him is wealthy and generous. If I were to ask for nothing, how would that reflect his extraordinary nature? Respect is mutual. You have chosen 3. Sword Master, to be honest, seeing the common people suffer at the hands of the demon race breaks my heart. Jinping has been with you long enough to understand your temperament. Upon seeing this, he cooperatively wiped away his tears. In truth, I have journeyed alongside Master Jinping from Shiliang, and every time we encountered demon problems, we would act to the best of our abilities to save the people. As martial practitioners, this is our duty. However, if you want me to lead a force of martial artists to deal with the various demon issues within the 5 domains, I must take responsibility for this army. As someone at the soul refinement stage, I am unworthy and lacking in strength for such a heavy responsibility. The Sword Master looks young, but in reality he is much older than you, an 80-year-old. He understands your little thoughts, but does not confront them. Instead, he begins to contemplate seriously. You have indeed been stuck at the soul refinement stage for a long time. I mentioned before in the Eastern Wasteland that for those with low-grade roots to break through to the golden body stage, it is immensely difficult and requires great fortune. Indeed, I suppose someone like me would find no opportunity to break through in your Wuji Sword sect. Not necessarily. This item is called the Sword Heart Immortal Peach. At the center of the spiritual vein of my Wuji Sword sect lies a Sword Heart Divine Tree. The divine tree sprouts once every 300 years, blooms once every 300 years, and bears fruit once every 300 years, producing only 1 Sword Heart Immortal Peach each time. If you consume this peach, will you be able to break through? The Sword Master chuckled wryly. Do you know what this item is generally used for in our sect, and when it is given to someone? I assume it is used to assist someone like Wang Jiani in breaking through to the golden body stage after achieving first place at the Ascendance Conference. Wang Jiani. He is not qualified enough. The Sword Heart Immortal Peach can assist in the breakthrough comprehension for those at the Martial King realm. Only after a gifted disciple has been stuck at the peak of the concentration stage for over 10 years is it permitted for use. Although it cannot guarantee success, it significantly increases the chances. You understand now. This peach is beneficial for martial artists breaking through to the Martial King realm. Using it for you to break through to the golden body realm would be akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. However, I have witnessed your physique. If you can break through to the golden body realm, leading the charge to quell the demons in the 5 domains will be within reach, and I am willing to use this immortal peach to exchange for your participation in the battle for the 5 domains. The demons roaming throughout the 5 domains are far weaker in both number and strength compared to the 100,000 demon army on the other side of the Sanqiong Ridge. However, the devil is in the details. The Sword Master and his top-tier combatants cannot be away from the front lines for long. If they do not hold the line, the demon army will directly invade the central plains, leading to a catastrophic disaster. The rear currently lacks a strong leader to suppress the demon slayers. Although your realm is not high, your physique is unique, making the Sword Master confident in your ability to handle demons. Presenting you with the Immortal Peach, you will surely break through the golden body realm, eliminating the argument of your low realm at that time. After all, golden body, spiritual sea, and concentration are all stages within martial arts. In the rear, apart from the Furied Spirit Monkey, there are no martial artists of the late stage. As for this demon monkey, it will be dealt with by the Divine Monkey General, the Fire-Eyed Golden Monkey, so you need not worry. You accepted the Immortal Peach with great seriousness and solemnly agreed to the Sword Master's invitation. Sword Master, once I break through, I will risk my life to clear the demons for the 5 domains and provide a peaceful rear for the front lines. The Sword Master smiled and nodded. Whether you are lying or not, he can discern at a glance. You, of course, sincerely expressed these words. Stuck at the peak of the soul refinement stage for so many years, having traveled so many places and endured so much hardship. Finally, I can break through to the golden body realm. At this point, not only would I be willing to go to battle, I would even be willing to sell myself. By the way, Sword Master, how did you find me? Years ago in the Eastern Wasteland, after I saved you, I left a mark on you. I hope you do not mind. I am not stalking or monitoring you. I simply had a thought at the time, feeling that your physique might have a place in martial affairs. In case I ever needed to find you in the future, I would have a clue. No problem. Swordmaster, if you want to install a camera on me, feel free. It is absolutely not because you gifted me the immortal peach. It is purely out of admiration for your character charm. Under the protection of the Swordmaster, you consumed the Sword Heart Immortal Peach. In this third simulation, if Chen Yi had not lived to 80, but had died in his 50s like last time, how could he have encountered the war between the two clans? It is also thanks to this life that he obtained the Wan Hun banner without committing evil. Otherwise, he would either be hunted down by the righteous path and not live to 80, or be coerced by the Swordmaster as a demonic warrior rather than enjoying the current friendly relations. Speaking of which, this peach, which takes over 1,000 years to mature, is meant to aid in the breakthrough to the Martial King realm. Does that mean I can use this peach for all my future breakthroughs in major realms? It seems I have suddenly discovered a shortcut. Demon Clan Invasion Chaos at the rear. Swordmaster invites me to come out of seclusion. I want the peach. Perfect. To achieve this perfect closed loop, I must first demonstrate my unique physique in front of the Swordmaster. This is not difficult. I will directly go to the Wuji Sword Sect to seek a master stating that I possess a special physique. Once the Swordmaster learns of this with his wisdom, he will leave a mark, just as he did this time. Sword cultivators are excellent. Sword cultivators must learn, haha. The warriors in the city gathered around watching curiously. Someone has broken through to the Golden Body realm. I really envy that. I've been stuck in the soul refinement realm for 40 years. Why don't I have such an opportunity? Golden Body warriors are the true masters of martial arts. But looking at this one, he seems to be half buried in the ground. Oh, whether he breaks through or not, it doesn't hold much significance, does it? You're just being sour. A breakthrough in realm might even extend one's lifespan. Without the Martial King realm, extending lifespan is nonsense. The master of the Divine Armament Pavilion, Zhuge Zhujin, the master of two great spirit monkeys, also came to congratulate him. Zhen Pin looked over and exclaimed, "Goodness, a sword master protects your breakthrough, and a respected master of warriors from the Divine Armament Pavilion comes to congratulate you. Is this right?" Zhen Pin felt he had underestimated you. Your identity is definitely not simple. Swordmaster, is this the demon-slaying commander you have chosen for the rear? The Swordmaster nodded. Brother Zhuge, we should return to the front line of Songqiong Ridge, or leave the rear to Chen Yi. The Swordmaster spoke so lightly, his words containing trust and affirmation towards you, igniting a sense of inexplicable passion in your old heart. Zhuge Zhujin sighed. It's a pity my wayward disciple has not been captured yet, but the Fire Monkey reported that he has tracked the wayward disciple overseas and will not give him the chance to return to the 5 domains to commit evil. The Swordmaster informed you that the demon-slaying army within the 5 domains has been fully organized and is on its way. You can stay in the Divine Armament City and wait. Once they arrive, you may lead the expedition. This is a ground-tier flying spiritual tool, the Cloud Peak flying boat. It can be used for your army's long-distance travel. The 5 domains are vast, and relying solely on feet and horses is insufficient. The Swordmaster also gifted you a small wooden boat. This item can enlarge and fly in the sky, a true ground-tier spiritual tool. Thank you, Swordmaster. By the way, you remembered something and wanted to have the Swordmaster give it a try. The Kyushu Cauldron to Chun. Now with the war between the two clans looming, the situation is critical. The Swordmaster assists you in your breakthrough and trusts you greatly with an important duty. If the Chun is a tool spirit that can help the Swordmaster activate the Kyushu Cauldron, perhaps the human side might win this war against the two clans. Let the Swordmaster try. If the Chun isn't, then you won't have to bring the Chun next time for nothing. However, after hearing your words, the Swordmaster could only shake his head with a bitter smile. No need to try. The Kyushu Cauldron has already been lost. Lost? Swordmaster, I must say a word or two. Although the Kyushu Cauldron is unusable, it is still a complete Dao artifact. Why was it lost? Lost where? Lost where? I will go pick it up next simulation. What I mean is, it was taken by someone. You widened your eyes. How could anyone steal such a large item from the Wuji Sword Sect, which can't even fit into a storage spiritual tool? Was it the Demon Clan? Actually, it wasn't the Demon Clan, it was a human. Which human force has such strength? I don't know. There are always people beyond people and mountains beyond mountains. As long as the Kyushu Cauldron hasn't fallen into the hands of the Demon Clan, its being taken away is acceptable. Treasures belong to the strong, which is reasonable. The Swordmaster Zhuge Zhujin and a group of high-level martial artists left the Divine Armament City together. The Swordmaster also left you a command seal, a set of general armor, and a flag, which are tokens of trust. The Swordmaster and the others are not leaders of any nation. They are merely in charge of coordinating various martial forces in this anti-demon war. Even the most prominent figures in the secular world, such as the Empress of the Southern Frontier, the Emperor of the Central Plains, and the Khan of the Northern Border, must accept orders in this great war. It cannot be a chaotic mess with everyone fighting their own battles. Thus, your demon-slaying army does not belong to any nation or regime. It is merely a pure armed force composed of warriors sent out to quell the chaos caused by the demon clan. All local regimes have received instructions and will provide logistical support, so you need not worry about these trivial matters. Just focus on fighting. Slay demons. While waiting for the demon-slaying army to assemble, Monk, you should be my deputy commander. Commander Chen, I fear I lack the capability for this role. Is this the Sword Master's intention? Buddhists are compassionate and should protect the people from demons, ensuring peace in a region. Taking on the role of deputy commander is my duty. Old bald donkey, you really admire the Sword Master. Ultimately, it was a misplaced appreciation. The One Hun banner reminded you. Buddy, although you broke through, I must remind you that with your qualifications to continue improving your cultivation, you still need to rely on the earth veins. Still looking for the earth veins, eh? Of course. I see you're still quite robust. With some effort, maybe you can break through to the Martial King realm before you die, extending your lifespan. What you say is absurd. Do you think I believe you? The One Hun banner fell silent. Indeed, it was ridiculous. He didn't even believe it himself. The extermination army's warriors had already encountered scattered demons on their way, resulting in some casualties, and not all had gathered. Some are too far away and are still on the road. Currently, there are already 30,000 warriors gathered, and you believe it cannot wait any longer. It is time to depart and pacify the more severe demon threats within the 5 domains. You have heard that some cities have been occupied by the demon race. For such a scale of demon infestation, ordinary human armies cannot solve it. The extermination army must assist. Is this the commander arranged for us by the Sword Master? This old man could pass for my grandfather. Can he really fight on the battlefield? I hope he doesn't just collapse halfway. Inside the military camp of the Divine Weapon City. When you first appeared before the warriors, your withered hair, gray beard, and craggy face truly delivered a significant shock to this group of still youthful warriors. Many were mocking your age, their words revealing disbelief. You did not speak much. Days later, the demon race launched a premeditated attack on Divine Weapon City, attempting to disrupt the gathering of the extermination army. You punched through the head of a leading rhino demon at the Spirit Sea stage. The entire army was stunned. Among those present, there were also warriors at the Spirit Sea stage. But could he really explode a demon of the same realm barehanded, especially one known for its tough skin and flesh? No way. Grandpa, I'm your grandson. The warrior who had offended you the previous day publicly admitted his mistake. He feared that in your rage you would mistake him for a demon and crush him. In truth, you did not mind. At your age, these warriors, even in their 30s or 40s, seemed like mere children in your eyes. A great person does not hold grudges against minor offenses. The demon attackers on Divine Weapon City included some under the Eastern Wilderness Golden-Furred Mouse King. Upon seeing you, they were scared to the point of urinating. In the 67th year, at the age of 85, your words have diminished greatly since Zenpin's demise. After all, there are no peers of your age in the army. Due to the entry of Jiang is still spicy. When old, you don't feel your vitality waning, yet a familiar sense of emptiness is gradually surging. You know this is the feeling of impending doom. The effect of the entry cannot extend your lifespan. When your time is up, you must depart. As the demon-slaying army extinguishes fires everywhere, the demon tribes within the 5 domains are forced to gather, consolidating their forces for collective action. Among the 5 domains, the Central Plains have the densest population and the richest resources. After gathering, the demon tribes primarily act within the Central Plains. Thus, in these years of war, your cloud-top flying vessel has hardly ventured outside the Central Plains, constantly hovering over the 18 states of Deqian's 2 capitals. Of course, at this time, one shouldn't be concerned about the previous disputes over the rightful territories of the North, Central, and South regarding which states in the Central Plains now belong to whom. The commander said the demons are merely feigning an attack by massacring villages near Tangshan City. Just as we were about to arrive, they scattered in all directions. Their true concentrated assault is on the crystal mine at New Mountain, 300 miles away, where they have plundered a substantial amount of crystals. You sit atop the cloud-top flying vessel reading military texts while listening to your subordinate report the military situation. Crystals play a crucial role in this war. Much like the oil that powered tanks during World War II, the very cloud-top vessel you are seated in, capable of soaring through the skies, relies heavily on the supply of crystals. The front line at the Zhangqiang Ridge is burning crystals daily to maintain the operation of numerous formations. Ensuring the supply lines of crystals, food, and equipment at the front line is also an essential task for your demon-slaying army. How have the demons learned military strategies? Don't they usually prefer brute force? There must be a master behind this. Before long, you discover this master. If the demons can employ military tactics, so can you. You are slightly superior to them. You used 3 crystal veins as bait, employing a strategy of feigned retreat to lure their main force into gathering. When the demons realized they had a chance to sever the front line's crystal supply line, they launched a frenzied assault, advancing deeper, until they finally fell into your encirclement. In Xinzhou at Changhen Slope, as you began to close the net, you spotted an old acquaintance on the battlefield. Fong Yuching, I should have suspected it was you, as your allegiance to the demons is no surprise. Fong Yuching, the former head of the demon-slaying department in Baiyun County, colluded with the demon tribes around Baiyun County and the local magistrate to fabricate cases of demon murder as ordinary homicides. This allowed the demon tribes of Baiyun County to secure a stable source of human victims for a long time. Meanwhile, those demons also concocted sinister blood demon pills for Fong Yuching, enabling him, despite his low cultivation base, to possess considerable martial prowess. It is indeed unsurprising for someone like him to stand with the demon side after the two races went to war. Fong Yuching glanced at you, not recognizing you. In this simulation, you might have crossed paths once, but you never became a demon slayer in the demon-slaying department, nor exchanged many words with Fong Yuching, so he naturally doesn't know who you are. I didn't expect the renowned Grand Marshal of the demon-slaying army to know a nameless person like me, haha. Fong Yuching is currently serving in a role similar to that of a military strategist among the demon forces in the 5 domains, providing tactical guidance for the remaining demons. What confuses you is that when you were 18, Fong Yuching was already a middle-aged man. By conservative estimates, he should be over 20 years older than you. You are 85 years old now. Fong Yuching should be over 100, right? While living to 100 is not impossible, why does Fong Yuching's appearance and physical condition not resemble that of a centenarian? He seems to retain the same appearance as before. Even consuming beauty-preserving pills to maintain one's looks cannot prevent the body from aging, right? He doesn't possess the entry of Jiang, is still spicy when old. General Wang Ping, please assess this person's cultivation level. Wang Ping is one of your generals, the head of a martial arts family in the Central Plains, possessing the cultivation of the condensed spirit realm. Thus, he has divine sense. Understood. You are known for your ferocity in slaying demons, and the numerous demons you've killed outshining all the armies. However, possessing only the golden body realm at your age genuinely puzzles those like Wang Ping with divine sense. Initially, they thought you were concealing your true power. Later, they found out you genuinely lacked divine sense, seemingly only being at the golden body realm. They respected you even more. At such an advanced age, having only reached the golden body realm is quite remarkable. If you were a bit younger and at a higher level, wouldn't it be something? Marshal, he should be at the 3rd level of the golden body realm. You smiled. Oh, he is 2 levels higher than me. Kill him. As you command. The higher-ranked generals, including Wang Ping, began to besiege Fong Yuching amidst the chaotic battlefield. On the demon side, they desperately protect Fong Yuching. This is not hard to understand, as with Fong Yuching's assistance, their recent actions have indeed met with success. You do not intend to take action against Fong Yuching, for he is a human, and your entry regarding alien relatives cannot take effect. Even though you have incredibly high proficiency in various skills due to the proficiency entry, and with the celestial artifact, the 10,000 souls banner, your combat power is also not weak. However, if there are those of higher cultivation than Fong Yuching to deal with him, why should you, the Grand Marshal, take the risk? Until you notice something was off with Fong Yuching. He is transformed. With a pair of sharp lightning-shaped horns sprouting from his head, a long tail covered in barbs and scales growing from his back, his face elongated as if he had developed a bird's beak, and a layer of black scales covering his body, he even sprouted a pair of fleshy wings. A little dragon person, though just in black. After transforming, Fong Yuching's combat power skyrocketed, pushing Wang Ping and the other generals into retreat against a group of demons at the condensed spirit realm. Seeing Wang Ping and the others in danger, you begin to roll up your sleeves. You say you why not be a good person but instead turn into a monster. Then don't blame me for my fists being hard. On the Changhen Slope, the last main force of the demon army within the 5 domains lay slaughtered, their corpses strewn everywhere. The old marshal was a force of destruction, naturally boosting the morale of the entire army. However, amidst the chaos, several powerful demons from the Spirit Sea and Concentration Realm risked their lives to escape. At this moment, you sense that today's Changhen Slope might be the final curtain of your life. Yet you did not hesitate. Eliminate the remaining enemies. Leave this person to me. The crowd shouted behind you, Marshal. Don't go, Marshal. You stepped onto the rocket path, transforming into a blazing meteor that soared across the ground, directly pursuing him. Fong Yuching, meet your end. The power of the alien race surged. At the same time, golden light radiated from your body as you activated the exclusive ability of a gold body realm warrior, the gold body state. This state is akin to a scion entering a transformation, significantly enhancing the strength of your physical body. The cost is accelerated fatigue. With the backing of the gold body and a 100-fold increase in vitality, your iron fist shattered the earth with a single blow. Boom! Cracks spread across the ground beneath Fong Yuching's feet forcing him to flap his wings and take flight. His fleshly wings allowed him brief moments of flight, but he could not fly freely like a bird. You relentlessly pursued him, attacking fiercely, leaving Fong Yuching in a state of utter disarray. Chen Yi, the demon race is defeated. Spare me a path to survival, and I swear I won't return to the 5 domains. In your dreams, you treacherous scoundrel. Everything I do is to become stronger. I lack the talent of those geniuses, so I can only resort to any means. Whoever can make me stronger, I will serve them. Do you not understand, being of low-grade roots? How could you not? I have not betrayed humanity, it is hard to comprehend. You two became entangled in battle. Even though Fong Yuching was slightly higher in realm and had strange transformations, he was no match for you. His father from the alien race was still too authoritative. In a moment of desperation, Fong Yuching pulled out a stone pot artifact. You did not recognize it, but could tell that it radiated an overwhelming demonic aura. You recognized the Wan Hun fan. Demon refining pot. Is it also a celestial artifact? Yes, and it is the main body. He had the demon refining pot, while you had the Wan Hun fan. You unleashed a multitude of demon souls from the Wan Hun fan. Fong Yuching released a swarm of ordinary souls, turned into vengeful spirits from the demon refining pot. You each used your respective artifacts to kill, creating a spectacular showdown. Unfortunately, you still had the upper hand. Fong Yuching attempted to escape, but was constantly thwarted by your attacks. Crack! In the heat of battle, you slashed off Fong Yuching's tail with your sword. Off! Fong Yuching screamed in agony, veins bulging on his forehead. Seizing the advantage, you unleashed another horizontal slash aimed at Fong Yuching's head. Suddenly, a spider sense responded violently. Danger! From behind. You redirected the sword that was supposed to strike Fong Yuching, sweeping it backward. Puff! It was the tail you had just severed. It had moved on its own. Although you reacted swiftly to shatter it, the tip of the tail still pricked your arm. It was merely a small wound, barely revealing a trace of blood, no different from a mosquito bite. Yet you sensed something was amiss. Thud! You half knelt on the ground, propped up by your bronze sword, gasping heavily. Fong Yuching sneered, coldly wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth with his scaly arm. Chen Yi, it's over for you. I win this game. Your tail is poisonous. Of course. This poison is my greatest trump card. Everything before was just to trick you. You are clearly human. Why have you transformed into this monstrous form? This is opportunity. I seize every chance I can to gain power. Have you not noticed that I am older than you yet appear younger? Fong Yuching gleefully enjoyed his victory, boasting about his newfound strength. This was his obstinacy. Even during the last simulation, he had been gloating before trying to kill you. Suddenly, Fong Yuching's pupils constricted. A force pierced through his chest, leaving him chilled to the bone. Star fragment wave. Watching you rise slowly, pointing with your right hand, Fong Yuching was horrified. No, impossible. My dragon poison is unsolvable. It is deadly. Anyone poisoned in the martial king realm would die. How could you be unscathed? You swept your sword horizontally, beheading him. Fong Yuching's head spun in the air, and in his final moments he heard your roar. I am a seasoned user of tomatoes. What poison have I not tasted? This little bit of toxin is nothing, eh? This counterattack was powered by the seasoned tomato user skill. However, the dragon poison he spoke of was not an ordinary toxin. It had unique properties and was extremely potent, ranking among the best in the world, capable of killing martial kings. The toxicity was too strong, and the seasoned tomato user skill could only provide limited resistance, not complete immunity. Coupled with your impending demise, your vitality was already fragile. According to the alchemical cauldron, his understanding of Fong Yuching is rather limited. This cauldron was an ancient artifact specially refined by a great power to combat the demon race, akin to the special attributes of your otherworldly father. The alchemical cauldron has 99 methods to eliminate a demon. However, if it is not used against demons, its effectiveness is greatly diminished, possibly even inferior to a celestial-grade spirit tool. Over the long years, the alchemical cauldron ended up in the hands of the demon race in the great wilderness. The demon race feared it, but could not destroy it, so they could only seal it away and assign some demons to guard it. Now, with the outbreak of war between the two races, they faced off at the Sky Ridge, and the demon race, after a long siege, remembered this artifact. Although it was a bit risky, having a celestial artifact would certainly add to their power. Thus, the Azure Dragon ancestor gifted the alchemical cauldron to the Furied Spirit Monkey. Fong Yuching allied with the demon race, guiding their vanguard and offering strategies, and the Furied Spirit Monkey then bestowed the alchemical cauldron upon him. The cauldron exclaimed, "Oh," drifting aimlessly through half a life, only regretting not meeting a worthy master. "If you do not forsake me, I am willing to recognize you as my master." The soul banner disdainfully replied to the alchemical cauldron, "Can't you have some dignity? Must our celestial artifacts submit to cultivators? Can't you be an independent and self-reliant great treasure? The alchemical cauldron retorted sarcastically. A mere earth-grade spirit tool, having met the true master, why not bow down? The soul banner was infuriated. Who are you calling a mere earth-grade spirit tool? I am a celestial artifact. I have merely encountered calamity, and my body was destroyed, temporarily residing within this insignificant earth-grade tool. How come other artifacts remain intact without disasters, yet you alone were destroyed? Could it be that you engaged in too much wickedness and were hunted down? Oh dear, that broken cauldron. I swear I will use you as a chamber pot. This is a celestial artifact. It certainly does not live up to the name celestial. Chen Yi lamented in the simulation. This simulation should be ending soon. Unexpectedly, at the end of the simulation, a rather explosive piece of news surfaced. Is Fong Yuching really human? Looking at his transformed appearance in the simulation, he certainly does not seem human. Otherwise the otherworldly father's traits would not activate. However, the things he said resembled a person with poor qualifications who would do anything to become stronger. What a peculiar fellow. At this moment, in reality, Fong Yuching and Chen Yi were in the same county. While continuing to observe the simulation, Chen Yi also pondered how to deal with this ticking time bomb. You sat on the ground listening to the two celestial artifacts bickering, barely managing a chuckle. Interesting. By the way, Soul Banner, may I ask you something? The Soul Banner, amidst its busy schedule, found a moment to respond. What is it? Before I encountered you, where were you? Please be precise to the day, and if possible, include the hour of that day. How could I remember that clearly? Probably around. You listened to the Soul Banner's recollection and firmly committed it to memory with a photographic memory. Gradually, the dragon poison pervaded your body and you felt your strength being drained away, your eyelids growing heavy. It's time to go. Just as you were about to close your eyes, you vaguely saw a beautiful figure rushing towards you. The figure seemed to call out, "Uncle." You do not know how long it has been, but you woke up again. Am not dead. You found yourself in a military tent lying on a bamboo bed. Uncle, you're awake. The elixir from His Majesty seems to be effective. Hearing the call, you turned your head and saw a young woman in a purple dress sitting by the bed. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Chen Yi, the daughter of your third sister. Her appearance was surprisingly frozen at a youthful age in her 20s. Chen Yi, what are you doing here? Your appearance. You had visited your third sister's family once when traveling from Dongwang to Shiliang, only observing from a distance without disturbing them. But you remembered that Chen Yi had already appeared as a middle-aged woman then. How could she be looking younger as time goes on? My master gave me a precious medicine that can restore my youth. It was also my master who sent me to find you. She has a letter for you. Master? Who is your master? The Empress of the Southern Wilderness, Li Lingwei. The Princess of the 100 Flowers from the Dacian royal family, Li Lingwei. That name had not been heard for a long time. But you would always remember that wonderful night, that enchanting cave. Wait a minute, Li Lingwei is the Empress. She isn't even a martial artist. How could she become Empress? If she were that capable, why did Dacian allow her to go to Dashi country for marriage? At first, my master indeed could not cultivate, but she is a naturally sealed sacred body, needing heavenly materials and earthly treasures to stimulate her awakening, which also restores her foundational roots. After arriving in the southern wilderness, she did not marry, as she escaped. Afterward, she experienced many things, calamities, fortuitous encounters, and noble patrons, which allowed her to embark on the martial path, until she became Empress, shaking the world. My master said that all her experiences over the years are written in the letter. Uncle, you will know once you read it. Just as you were about to open the letter, suddenly you felt a sharp pain in your heart and spat out a mouthful of black blood staining the bed. Uncle. Chen Yi panicked, wanting to call for help, but you stopped her. Don't go, this poison is incurable. The precious medicine you gave me merely allowed me a fleeting glimpse of life. Uncle. Chen Jia's eyes were filled with tears. Well, at least I can see family before I die, and after death someone will take care of my affairs. I am content. Uncle, don't give up. You are the great marshal of demon slayers. The world still needs you. Stop saying such things, Chen Yi. How did you become Li Lingyu's disciple? After my master ascended the throne, she sent people to search for you in the Central Plains. She wants to establish you as the Empress, which is why for so many years her harem has been empty waiting for you. Oh, I see. My master has been unable to find you, but she found me, my mother, and Dechan. Listening to Chen Jia's account, you learned. The Empress, being fond of your family, provided much assistance to them. Chen Yi also seized this opportunity to take Li Lingwei as her master and has been cultivating ever since. Your third sister spent her final days in the luxurious palace of the Empress. Even Dechan was found to be related to you by the Empress and was invited to enjoy a life of comfort in her capital. It is understandable that the Empress could not find you. You first went to Dongwang and then to Shiliang. Even when you were in the Central Plains, your steps never stopped. You were wandering everywhere, making it naturally difficult for others to find you. I never expected her to have genuine feelings for me, always searching for me. Where is she? My master is currently on the front lines at the Sky Ridge and has sacrificed herself. Dead. Wasn't she the empress? Shouldn't she be powerful? How could this happen? Chen Yi spoke to you about the war on Sanqiong Ridge. Not just the empress. Approximately 70% of the martial forces within the 5 domains have been exterminated or nearly wiped out in this war between the 2 clans. Even the 8 strongest sects known as the 8 pillars of the 5 domains lost 5 elites, their high ranks drenched in blood, while the remaining 3 are also faring poorly. Even the sword master known as the strongest in the 5 domains perished after slaying 3 ancestors with a single strike. And then there is that incapable emperor of Deqian. Everyone claims he is incompetent, yet he was also a powerful warrior personally leading the charge only to meet his end on Sanqiong Ridge. Without his sacrifice, the sword master could not have unleashed that astonishing sword strike. This emperor, once disregarded by many, fought for humanity, and upon returning wrapped in a warhorse's hide, the common people honored him, naming him Qinwu sect. Many notable figures perished on Sanqiong Ridge. Chen Yi also heard that the renowned monkey general from the Divine Weapon County transformed into a giant stone overseas, forever sealing the demon monkey vanguard beneath the sea. The war is still ongoing. After exhausting their top-tier combatants, both sides began to confront their high ranks. Once the high ranks are finished, there will be the mid-tier and finally the low-tier. It is unknown when it will end. You sighed. What is the meaning of this war? There is no winner. You felt a darkness enveloping you as your senses began to fade away. You knew your time was limited. Chen Yi, you should be in the Martial King realm by now, right? With the Emperor's support and Chen Jia's height-tier roots, you believed she should have reached the Martial King realm. Chen Yi shook her head. Uncle, I'm still in the spiritual sea realm, far from the Martial King. I fear I will not be able to aspire to it in this lifetime. The path of martial arts is difficult, harder than ascending to the heavens. Those who succeed carry some fortune with them. You must keep a calm mindset. Uncle, the fact that I could step into the path of martial arts in this life is thanks to you. To have cultivated to this point is also thanks to my master. I have no regrets. At this point, Chen Yi lowered her head. But my master has. You looked at the heavy letter in your hands and said lightly, Chen Yi, go and take care of your business. Oh, I will read the letter. Uncle, go on. Chen Yi hesitated to lift the military tent flap. Oh, she knew that once she left, when she returned, she might face your cold body. Yet life, aging, illness, and death are beyond one's control. You opened the farewell letter written by Li Linghua. She wrote a lot, for she had much to say to you. Her life was lonely, only in front of you. Even if it was just the you on the letter, could she express herself freely. Dear Chen Lang, I don't need to use I when addressing you. Tomorrow the strategy one devised with the sword master will be implemented. Whether it succeeds hinges on this battle. I have a bad premonition, so I wrote this letter hoping that Chen Yi can deliver it to you. Thanks to the sword master, I now know who you are and where you are. After searching for you for half a lifetime, I finally found you, but I don't know if I will have the chance to meet you. I am a princess of the imperial family. Within the royal family, lacking roots means one cannot determine their own life. Marriage was not my wish, I resisted with my life, yet unexpectedly you saved me. Since my life is already pledged to you, how can I submit to another? I tried to escape again, but was pursued to the cliff. From Li Lingya's letter you learned of her experiences. Forced to jump off a cliff, accidentally consuming a strange flower, awakening a sacred body, rescued by a mysterious old woman, becoming a disciple, helping the needy, gaining prestige, seizing power. Until she ascended to the throne. The south border is different from the central plains, their country's political systems, and kings change frequently. Therefore, even if a female ruler appears, she would not face fundamental rejection, nor would a group of Confucian scholars jump out to shout about the collapse of propriety in music or what sort of order it represents. Subsequently, Li Linghua began at the Dashi kingdom and swiftly consolidated the 100 nations of the south border, forming a coalition centered around the empress. Without pause, she issued a proclamation for the northern expedition, declaring herself the rightful heir of the central plains, intending to reclaim the old territories and return to the old capital. You are quite aware of some of the macro narratives that followed. Li Lingya's experiences were remarkable enough to fill a novel. You certainly wouldn't be egotistical enough to believe that the Empress attacking the Central Plains was for you. Because in the previous 2 simulations when you had no interaction with her, she also attacked. She is a career-oriented heroine, and this time, she merely developed feelings for you. Outside of the simulations, Chen Yi couldn't help but reflect. I never expected that the stunning princess of the 5 domains would grow into such a grand heroine. A single night of romance in a cave could lead an empress to cherish a lifetime. Chen Yi could not help but ponder, is it that my charm is too great, or is playing with dragons and phoenixes too strong? It's hard to guess. I must say the mere white entry of playing with dragons and phoenixes possesses an uncharacteristic terrifying power for its color. If I had known the Empress was looking for me, I wouldn't have run around. Oh, I could have directly allied with her. How easy that would be. The relationships among these big figures like the Sword Master and the Empress must be maintained. After finishing the letter in a daze, you once again saw that unparalleled beauty. She appeared before you wearing a phoenix crown and a colorful robe, reuniting in a sea of holy light. I have lived, fought, and although I have not accomplished everything, I have no regrets in my heart. You exhaled your last breath, hearing the final voice of this lifetime. Those were the soldiers of the demon-slaying army, kneeling outside the military tent, their sobs echoing across the land. Marshal, you sacrificed yourself. Simulation evaluation. Crossing the central plains from the east wilderness to the west, cool, slaying demons and monsters, countless souls released. Why does an old general lead the charge in his twilight years? The 5 domains are pacified as spoken by the old ministers. Congratulations, you have inherited the following: 1. Memories of 67 years of travels. 2. Cultivation of the first layer of the golden body. 3. 67 attributes, including proficiency, colorful, the most severe father of an alien race, gold, ordinary bone, gold, the only true prophet on the scene, purple tomato, senior user, purple, a moment of inspiration, purple languages, must be learned, green, stealth, green. 4. External skill, Xinyan, mystic art, transcendent, internal skill, pure yang, spirit, guiding, mystic art, perfected, mental method, Qingyan, heart technique, perfected, martial art, star shattering, finger, minor success, martial art, dragon, flame, mystic art, perfected, martial art, rocket step, transcendent. What a thrilling simulation. Although the simulation has ended, Chen Yi could not help but reminisce, reflecting on the colorful life he experienced in the simulation. However, now, please bring your thoughts back to reality, including the handsome guy in front of the screen. Yes, I am talking about you. In reality, Chen Yi is still just an ordinary young man from a town, having recently escaped from the underworld, coming to the county to seek refuge with his third sister. The simulation is merely a possibility, not a predetermined fact. In reality, any slight disturbance could rewrite the course of history. The reality that Chen Yi inhabits is still filled with infinite possibilities. The simulation merely shows potential fates, while the true destiny must be grasped in one's own hands. The third simulation has ended. Chen Yi first looked at his head in the bronze mirror. I didn't inherit the red hair. Then he sat on the bed in the small room, spreading his arms wide to welcome the surge of power. Buzz, Chen Yi felt a ringing in his ears, and every inch of skin, muscle, and vein in his body trembled slightly. This time was different from the previous 2. The cultivation inherited in the first 2 simulations was merely a transition between realms. This time it was not only 2 realms, but a significant leap from the early to mid stages of martial arts. Although there was a sense of strangeness, there was no discomfort, only an overwhelming feeling of power that brought confidence, vigor, composure, and fearlessness. The power acceptance was complete. Chen Yi slightly adjusted his external energy, allowing his blood qi to circulate throughout his body. Once the circulation reached a certain threshold, he entered the unique golden body state of a warrior above the golden core realm. Seeing a faint golden light emanating from his body, Chen Yi couldn't help but smile. This is the power of the golden body realm. In the Dakian realm, it was rare to encounter warriors of the golden body realm in county-level regions. If a warrior serves the imperial court, there are regulations stating that those who reach the golden body realm must serve in administrative units at the county level or above. Thus, in a place like Baiyun County, Chen Yi could essentially walk with confidence. The golden body realm consists of 9 levels corresponding to the 9 stages of body refinement. It was akin to walking through the body refinement stage anew, except this time each increase in blood qi required was significantly greater. 67 years of memories transformed into vivid images that merged into his mind. Chen Yi did not inherit emotions, but came to know various events and experiences as if reading the biography of his own future. Techniques, combat experience, leadership experience, and more all became his own skills, seamlessly integrated. Finally, there were the slots. In the first 3 realm breakthroughs, he only gained 2 additional keepable slots each time, but from the soul refinement breakthrough to the golden body, he gained 3 additional slots in one go. Now there were a total of 12 slots. Chen Yi had more space to equip skills. He called up the skills system panel and adjusted the skills he had equipped. Name: Chen Yi. Realm: golden body, first level. Techniques: external heart flame mystic art high level transcendental. Internal pure yang spirit guiding mystic art high level perfect. Mental method azure flame heart formula high level perfect. Martial arts star shattering finger earth level minor success dragon flame mystic art high level perfect crimson heart fist high level perfect rocket step mid level transcendental burning cloud hand mid level perfect shin family spirit mid level perfect wind tide palm Mid-level minor success. Cloud-shattering sword technique. Mid-level minor success. Equipped skills 1-1-2 simulator color proficiency color the most severe father of the other races gold senior tomato user purple the only true prophet in the venue purple photographic memory purple treasure sniffing nose purple low tier root bone green spider sense green ominous presence green silent step green serious fist green. Acquired skills 186 calm. Current quality skill probability. White ordinary 56, green rare 25, purple epic 15, gold legendary 3. 7, prism myth 0. 3. Feeling good. In the simulation, Chen Yi often had to juggle slots due to limited space, equipping the most needed skills while putting aside secondary needs. Now with 12 slots, there was suddenly much more room. Although there were still some useful skills that hadn't been equipped, those skills were mostly targeted. For instance, skills like the old are still hot and the older the luckier are clearly not applicable for someone like Chen Yi, who is still 18 in reality. Chen Yi yawned. His long life in the simulation had only taken half an hour before sleep in reality. Let's check what the guiding tasks are before sleeping. Simulation cooling down remaining 1 year. You can choose to complete the following guiding tasks to directly gain simulation opportunities. Guiding task strike first. There exists a subtle rivalry and causal connection between you and Fong Yuching, which is detrimental to your future simulations and reality. Take advantage of his unpreparedness to disrupt his cooperation with the demon race or directly kill him. Rewards. 1. Simulation times 1. 2. Epic and above quality skill extraction times 1. 3. High-level spiritual weapon cold light, overlord spear 1. Rival. I suppose so. After 3 simulations he had died twice at the hands of Fong Yuching. Despite the various reasons leading to this in a fantasy world, causal fate is not surprising. If he was destined to die at Fong Yuching's hands, he must eliminate him. In reality, at this current point in time, Fong Yuching is the chief of the demon-slaying division in Baiyun County. To outsiders, he appears to have no issues and might even seem dutiful and responsible. Who would suspect that he colluded with the demon race and secretly harmed the people of Baiyun County? Years later, he would even directly betray and use the demon refining pot to harm countless humans. He can also transform into a monster, far from being a good person. Rather than letting him remain and influence his long life in the subsequent simulations, it is indeed better to take action early. Just looking at this task, it is not difficult. Fong Yuching from over 60 years later is not even a match for Chen Yi, let alone the current one. Compared to the battle at Changhen Slope, Chen Yi merely lacks the 10,000 souls banner. However, when comparing Fong Yuching to his future self, the gap is substantial. The challenge of this task lies in the aftermath. Reality is not a simulation, one cannot ignore the consequences. Dakian is indeed in the twilight of the dynasty, but the entire national machinery is still functioning normally. If a county chief is killed, the Dragon Guardian Division will certainly conduct a thorough investigation. In Baiyun County, a Golden Body Realm warrior can walk with confidence, but if he goes against the Imperial Court, that confidence would be misplaced. What to do? Execute a perfect crime. No need to complicate things. The beginning of the 3rd simulation has already provided the answer, just copy it. One can even identify missing details and make it more perfect. The inspector from the Demon Slaying Division in Baiyun County will not arrive for a few months. Rather than waiting here idly, why not take this opportunity to retrieve the 10,000 souls banner? In the simulation, Chen Yi obtained the 10,000 souls banner by intercepting Old Lu after 17 years. However, in reality, the 10,000 souls banner did not simply appear from the ground after 17 years. It already exists and is wandering around. Chen Yi inquired about the experiences of the 10,000 souls banner before encountering him in the simulation, seeking to learn its current location. In future simulations, Chen Yi will still need the assistance of the 10,000 souls banner. Since each simulation requires it, he must retrieve it during the simulations. Why not have the banner available from the start, thus solving the problem once and for all? With the 10,000 souls banner, the subsequent actions against Fong Yuching would be much easier. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chen Yi recalled the information from the simulation and deduced the approximate location of the 10,000 souls banner at this moment. While the time and location may not be pinpointed exactly, Chen Yi possesses the treasure-sniffing nose. As long as he gets close, he can sense the aura of the 10,000 souls banner. Estimating the journey, it would take about 5 to 6 months round trip, which coincides with the inspector's arrival in Baiyun County. I will set off tomorrow. Now to sleep. Are you going far? You just came back, why do you want to leave again? The next morning, while preparing breakfast, Chen Yin was puzzled when Chen Yi mentioned he would be away for several months. Shen Qingshan was nearby, organizing his official uniform for the Demon Slayer Division, preparing to report for duty. Your 4th brother is already an adult. He has his own matters. As his older sister, you shouldn't control everything he does. Chen Yin argued back. Even if he runs around the county town without a care, I wouldn't intervene. But going far for several months with bandits and mountain thieves outside, is there a good one among them? And those monsters, they eat people. Chen Yi smiled without saying a word. Sister, when bandits and mountain thieves see me, they will have to pay me. When monsters see me, they will probably be too scared to call me daddy fast enough. Chen Yi only thought about it in his heart. If he said it out loud, his sister would probably think he was crazy. In the end, Chen Yi and Shen Qingshan won against Chen Yun by 2-1, and Chen Yi emerged victorious. Shen Qingshan went inside and rummaged around, bringing out 2 items. Fourth brother, I have 2 mid-grade spirit artifacts here, both left by the ancestors of the Shen family. Take this spear, it is safer to have a weapon with you. And wear this heart-protecting mirror, it might come in handy at a critical moment. In Shen Qingshan's eyes, Chen Yi was still a young man, and he didn't want to dampen his desire for independence at that age. But Shen Qingshan wouldn't blindly support him. He pulled out the cherished spirit artifact he inherited from the Shen family, thinking that with these Chen Yi would be a bit safer when he set out. Shen Qingshan thought Chen Yi was only at the body refinement stage, not realizing he was already at the golden body stage, a level that was unattainable throughout Baiyun County. Chen Yi didn't want to reveal his cultivation level for now, so he thanked Shen Qingshan and accepted the 2 spirit artifacts. Uncle, where are you going? A childish voice came from behind. Chen Yi turned around and picked up his 2-year-old niece. Uncle is going out to play for a while, but will be back soon. Wan, be good at home and wait for uncle to return. I want candy. All right, he'll buy you some. Chen Yun replied with annoyance. You just spoil her. If you spoil her too much, she won't be able to marry in the future. Chen Yi thought of something and looked at his sister and brother-in-law. Hasn't my niece been named yet? The family had been calling her Wan because Shun Jia still didn't have a proper name. Chen Yun shot a disapproving glance at Shen Qingshan. It's still because of you, brother-in-law. You've been picking for 2 years, and you still haven't settled on one. Shen Qingshan scratched his head in embarrassment. It seemed he had difficulty making choices. Chen Yi recalled the final moments of the 3rd simulation where Shun Jia had sent him off and even used a precious pill to sustain his life for a while. How about naming her Shen Jia? Jia as in reward. Sister, brother-in-law, what do you think? Shen Qingshan seemed to ponder this. Jia means praise and good fortune. It's a good name. Chen Yun took Shen Jia from Chen Yi's arms. Look at you now, your brother-in-law has another choice. He will probably be torn for another 3 months. Let Shen Qingshan ponder slowly, and Chen Yi set off. Before leaving, Chen Yi stopped by the Yulai Inn. The innkeeper's wife greeted Chen Yi warmly upon seeing him. Are you here to pick up that chubby brother? Your brother. May boss, you can speak directly. He ate too much. The silver you provided yesterday is not enough. The innkeeper's wife spoke gently, knowing that Chen Yi was a martial artist. In front of a martial artist, it was better to show weakness. Actually, Chen Yi had also been puzzled before. How did Chen, a person with intellectual disabilities, manage to grow so chubby? In the 3rd simulation, he discovered that Chen was likely the spirit of a 9 provinces Ding. This question seemed to have an answer. He was indeed extraordinary and naturally different. It's not surprising that he had a large appetite. Take this. Chen Yi handed the innkeeper's wife a large silver ingot. Thanks to the generous sponsorship of the Blackstone gang, the innkeeper's wife beamed upon seeing the palm-sized silver. She had never met such a friendly martial artist. Chen Yi went to the guest room and woke up the soundly sleeping Chen, telling him to stay in the inn and not to run around. Someone would take care of his meals and hygiene, allowing him to enjoy a comfortable life. For Chen, being well-fed was enough. He had no other desires and wouldn't feel bored. Whoever took care of him would naturally be the inn's staff. Chen Yi had given enough money, and the innkeeper's wife was kind-hearted, so Chen would have no issues staying at the Yulai Inn. After that, Chen Yi left the inn and headed to the market. This time looking for the Wanhun fan. He couldn't just run there, he needed to buy a horse. Is there demonic energy? In the horse market, Chen Yi sensed a faint trace of demonic energy. Following the demonic energy, he arrived at a stable. The horse trader approached Chen Yi as he approached, eager to sell. Young hero, are you here to buy a horse? Come and take a look. These are all top-notch horses carefully selected from the horse farms of the Northern Plains. Don't worry, they are all trained and very easy to ride. Chen Yi didn't pay much attention to the horse trader's boast. How far was the north from Baiyun County? Even if they could transport them, the horses would be old by the time they arrived. Who would do business like this? Chen Yi's gaze locked onto a black horse, emitting a faint trace of demonic energy. At first glance, it looked like a horse, and upon closer inspection, it still looked like a horse. It didn't resemble a demon. Demons were beast-like creatures with human features. The black horse's demonic energy was intermittent and very faint. Its way of emitting demonic energy was also different from other demons. It was tied up in the stable eating grass and seemed to possess the intelligence of a horse. Could it be that a certain demon has formed an unnatural affection for a horse? As Chen Yi needed to travel day and night, he thought that buying a horse with demon blood might make it more resilient. Boss, how much is this horse? Young hero wants this horse. I can give you a discount. Why, oi? This horse can eat and pull. If I don't sell it soon, I will end up losing money feeding him. It wasn't surprising it was similar to Chen appearing to be a horse, but actually had its own secrets. Chen Yi bought a fine horse in the East Market, a saddle in the West Market, rations in the South Market, and a whip in the North Market. After everything was prepared, he mounted the horse and galloped out of the city. Chen Yi's destination was Qianzhou, Wuhan County, in the eastern part of Qingzhou, the very place where he fought valiantly in the third simulation. The Wanhun fan was right there. At this moment, the Wanhun fan was coaxing its unknown master into willingly offering their source, soul, nourishing its weak spirit. The Wanhun fan relied on this method one after another to entice those weak-willed martial artists, turning them into its nourishment to repair itself. So this is truly an evil object. It cannot continue to bring harm to the world. It must be handed over to the old man for proper safekeeping. 2 months later, Chen Yi arrived at his destination, Wuhan County, in Qianzhou. He made the journey faster than he had anticipated thanks to the black horse with a trace of demon blood, which proved to be quite useful. As long as he rested once or twice a day and had enough provisions, it could maintain a steady pace, running both swiftly and stably, traversing mountains and valleys with ease. This is like having bought a BMW. During the journey, Chen Yi did not neglect his training. In the body refinement realm, martial artists only needed to cultivate their blood qi. Although the golden body realm corresponds to a stage in body refinement, due to the significantly increased strength of blood qi, one must also balance the cultivation of spiritual energy and vital energy while focusing on blood qi. The three energies must complement each other for progress. Therefore, external techniques, internal skills, and mental methods all need to be cultivated simultaneously. Just saying this gives a sense of how complicated the cultivation becomes after reaching the golden body realm. Let alone those with poor bone structure. Even those with superior bone structure find their cultivation progress to the golden body realm negligible when relying solely on natural cultivation. If they wish to improve their combat ability, they must also refine their martial arts, which further divides their training time. Thus, after his third simulation, Chen Yi was unable to continue progressing after breaking through the golden body realm. He was too busy with battles and military affairs to have the energy for training. Chen Yi's advantage lies in his proficiency attribute, significantly reducing the time spent on martial arts. His cultivation realm was also raised high through the proficiency attribute, somewhat compensating for the slower cultivation speed due to his lower-tier bone structure. Normal low-tier bone structure martial artists rarely reach the golden body realm. Even if they gain tremendous fortune and luck, a lucky breakthrough likely results in them remaining at the golden body realm for the rest of their lives. Fong Yuching is an example. He died over 100 years old and was only at the third level of the golden body realm because he had low-tier bone structure. He engaged in all sorts of unorthodox practices, merely struggling a bit more within the confines of fate. Chen Yi, however, has a system of attributes and a Dao heart as steadfast as that of Han Laomo, ensuring he does not lose hope. However, to continue improving, he still needs to rely on simulations, practicing his skills during his travels purely out of boredom. After arriving at Wuhan County, Chen Yi recalled the words of the Wanhun banner. At this point in time, the Wanhun banner should have just drained its previous master and was in search of the next one. It said it found the next master near East City. Chen Yi inquired about the direction of East City and hastened his pace. A few days later, Chen Yi's nose twitched, sensing something. Jia. Offhand, I get you. Zhao Long and Zhao, who are a pair of brothers. The Zhao family was a relatively obscure small family in East City with no more than 6 martial artists in the clan. A year ago, the old master of the Zhao family suddenly saw a significant increase in power and became a soul refinement realm martial artist, which changed the dynamics among several families in the city. The Zhao family rose rapidly, becoming the local gentry's spokesperson, with various industries flourishing, earning a fortune in just 1 year. Before the Zhao family could fully rejoice, the old master suddenly passed away not long ago. With the loss of a soul refinement realm martial artist, the Zhao family became the target of envy from other families. Today, Zhao Long and Zhao, who coincidentally arrived at a cemetery outside East City where their father's new grave was located. Elder brother, are you here to pay respects to father? Yes, you too. Elder brother is here to pay respects, but didn't bring any paper money. Didn't you forget to bring any too? The two brothers kept a slight distance, staring at each other before kneeling in front of the grave with a thud. Then they began to lament in front of their father's grave about the various crises their family was facing, weeping bitterly and sincerely. Father, did you not tell me in a dream that as long as I came to your grave, all these issues in the clan would be resolved? I have come today. What is the remedy? Alas! Upon hearing this from his younger brother, Zhao Long was immediately puzzled. Did father also visit you in a dream? What kind of talk is this? Father trusted me so much in life, he surely visited me in a dream, not you, right? Nonsense. If it weren't for Father visiting me in a dream, would I be here in this desolate place? Just as the two brothers exchanged disdainful glances, their father's grave exploded. Boom! Clouds of black smoke billowed from the exploded grave. The two brothers Zhao Long and Zhao Hu were stunned. They had heard people say the ancestral grave emits green smoke, but today they actually witnessed it. Quickly they noticed a tattered white banner rising amidst the black smoke. O two filial sons, do you wish to restore the Zhao family's reputation and flatten your rivals in Yi City? The voice of the Wanhun banner echoed. This frightened the brothers Zhao Long and Zhao Hu, causing them to sit down on the ground. The banner spoke. Amidst the swirling black smoke, that voice was filled with an eerie charm. I am a celestial artifact forged by ancient powers, possessing terrifying capabilities that can reshape the fate of the world. I can soothe crying children, and for thousands of years all who have followed me have enjoyed great fortune and succeeded in martial arts. Although the two brothers were afraid, they strangely listened until the end. So it turns out Father suddenly broke through to a higher realm because he obtained this celestial artifact. Yes, as long as someone in the family reaches a sufficiently high realm, what family crisis could there be? The two brothers exchanged excited glances, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Opportunity. Oh, but why did you come with two people today? What should I do then? I suppose if I follow either one of you, the other will feel sad, and it's quite troublesome. Zhao Long stepped back. Second brother, Father trusted you the most. This banner can be considered his relic. I will let you have it. Zhao Hu's face lit up with joy. Elder brother, are you serious? It's only right for the elder brother to give it to the younger brother. Elder brother. Zhao Hu's eyes turned red with emotion. Just as he was about to take the banner, he suddenly felt a chilling presence behind him. Zhao Long drew a short sword from his sleeve and stabbed towards Zhao Hu's back. Zhao Hu snorted coldly and quickly turned to draw a concealed arrow from his wrist. Using hidden weapons. Despicable. Isn't it despicable for you to sneak attack from behind? The two brothers were both on guard against each other. They began to turn against each other for the Wanhun banner. The Wanhun banner swayed back and forth, shrouded in black mist, eagerly watching the spectacle. Interesting. Suddenly a young figure appeared beside the Wanhun banner. You are truly a pervert for inciting brothers to kill each other. The Wanhun banner was startled. It did not notice when Chen Yi appeared, not sensing his presence at all. This was primarily because Chen Yi was equipped with silent steps and 3 swordsmen in the grass, making his approach undetectable as he moved along the grass. As long as he wasn't specifically scanned with divine sense or directly seen, it was hard to notice him. Young man, to obtain me, you must first line up, one at a time. Wanhun banner, I don't have time to watch you make a scene. Hurry up and come with me. In this world, I am the only one suitable to be your master. The Wanhun banner released some black mist, attempting to invade Chen Yi's mind. The black mist entered Chen Yi's body and then exited. The Wanhun banner was dumbfounded. Its proud ability to entice had no effect. Oh man, you have successfully attracted my attention. The Wan Soul banner coughed a few times, its tone old and hoarse. While those two fools are busy fighting, let's have a simple interview. It was merely a banner lacking eyes or a nose, yet upon hearing the raspy voice Chen Yi felt an urge to punch it. Seeing that Chen Yi remained silent, Wan Soul banner took it as the interview had begun. First, we need to change how you address me. Stop calling me Wan Soul banner. When out in the world, refer to me as Master Wan. Also, don't say anything like I will follow you. Our relationship isn't one of master and servant, it's a partnership, understand? Alright, to deepen our understanding of each other, I have a few simple questions to ask you. Chen Yi began to cultivate his fighting spirit. What is your cultivation level? Just reached the golden body stage. You're already at golden body. At such a young age, you must have taken the beauty preservation pill. What about your root bone? Low tier. Earth tier. TSK. It's low tier. Low tier. Good. This fellow seemed to be brewing some ill intentions. It seemed he was more eager for Chen Yi to possess poor talent and low cultivation. Did he believe such a person would be easier to deceive? There's another question. With his fighting spirit fully brewed, the words of the alien father figure surged forth. Chen Yi was too lazy to waste any more time with the Wan Soul banner and yanked it out of the tomb. Pop! It was like pulling a radish. With a flurry of punches, Chen Yi began to pummel the banner. Stop pretending. What are you trying to act like? You caught my attention. An interview. Master, you really think of yourself as a person of importance. Even if you are a spiritual weapon, you are still just a tool, crafted by humans to assist in cultivation and combat. Do you wish to turn the tables on me? Although the Wan Soul banner was being beaten, it didn't hurt, it was just very embarrassing. The key was that the carefully selected banner was being ruined by Chen Yi. Therefore, in a fit of anger. Just a fit. What's happening? What are you, some kind of freak? The Wan Soul banner realized that the ultimate move it had desperately unleashed the soul suppression had no effect on Chen Yi. Without having recognized a master, the Wan Soul banner's autonomous actions were severely restricted, combined with the absence of its main body, leaving the spirit tool in a state of decline. So after just that one move, not good, I've burned out. Hey, I was just joking with you, why are you so serious? Seeing Chen Yi transitioning from physical strikes to martial arts, even using spiritual energy and employing techniques that could harm the soul, the Wan Soul banner began to panic. Physical attacks didn't scare it, as it was just a wisp of spirit. What about magical attacks? Will you recognize me as your master? I recognize. You're amazing, truly a role model for our kind, I acknowledge you. Call me master. Master? Why does that sound so shameful? Chen Yi cut his finger, letting blood drip onto the white banner. Simultaneously following the mastering process he had simulated, he began to channel energy, initiating the master recognition ritual with the Wan Soul banner. The Wan Soul banner was once again astonished. What? Dude, how come you're so skilled at this? Chen Yi ignored him. Meanwhile, Zhao Long and Zhao, who had already determined the victor. Zhao Long, with superior skills, had slit his younger brother's throat with a short sword. He kicked Zhao Hu's corpse away, revealing a look of disdain. Father always favored you in life. Half of the family business is in your hands. The woman I had my eyes on was given to you by father. Now that you're dead, your wealth, your wives and concubines, they'll all be mine. Ha. Turning his head, Zhao Long noticed that the Wan Soul banner was already in Chen Yi's grasp. Zhao Long's expression turned cold, the short sword in his hand gleaming with a chilling light as he stepped closer. Who are you, you little brat? You can't grasp this opportunity. Hand that white banner over to me, and I can give you a shop in Goose City, let you become a wealthy man. Chen Yi gently raised his right hand. A dragon made of flames held out from his arm. Roar! As the dragon roared, Zhao Long was engulfed by the fire dragon, turning into a pile of ashes. Noisy! Chen Yi had completed the master recognition. With the Wan Soul banner lightly waving, he drew Zhao Long's still lingering soul into the banner. It was instantly refined. You demonic cultivator, you won't have it easy. Zhao Long's soul emitted a shriek, but before he could finish, it transformed into soul energy, nourishing the Wan Soul banner and benefiting Chen Yi. Although it wasn't much. Even mosquito meat is meat. In the golden body stage, Chen Yi's use of the Wan Soul banner was significantly more powerful than when he had just acquired it in the simulation. The power of spiritual tools is not only related to the strength of the tool itself, but also influenced by the user's cultivation level. It's like the same knife in the hands of a soldier versus that of a 3-year-old. Can they be the same? Chen Yi's fluid and seamless actions left the Wan Soul banner stunned. Dude, have we collaborated before? The Wan Soul banner pondered. No, that's not right. All those who collaborated with me were drained dry. Could it be the master before my main body was destroyed? The Wan Soul banner's main body was destroyed, and its spirit suffered severe trauma, losing some memories. However, that event of its main body being destroyed happened many years ago. Looking at Chen Yi's appearance and cultivation level, he couldn't have lived that long. Chen Yi fabricated a reason, claiming he was naturally adept at handling tools. One banner and one person, they officially recognized each other in reality. The Wan Soul banner, just like in the simulation, was still trying to incite Chen Yi into committing a massacre as soon as it opened its mouth. Dude, call me master. Master buddy, do you see that Goose City ahead? A small county with less than 30,000 residents, the strongest martial artist there only reaches the soul tempering stage. Go for it. With your golden body stage cultivation and the various smooth little tricks of this banner, within a day, you could slaughter the entire city, and we would acquire tens of thousands of fresh and delicious souls. Give me a little more time to slowly refine them, and we'll split the resulting soul energy 70-30. By then your cultivation will rise, and my spiritual body will slowly recover. The Wan Soul banner's tone was extremely seductive. However, Chen Yi remained unmoved. May I ask how we will escape after we've killed? Run far away, then strike at the next place. Do you think the court is dead? Do you think the martial artists who shout all day about acting on behalf of heaven are dead? It's simple. I have 9 methods to evade pursuit and 19 ways to drag righteous martial artists down. Don't worry, just act. Chen Yi rolled his eyes at him and seriously said, remember, we only kill monsters, and when we kill people, we only kill those who deserve it, so we won't attract trouble. This Zhao Long was undoubtedly one who deserved to die, regardless of his character, whether good or bad. He saw Chen Yi. How could he possibly let him go? The Wan Soul banner was about to continue persuading. Suddenly, the black horse that Chen Yi had been riding knelt down before him and spoke human language. Master, please don't kill me. Chen Yi exclaimed in surprise. You can talk. The Wan Soul banner said, even a horse can talk. What kind of horse is this? Chen Yi walked up to the black horse and circled around it a few times. It certainly didn't seem like a demon. Although it exuded a faint aura of demonic energy, it was too weak and sporadic. He had never encountered such a situation in the simulations. However, it could speak, and it had acted throughout the journey, indicating a degree of intelligence. This was very much in line with the characteristics of a demon. Why are you disguising yourself as a horse and deceiving me? If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation today, I shall feast on horse meat tonight. The black horse knelt on the ground trembling. Master, spare me. I have no other choice. If I speak, people will say I am a demon and will try to kill me. I understood this truth since I was very young. Fortunately, I am unlike other demons, though I was born looking exactly like a horse without any flaws, and I have not disguised myself. Thus I have always pretended to be a horse, working dutifully and allowing myself to be ridden and driven. I have never encountered a master as formidable as you. When I heard you say you would kill demons, I was momentarily terrified, which is why I begged for mercy. Chen Yi gazed at the horse. It now displayed a highly anthropomorphic expression, clearly showing fear, and it was indeed a timid creature. Over the past 2 months of close companionship, Chen Yi had not observed any signs of cultivation from it. It simply had better endurance than an average horse and was sturdier. Of course, it also required more food. Stop calling yourself a servant. I do not take slaves. From now on you shall be called Haifeng and continue to be my steed. However, you must not speak in front of others and expose your extraordinary nature. Haifeng knelt on the ground, cautiously lifting its eyes seemingly in disbelief. This martial artist knew it was a demon and not only spared it, but was also willing to keep it. Every master he had encountered before, upon discovering he was not an ordinary horse, would panic and then try to kill or burn him. Haifeng did not know how many narrow escapes it had experienced. It could not fathom how many times it had gone from being lovingly petted one moment to being threatened with death the next. Haifeng obeys. I shall not disappoint my master's grace. Chen Yi chuckled slightly. Not killing you is already a grace. Be more confident, you are a fine horse. However, I do not understand, are you a horse or a demon? Haifeng's beast form has awakened its intelligence. It should be a demon. Demons can cultivate, can you? Chen Yi had dealt with demons in simulations for over 60 years. He had some understanding of the characteristics of demons. For instance, all demons could cultivate. They did not possess the concept of root bones, but they did have bloodlines. The stronger the bloodline of a demon, the greater their combat power, not necessarily their speed of cultivation. In terms of cultivation, demons mostly relied on sheer endurance. The higher their realm, the longer they typically lived. However, merely living was not enough. Basking in the sun every day would not suffice. They also had to train diligently. Demons generally lived significantly longer than humans. Daily hard training, yet their cultivation progress was painfully slow, akin to a tortoise's pace, which was difficult for many demons to endure. Thus, many demons chose to take risks and enter the 5 domains, waiting for opportunities to consume humans. Eating humans would allow them to increase their cultivation faster. It was a shortcut. As for why demons gained cultivation from consuming humans while humans did not benefit from eating other humans, Chen Yi was still unclear. Haifeng has never attempted cultivation. I will teach you an external technique. See if you can cultivate it. The Wan Hun fan interjected. You are human and he is a horse. Even if he is a demon, it is impossible for him to cultivate human techniques. That sounds reasonable. However, Chen Yi felt that Haifeng might not be a typical demon and was clearly not just an ordinary horse. In the 5 domains there existed another type of creature known as a strange beast. These creatures, like demons, possessed powerful physiques and bloodlines, but lacked intelligence. They were usually tamed by warriors to serve as battle pets, mounts, or guard beasts. Haifeng could speak, so it did not fit the characteristic of a strange beast lacking intelligence. It might be some special existence capable of cultivating human techniques. Thus, during their return journey, taking advantage of the resting time, Chen Yi taught Haifeng to practice the low-tier external technique Mang Niujin. This technique, derived from the first simulation in the Ben Lei Martial Arts Hall, was of low quality, but its essence was simple. Haifeng did not know any characters, and during its first cultivation, expectations could not be too high. A month later, Man, Horse, and Banner arrived at the banks of the Qinghe River. Following this river downstream will lead to Baiyun County. The Qinghe River was long, spanning 3 states. Riding a horse was not as comfortable as taking a boat. Chen Yi directly purchased a beautiful small pleasure boat, drifting downstream, singing songs along the way, enjoying the scenery, and teaching Haifeng how to cultivate. He was at ease. The only thing that annoyed him was that the Wan Hun fan was too talkative. After understanding Chen Yi's realm and root bones, it once again brought up the earth vein breakthrough theory. Are you still sleeping? At your age, can you really sleep? With low-tier root bones at your realm, dreaming of breaking through on your own is folly. Go find the earth vein, and I will help you break through. Are you still eating? Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't break through, others will. They will trample you underfoot and humiliate you. Go find the earth vein, reverse your fate, and do it now. Chen Yi released the Wan Hun fan, holding it in his hand, and placing it on the edge of the boat. If you keep nagging, I will shout 3 times. Wan Hun Fan is here. Come quickly to enforce the heavenly decree. The Wan Hun Fan chuckled obsequiously. Hee, look at the fuss this is causing. I am the one who needs to break through, it is not you. Why are you more eager than I am? You are my master. If you become stronger, I will have a good place to shelter under your big tree. Is that so? Chen Yi looked at this fellow with a doubtful gaze. In the third simulation, the Wan Hun Fan had been with him for decades. Aside from being a bit foul-mouthed, it had no other faults. Although this fellow had a belly full of schemes, it was ultimately just a tool and could not deceive him, leaving only its chattering. Little one, you must be honest. To me, you are not an indispensable existence. I have said before, if I have to rely on killing to improve, I will definitely choose to kill demons. Can you guess if there is something in this world that is better than you for killing demons? The Wan Hun Fan was drenched in sweat. It certainly knew. The demon refining jar? The demon refining jar was currently sealed by the demons in the great wilderness in a place called the Wan Yao Lake. Chen Yi did not know the exact location or how far it was from the 5 domains. This would have to wait for future simulations to explore. Suddenly, a wave of demonic energy wafted along the river. There is a demon. Heifeng took a step back, wanting to hide in the cabin. Seeing that Chen Yi was still on the deck, it stepped out again, its 4 hooves trembling as it stood beside him. Chen Yi patted its back, signaling it not to be afraid. Looking at this demonic energy, Chen Yi felt a sense of familiarity. Oh, it's an old acquaintance. Ahead on the river there was another pleasure boat. That pleasure boat was much larger and more luxurious than Chen Yi's, with the sound of music wafting from it. The people sitting on it looked either wealthy or noble. Splash. The calm river surface began to ripple. The small pleasure boat quickly rocked violently at risk of capsizing at any moment. Chen Yi stamped his foot lightly, and the entire boat instantly stabilized like an old dog. With another stamp, he controlled the force perfectly, giving the boat a forward acceleration. The drifting small boat suddenly surged forward like a speedboat riding the wind and breaking the waves. Fathead fish, since we are so fated, come be my most honored guest in my banner. The magnificent boat ahead was the target of the fish demon's attack. Now it had been completely overturned, and the people aboard had fallen into the water. Under the surface of the water, the large-headed fish demon opened its bloody maw, beginning its feast. This followed the destruction of the Blackstone Gang by Chen Yi. This fish demon had lost its stable and mysterious source of food. Now that it craved human flesh, it had to take matters into its own hands. However, it was quite cunning. It knew that committing crimes in the same place would attract the attention of the Demon Slayer division, leading to a pursuit. Although this fish demon was skilled and had attained the golden body realm, it understood well that there were always greater beings beyond the mountains. Thus, after each crime, it would change its location. Slowly, it had traveled from the lower reaches of Qingzhou County to the border area of Qian and Qing, where Chen Yi currently found himself. Help! I am the son of the king of Qianzhou. Save me. I will reward you greatly. Glug glug. Among those who had fallen into the water, a richly dressed young man cried for help. As he watched the swirling water, the debris, and himself sliding toward the fearsome maw, the young man was terrified. It's over, I'm going to die. Father, I should have listened to you and practiced diligently. Regrets. The large head of the fish demon was partly above the water. It took a deep breath, and everything in the water slid into its legendary gullet. Suddenly, a small boat came crashing through the waves, and with a loud bang, it collided with the fish demon's forehead. Splashed. The tremendous force caused the boat to shatter into countless splinters. Chen Yi's fist burst forth from the midst of the flying debris. Who are you, daring to spoil my feast? I am your father. What a big mouth. Uffy. Chen Yi's fist slammed into the back of the fish demon, causing it to cross its eyes and regurgitate the food it had just swallowed. The large-headed fish was not weak either. Enduring the pain and dizziness, it executed a sweeping tail strike, creating massive waves in a powerful counterattack against Chen Yi. Smack! Chen Yi stood on a floating piece of wood in the water, raising his hand to grab its tail. Die! Chen Yi seized the fish demon's large tail and smashed it down 3 times on the water's surface. The river churned violently, waves surged in all directions, and water splashed skyward. The commotion he caused was even more terrifying than the fish demon's initial attack on the large ship. Finally, Chen Yi threw the over 20-meter-long creature onto the shore with great force. Against such a demon with a power level similar to his own, Chen Yi didn't even feel the need to use martial arts. High-level combat often only requires the simplest moves. A simple attack was enough. It was all about the numerical beauty. The large-headed fish could take a beating, who, despite being thrown hard, it still had strength and attempted to wriggle back into the water. Unfortunately, Chen Yi caught up to it. Where do you think you're going? Chen Yi exuded a deadly aura. He grasped the largest tooth in the fish demon's mouth and dragged it into the woods. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Yi sprinted at full speed, dragging the fish demon using its body to crash into trees, smash rocks, and plow the ground forcefully, creating a new pathway through the forest. The entire process showcased a violent aesthetic. At this point, the large-headed fish couldn't even focus on the pain. It was utterly frustrated. Who was this powerful figure? Did I eat one of his relatives? Why is he hitting me so hard? Before it died, the large-headed fish stared with fish-like eyes, taking a good look at Chen Yi. It saw a pair of fierce eyes that sent chills down its spine. Not dead yet. Damn, I'm scared to death. I'm dying. The large-headed fish couldn't tell if it was beaten to death or scared to death. Looking around to confirm that there was no one in the forest, Chen Yi released the 10,000 souls banner, summoning the fish demon's soul into the banner. Huh, is this the underworld? Am I about to reincarnate? Let me be a human in my next life. Oh, being a demon is too hard. There are more and more powerful figures among the human race. The soul of the large-headed fish expressed confusion after entering the banner. Only upon seeing the dark, shadowy spirit of the 10,000 souls banner did it realize it was being refined. Little one, this large-headed fish is in the golden body realm. Don't turn it into a spirit, refine it into a soul slave to fight for me. Chen Yi's previous display of extreme violence had truly stunned the 10,000 souls banner. It was now quite obedient. All right. Looking at the fish corpse on the ground, Chen Yi wasted nothing and filleted a few pounds of fresh meat. With a flicker of his palm, flames erupted, cooking it instantly. Tastes pretty good. The soul of the large-headed fish within the 10,000 souls banner wanted to cry, but had no tears. Today it merely wanted to have a little feast, and the few humans it had consumed had not yet digested when this madman punched it out. Not only was it beaten to death by him, but its soul was also refined, leaving not even a whole corpse behind. This person was simply a devil. Chen Yi returned to the banks of Qinghe, seeing the damp, black wind shaking its body to dry off. Just a moment ago, when he had crashed the boat into the fish, he had tossed the black wind onto the shore like skipping a stone. The young man who had claimed to be the king's son had also swum to the shore. Upon seeing Chen Yi approach, he disregarded his own wet and disheveled state and came forward to clasp his hands in gratitude. Thank you, senior, for saving me. I am extremely grateful. I cannot neglect the favor of saving my life. Oh, I hope that senior will accompany me to the royal residence where I can host a banquet in your honor. Chen Yi assessed the young man. Although he looked quite disheveled at the moment, he certainly exuded an air of nobility. Are you really the king's son? Why do you not have any proper guards accompanying you when you go out? There were many people who had fallen into the water, and they were slowly crawling to the shore. Chen Yi could not discern who among them was a martial artist. Even if there were, they would be of a lower realm. The young man scratched his head awkwardly. Because I sneaked out. My father does not allow us to go out to play. Oh, we must complete our studies in both literature and martial arts daily to earn a moment's rest. The royal residence had strict rules, and this 15 or 16-year-old young man had grown bored being kept indoors every day, which was why he had secretly run out to play. Unexpectedly, he encountered a demon threat. There's no need for a banquet. I still have to continue my journey. By the way, the king holds a high position in Deqian, and if you wish to repay me for saving your life, I have a favor that I need the king's help with. Is that acceptable? The young man's chest puffed up loudly, indicating that he could handle any trouble within Deqian. However, upon hearing that Chen Yi wanted to capture a head of the Demon Slayer division, he immediately faltered. To be honest, my father has more than a dozen sons, and I am the one he cares for the least. I can ask him for money or resources, but if I need him to use his power, he will not listen to me. The king of Qianzhou already had a title, and asking him to manage affairs in Qingzhou was not easy. No matter, I will continue with the original plan. However, this life-saving favor cannot be disregarded. At the very least, the cost of the boat that just sank should be compensated. Senior, please accompany me to the nearby Bama city. It is a county town rich in resources, and I wish to express my gratitude there. On the road, Chen Yi chatted with a young man and learned that his name was Li Chengqian. What is your name? Li Chengqian. My father is the king of Qianzhou, and I belong to the Cheng generation in the royal family, while my father belongs to the Ji generation. When I was born, my martial arts master discovered that I had a heavenly grade innate talent. My father was overjoyed and immediately made me the heir apparent. My name Li Chengqian signifies that I am destined to inherit his throne in the future. Oh, I thought. That's indeed impossible. The national title of Dakian cannot be used for naming even among the royals, as it must be avoided. Young man, I must criticize you a bit. You are already the heir with such a good innate talent. Why are you not diligently cultivating and instead sneaking out to plays? At your age, this is a crucial time for cultivation. Practicing is akin to rowing upstream. Chen Yi realized he had said something inappropriate halfway through and quickly shut his mouth. Damn that soul banner. Li Chengqian let out a bitter laugh. I was no longer the heir when I turned 12, now the heir of the royal residence is my elder brother. So you are a discarded heir, huh? Chen Yi thought to himself that he should blame the unfortunate homophone of his name. It was not surprising that Li Chengqian was discarded. He had always been playful since childhood. He slacked off in his academic studies both in literature and martial arts, and had driven away several masters. The king of Qianzhou was utterly disappointed in him, which led to his downfall. Little brother, I see that you are not the type to be a spoiled rich kid, nor are you someone who lacks understanding. Why are you so lazy and indulgent? Li Chengqian's gaze unintentionally revealed a hint of maturity that did not belong to his age. If I did not waste myself, I fear I would not have lived to this day. Chen Yi instantly understood. The struggle for the title of heir had always been like this. I see. After entering the city, Li Chengqian was indeed generous, primarily relying on his face value. He first took Chen Yi to the dock outside the city and bought him a new boat for his return journey. Then he went to the bank and withdrew a large stack of silver notes, giving them all to Chen Yi. The first bucket of gold obtained from the Blackstone gang was ultimately limited. With this generous gift from Li Chengqian, he had essentially achieved financial freedom. Finally, Li Chengqian brought Chen Yi to the martial arts market in Bama City. Spiritual weapons, elixirs, formations, martial arts, various resources, he acquired everything he saw. The market used crystal stones for transactions. Li Chengqian did not have many crystal stones in his storage ring. Therefore, when it came time to pay, he flashed the royal token indicating that the expenses would be charged to the Qianzhou royal residence. The various cultivation resources gifted by Li Chengqian had already turned into heavy bundles hanging off the back of the Black Wind. Even Chen Yi had big and small bags. There was no more room for more gifts. Seeing this, Li Chengqian directly took off the storage ring on his hand. Benefactor, take this. In this world, even the lowest grade storage bags are quite precious, and ordinary warriors seldom possess them. For loose cultivators, having a storage spirit tool makes one stand out among their peers. A storage ring is even more advanced. Young Master Li, how can I accept your storage ring? Benefactor, you must take it. A life-saving grace must be repaid, and these material possessions are nothing in comparison. No, it's too precious, too precious. Chen Yi extended his hand and repeatedly waved it. Li Chengqian effortlessly placed the ring on his finger. Chen Yi looked at it and said, the size fits quite well. Li Chengqian smiled and replied, it's self-adapting. Impressive. However, young Master Li, these resources are not that important to me. What I want most right now is a master craftsman, preferably one capable of forging earth-grade spiritual weapons. Chen Yi wanted to replace the Wan Hun fan with a better body. Heavenly grade would certainly be better, but such a craftsman would likely be found around the Divine Weapon County. That place is quite far from Qingzhou, and I doubt the king of Qianzhou's influence would reach that far. Sure, the 100 Forging sect in Bama City is a crafting sect where all the weapons and spiritual tools for our royal guards are forged. Their sect master is an earth-grade craftsman capable of forging earth-grade spiritual weapons. Li Chengqian did not ask any unnecessary questions of Chen Yi, merely had to make requests, and he went to help Chen Yi while showing his face that resembled the king of Qianzhou along with the jade token. Soon Chen Yi met the sect master of the 100 Forging sect, Zhou Wuliang, in Bama City. He was a middle-aged man with a smooth, shiny head, a sturdy build, and a large frame, though he was not very tall. Young Master Chengqian has arrived, what an honor. The story of this waste heir Li Chengqian was not just common knowledge, it was known by all in the Qianzhou region. Moreover, the 100 Forging sect was a unit deeply cooperated with the royal residence. Others might mock Li Chengqian for not being favored and not cherishing his position as heir. But Zhou Wuliang could not do that. He had to host Li Chengqian like he was welcoming a major client. Upon hearing that Li Chengqian had brought a friend to request the forging of an earth-grade spiritual weapon, Zhou Wuliang pounded his chest on the spot. No problem, do you have any specific requirements? Master Zhou, please add the forging cost to the royal residence's bill for next month. You can settle it all at once when you go to the royal residence then. Young Master Chengqian, how can you say that? You are doing a favor for a friend, and I would charge you. That doesn't make sense. A friend of young Master Chengqian is also my friend, it's just a spiritual weapon. As he spoke, Zhou Wuliang approached Li Chengqian and whispered, Young Master Chengqian, I am still on your side, don't give up. This guy did not even hide the fact that he was taking sides. Chen Yi knew he was likely performing. It seemed that Zhou Wuliang would say the same thing if Li Chengqian's elder brother came. Both sides were betting, and neither would lose regardless of who won. A clever man. Chen Yi handed over the blueprint. Reality and simulation differ, so Chen Yi was a bit more cautious. He made sure the blueprint provided by the Wan Hun fan did not resemble that of a soul-calling banner, but rather that of a large military flag. Such spiritual weapons were common in military formations capable of boosting morale and leading everyone to charge. Flags and banners are relatively similar. Although flags are slightly inferior, they are the best solution available at the moment. Zhou Wuliang took a glance and assumed that Chen Yi was the head of a small force in need of a military flag spiritual weapon for overall enhancement. Simple. Give me a month, and I will surely forge it. The raw materials will also be provided by my 100 forging sect. Young Master Chen Qian can just wait for my good news at home. Chen Yi left Bema City with a full harvest. Li Chengqian accompanied him to the docks several miles outside the city. Young Master Li, you don't have to see me off anymore. I'm going to board the ship. Benefactor, take care. I hope you will visit the Qianzhou royal residence more in the future. I still owe you a banquet to show my gratitude. Young Master Li, you are too polite. I rescued you simply out of goodwill. You have expressed your gratitude sufficiently with your sincerity. How can I trouble you further? Then I shall bid farewell to you here. By the way, Benefactor, how should I send the spiritual weapon to you once it is forged? I will come to pick it up myself. There is no need to trouble yourself. Chen Yi mounted the black wind. On the shore, Li Chengqian pulled out a pipa from somewhere, sat down on the ground, and began to play and sing. He sang a slightly sorrowful farewell song. As Chen Yi prepared to leave by boat, he suddenly heard the singing from the shore. The waters of Qinghe flow for 3,000 miles, yet cannot compare to the feelings Li Chengqian has for me. In the White Cloud Ridge, Flying Tiger Mountain, within a secluded yet spacious cave. Is everyone here? The demon king of White Cloud Ridge is a tiger demon with one eye blind. The demon clans in this area basically follow his orders and respectfully refer to him as the Big Brother Tiger. Here the title of Demon King is merely a label different from the concept of a demon king in the Great Wilderness. The Big Brother Tiger's cultivation level is only at the soul refinement stage. His lone eye scanned the cave, noticing that the prominent demon factions of White Cloud Ridge had all gathered. There were snakes, cattle, and wild boars. The county has already sent word we need to lay low for a while. The inspector from the prefecture has arrived. The leader of the cow demon scoffed. What inspector? Every time they come it's just a formality, putting on a show. These officials are spoiled, they won't be accustomed to entering the mountains. Don't you all agree? A group of demons burst into laughter. The atmosphere was quite lively. The Big Brother Tiger spoke seriously. The one from the county said, this inspector is different. This guy named Zhang Miao is meticulous in his work. He won't overlook any corner of White Cloud County. The laughter in the cave diminished significantly. The inspector from the prefecture has a martial arts realm of at least the golden body stage. The demons occupying White Cloud Ridge are simply no match. The Big Brother Tiger stood up, adjusting the armrests of his stone chair, turning left and right, appearing quite complicated. Rumbling. A section of the cave wall opened, revealing a dark and deep passage. For the time being, until that inspector leaves, we should hide here. Looking at the dark and damp underground passage, the group of demons showed looks of distress. Even though they are demons, wild creatures who have survived in the wilderness, it doesn't mean they enjoy staying in a place devoid of light. Reluctantly, at the urging of the Big Brother Tiger, they could only line up and enter the passage, heading towards the underground cavern. Rumbling. The Big Brother Tiger walked at the front, and as all the demons entered, the stone wall behind them crashed shut. Suddenly, the last cow demon halted, its ears twitching. It seems someone is coming. The Big Brother Tiger turned back. Has the inspector's people arrived so soon? Doesn't seem like an inspector. No worries, no matter who it is, they want to discover this secret cavern. The old cow heard footsteps outside the cave, along with someone muttering to themselves. What do you care about what I'm doing here? I can go wherever I want. Hurry, hurry, hurry. All you do is urge me to find some broken vein. Are you annoying, or what? Do I need to shout 3 times? The first evil artifact of ancient and modern times is here, right? The old cow pressed its ears against the cave wall, sensing that the footsteps were getting closer. Lowering its voice, it spoke to the demons in the passage. Big Brother Tiger, something feels off. This person seems to be approaching this wall. The Big Brother Tiger remained confident. It's probably just a passerby casually looking around the cave. This mechanism was crafted by me in collaboration with a human mechanism master tailored to the mountain structure, leveraging the Earth's fortune. No one can break it. Bang! The Big Brother Tiger's words had not yet finished. A golden glowing fist smashed through the wall. Boulders shattered, flying everywhere. The golden light from outside the passage illuminated the cave, giving the demons the illusion that a celestial being had arrived. The Big Brother Tiger cursed inwardly, calling it a shoddy construction, then immediately gave orders. Kill him. The demons surged from the passage leading to the underground cavern. They bared their fangs and brandished claws, their faces twisted, casting all sorts of demon arts. Chen Yi did not even glance at them, preoccupied with arguing with the Myriad Souls banner. Simultaneously, he extended a finger, continuously releasing star fragment wave at the rushing demons. Bayou, Bayou, Bayou. The demons were smashed to the ground. See, I told you there were a bunch of demons here. Bro, you have a dog's nose. I didn't sense anything. But to be fair, this pathetic body of mine, not even a spirit tool, is indeed affecting my performance. Stop making excuses. Just practice more. This is infuriating. Chen Yi continued to kill, while the Myriad Souls banner absorbed the demon souls. This fellow, while collecting souls, mumbled to himself, "They'll take you first, then you, and then you. Yes, yes, just this group of demon souls. The situation is all under my control. Soon it will be your turn to enter the banner. I have no reason to make you wait any longer. The passage to the underground cavern was relatively narrow, allowing only 2 or 3 demons to walk side by side. The demons at the front rushed out, falling dead from a single point of Chen Yi's finger, not even able to let out a grunt. The demons behind thought their brothers in front were fighting desperately, so they rushed out to lend a hand. Thus they pressed forward one after another. When they burst out of the passage and saw Chen Yi, who was killing demons without blinking, they realized. A live father has come. The big brother tiger entered the passage first. Therefore he was the last to rush out. You little ones. When this person sees us, he must not be allowed to escape. Follow me. The big brother tiger abruptly halted, stopping 10 paces away from Chen Yi. A man and a tiger, their 3 eyes locked. The big brother tiger glanced at the scattered corpses. They are all dead. Chen Yi spoke slowly and calmly. Big Flower Cat, do you know that we have a demon-suppressing tower in Deqian? I know, senior. As far as I know, this demon-suppressing tower is used to imprison those demons who, despite having committed wrongdoings, are willing to provide intelligence and assistance to the demon-slaying division. Although life inside is hard, at least they won't die. That's right. Do you want to go to the demon-suppressing tower, or do you want to duel with me? I've always yearned for the demon-suppressing tower. The demons inside are all seniors, and they speak so nicely. I really like it in there. Please give me a chance, senior. The big brother tiger now appeared as docile as a cat. He walked upright like a human, yet had the fur, claws, and tail of a tiger. Standing before Chen Yi, this large figure over 3 meters tall resembled a pet cat, standing upright looking cute. Do as I say, and I won't kill you. Let the demon-slaying division send you to the demon-suppressing tower to live out your days. As you command. A few days later, White Cloud County, led by Zhang Miao, the inspector team from the Bailing Prefecture's demon-slaying division, entered the city. The county office and the officials of the county's demon-slaying division prepared a grand welcome banquet for Zhang Miao and his companions. Zhang Miao did not attend the banquet. The gentry families of the county sent various gifts to the inn where Zhang Miao was staying. Zhang Miao did not accept them. As night fell, Xin Qingshan, who had been busy all day, passed by the county's inn and saw a pile of rejected gifts at the entrance, unable to help but feel emotional. I didn't expect this Lord Zhang to truly be a person of principle. A voice suddenly appeared behind Xin Qingshan. Then let us assist this Lord Zhang. Xin Qingshan was startled, turning around to see Chen Yi armed with a long sword and spear, and instantly showed a joyful expression. Fourth brother, you finally returned. Your third sister has been nagging in my ear every day, nearly driving me mad. Chen Yi produced a letter detailing the hiding places of all the demons in White Cloud Ridge. Of course, those places now only had fragmented corpses left. Brother-in-law, I have a plan to uncover the collusion between the officials and demons in White Cloud County. I wonder if you would like to participate. In Shun Qingshan's eyes, a certain light began to shine. Afterward, the events that transpired in Baiyun County were similar to those Chen Yi experienced in the simulation. Xin Qingshan contacted the family members of the victims who were wrongfully accused of being the murderers in the cases he had investigated. One of them was willing to publicly call for justice and presented a letter. The others then stepped forward from the crowd to express their grievances one after another. County Magistrate Chow, with so many people crying out for justice, you are not fulfilling your duties as a county magistrate. Zhang Miao echoed the same words he had spoken in the simulation. The plump County Magistrate Chow, just like in the simulation, was sweating profusely, feeling that his good days were about to end. The quick-witted Fong Yuching, also like in the simulation, slipped away swiftly. Chen Yi replicated the actions from the simulation, and the plan went very smoothly. However, in the simulation, Fong Yuching had successfully escaped. He not only fled himself, he also informed the group of demon clans at Baiyun Ridge, and they all ran together. He couldn't bear to part with the blood demon pill and wanted to continue consuming this sinister elixir, so naturally, he wanted to keep that group of demons close. However, this time his escape route was going to be cut off. Fong Yuching fled decisively. He didn't even return home, took nothing, and directly left the city, rushing into the mountains. When he saw Zhang Miao facing the citizens who stood up to speak out for justice, the trust evident on his face, and the letter in the hands of an unknown peasant woman, which supposedly contained the hiding locations of all the demons at Baiyun Ridge, Fong Yuching made a decisive judgment. The matter had been exposed. He needed to escape immediately. Whoosh whoosh. Fong Yuching sprinted through the forest like a wild beast, chopping down trees and cutting through grass as if a ferocious wolf were chasing him. That fat pig named Chow? I told him long ago, if there are injustices, imprison the families and relatives of the wronged. They shouldn't just be sentenced to death, but should be locked away in prison to suffer. Such maternal kindness. Fong Yuching shouted angrily at his teammates while escaping. Before long, he entered Baiyun Ridge and found the place where the previous leader Tiger and the other demons were meeting. Tiger, stop hiding in that broken cave. It's all been exposed. Hurry and come with me. They'll take you to. As soon as he entered the cave, Fong Yuching was dumbfounded. The ground was covered with the dismembered bodies of demons, and blood had dyed the cave red, filling the air with the stench of death. In fact, he had caught a whiff of the blood from afar. But he thought it was the demons eating people and paid it no mind. If he had sensed something was amiss, the outcome might have been different. This was also the only opportunity for Fong Yuching to leave alive, but unfortunately, his cold nature ultimately sealed his fate. Fong Yuching remained decisive, unhesitatingly retreating from the cave and turning to run. Star-shattering finger. Chen Yi, who had been lying in ambush there, uttered no words and, standing on a large tree, aimed at Fong Yuching with a finger, sending him on his way. Who are you? Fong Yuching clutched his pierced abdomen, kneeling on the ground and spitting blood while looking in the direction of the attack. Chen Yi smirked slightly, refusing to engage in conversation, and unleashed his fingers. Puff, puff, puff. Fong Yuching's body was ground into powder. Chen Yi released the soul-calling banner, raising his hand to summon Fong Yuching's soul. Who are you really? What grievances do we have? Why did you harm me? Fong Yuching's ghostly face appeared on the banner, still questioning. Chen Yi glanced at him sideways. What grievances do the citizens of Baiyun County have with you? Why did you harm them? What are you pretending for? In this day and age, who really fights for the people? You're an evil cultivator. Don't you just want to kill and refine souls? You're right, I'm not fighting for the people. I'm seeking revenge for myself. We indeed have quite a few grievances. You deserve it. What grievances? I don't even know you. Fong Yuching had no idea. The grievances Chen Yi spoke of were from the 2 times he had been killed by him in the simulation. These grievances were too abstract. Even if Chen Yi told him, Fong Yuching wouldn't understand. Soul-calling banner, refine him. As Chen Yi was about to refine this pest and completely obliterate his soul, he suddenly discovered. Among the pile of mangled bodies of Fong Yuching, there was a black orb. Chen Yi drew out the flame iron-heavy sword and prodded it among the disgusting remains, extracting the orb. He tried to attack it with the star-shattering finger. The orb surprisingly remained unscathed. So sturdy. Chen Yi at the Golden Body Realm used a small success-level Earth-grade martial art, the star-shattering finger, which concentrated destructive power at a single point. How could it not be destroyed? This was definitely not an ordinary object. I must ask Feng Zhu, what is the situation with you? Are you a golden core expert, or do you possess a relic? What is this thing? Fong Yuching's soul was thrashing wildly in the soul-calling banner, attempting to escape. Although this guy was wicked, he had to be said to be truly defiant. Even at this point, he was still resisting. Don't think he'll tell you anything. You despicable coward only knows how to scheme. The soul-calling banner acted on its own. Bro, why are you wasting your breath on him? Look at this wailing of 10,000 ghosts. The demon souls absorbed into the soul-calling banner suddenly felt immense pain and began to wail. The sound was extremely unbearable, enough to drive a living person to the brink of madness. Fong Yuching was overwhelmed by the demonic sounds, a 3-dimensional cycle of pain doubling his suffering. Chen Yi signaled for the soul-calling banner to pause, not wanting to break him. It's not that I'm despicable, but dealing with you requires careful handling. Who knows if you'll suddenly transform? Chen Yi could see Fong Yuching's ghostly face on the banner, his emotions shifting, seemingly surprised that he mentioned transforming. However, in fact, when he attacked Fong Yuching just now, the traitorous alien father entry had not taken effect. This indicated that at this moment Fong Yuching had not yet mastered that transformation ability from the previous simulation. He was still human. That thing is called demon seed. My whole life I've done everything I could to become stronger, all to rid myself of it. Fong Yuching was out of options. Having died, his soul was still to be tormented. It was too suffocating. He might as well say something Chen Yi wanted to know to satisfy him and stop the torment. Oh, then you should thank me. Look, I'm helping you get rid of it now. I'm already dead. Oh, what use is getting rid of it? Chen Yi's words were quite the dark joke. What is demon seed? Why do you want to get rid of it? Be honest, you're in the soul-calling banner now. Lying will be detected by the spirit of the artifact, and the consequences will be severe. The soul-calling banner interjected. No escape. Fong Yuching looked at the fierce spirit of the artifact beside him, feeling suicidal. He forgot that he was already dead. This demon seed has been hidden in my body since I was born. I don't know how it came to be. But I know that from the time I can remember, on the night of the full moon, it forces me to control my body and draw a strange pattern on the ground using common visible things like dirt, branches, and stones. Then it would control me to stand inside this pattern and speak to the sky. What did you say? The anchor point is ready. What does this phrase mean? This so-called demonic seed, each time it seizes a host, is meant to draw a diagram and utter just these 5 words. The anchor point has been positioned. I don't know. Since you are of no use, shall one give him? I feel like the demonic seed is calling for something, like it arrived first as a beacon to guide others here. I think the same way. A great minds think alike. Chen Yi decided to temporarily prevent Fong Yuching from disintegrating, merely locking him within the soul-gathering banner. This fellow's experience is somewhat peculiar and might be useful in the future. Chen Yi looked down at the black orb on the ground. This thing feels rather ominous, yet I have no way to destroy it. Just as Chen Yi pondered how to deal with the demonic seed, Heikong spoke up. Boss, I feel like I can eat it. Eat what? This orb. Don't joke around, my martial arts can't even destroy it, and your herbivorous horse stomach can digest it. I don't know why, but I really want to eat this orb. Perhaps it's just my illusion. Chen Yi glanced at Heikong and then at the demonic seed. Heikong is a very peculiar species. He is neither a horse nor a demon nor a strange beast. His origins are unknown. Chen Yi tried to teach him human martial arts, but failed. On his way back from Qinzhou, he caught a few demons and asked them to teach Heikong the demon clan's techniques, but it also did not succeed. Since he has a unique feeling now, why not let him give it a try? Eat it, but don't force it. If it doesn't feel right, spit it out. Yes. Heikong's hooves clattered as he walked over to the demonic seed. Lowering his head, the horse's tongue flicked out and pulled the demonic seed into his belly. How does it feel? Can you digest it? Actually, I don't feel uncomfortable. Oh, it melts in my mouth. Is this a descriptive term or a statement? It really melted and directly went into my belly. What kind of legendary stomach is this? However, what surprised Chen Yi even more came afterward. Heikong suddenly felt a scorching heat within him, as if an immense power was surging and about to burst forth. Chen Yi suspected that the energy within the demonic seed was too great for him to absorb. He let him run around to expend some energy. As a result, with every step Heikong took, black flames erupted from beneath his hooves, igniting the ground and leaving long trails of black flame in his wake. His running speed had vastly improved compared to before. It was as if a gust of wind was weaving effortlessly through the mountains and forests. After circling the mountain at his feet, Heikong returned to Chen Yi, having adapted to this newfound power. Boss, I think I've evolved. Chen Yi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. A fine horse indeed. He hadn't expected that eliminating Fong Yuching would yield such unexpected gains. At this moment, the most frustrated was Fong Yuching. His soul was imprisoned within the soul-gathering banner. Watching all this unfold, he couldn't help but question his life. Having exhausted his life, resorting to all means, even abandoning his bottom line as a human just to become stronger and escape the control of the demonic seed. Unexpectedly, a strange horse that came out of nowhere, which could talk, swallowed the demonic seed in one bite, and even digested it into its own power. Fate, how unfair you are. While someone was comprehending the Tao in the dragon field, Fong Yuching was also contemplating the Tao within the soul-gathering banner. With Fong Yuching's death, the silent terror shrouding Baiyun County also came to an end. There may still be future demon troubles, but no one will be blamed for the demons anymore. After dealing with Fong Yuching, Chen Yi supervised the remaining alive tiger boss and instructed him to go to the city gate of Baiyun County and turn himself in. Seeing a demon emerge at the city gate, the guards hurriedly called for reinforcements. Tiger Boss raised both hands, signaling that he was here to surrender. Zhang Miao was in the county office seeking justice for those wronged and judging County Magistrate Chao. Upon hearing that a demon voluntarily revealed itself, he immediately led people to bind Tiger Boss and took him into the county office. The citizens of Baiyun County were witnessing a living demon for the first time, kneeling in the court as a witness. It was quite a spectacle. The crowd surged and gathered outside the county office, with many even climbing onto the walls and trees just to witness this extraordinary event of humans judging demons. Lord Patrol Officer, you must help the little demon. I was born and raised in Baiyun Ridge. I am a native demon of Baiyun County. I am not the same as those demons that sneaked in from the Great Wilderness and Eastern Wilderness just to eat a bite of humans. Zhang Miao slammed the gavel. Stop rambling and get to the point. Yes. The cases you just mentioned are indeed caused by our Baiyun Ridge demons. But we were also encouraged to do so. The real culprit is Fong Yuching, the head of your county's demon-slaying office. He forced us to kill people every day just for the blood demon pill, as that pill requires a significant amount of fresh human blood as a medicinal guide, or it cannot be refined. Tiger Boss revealed all the dark dealings of Baiyun Ridge's demons with Fong Yuching and County Magistrate Chao. The onlookers grew more astonished and angrier as they listened. The head of the demon-slaying office colluding with demons to harm people, such absurdity exists in this world. The fat county magistrate aiding and abetting is even more detestable. Knowing that those poor villagers are honest farmers, he wrongfully accused them of murder, beheading some and conscripting others. His heart is too cruel. We thought the demon troubles in Baiyun County had decreased over the years, only to find it was all disguised in such a filthy manner. Few. In the courtroom, after Tiger Boss clarified all the crimes, Zhang Miao asked, Tiger Demon, we have not found any record of your whereabouts. Why did you not choose to flee, but instead return to identify the crimes of Fong Yuching and Chao Xiao? The Tiger Demon recalled how Chen Yi had taught him. I know my strength is weak and dare not run away. Even if I did, I would be pursued, living in fear all my life. If I surrender, I can still be locked in the demon suppression tower and have a peaceful old age." This fellow spoke as if reciting a script, and Zhang Miao frowned slightly. Indeed, there are powerful figures helping the citizens of Baiyun County. Zhang Miao sensed that a great hand was controlling the situation, actively revealing the collusion between the officials and demons of Baiyun County. A few days ago, when the citizens had stopped him in the street to seek justice, Zhang Miao knew someone must be guiding them from behind. He initially thought it was just a clever person offering ideas. Now it seems that this person can even coerce the tiger demon into submission, definitely not someone of weak strength. Zhang Miao acted decisively. He overturned all the wrongful cases that day and sought justice. Those victims of wrongful cases still imprisoned naturally were released. As for those who had already been executed, Zhang Miao could only try to compensate, allocating some silver from the county treasury to their families. This is what a true magistrate is. The citizens of Baiyun County cheered. Chen Yi silently observed from the crowd. Seeing the dust settle, he turned and left, hiding his merits and fame. It's time for the fourth simulation. After the case in the county town was concluded, Zhang Miao and his team entered Baiyun Ridge. The farmer who first sought justice in the streets provided a letter detailing the whereabouts of the demon tribe hiding in Baiyun Ridge, even specifying the type of demon and its approximate numbers. However, when Zhang Miao and his subordinates arrived at each of these locations, they found nothing but corpses. When they reached the cave where boss who held meetings, they were shocked to see scattered remains everywhere. My heavens, after being a demon slayer for so many years, I have never seen such a complete slaughter of demons. The one who killed these demons is truly ruthless. If there were no deep-seated grudges, it wouldn't have come to this. After a thorough examination, Zhang Miao said, "At least it shows that the common folk and that tiger demon weren't lying." Although there are so many demons in Baiyun Ridge, only 1 or 2 cases of demon trouble are reported each year. Fong Yuching and Xiao Xiu are indeed deceiving both their superiors and subordinates. By the way, have there been any updates on the brothers pursuing Fong Yuching? Reporting, sir, the search is still underway, and there are no clues yet. Issue a report to the court, publish a notice for a manhunt, and let it be known that lives and deaths are irrelevant, with a heavy reward offered. One subordinate asked, "Master Zhang, should we find out the identity of the person who wrote this letter of complaint?" Zhang Miao raised his hand and said, "Since he does not wish to reveal himself, it would be rude to insist on investigating. You can consider these demons as having perished due to internal strife over the spoils." As night fell in Shen Qingshan's home, although the guiding task was completed, Chen Yi did not rush to simulate. Since Chen Yi and Shen Qingshan began their planning, the small Baiyun County has been abuzz with activity, with many events occurring simultaneously. Before the matter was settled, Shen Qingshan could come to find Chen Yi at any time. Therefore, Chen Yi wanted to wait for the county's affairs to conclude before simulating. At the dinner table, Shen Qingshan was very happy and poured Chen Yi a lot of wine. Currently, Shen Qingshan was only at the gathering spirit realm, so his alcohol tolerance was far inferior to Chen Yi's, who was at the golden body realm. I didn't expect fourth brother to have such a good alcohol tolerance today. I truly witnessed it. Impressive. Brother-in-law, drink less. Why not be happy? I've long sensed that there is a strange atmosphere shrouding this county. How can there be so many homicides? How can there be so many plagues? Now everything is cleared. Thanks to that Inspector Zhang, who is fair in his law enforcement and does not dawdle. Master Zhang is a good official, the likes of whom I've rarely seen. However, unveiling such a major case, this time the credit belongs to you, fourth brother. According to the rules of our demon slaying department, for a case involving dozens or hundreds of demons, you can be promoted to the level of county head of the demon slaying department. Tomorrow I will inform Master Zhang to report to the court and commend you. Chen Yi tentatively asked, "Does this commend mean a promotion? Isn't a promotion acceptable? How many people wish to join the demon slaying department but have no way in? With such a great achievement, fourth brother, once you enter the officialdom, many will be willing to promote you." Without any substantial reward, Chen Yi thought it was better to pass. What good is being an official with a pile of troubles? He still needs to focus on cultivation and simulation with no time to spare. As long as this time they eliminate Fong Yuching and can navigate the court procedures legally and compliantly without attracting trouble, Chen Yi would be content. Shen Qingshan sobered up a bit. But if Master Zhang asks me where I got that letter, how should I answer him? Chen Yi picked up a small dish, speaking with a hint of a smile. If he has checked those places mentioned in the letter, he shouldn't ask you this question. Why, oi? Brother-in-law, you still need to practice more in social matters. Chen Yin found Chen Yi's serious tone amusing and said, "How old are you to be advising your brother-in-law?" Chen Yi smiled silently. After dinner, he returned to his small room. "I should move out tomorrow. It isn't convenient to stay at third sister's house all the time. Today I saw a courtyard for sale. The environment is quite nice. Familiar small room, familiar night. Then let's use a hardy simulation once more to aid my sleep. Simulator activate. Guiding task completed. Rewards have been distributed. Chen Yi first claimed the reward for the guiding task. A silver semi-transparent long spear fell into his hands. This spear is 5 meters long and has a substantial body. The spear's guard is a dragon's head, and the spear tail is a dragon's tail exuding majesty and dominance. The grip is icy as if holding a piece of ice. No wonder it's called the Cold Light Overlord Spear. The next reward was a premium entry of epic quality. As his realm improved, the difficulty of completing guiding tasks also increased while the rewards became better. This time the premium entry was enhanced with epic attributes. According to similar card drawing game settings, it definitely qualifies as epic. A familiar colorful orb appeared before him. Now with a complete set of entries and the backing of his golden body realm cultivation, Chen Yi no longer felt an urgent need to acquire stronger entries. Calmly, he casually reached out. A purple light lit up. Disguised as a pig to eat a tiger purple epic, you can lower your realm's aura so that outsiders cannot detect you through any means, but it cannot drop to a state of no cultivation. Oh, this is indeed a useful entry. Hiding his realm allows him to be less conspicuous among the crowd. After glancing at the currently equipped entries, Chen Yi made an adjustment, placing disguised as a pig to eat a tiger in the slot. This should do. Let's begin. You have completed the guiding task for this simulation and gained a new simulation opportunity. Initial equipment entries: simulator color proficiency, color, the most severe father of an alien race, gold, senior tomato user, purple, the only true prophet in the audience, purple, photographic memory, purple, treasure, snatching nose, purple, disguised as a pig to eat a tiger, purple, low tier, root, bone, green, spider senses, green, demon, aura, green, serious, fist, green. Simulation begins. Do not seek praise for the beauty of colors, let pure air fill the universe. After 3 simulations, you have acquired the formidable power of the golden body realm. The case of collusion between officials and demons orchestrated by you has been successfully resolved. The demons of Bayun Ridge have been eradicated in a single day, and the corrupt officials of Bayun County have met their end, dead or captured. Bayun County has finally welcomed its clear skies. Yet your adventures have not ceased. The village massacre in Luoding village remains shrouded in a layer of mystery. To uncover the truth behind the tragedy and to achieve higher martial arts realms and strength, you shall embark on another journey. In the first year, at 19 years old. Starting the extraction of entries. Extraction successful. Ageless male god, green. Your appearance will be fixed at 18 years old, limited to appearance. Would you like to adjust the entry? Yes, no. Clap, clap, clap. Chen Yi couldn't help but applaud. What do you mean by guaranteed return at the start? Although it was merely a green attribute, it saved him from the need for youth-retaining pills, allowing him to maintain a youthful and handsome appearance forever. From another angle, with it on, one stays young, take it off, and one grows old. Isn't it a form of face changing? Dual purpose, quite cost-effective. Of course, if it's just for looks, it should be equipped during a more affluent time. Additionally, one could see that in the simulation's first year, it was not 18, but rather 19. It has been half a year since the last simulation ended, crossing over to a new year. According to the Great Qian's era, it is now the 27th year of Yongcheng. You chose to refuse. Why are you going far away? Where are you going? To venture, to experience, to gain rewards. Chen Yin punched your chest playfully. Smooth talker. You still can't tell third sister what you're going out for. I'm not speaking nonsense, I really am just going out to gain experience. Third sister, I can't stay in this small county forever. If I venture out, I might even find big brother and second sister. Chen Yin smiled wryly. Big brother and second sister have been missing for 10 years. If they were still alive, they should have returned home by now. When they went missing, they were both just teenagers. It's up to fate. What if there is a miracle that allows our family to reunite? Chen Yin sighed. Third sister knows she can't stop you. If you want to go, then go. They'll help you pack some things. Third sister tied a bundle for you, packing plenty of food and clothes. She gathered items while mumbling some old common admonitions. Be careful of wild beasts, watch out for mountain bandits, avoid disasters, don't offend others, be wary of demons. In truth, you didn't need much luggage. With the storage ring given to you by Li Qingqian, you had already packed everything you needed for the journey. However, the phrase, parting with care, embodies third sister's motherly affection. You didn't want to interrupt her. Third sister waved behind you. Fourth brother, you didn't come home for New Year last year. Will you be back this year to celebrate together? Last year during New Year, you were in Qinzhou searching for the Wanhun banner. You held back the bitterness in your nose, unwilling to turn back, and continued to lead your horse forward, responding loudly. Take good care of Shunjia. Remember what I said. Earlier this morning, you had told third sister that Shunjia has high-level talent, and when she grows up, she should be sent to a martial arts sect for training. It doesn't matter which sect she is sent to. With such good talent, there would be someone willing to take her in wherever she goes. The Wanhun banner was clamoring within your body. Bro, you've finally woken up. Go find the ley lines and watch me help you break through your cultivation. Otherwise, with your talent, you'll only reach the golden body realm by the time you die. Ley lines can be sought, but the first place I want to go is the eastern wilderness to find the Jojo cauldron. The Wanhun banner was shocked. Jojo cauldron. Is that the great immortal artifact, the Jojo cauldron? What other spiritual artifact dares to bear such a name laden with karma? Oh my good. Bro, you know something. How do you even know where the Jojo cauldron is? Damn, I've been out here for so many years and I didn't even know. Look well, learn well. Hey, are you getting all pompous just because I praised you a bit? Since inheriting memories from the last simulation, you now knew the specific location of the Jojo cauldron. At the same time, you also knew that the Jojo cauldron was currently sealed. But after the Jojo cauldron was unearthed, you received hints from it. Chen, you wanted to give it a try? You arrived at the Uli and asking the landlady to send a complete menu to Chen's room. Chen, I'm going to a very far place, climbing mountains and crossing rivers, possibly encountering all sorts of demons and monsters, always on the road, without a fixed abode. Chen, sitting at a table full of delicious food, was eating with grease all over his mouth. Ego, why do you want to go to such a far place? Is the food at the inn not good? Chen Yi forced a smile. It's not about the food. If I were to ask you to come with me, would you rather continue enjoying your life at the inn or follow me? Chen, while eating, responded almost without hesitation. Ego, I want to go with you. You were so focused on eating just now that you might not have heard me, though I said the place I'm going to is very far and has many dangers. They treat me well because Egu gives them money in this world. Only Egu truly cares for me. If following you will help, I must go. Chen said this very seriously, and food scraps sprayed across your face. You silently wiped the grease off your face. All right, let's set off. The second year, 20 years old. Extracting attributes. Extraction successful. Attribute slingshot, golden legend. You can shoot purple, green, and white attributes like a slingshot. Hitting a target will produce different effects based on the attribute. After an attribute is shot, it will disappear from the obtained attributes, but you can redraw it by extracting attributes again. Young man, are you still troubled by useless attributes? Then just use it. Tata activate. Would you like to adjust the attributes? Yes, no. The golden light of the attributes, even in the simulation, dazzled Chen Yi's eyes so that he could hardly keep them open. This legendary attribute is inside. In each simulation, dozens of attributes are involved. Chen Yi's attribute library now has 186 attributes. Most of these are completely ineffective. Some have similar effects, or there are higher-level alternatives, making it impossible to waste a slot on them. With the attribute slingshot, even useless attributes can still play a small role. However, it must not be used carelessly. It should be released as an unexpected trump card at critical moments. It should also be used sparingly. What if a certain attribute later combines with another to form a martial soul fusion technique? Just like GNI is too beautiful, and are you fierce, brother Cohen? You replaced Serious Punch with Attribute Slingshot, a new golden attribute. I wonder how it performs in actual combat. Practice makes perfect. You casually selected a white attribute and activated Attribute Slingshot. A massive round head sharp at the top, like a unicorn, emerged from the ground beneath the tree, struck by the bullet of a word. The sharp head directly uprooted the tree, sending it flying over 1,000 meters away. The large pointed head muttered, "Then let me ask you, let me ask you, let me ask you." Then it retreated underground while still murmuring, "Don't use it carelessly, you fool." Chen Yi had just said not to use it recklessly in case some of the words would be useful later. The version of himself in the simulation casually discarded one for experimentation. Fortunately, it's just a white word. Even if there is some combination, it won't be that powerful. Not bad in power. You felt that this strike had at least the strength of a full force attack from a golden body realm warrior. The key is that each word has a unique effect and can catch one off guard. Although you were quite curious to see what effects other words would produce, considering each was a one-time use, it was better not to waste them. The experiment concluded and you continued on your journey. You had been traveling for a whole year. While passing through Qianzhou, you went to Bama City and retrieved the Earth-grade spirit tool given to you by Li Chengqian. The Wanhun fan is a new vessel for an old wine. However, given its current appearance, calling it Wanhun Qi might be more appropriate. It's not right. The flag is too proper. Next time, make sure to get me a banner for the dead. I love that kind of darkness. You looked at him with disdain. Can you tone down your vibe a bit? With Chen by your side, you crossed the majestic Sanqiong Ridge. After evolving from consuming the demon seed, Haifeng could travel quickly and adapt to all terrains. But Chen is just immortal. You have to consider his feelings. It isn't right to keep jostling him until he is nauseated. Slow down a bit. There's no rush. In the third year, at the age of 21, you were extracting a word. Extraction successful. Fist of lazy sheep. White ordinary. When you feel unconfident, just sing loudly. The blue sky is clear, the green grass is fragrant, to restore your confidence. Would you like to adjust the word? Yes, no. You chose no. In the East Wilderness, it was still the same as last time. There were more demons than humans. As the only region adjacent to the Great Wilderness, the demons here are basically those who couldn't survive in the Great Wilderness and came to the East Wilderness for a meal. To protect Chen, you inadvertently gained the reputation of demon seen sad. On this day, you finally arrived at the area where the Jiuzhou Ding is located. The treasure-seeking nose had already allowed you to smell the essence of the treasure from afar. At this moment, you Chen and Heifeng were positioned above the Jiuzhou Ding. I don't know how deep the Jiuzhou Ding is buried. We have work to do. With your golden body realm cultivation and the high-level spirit tool Hanmang, Overlord spear in hand doing the heavy work was not a problem. First move of the Shun family spear technique, the spear emerges like a dragon. Bang. Second move, the startled swan breaks the moon. Bang. Third move, the night demon explores the sea. Boom. You fiercely attack the ground in this remote, desolate area. The alien father word did not take effect. It seems you cannot treat the earth as an alien. Although there were no people nearby, demons passed by. They recognized you immediately from the streak of red in your bangs. After years of practicing the heart flame mystic art, your red hair had returned, realizing that you were the demon seen sad, who had been very arrogant in the East Wilderness for the past 2 years. The demons thought you were showcasing your formidable power again, unaware that you were tormenting some unfortunate soul. They quickly fled. After several days of effort, you broke through the surface, charging 3,000 meters underground. Everywhere here were extremely sturdy underground rocks, terrifyingly hard under long-term high pressure. You could smell that the essence of the treasure was very close. Open for me. Under your relentless digging, you finally saw a hint of copper green from the Jiuzhou Ding. The Jiuzhou Ding is large. You had merely excavated the top of one of its ears. Surrounding the copper green, there was a faint red halo. You reached out to touch it, but felt as if struck by lightning, being violently thrown back and crashing against the wall of the hole you dug, creating a human-shaped indentation. Cough, cough. It seems this is the seal. But why is it different from last time? Last time the Jiuzhou Ding emerged, many powerful figures gathered to break the seal, even smashing out numerous spirit tools. The old monk said humans are drawn to the strong, and so are tools. Those unclaimed spirit tools must have come to the Jiuzhou Ding to pay homage. Why weren't there any this time? Is it the wrong timing? The last time you came back, you were already over 60. This time you were just in your early 20s. The decades in between could have seen many changes. Regardless, those spirit tools were not the focus of your journey. You came to obtain the Jiuzhou Ding. You climbed up the wall of the hole carefully, bringing Chen down. The seal on the Jiuzhou Ding is such that even a powerful being like the Sword Master requires many people to forcibly break it. You alone relying on brute force would find it nearly impossible. You could only rely on a miracle. Chen is the tool spirit, and he has a way to break the seal. Looking at Chen holding a roasted demon leg with his eyes standing guard, you felt that if this miracle could truly happen, it would be too strange. No matter, even if this journey ends in failure, you could consider it a collection of demon souls, as the Wanhun fan needed them. Chen, try to touch this thing, you said, pointing to a corner of the Jiuzhou Ding. At the same time, you released the Wanhun fan. After all, this thing is a celestial tool, and its reaction and perception are far stronger than yours. Wanhun fan, keep an eye on Chen. If there's any danger, immediately protect him. Don't worry, buddy. Spirit of 10,000 ghosts. With a roar, the Wanhun fan released a large number of demon souls, forming a soul wall behind Chen, creating a protective net around him. Chen obeyed you, but just as he was about to reach out, you suddenly grabbed his hand. Wait, Chen, I need to tell you, if you truly are the spirit of the Jiuzhou Ding, you might become a spirit body like the Wanhun fan. Chen chuckled foolishly. Although I don't quite understand, if I really am this Ding, then turning into a person is just taking a wrong turn. It isn't returning to the right path. Good,